Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Entire morning crew back together again. Sean, Trafe, RJ, Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby, Roberto Belt. We got Pay running the Odyssey app.
Odyssey.
Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And Aiden will be in soon as...
Nope. 10 o'clock.
Nope. What do you mean?
We've lost him. Lost him for the week. And, yeah, because the other shows are in surprise. So they need...
Yeah, I didn't want you to think when 8 o'clock rolls around, Carter actually succeeded and got him fired. This is he was moved for the week. But so we got Peyton soloing on the cam for the next 4 hours.
So this is just for this week.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
allegedly.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks to everyone for the well wishes. Went through all the funeral stuff, eulogy stuff. I'm trying to identify who sent the box of crumble cookies yesterday. And RJ Choppy staple. They did not come with a card.
There was no sticker on the outside of the box?
Did not see a sticker.
They were supposed to.
Yeah.
You sent it?
Kristen sent them.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I posted on Facebook asking. So thank you to the Bells.
Kristen was in her head last night. She's like, he's mad. He doesn't like crumble cookies or something because we sent him and he didn't say anything. So I think we shouldn't have sent cookies. We should have sent something else.
No.
I was like, I think you're fine.
No, I posted on Facebook asking. I was like, thanks to whoever sent them. Can someone let us know?
It was Kristen.
Thank you.
They're great, aren't they?
Yes.
They're a lot.
They're a lot.
They're big.
Yeah.
But I think she got like two different kinds of mini ones or whatever because she wasn't sure which ones y'all would eat.
Yeah, they're freaking expensive.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. 6 cookies?
Yeah.
Well, only the best from us, you know.
Yes. Well, she did like Rick. If Lucius ever goes, man.
Oh, no. Yeah, but you won't be giving the eulogy at his funeral.
What'd you say?
You won't be giving the eulogy at his funeral.
That's right. That is true.
Yeah, she couldn't handle Reggie leaving town, so that'd be tough.
Trying to think.
ABB, anybody but Bobby.
That's exactly it.
Yeah, Blake. Just you already got a big fan, Blake. No.
I know. Well, never mind. I'm not even gonna make the joke. I had a joke, and I was like, probably too.
He might be too young.
It's been a decent week so far. I don't want to get in trouble.
So thanks everyone for the well wishes. Appreciate it, and thanks you guys for holding it down as well. Speaking of death, quick segue to Lou Holtz. The Notre Dame legend passing away yesterday.
Yeah, he. I guess there was rumors that he had passed about a month ago during the NFL playoffs. There was rumors that he had passed. Then yesterday, and we didn't know he'd been
probably came from the Democrats
on hospice. Probably did. It was. He's the only coach to ever take 6 programs to a bowl game.
Wow.
Which means he was a good coach, but he was also probably fired a lot.
Yeah.
It's like the 16-time world champion. I mean, you lost a lot of matches.
Yeah.
But you still won a lot.
Ali, he won it 3 times. Yeah.
Fantastic ambassador for the sport. I remember when he went to South Carolina, I was at Tennessee, and South Carolina was one of the worst programs in the country. Like, literally one of the worst. They had that quarterback with a big-ass mullet. Big, giant mullet in the late 90s. I can't remember. Was it Tannehill? It may have been Tannehill.
Ryan Tannehill had a mullet?
No, it was Steve. Was it Steve Tannehill?
Steve. I mean, that sounds like a Steve.
Tanny something or other. But, I think we have lost coaches that have a personality. He had a larger-than-life charisma personality to him. We used to have, the Dick Vitales, the Raleigh Massiminos, and... you had a lot of Luke.
Do you think that when you mentioned that last night, I was like, I wonder if there's more college football personality now.
I think there's more college football personality. Yeah, college basketball used to have a lot of personalities back in the day. Now they kind of lost a lot of that. Patino and Calipari are notwithstanding. But now it's like you got Signetti, and he's awesome. And you've got a couple of other coaches that have. Saban had a big, larger-than-life personality. Kiffin. Coach O had a big one. And Holtz is cut from that same cloth.
UConn hoops.
Yeah, Gino and Dan Hurley.
Holtz is interesting because he's a little bit like Harry Carey in that I feel like the subculture of impressions of him almost pop in my head more frequently than his actual voice does. Like, because everybody does the Harry Carey impression, which a lot of times does not sound. It's more like an impression of Will Ferrell's impression, is what like the Harry Carey impressions have become a lot of times. And it's similar. Like whenever I've heard Lou Holtz stuff, it's like none of these impressions sounded really totally like him, but everybody's got one, and you hear him.
And he goes to it wasn't even College Game Day he went on. It was like College Game Day Final. Right, it was like the after-hour show, and with like
the Golden College Game Day.
Yeah, Trevor May or whoever was on it, like Trev Alberts.
How many rings does Holtz have?
I think one with Notre Dame.
Okay,
maybe he won with Arkansas.
Yeah, I was gonna say one.
I wanted to see how quickly it came into everybody's mind to know and recognize him as a championship-winning coach or not.
Yeah.
Or it was just, the Golden Domes and Fighting Irish and the spitting and and all that stuff.
Yeah, he would have.
1988.
88, yes. I was thinking maybe Arkansas had won one, but that was much earlier.
He was 6 out of 8 years. I was looking at this. 6 out of 8 years, it looks like he was in, like he had this run where he was in either the Orange Bowl or the Fiesta Bowl.
We are in it, y'all. NFL moves are starting. And next week, of course, is free agency. One of my favorite days of the entire year is when the deals start leaking and then we start to get them officially signed. Well, moves happened yesterday. The Rams and the Chiefs agreed to the deal that we discussed here on this show over Trent McDuffie, the all-pro cornerback, goes to L.A. for a package of draft picks. Now, be the Cowboys. Because we did this little exercise in our morning show War Room. You're going to give up pick 20, okay? In this case, it was pick 29
Right.
from Los Angeles.
And they still have another one too, right?
Yeah, so the Rams had 2 first-round picks. Now Kansas City will have 2 first-round picks in giving up another cornerback, Bobby, which they like to do.
This is like their MO, like how it was always rinse and repeat with certain defensive players with Bill Belichick. Trent McDuffie now joins Marcus Peters, Charvarius Ward, L'Jarius Sneed, and likely Jalen Watson as corners that they've developed into top-end ones, and then as soon as they get ready for a contract extension, it's like, see ya. You're either traded or you can go sign somewhere else. We're not going to keep it. So they are Steve Spagnuolo, they just think is going to rinse and repeat, be able to turn corners out whenever they need.
Is that Veach? Is that their guy?
Veach is their guy, but I think a lot of that is their trust in what Spagnuolo can do with corners.
So these are two really completely opposite philosophies from organizations, right? Rams and Chiefs. Rams, like Bobby said, did this with Tyreek too. They're like, hey, we're not going to pay Tyreek, we're going to trade him. Meanwhile, F them picks over there. They've had 1 first-round pick since Dak Prescott played his first game. The Rams have selected in the first round 1 time.
Is that all? I know. I thought they had 1 extra. So they've only kept their original pick 1 time.
Yes,
I think they've acquired 1 or something.
Yeah, they drafted Goff, right, and then they trade basically. Then the next first-round pick of that, I think it was Verse.
Yeah.
Here's the deal: Trent McDuffie gets traded, and in exchange, you give up your first-round pick, number 29. The Cowboys' lowest, of course, is 20. You give up a 5th, you give up a 6th, and then automatically you're getting eliminated here because a 2027 third was also included. Now, do you want to remove a 5th or a 6th because you're giving up 20 instead of 29? So it's not a 5th, a 6th,
Right.
and a third. But did that feel a little bit too rich for something you would have wanted Dallas to do to get an all-pro cornerback to hopefully go along with the return of Deron Bland?
People felt like
And you got to pay him.
25.
Yeah, you have to pay him.
And LA's
which they
gonna pay
did.
him.
Yeah, they have to pay him. The Chiefs were in a financial situation they couldn't keep him. Everybody knew they couldn't keep him.
How?
The corner market has not been really out of control until Sauce kind of reset it and the Colts gave up everything they gave up for Sauce Gardner. But corners hadn't been going for really high draft capital in recent years. So I'm honestly kind of surprised they got a first, much less than 3 other picks. I think that's a great trade for Kansas City. Kansas City was going to have to move on regardless. To get a first, a third, and then a couple extra, that's a great trade for Kansas City.
I agree.
How do they have no money? Didn't Mahomes take a sweetheart deal?
Yeah, this is what mismanagement can do.
And restructured,
right? Yeah.
So where you at, RJ?
If the Cowboys were in the same place, and maybe they are, they're not as close as the Rams. The Rams much closer.
Yeah.
They're the next pick behind him in the draft.
You what?
I was joking. I was saying they're the next pick behind him in the draft.
Yeah, the Rams are much closer. But the Rams are in a position where, like, they know Stafford's got a year or two left. And I also think that means McVay has a year or two left. I think McVay leaves and Stafford leaves. I think he's just, like, going to just call it a day. Go home to his smoking hot wife.
Who?
McVay.
Okay.
So I think he's gonna up and leave too.
Yeah, she's smoking hot. I
didn't know who
the Rams are operating in a completely different NFL than everybody else. They're like, all right, we have a short window. We're gonna go all in, and then the owners said that's fine if we stink. After this, we need to get another ring because it's been 10 years now of this F them picks. They made 2 Super Bowls. They've won 1.
Yeah.
So yeah, the Cowboys' timeline is kind of similar.
Let's say it's 20. Along with a 4th, a 5th, and a 6th. That's a thing you don't know.
Hell no.
Okay.
Hell no.
Yeah, it makes me feel a little bit better knowing, all right, you couldn't, like, not having this, they don't have a 2nd, a 3rd, or 4th?
This year they don't have a 2nd or 3rd. They've got a
3rd. So knowing you don't have the 2nd and 3rd, that sucks overall, but it's like, okay, we couldn't have topped that.
Right.
We couldn't have beaten that. You don't like to see these deals come across and be like, why didn't we do it? Mm-hmm. So I think we're on the same page. Okay, the Rams ended up offering more. The Giants wanted to do this as well.
Yeah, that was a report. Harbaugh already getting aggressive. The Giants were out there trying to swing this deal, so they were one of the final competitors. So ultimately, they don't get him, but it does show that the Giants are definitely willing to sink resources into, like, let's win right now, the way that Harbaugh is trying to build them.
The Patriots are releasing Stephon Diggs. So he loses Cardi and his football team and a championship in about 3 weeks' time.
What a month. What a month for Diggs.
How will he ever recover? Probably at a party at Estella's. As the Patriots apparently went to some place. I don't know if Diggs was there, but there was like 20 or 30 players.
He was there.
I love the police report that Bobby sent. The employees at Estella's told police they were not aware of the hookahs or any type of smoking and said that there were apparently 2 or 3 new dancers at this event as well, and a bunch of dollar bills on the floor.
Bunch of ones all over the floor.
Well, what they told the police is someone accidentally dropped all the cash when the police.
Oh no!
When the cops arrived, so the cops walked in. They were so scared. Everyone was just, for some reason, randomly holding all the number 1s, which nobody carries 1s or cash anymore.
No.
And the cops walked in and they went, "Oh my God!" And all the dollar bills fell to the ground.
Hey, this is why if everybody just gets their story straight, what do you do? As absurd as it sounds, if we're all saying everybody just happened to drop them, nobody was doing anything. Yeah. What are you gonna do? You can't prove anything else. This is what it. But I mean, this is.
I mean, they might have security cameras, but then again, they might not.
Is this a little? I mean, I guess everybody goes out and celebrates, so I don't know what levels it would be. But doesn't the, like, let's go out and just, like, shut down this bar and strippers and throw ones, or doesn't that sound like let's do that after we win the Super Bowl rather than, like, we just won the AFC title game?
Well, Cardi had a Super Bowl party planned. Then I guess she saw Stephon's, one of his baby mamas, at the game, and she was ticked off, and that basically ended things. So Stephon Diggs is going to be without a football team.
Which is weird because, I mean, it's not weird. Stephon Diggs is a lot to handle. But, I mean, didn't everybody kind of feel like, all right, this is the Stephon Diggs resurgence a little bit? Like, he's kind of back. He's bounced back from the injury. He's managed to collect himself and get on the football field for the Patriots all this season and was a legit contributor.
Who would you go after first, Diggs or Tyreek?
Stephon.
Really?
Yep.
Because of the injury?
I mean, they're both going to be headaches, and one of them is playing well still. Tyreek has not played well.
Yeah, but if you told me someone came back and had a real pop year, it's going to be Tyreek.
But I don't know, because how does it, like, the way Tyreek wins? Tyreek's always won with speed. And, like, if he's losing a step, which it looks like he is, like, Diggs has always won with he is one of the cleanest route runners in football. And that tends to age well.
That's the way we start off the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ as we try to get you to the weekend as quickly as possible here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Eagles ticket giveaway in the 7 o'clock commercial-free expressway. Brandon Aubrey speaks, and Dak Prescott says we're about to make that jump. Inside the Star after this.
After we save you some money, Base Power, boys and girls, basepowercompany.com/thefan. Sean and I switched over. I'm saving 15%. He's saving 20%. I got people asking me, hey, is this legit? Yeah, man, it is. It comes with a built-in backup power battery, so you never lose power, ever, even when the grid goes down.
Get started at Amazon.com/hub delivery.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Stars on 105.3 The Fan.
And we do it on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys. You are not going to get the breaking news, the trades, the free agent coverage anywhere else like right here on DFW Sports Station, in my opinion. Sean Schrafe, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, along with Peyton Phillip Russell. The payload is coming up at 6:40. We have an Eagles ticket giveaway in the 7 o'clock expressway. Got Cowboy audio out of nowhere yesterday as Dak Prescott and Brandon Aubrey were speaking at charity events. And you know what? Let's start off with the kicker. Let's start off with Brandon Aubrey talking about his contract status.
Don't really have much going at the moment. Just sitting around waiting. So obviously the tender is what the Cowboys have talked about, and it's a good problem to have. It's a good amount of money. It's a big pay raise for me from before, but it's not the ideal for any player. So we'll see what happens. Excited to be in this position. It's an opportunity for me just to be in this position. So thank you for that.
Yeah, it is not a great position for him to be in, because with the Cowboys, to me, the tug of war here is, hey, we really got you by the stones, right? Like, you're a kicker. This is not Micah Parsons. This is not Dak Prescott. If they really wanted, like, the best, no doubt about it, move for the Cowboys is second-round tender. I'm paying him $5 million in change, and if someone wants to pay him that, I get a second-round pick for a kicker. Yes, sign me up. How much do you weigh an unhappy kicker screwing over your season? Again, it's not the same as Micah Parsons with a podcast and a bigger name and profile, or your quarterback or your wide receiver. So Brandon's got to decide. Do I take this $6.5 million offer, whatever it is, that has me beat Bucker barely, versus fighting for the 8 or 10 that he's reportedly asked for, or play under the tender and see if another team tries to come and get me to give me the contract that I want? How much noise do I make with this, to me, a sucky situation? Yeah, I don't care about your price. He's trying to be political here, right, in terms of it's a nice pay increase, nice pay jump. Screw all that. We know he's worth more than the tender. So what do you do if
Bobby doesn't?
If you're Todd France?
No, I think he's worth it. I wouldn't be the one to. I wouldn't be the one to give him what he's worth.
Man, obviously, outside of the football, a lot of this depends on his own personal situation. Right? Does he want to stay where he is? Does he is $5.5 million or $5.75 here worth more than 7 or 8 somewhere else? Would he rather uproot his family? I know he's got a good spot where he lives. So obviously, all that plays into it.
But I know he's got a really good spot where he lives.
Yeah.
I get daily stalker reports.
Yeah.
I get daily stalker reports on Brandon.
We get he's on the field kicking. He's on the practice field, on the middle school field kicking right now.
He just wants it more.
He does. But if you're Brandon Aubrey, you want to reset the market. Like, that's the goal, right? That's the goal for all these players.
Cowboys have offered him that reset.
They have. Is it? And you got to look at it. Like a quarterback going from $55 to $60 million, percentage-wise, what is the jump for going from $6 million to $8 million? I think the $6 to $8 million is a much bigger jump.
That's a 33% jump. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, versus $55 to $60 million. That's a much smaller cap percentage jump. I think he's got to look at it closer like that.
Yeah, I mean,
is France allowed to call around right now to the other teams? And he is, right?
He can't now. He can once free agency starts.
Okay.
But I'm sure he's kicked it around.
Hey, we got a kicker from Notre Dame.
Yeah. And so they've. I'm
that
sure
Lou Holtz, pour that Lou Holtz sympathy on it.
I'm sure he's getting some level of reports back to him about who would be interested. But what he's faced with, is if they slap the second-round tender on him and nobody wants to give up a second and pay, then if he doesn't get an extension done, he's making like $5.5 million next year. And so it's like, all right, well, do you want $5.5 million or do you want to reset the market and make $6.5 million? And I think they would probably say they would just, my guess, I don't know this, my guess is they would play on the tender. Because they'd be like, well, fine, I'll play on the tender and then reach the market to get my 12, but I'm not just locking in with y'all at $1 million more. I'm not doing that and taking away my value.
Right. Adam Schefter on the Adam Schefter podcast says he thinks the number could be 12.
I think this is one of the most least talked about, interesting, intriguing free agent storylines that are out there. Brandon Aubrey, to me, has turned into one of the great weapons in the game. But Brandon Aubrey is going to get tendered. And if the Dallas Cowboys offer him a second-round tender, I don't know what the price of that is exactly. I have to go see. But if you're a team that's out there, wouldn't it make sense to go pay Brandon Aubrey? The highest paid kicker right now is at about $6.5 million. I believe it's Harrison Butker. What would you be willing to pay a guy who made a difference in every single game? Is that worth $8 million, $10 million, $12 million? What is it worth to you?
This is where the Cowboys and that Jones connection needs to reach out and ask Adam, do you know that someone would pay 12? Do you know that someone would give up a second?
Right.
Because this is how these agent relationships work. Right, get the feedback from Adam.
Mm-hmm.
Adam can take it back to another team and play the in between.
Yeah, there was that article. I can't remember who had it. There was that article on Schefter, like following him around. How I can't remember. This was like probably like 5 years ago, 6 years ago. But he was talking about some player calling him and him being like, "All right, here's the market. Here's what people like." He's this information broker, and that's how a lot of teams use it. We joke about it, but I mean it's legitimate. Like Jay Glazer got Mike McCarthy hired here. Like those big national insiders do have a ton of influence over how things move.
And maybe the Cowboys just go, look, we're going to stick the tender on you. We're going to pay you the 5 and change. And Todd France goes, okay, enough with the $10 million bluff. If that's what it is, let's just do this for 8. And then we settle at 8.
Settle.
And move forward.
Because nobody, I mean, having him play in the tender, I mean, it's fair. It's within the rules. I think even the Cowboys, all right, that's a little dirty.
Yeah.
You're doing them dirty.
Yep.
It's within the rules. It's fair game. The players agreed to it.
I don't think they're worried about
they're
negotiating tactics with Todd France.
That's the other thing I was wondering.
They feel like you've handled separate negotiations with us in a really aggressive, like use every tool sort of way. We're well within reason to slap this on him and say he's going to play on that.
I was wondering how much like payback and carryover could be, even though it's not supposed to.
Right, because it's not, Brandon Aubrey.
He didn't do anything.
He didn't do anything wrong. Like you have a limited. There's not. I mean, how many agents are there? I mean, there's a lot, but like, how many real agents are there?
Like power agents, there's going to be like real notable ones, probably like 5 that are considered like industry-wide super.
Every
powerful.
single one of them has hacked a team off. Mm-hmm. That's their job. It's their job too. Like it's not Bryce Harper's fault that Scott Boras had a bad negotiation with Pete Alonso or whatever, right? It shouldn't affect the other
different.
players.
I've said it before. There was a player about 7, 8 years ago, who had asked the Cowboys for like a recommendation because they were going to switch agents, and they were told by somebody in the organization, "We don't care who you pick, just anybody but Todd France."
Who do you think they prefer to deal with more, France or Mulugeta?
Well, they didn't really even deal with Mulugeta, did they? They just
I think on tactics, David. On potential results, maybe Todd. But, I mean, they're both athletes' first juggernauts.
Dak Prescott was speaking at a charity event, and Todd France's quarterback client was asked, are you excited with all this hype over Jerry possibly spending big?
Heck yeah, most definitely, especially what is it said, no projects or whatever. We need guys now to play. Yeah, no red shirts or whatever. Yeah, I mean, we got a coach in the second year. We know we had some ups and downs and shone some good moments last year, and this is the year that you make a big jump, and getting big time players who can help immediately is a key part of it.
This is the year we make the big jump. I do my typical eye roll. Dak says that every single offseason, but the thing that jumped out to him was no more red shirt draft picks. And speaking of the Cowboy money, they did get under the $301 million cap yesterday by restructuring Dak, CeeDee Lamb, and Tyler Smith. They were nearly $55 million over, but they restructured, clearing around $66 million, according to the great Todd Archer. Except for deli selection.
We said something. You kind of liked the sandwich the second time.
Yeah.
Just not the soup. We had talked about this a little bit yesterday, but anybody who hears that and goes, oh my gosh, thank God you had this. Like, what if you didn't have this and you'd be screwed on the cap? They have managed their cap to be in a position to where they would flip that switch.
Everyone does.
Yeah. These are built in.
Except Kansas City, apparently.
They're built-in logistical triggers that they have in there because they want to set this up. So this wasn't like some panic move. This is what they do. This is how they shift around their money. The question now is, how many more do you want to flip and potentially set up some real tough cap decisions in about 3 years in the name of opening up a window?
So right now they have, all I want to know is, what can you spend? 10?
Absolutely right now, or once they're done with everything they can free up. Right now it's a few million. They're just getting cap compliant right now.
And when it opens, what do you think they'll have?
They can get up to like 40. I imagine they'll probably be like 30. But I don't want. Again, we talked about this. When you hear 30, that does not mean, well, if you sign somebody who makes $15 million annually,
15's
that's
gone.
15 right there. No, that cap number is probably going to be like 5. So you got to think of it more in terms of cap numbers and what they can fit under.
Kevin Hagelin said, I thought it was a very interesting point. Kevin Hagelin moaned, or whatever that voice is.
He was moaning during crosstalk yesterday.
What happened?
Man, he was groaning. Moaning and groaning.
Why?
He did not like, so I guess they went into the clubhouse. They had locker room availability, clubhouse availability at 7 a.m. usually. And he was not happy with his performance.
Oh, beating himself up.
Yeah.
We just tried to ask him about the NBA on NBC game, the throwback game everybody loved, and he's like, didn't like it. It's like, why? He goes, why do y'all want me to like it so bad? It's like, okay, chill out, bro.
Relax,
God, I got to let you know how much I care. Hagelin took a sentence from Jerry's Combine interview, and we didn't really focus on it. When Jerry said, I want you to know that the only way for to push more is for me to go borrow some of my future, okay? Expect me to go borrow some of my future.
Yep.
What is that about?
It flip switches and do things that you're putting we were talking about this yesterday. You're buying new furniture on credit and you're shuffling around some debt where it's like, there's going to come a day we're going to have to pay the piper, but that's future Jerry's problem. Right now, it's free money. So this is them attempting to. We talk about certain teams being in windows. This is the Cowboys trying to open one.
Inside the Star, on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys, with the best Cowboys insider on radio, at least. Here on Sean and RJ.
I was just going to do that.
Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We got Eagles tickets to hook you up with in the 7 o'clock hour, but it's the payload next with Fat Jokes and Burger Wars. Peyton has it right here on 105.3 The Fan. But let me go ahead and get you on over to GimmeTheVin.com. They want to buy your car.
Instead, turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've gotten more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic.
Awful.
I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is Thursday, 6:40. RJ, it is time for the payload every single Thursday at this time. And guys, we start off with a little battle here. It is Stephen A. Smith versus Zion Williamson once again. And Stephen A. Smith, he was fantastic with you guys on Radio Row San Francisco about a month ago, a little over a month ago. But he continues to be dug into the fat jokes of Zion. Stephen A. was on First Take the other day, and he did not hold back, going off for about a minute here about Zion's weight issues.
You got people that are alcoholics. You got people that are drug addicts and stuff like that. What was Zion's problem? Food addict. Yeah. The joke was everybody in New Orleans, they cooked. It could be everybody from a restaurant, a chef, to your grandmama. All right? Anybody that cooked knew about Zion Williamson. And he knew them. They were on a first name basis because that brother ate a lot. Okay? You even had rumors, and literally, I'm here thinking it was a joke, and somebody told me to go on the air and point out how he got busted hiding food under his bed. This is the kind of stuff that was happening.
There's no way he was hiding food under the bed.
Oh,
right?
oh God!
I think there is.
With somebody
like
with
a bag of
addiction.
chips or something.
You've never lived with somebody with food addiction.
I would do it.
Goodness.
Yeah.
I would do it in college when I had my own bedroom, and you walk in. I'm living with 5 different people.
Yeah.
Well,
and I'm like, I do not want to sit here and share my food. So I'll go in my bedroom by myself and sit in there. And then you wake up and there's a leftover.
There's this TikTok going viral.
Not hiding it to like store it.
Yeah, no,
I'm going in there to eat.
Keep it to myself.
And there's a leftover.
There's a TikTok going viral right now of this mom. It's a video she sent to her group chat, and like one of the daughters posted, the adult daughters. They're like, our mom just sent us this, like just dunking on us, where she showed them like, this is the secret can I've been hiding the last Diet Coke in every year because I knew you guys always take them, and I want to know that there's one left just for me. And so she hid in a little can of Panko's breadcrumbs.
Dang. My father-in-law hides sweets. Sorry, Rudy, for blowing up your spot.
Yet, Rowdy?
But correct me if I'm wrong. To me, I haven't been totally on top of everything the past couple of days, but Zion sat down with ESPN, kind of give like a perspective interview, like kind of looking back on things, the tougher times that I had. And he was like, people were going after my weight. So I think Stephen A. was commenting.
Right.
Because I was like, is Zion fat again? I don't think he's fat again. So
I don't think he's fat again either.
Stephen A. was kind of going back and retelling the Zion story. And then this blew up to what? Stephen A. against the Pelicans organization and Twitter?
Yeah, I think RJ sent this audio.
Yeah.
He goes after the Pelicans here as well.
Well, hang on. So so there were some comments.
Yeah.
And then the Pelicans clap back with "Stick to solitaire, Steven." And then it's a video montage.
It was an amazing video
of him, his first pitch, him shooting a line drive air ball at the bottom of the net, him with his face superimposed over Wilt's body, holding the 100, but it says 1.5, which was his points per game in college. And then, so then Stephen A. responds on social media, and he goes, "All right, that's what you got. Okay, it's coming. Here is the next thing," and then he goes back on TV and goes at him again.
I'm at the top of the heap in this profession.
Oh, baby.
And getting paid for it, by the way. Oh. And by the way, my popularity is more than anybody you got on your team outside of Zion Williamson. Again, not throwing any shade on the players, just giving you facts. Why am I bringing all of these things up, New Orleans Pelicans? Because you can't about you. We are approaching the tail end of the season. We are in the month of March. Nearly 65 games have been played, and you're still searching for your 20th victory. Y'all are horrible. You've been horrible. Not the city with those wonderful fans, not the city with those wonderful restaurants, not the city with those wonderful people, just the organization that refuses to represent them the way that they should be represented because y'all have been trash. That is the reality of the situation.
He's out for blood, man. Gosh.
What's the worst food city in the NBA? Is that the what? Like, is that if you were gonna just base it off of like we got to keep Zion away from the restaurants? Like, what team should he play
I can't imagine the food.
Sacramento?
Sacramento's got to be up there. Utah? Like, what is Utah food known for?
Yeah, I just feel like that's like probably water and sourdough or something.
I feel like Utah's blowing up, though.
And that's not what you want from Zion. You don't want him blowing up.
Orlando, Miami, Charlotte.
Cleveland, I don't think of as like a great food city.
Yeah, but I think like just
I think
curds,
the Italian food's probably good in Cleveland.
Sacramento feels like
Milwaukee.
So Milwaukee, you're running into
your brats,
the
you
beer,
got sausage left and right, the beer.
Toronto's got to be up there.
Sacramento, no, Toronto's supposed to be like a really good food city, isn't it?
We were just in Indy.
Yeah, Indy. I mean, steak.
protein.
I mean, you get lean protein in some of those fillets.
Probably OKC or Sacramento. Sacramento and OKC, although OKC's like a major city. Sacramento feels like sort of rural, and like I don't know of anything they're known for.
I don't either. They're close to Tahoe.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, maybe Zion will like this next story here. It is the Payload every single Thursday at this time. We have burger wars going on right now. The CEO of McDonald's, Chris Kempczinski, was the latest victim of being bullied on the internet. He filmed himself eating the new Big Arch burger out there. You know, he just advertised them. They have it at McDonald's. They recently released it just in the United States right now, maybe internationally later, but right now it's in the U.S. And he's just filming himself, you know, for the advertisement, you know, putting himself out there. And he was mocked because when he took a bite of his burger, he just took a little nibble of it.
It's the smallest bite.
Is that first bite supposed to be the biggest?
The first bite has to be, to me, my goal on that first bite is to eat at least 25% of the burger.
Amanda gets on me. She did it again yesterday. She's like, you can never take a medium bite. You can never take a medium bite. Oh. And I'm like, it was a crab rangoon, right? Uh-huh. And a crab rangoon is like that little pocket of the stuffing of the crab.
You the whole thing, right?
You gotta get, I don't want to eat, and it was blazing hot, so I should have waited for it, number one. But I'm not gonna eat half of it and burn myself even more. I'd rather eat the whole thing and then do the mouth juggle to cool it down with the saliva. Yeah, you do whatever you can inside the mouth versus bite half of it.
Always do whatever you can there.
But I guarantee you, like, if you slow-mo filmed, at least me and you, it's like a dinosaur going in for it.
So when you eat an Oreo, it's the whole thing, right?
No.
When you take bites?
Half.
Oh, you split it?
You open it up?
I'm not three.
You pop a whole Oreo in your mouth.
You pop the whole thing
or you twist it off.
No. I eat half.
I go half.
And then I eat the other half.
And then I take
2 bites.
I feel that's a little,
it's like eating a Kit Kat, just picking up a Kit Kat to me. Like a little bit. I don't think that works. Were you going to get to the McDonald's social media post on this part, Peyton?
No, go ahead.
They went super viral because after this, they were trying to poke fun at themselves a little bit. So they posted a photo of it and they said, "Take a bite of our new product." And so they're being like very cold. It's got 30 million views already in 2 days. And then they said, somebody quote tweeted, they got dunked on though in the process because when they said, "Take a bite of our new product," since the guy was acting so tight about it, somebody quote tweeted and said they legally can't call it meat at McDonald's, so they have to refer to it as their product.
I mean, it was a small bite, and in the video, his fries magically filled up in the middle of the video.
But I'm jealous of people who can take those small bites. Like,
yeah, I am too.
Like, I would never want to be filmed eating.
Oh no, I'm.
You know what I mean?
We're animals.
And then chewing my mouth open.
Yeah, we're animals.
The sounds and everything.
I've still got a screenshot of you eating a corn dog at the State Fair of Texas that I keep on.
Now that was one swallow.
Yeah, I could tell.
So people laughed at him for not taking a bigger bite. But this is how the burger war started here, because the CEO of Burger King then hopped on the trend and he recorded himself taking a big bite of the Whopper. He was like, "Oh, this is just as amazing. This is how you take a bite of a burger." Then the CEO of Wendy's hopped on the trend as well, said, "Let me have some of the action." So he put a video out there of himself eating a burger with a Frosty. He went with the Frosty. He went the fries dipped in the Frosty, which I never got on. I couldn't do that.
Me neither. This is great advertising. We always talk about that saying and motto motto. There's no such thing as bad advertising. This is great because now everyone and their mama is going to go around and film themselves doing the big bite of the McDonald's Arch Burger. Is McDonald's running out of money for advertising? Because you're supposed to get a star or celebrity.
Yeah, not your CEO.
Not your nerdy CEO. Are they running low on funds there? An advertising budget?
Maybe this was the whole point. Maybe it's, hey, you do this, we're going to go viral. It's like one of those anti-marketing campaigns where you make it go viral for the wrong reason.
Christian Parker, Travis Hill at Whataburger to go ahead and do the slow-mo first bite of that monster. Christian Parker dropping the Whataburger with us in Indianapolis.
He's a big fan of that spicy ketchup, man.
So this is something that I think we need Eric to do. We bully Eric. He'll do it out there in Arizona or whatever.
He was crushing bratwursts while apologizing to us for cursing while calling in.
Yeah.
Guys, last story here. We go to Georgia, which
then Kevin Hagelin picking a chicken wing that wasn't touching the other chicken wings. Man, this cat
That's
is
something I would do.
a weird dude.
And I do expect Whataburger to hop on this trend anytime now. They'll wipe the floor with these fools. But all right, guys, we go to Georgia with our last story here. The police are busy once again in Georgia, and it's not because of the Georgia football players, but instead the parents of elementary kids. A kid was sent to school with a lunchbox with what you would assume to be an appropriate lunch for kid. A little sandwich, cookie here and there, napkins, whatever, water or a Gatorade. And there was a sandwich, bag of chips, a cookie, and also a can of lemon drop martini. Maybe the parents saw the word lemon on the front, but, of course, the parents said it was just an honest mistake here, but the box was compromised. They were like, the teachers were thinking, you know what, I don't think they need a martini here this early in the morning. So a note was sent out to all the parents there, but Georgia parents, got to be better.
Okay, Georgia, so I was going to say, maybe this is that Louisiana mayor you were talking about yesterday. Just maybe the kid wants a lemon drop.
Maybe this is why the Georgia football team keeps driving and getting busted like Myles Garrett with ticket number 9 speeding. I can defend the parents on this. I think of the Cutwater that I brought to your house.
Yeah.
And just how easily mistakable those seltzer cans can be.
Yes.
You're grabbing like a little seltzer, like a little can.
Is it those high noon cans, the little like the blue and yellow ones? Those are the ones that it took me a long time to realize that was alcohol. Like I thought they were just energy drinks or something.
I mean, like what if you have like a bag of, you want to give your kids some Sour Patch Kids, but you have a bag of Stone Patch right next to it?
Is that weed gummy?
Yeah, you accidentally give them that. Like it's an honest mistake.
I didn't buy them, but the people that I went to Broken Bow with came back, and they had a bag of gummies. It was like Fireball gummies. No one knows what happened to the bag. Completely disappeared. I still think it was oldest daughter who took them, but never appeared. Gone.
No one confessed.
You got to be like just tearing up that room. Bedroom.
Does she know the concept of lying yet?
Who?
Ava.
No.
It hasn't hit yet? Okay. You're probably about a year away from it. And they will be...
A year?
Yeah. Oh, 3? Yeah, you start getting sad.
2 in May.
Who drew on this wall? I don't know. Laura told us at 3 years old. I said, who drew on this wall? And Laura said, I think it was an invisible guy. They will lie about anything.
It's The Payload with Philip Russell every Thursday at this time, putting up the biggest numbers in the 6 a.m. club here on Sean and RJ. It's not just the Cowboys moves that we're talking about. The Dallas Stars have made a trade as well. Choppy has it for you along with an Eagles ticket giveaway after this. And this is the Tolo team of attorneys. Y'all,
Nation.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The Max Crosby noise is getting louder for the Cowboys. That is at 7:20 in the commercial-free expressway, along with an Eagles concert ticket giveaway, 7 o'clock and 9 o'clock hours. Sean, RJ, and Bobby back together again. Thank you to Nick Harris for filling in yesterday. And thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. DFW Sports Station, the Neighborhood Watch at 7:40. The Dallas Stars making a move themselves.
Yes, they are. The Dallas Stars saving good Americans from Canada one at a time, bringing one of our boys home.
Let's talk hockey.
Bringing a Texan home.
Yes. He grew up in Calgary, as they would say.
Yeah, but he's born in Houston.
He's born here. That's all that matters. That's all that matters.
You know the 2030 men's Olympic gold medal favorite?
Do I know who it is?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if they would allow Russia back in, maybe it would be them, but...
Russia's on the board.
Are they really?
Yeah.
Let's go with USA.
It is the USA at 2-1. The Canada, Sweden, Finland, and Russia.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I would like Russia to get back in. Could be good. Makes for good hockey. It makes for good hockey.
Would like Russia to get back in. Of course, you would like Russia to get back in.
I care about my entertainment. That's what I care about. But Tyler Myers, big body, 6'8", just a massive human.
It's a huge guy.
It's a huge guy, and you pair him with Bischel. I mean, he is going to create some havoc. So the Stars sent a second-round pick to Vancouver.
And a fourth.
And they get Myers in return. I asked my buddy who's got a cousin.
36.
36. So, you're not getting him for 10 years. So you're not looking for that. He's got another year on his deal left. So I asked my buddy who's got a cousin in the league, and he said, big guy, slow, gets in the way, can't fight, LOL.
6'8", can't fight?
Not for 6'8", right? He's like, that's kind of known around the... But you got to ask him to fight. You don't care. You don't get points for fighting. Not necessarily.
Right.
I mean, you could. You get,
street cred points.
Street cred.
Street points.
But big body, he's going to get in the way, going to block a lot of shots. Let's go. And by the way, because people are already bringing this up on the fan text that they didn't like the trade idea that we played yesterday from Spit and Chicklets. Your boy Wolchuk said, do the trade too. He said he's all about the trade. Huh?
Your boy Wolchuk.
He's not my boy.
Not my boy. You non-hockey knowers. You non-knowers of ice.
Grim Reapma said he wouldn't do it.
Well, that makes me even more want to know and want to have this.
For Jason.
For Robertson, yeah.
Fantex was crushing Chop yesterday for saying he'd do it. And Chop stood in there like it's the meme from Game of Thrones, like pulling back the sword.
Early on. And then, like I said, the people like me who are meatheads.
So is Robo for Kachuk.
Yeah, and you might have to give up more than right. I don't know. Because, I mean...
It's hard to take them seriously, though, when they spent the entire segment calling him Robinson. So
yeah, they did. And these are hockey guys.
Did he catch more heat for the Stars trade proposal or UNT, college football playoff?
Oh, no, UNT.
UNT was a greater volume. The Stars trade was a greater percentage. Because he had people defending him on UNT.
So I got an update from Vegas and Bet Online on the point totals of teams who are surprising.
Mm-hmm.
Those who have overachieved and those who have underachieved. The Pittsburgh Penguins are plus 21 in terms of where they were projected to start the year. Colorado plus 17, Red Wings plus 15, Bruins and the Sharks plus 14. These teams decreased the most. The Canucks minus 25.
Canucks.
The Rangers, Blues, Jets, Devils, and the Dallas Stars plus 2. So on October 1st, their point total is projected. The over-under is 105.5. February 23rd, 107.5. And now they are on that 10-game winning streak.
Yeah, they're red hot, and they have really closed the gap on Colorado. I got to say, you mentioned Pittsburgh. Sidney Crosby.
He's got gray.
He's got gray.
He's got gray speckle. And how old does that make you feel? It makes me feel good because I've somehow still avoided the gray in the hair. I have it in the facial hair.
Yeah, you can't be Sid the Kid anymore.
No.
Right. He's got a great head of hair. Full head. Very full head. But, man, so he's hurt, obviously, knee, hurt in the Olympics. I saw a video of him the other day for free at the Penguins
video?
The Penguins Youth Academy taping up sticks for the kids.
Yeah.
Man, like that's all-time dude. That's an all-time dude right there.
Our Rangers spring training coverage is brought to you by ASCO Equipment, Mercedes-Benz of Plano, the on-time expert, Zero Res, and Best Buy Windows and Siding. And apparently the nosebleeds on the G-Bag Nation doing what Kevin Hagelin could not.
Yeah, they've been crushing it in their clubhouse interviews, and I get a look at all of them. I hear every second of them because, of course, Eric sends them to me. He's like, "Can you cut these up for me, please?" And so I get them chopped up, and I get to listen through to them. And there's been some definite gold there. So I've got a couple of these clips that we can play from stuff they've done already. This is Mark Church. And Mark Church last year was probably their best interview. Played along with them for all the goofy bits they like to do. He was great. He was not as happy to see the nosebleeds this year.
No.
Did you get bad feedback?
Yeah.
You did?
Wait,
what happened last year?
Nah, y'all just trolled me. So I guess some of my friends seen the video, and then y'all got me with I was rubbing my nipple in the thing, and I wasn't, but y'all said, yeah, that was y'all.
Wait, we did I didn't even know about. I don't even remember that nipple, bro.
He's rubbing himself. Yeah.
It opened up with the he's got a weird nipple fetish, and I apologize.
I'm sorry about that, dude.
I thought it was the joke. You told me the team that you told
These are the trolls.
The DNA.
I gotta get y'all. How are y'all allowed in the clubhouse? How'd y'all do this?
It's a fair question, Mark.
This is no way. Y'all caught me off guard so bad last year. I'm like, no way they're allowed, even in the vicinity of the clubhouse.
Have you just been thinking about this for the last year?
Y'all got me. Yeah. I was like, when I see them again, I'm gonna be the troll. 'Cause I'm always the troll.
Yeah.
Nobody ever trolls me, but y'all caught me by surprise.
And I didn't put it in there, but at the end of the interview, Eric's like trying to get him, and he goes like, "Hey, what's it like to see a not as fat Jock Peterson walking around the club?" Wow. And then Mark Church goes, "See, this is what I'm saying," and then he walks away. So Mark Church had fun with it. One guy who did not know, and Eric was stressed about this one. He's like, "I don't know how this interview went." He's like, it was the first one he sent over, and it was Patrick Murphy, and I can tell you how it went. It didn't go well. And he should have known just based off the first question he asked. But this is just a quick snippet, a cut up of their interview with Patrick Murphy, who was completely weirded out by the nosebleeds.
Here we go. Conversation number one. We welcome in Patrick Murphy. Just got a vibe about you, dude. I just felt like I need to shoot that shot right now.
Thank you. Good shot.
How you doing?
Not too bad. How are you?
Feeling great, man. Oh, how about all the Guthrie stuff? Is it weird, like, doing baseball when we feel like we should be trying to save a hostage situation that's right around here?
So good, man. Come on. It's so...
I was like, Jeremy Guthrie?
No.
Whoa.
No, it's so amazing.
Like, when there's a hostage situation around here in Arizona, should we just...
I mean, it's like 3 hours away, but sure, whatever.
I'm surprised. Dang!
Oh, how about all the Guthrie stuff? Is it weird, like, doing baseball when we feel like we should be trying to save a hostage situation that's right around here?
I'm not going to talk on that.
What's the pushiest fan experience you've
Hang on,
ever
stop. Okay.
Talk on that. That's
abort. You edited this. What was the pause? Like,
no, he immediately talked.
He immediately.
There was no pause on that.
No, but after that, with the transition to the next question,
Eric immediately goes like, he fills the gap with just some stammering, but yeah, I cut ahead to a Wolchuk question.
And you're the only one still following this. There's gloves or something found.
Yes, they found a pair of gloves.
Do they fit?
Yeah, that's a good question. They found them. They didn't look. I guess they didn't look right away, and they belonged to a maintenance person from the house across the street. And I could not think of any worse luck in the world than to have your DNA or your gloves at the scene of a crime that you had nothing to do with. Now, maybe you had something to do with it.
Yeah.
Right. So
why is that person not a suspect?
Well, I don't know.
They went through. They cleared whoever it was. Yeah. They're like, yeah, this is not related to the.
But I mean, could you imagine, like, oh, sir, your gloves were at the scene of this crime. And if you had nothing to do with it, the panic that sets in, like, oh, man, I'm being railroaded here. Uh-oh.
What's the pushiest fan experience you've ever had?
Was it Miss Price?
Has anybody put your phone in book buying mode before?
No. But you were cordial with that lady, weren't you? You guys. I'm good. How about the Olympics? Did you do any Winter Olympics, like the double dude luge?
Oh, no, didn't do any of that.
I was reading some stuff about you, about the off-season stuff. Like, what do you think helps you more in the season in terms of what you do in the off-season? Is it the perineum sunning, or is it the LARPing that you like to do to stay in shape? The sword fighting kind of with the bros.
Probably the, what was the first one?
The perineum sunning. Do you go?
You get sun.
Do you go on all fours with that, or do you hike them back?
I'm good on that one. I'm good on that one.
Well, I know that Arizona sun is strong.
So they say.
Patrick does not look like he has. I'm facial profiling here. He doesn't look like he's going to go along with this stuff.
No.
Did he know? There's no way he knows who Miss Price is.
No. And I'll tell you somebody else who doesn't know who Miss Price is. Cam Cauley, who was utterly confused when Eric and Zach are still trying to spit on everybody. They try to get them involved on Miss Price.
Have you dealt with any like weird pushy fan experiences yet?
Was it Miss Price?
No, nobody really. No.
You was ever like taking your phone and put it in like a buying mode of any kind?
Buying mode. And...
No, what?
Yeah,
I heard that once too.
Before?
Yeah,
one guy.
Wait, what?
But he was cordial with the lady, so we don't.
His name's Brian Broaddus. The Rangers released him, brought him back. I don't know if you've gotten to meet him yet, but if he was like complaining about fans, that's not a good look. Like, what advice would you give to him?
He was one of your teammates at one point, briefly.
I mean, the fans are great, so I mean, they can't do anything wrong. I don't think.
Right? Yeah,
exactly. He's probably not a guy you want to hang out with.
Yeah. Okay. I'll hang out with him if he's a nice guy.
He's really he'll cook for you.
He's crusty. He's got like a bunion, and
have you ever had gout?
Fights gout a little bit.
Oh, what is that?
Okay, don't worry about it.
You're too young for that, Cam. You don't have to worry about that yet.
I don't know what that is.
She was like incredibly pushy.
Totally confused.
Incredibly pushy.
And then, so everybody's super uncomfortable with them except one person. And this is the last clip. Tyler Alexander, South Lake legend, loved every bit of the quite uncomfortable questioning from Eric Chiafalo.
Do you wear jock straps anymore? Is that kind of not a thing?
Catchers do.
Okay, they need to.
Yeah, other than that, probably not.
Okay.
Most of those guys are just catchers on the field.
Yeah, sure.
100%.
Yeah.
I would hope.
I read a lot about you, dude. You do the perineum sunning to keep the T levels up. You do a little bit of LARPing with the boys with a little sword fight action.
Interesting.
Stay in shape. I mean,
you didn't think that got out, did you?
Who? Yeah. I wonder. That's funny. Our fantasy football punishment this year was a 2-day reenactment of a Civil War battle. So fortunately, I didn't lose. But that you brought up LARPing, so yeah.
So that
I knew there was some LARPing in your background.
What did that entail? The full-on costume, and you got
full-on outfit.
Wow.
So fortunately, I didn't lose, but our loser did have to go. He was a part of the artillery.
Well, you've been a huge addition to the clubhouse. I mean, just talking to the guys here and some of your teammates, like they're talking about your leadership. Like they're kind of like from a football standpoint, like a Michael Sam, Carl Nassif. Like you got that incredible quality about you.
Yeah.
Talk about catchers and pitchers,
So Tyler Alexander loved it. So
That's
very good stuff.
Yeah, it sounds like a dream for you. A Civil War reenactment punishment.
You know, I don't find the Civil War to be as romantic as the Revolutionary War.
Yeah.
You know, fighting your neighbor.
What is perennial sunning? Or
It's the in between area. Some people refer to as the taint. It's the sunning.
It's the
exposure.
It's further back.
Well, no, that's what it's about. But like Eric's using that word for it. But no, it's the butt sunning.
That's amazing. Yeah. That is absolutely fantastic. The nosebleeds representing for the G Bag Nation, brought to you by ASCO Equipment for the rest of the weekend surprise.
And let's play Kevin Hagelin's clip from yesterday in the clubhouse.
Oh no!
Tantrum. Oh, sorry. All the good gas. The Max Crosby noise is getting louder. Are you happy about it? Commercial free in the expressway on the home of the Cowboys next.
But let's save you some money on your property taxes with
105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
What did you just attempt right there?
Wywo, while you were out.
He tried to just quickly blow through it. And he's like, Wyro. Sounded like Waymo. Wyro.
Wywo.
Wywo. Okay.
Yeah. He does this occasionally. He'll drop an acronym or a saying, and then he'll do it during a break, and then he'll just pull the pin out of the grenade and throw it and just be like, did it land? Did it hit? And
yeah, what if I text
He just wants to know if he can use it again.
What if I text that?
We shot it down.
What if I put that in text? If you know, IYKYK.
I think that's fine in text. Yeah. While you were out.
If people used it commonly, but no, if he's gonna set a baseline of
real job.
Where are you getting it from?
Can't you
I was just thinking about it when I was peeing.
Can't you just say BTW?
Who thinks of acronyms?
I mean, I think of a lot of things to shorten it when I'm holding my.
So, are you able to complete your sentence before?
Absolutely not.
Okay, you're gonna. Okay.
So Wywo, while you were out, and he said it as okay, so Wywo, while you were out, and then he paused, waiting, y'all caught that, right? And we're just no.
Yeah.
He's like, damn it.
We caught it.
Yeah.
We swatted it.
Yeah. It's not going to work.
We're commercial free in the Expressway here on Sean and RJ, your official home of the Dallas Cowboys and Texas Rangers. An Eagles concert ticket giveaway is coming up along with the Neighborhood Watch at 7:40. This Max Crosby noise is getting louder and louder. Max going on social media and having a reference to a cowboy in one of his songs. The poly market and the betting markets starting to fluctuate.
It was going tilting towards the Cowboys. The Cowboys got a late shift last night in the poly market. Said Cowboys are the betting favorite. It's settled back down. It's
How
not
do I bet on the poly market?
The Bears again.
How do I bet on this?
Just Google poly market Max Crosby and it'll pop up the website. But yeah, it's something where that's the first time Dallas has led in the poly market rankings during this entire time that they've had something on it. But the Bears went ahead and took it right back over. In fact, still the slight betting favorite stays with the Raiders.
Well, I have someone else as the favorite from Bet Online in Vegas.
Oh, who is it? Let me guess.
Yeah, let's guess. They're in the NFC.
Not the Bears, not the Cowboys?
Nope.
Rams?
Nope.
Okay, well, they just don't know then.
You said NFC. It's in the NFC?
Yeah.
Commanders.
Oh,
Commanders.
Wow.
Commanders at 3-1. Then the Titans at 4-1. The Patriots at 5-1. San Fran, us, the Rams, and the Eagles.
Wow. Okay. Washington's a little surprising, I guess.
Why?
I just feel like they feel farther away.
Ooh. They were in the NFC Championship game last year.
Everybody pops once.
No, I know, but they would say...
Cowboys don't ever pop.
So next year you would lock them into third in the East?
I think so. Maybe fourth if the Giants, pop.
Here's the thing, is that they can even whether it's just a one-year pop or not, anybody who's in that organization is not going to feel like, well, we're not good.
Right,
They're going to be making excuses and saying, well, this happened and that happened, and there were these complications, and next year we'll be ready to go, and we'll have Max, and it'll be good.
Rich Eisen seems like he's trying to push Jerry to do it. I'm telling you, they're not far away. They're real close. If they get Max Crosby, our buddy James Palmer
was saying that he had been on a podcast, and he said that he brought up Max Dallas and to somebody while he was in Indy, and they're like, I'm just saying, don't rule it out. Don't rule it out.
Diana Rossini reports that Max is ready to leave. So where do things stand with it? Based on several conversations with league sources, the Raiders have not moved off from their asking price of 2 first-round picks and a player, the Micah deal. Several teams are interested, but decision makers are getting mixed signals from the Raiders in regards to their genuine interest in dealing their star. And we had talked about this a couple of weeks ago. I don't know whether you were out, Bobby, but Tom Brady's boy,
Tom Brady,
Alex Guerrero, apparently is irritating Max as well.
Yeah, and see, when you mentioned that they're getting mixed signals, we read from the Michael Silver piece yesterday a little bit over at The Athletic, which I always think Silver is super valuable in his articles because there's always like one or two things in there where it's like, oh, really? Like nobody's really talking about that. And he had said yesterday that the mixed signals is coming from the fact that Max publicly doesn't want to be disrespectful, but privately he wants out. He's telling them he wants out. They kept thinking they were going to be able to salvage and repair, and they're just starting to come to terms with he wants out, even though we don't want him to go. And
when are we
going to do it?
When are we going to start killing Tom Brady as team owner? Like Michael Jordan is getting all his NASCAR praise. He never came close to sniffing any of that as a failed NBA owner. Yeah, he won financially, but he was a failed NBA owner in my opinion. And now you have Tom Brady who hired Pete Carroll.
Yep.
No one asked Tom in any of these interviews with Logan Paul and everything, and his international football event and his dating of 20-year-olds. No one asked Tom, why did you suck year one? You already threw one coach. You overpaid Chip Kelly. You had a disaster of a quarterback situation, and now you're dealing with Max Crosby and Tom just skating by.
Yeah, and the like you mentioned, the Guerrero connection. Silver wrote in the article yesterday, he said, like many players and coaches, Crosby was frustrated by the presence of Alex Guerrero, who's a staunch Brady ally. He says, Guerrero, who regularly attends practices and meetings, purports to possess significant organizational power, informing players of impending transactions and even indicating to staff members who don't follow his instructions that their jobs may be at risk. The diet guy is now telling players that they're being released or whatever, which is just insane to me. But this is why, look what happened in New England. Look what happens now. This is why Alex Guerrero is Tom Brady's Jordan Hudson.
Wow. Yeah, it's they're not going to get 2 ones on a player. They can just cancel that idea.
Yeah, that's the AJ Brown ask.
Yeah,
I'll get to that in a second.
I guess in terms of Brady not getting the heat. I mean, he's such a minority owner.
Well, every report says that Mark Davis has given him the power.
Yeah, I mean, but
he's
now,
like president of football operations.
They've done a good job though of like publicly looking like it's separate, even though all these reports like, no, he's pretty powerful. He's telling them what to do over there.
Does he have the final say in all finances? I mean, probably not. He's probably got a say.
All right, let's reset this then for where you stand on the fan text, 877-881-1053, and what you are giving up. Where are you drawing the line in terms of the offer? Now, history of this show has had Bobby way more aggressive to get Max than myself and Choppy. So give me the comp that you're willing to part with.
If they want 12, they can have 12.
Okay.
So I'm willing to do 12. And then if they want some sort of like, well, can we get like a 5th next year? If they want some other, fine. But if they're asking for any other like significant trade capital, like a 3rd next year, no.
I'll tell you what. You could have 12 when 11 is on the clock and Downs and Styles and Bain and Reese are all gone.
Okay. Well, if Styles and Downs are gone, remember Mike Sando yesterday talking about maybe they could all fall out of the top 10.
Okay, yeah, but
he polled 4 different executives and said
at The Athletic?
Yeah, and said predict the top 10, and 3 of the 4 executives did not have Caleb Downs or Sonny Styles going in the top 10.
I am not giving up 12 until I know who's there or not.
12 is off the table for me, period.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm totally fine with that. I'm totally fine with that.
All right, so 20 and?
I mean, I'm not giving, there's no such thing as and.
Okay.
The word and does not exist in this scenario.
I could part with 20.
I mean, you got people in the fan text saying I'm giving up 12 and 20. I'm giving up 20 and Steele. I'm giving up 12, 20 and Steele.
Dang.
I'm giving up 12 and Pickens.
Oh.
Like, what are we doing here? George Pickens gets you Max Crosby on his own. And if he doesn't...
No, he doesn't.
Then you know what? Then the Raiders are dumber than I expected them to be.
I don't think anybody in the league is doing that trade.
Because the league is stupid, okay? And everybody in the league has been stupid.
So this is 2 leagues you're getting sideways with in the last 2 days that are telling you your trade thoughts are not
the other
good.
league?
The NHL yesterday.
No, the NHL agrees with me. The idiot Stars fans who are sitting there going, well, we can't give up points. We can't give up scoring. It's not about scoring. You know who just proved that? Bill Guerin and Team USA. It wasn't even a discussion to put Robo on the team over Kachuk. Kachuk was the second guy picked on that team. Nobody in the NHL, if they have Jason Robertson, says no to Brady Kachuk for him. Nobody.
Would you be more willing to give Pickens than 12?
It's Pickens and something, I think. It's Pickens.
Okay. Well, you don't have a second or
12.
third.
Well, I mean, you could do second like next year, third next year, something like that. No, I'd rather just give up 12.
Oh, from the 817, you can't get Max. He had to get sedated to get all of his tattoos. Soft. Oh, man, that's cold. If that's true, you can't. Come on now.
Your quarterback had to do that, too, for his leg tattoo. That one that took like 8 hours.
Yeah.
8 hours, you got to get sedated, man. Oh, come on now.
More importantly, Bob, take us inside the building on what you think they're thinking about when it comes to this.
Oh, I think they love him. Like, I think everybody in the organization thinks really well of him.
Yeah.
And thinks they think like, yeah, culture, the complete player, the guy who's going to give you all the effort, the leadership stuff. They think all of it checks every box they want. They liked him when he was coming out of school, however long ago that was, 7 years ago.
Yeah. What would Christian Parker say? We got him off the record. You got to think about, now I know the easy answer is, oh yeah, Max Crosby. We got to build this now. We got a ton of different needs.
Yep. And
you're going to have him for a couple years. Christian Parker will probably be gone by then anyway, but is this the smart way to do things, CP? How do you think he's answering it?
Yeah. I think he's saying yes. That's somebody who the complaints about, well, I don't know about Clowney going back. I don't know about this and all the little nuances of like, does he do everything? Crosby is a complete player who will do everything they need and everything that he wants to. He is a ridiculously high IQ player. Like it's the stuff that Christian Parker's talked about. High IQ, super versatile, especially at that position as an edge rusher who could play forward, play back. He does that.
Here's another thing I'll throw into advocating for this, even though I'm you hear where I stand compared to Bobby. The free agent class. So, like, one of the things that's been holding me up in my mind, if I go ahead and re-sign George and I get Max, I can't spend on bodies. I can't get 3, 4. We need 7 new starters here.
You need a lot of. They're not.
But
what did Will say to us? Will told us we're not one player away.
Yeah.
He said nobody's one player away.
Yeah. Well, they're not.
They're not 4 players.
They're not 4 players away. But if it's a weak class, does that make me more apt to make this move and spend my money on the absolute known sure thing versus burning it on question marks?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a fair question? I mean, I know it's fair. It's smart. It's brilliant. I brought it up. But how much could that play into it? Yeah, we got the money to spend, but, like, on what?
Right. There's not a whole lot. I mean, you don't have
unless you're in love with Hendrickson.
Yeah, and we have talked about this, that he's not necessarily an elite free agent, not at his age.
Trey?
Right. Yeah, not his age. There's not really any. So there's no S tier, right? S tier is what the kids say is the top tier.
S tier?
S tier. All these.
Waywo?
Yeah, I don't know what S tier is from. I don't know. It's video game thing. I don't know.
Crosby is a better player than any of the edge rushers on the market. And even still, those edge rushers in a lot of ways, Phillips, Hendrickson not being as good as him, also might have more significant warts. The more fascinating question to me, and we brought it up yesterday, was, or in terms of the alternative, is Grenard. If the Vikings are willing to part with Jonathan Grenard for like a 4th, and Marcus Dixon, who's your defensive line coach, is like, yeah, I worked with him, he's still got some juice left, that might not be a bad consolation prize. But I don't love PFF, you know this, but just as a baseline so people have an understanding, these are the average grades for Max Crosby over the course of his career. Coverage grade is a 67 as an edge rusher. His run defense grade is an average of 75. His pass rush grade is a 77. Like, I mean, he's just a super solid all-around player.
Yeah, we don't even have to have a conversation over the skill, ability, or credentials. This is all about team building.
Yeah.
We don't have to debate the merits of the greatness.
That's why I'm fine with 1 for 1.
What's that?
That's why I'm fine with 1 for 1. If it's like, here's a first-round pick, here's 12, it's high capital. But if it's just 1 for 1, it's like, okay, I'm using that resource on that player. He's an older player, whatever, but he's established. I know what he is, and I'm trying to win in a 3-year window here. Max fits the 3-year window.
Yeah, he does. He's obviously going to be more.
So you'd be thrilled. Sorry, Choppy. Then you'd be doing backflips if they got it done for 20.
Yeah.
You'd be going crazy.
Yeah.
Would you do 20 and more? Like people are throwing in there 20 and Osa or Steele.
If they wanted a 5th, no, I'm not doing 20 in a player. Not any like rotational
20
player.
in next year's 2?
No. If it's next year's like 5. If it's a 5, 6, 7, they want something that's like a later day 3 pick thrown in there too. Yeah. Fine, but no, I don't want to do more than 20 or 12. That's what you're using.
I'm trying to think of who could jump them. Let's just say I don't want to do it for 12, but who could jump them with better compensation above. Miami doesn't need to do it. Cincinnati would make sense.
I mean, Chiefs could give up. They have 2 firsts, right?
They
don't have money.
Yep. Kansas City would make sense. Let's just take the money out of it, right? Team need. They traded Trent McDuffie, by the way, to the Rams.
I mean, the Rams could give up 16 if they wanted to, or whatever number it is.
Yeah, but who's going to jump us for 12? Yeah. Saints don't make sense. But Washington at 7. Cleveland, Giants, Tennessee, Arizona, Jets, Raiders. No.
Yeah.
So it's really only Washington.
Washington does not have a second-round pick either, so they'd be giving up. Like, they don't have a pick in the first 2 rounds. Then.
All right, well, I told you Downs is there at 12. Or you send it for Max.
Max.
Ooh! Absolutely not.
Styles.
Max. I know what Max is, and I've got another dart to throw at 20.
I mean, you are...
What is all the homework saying back on this Downs rumor?
I don't think... There are teams who I think are aware, like, maybe his knee, like, long-term, maybe he ends up having some knee issues, but I don't think it's like this huge, he's off teams' boards. Like, I think a lot of teams are just like, he's fine.
Do you want to hit him with the hypothetical?
Oh, yeah, okay. So this was... Nick Harris had asked this on DallasCowboys.com during the draft show, and then he brought it up yesterday. Caleb Downs is not expected to be a red shirt. But they were like, no red shirt guys. No, we're not doing that this year. Caleb Downs is a guy they really like. If Caleb Downs slid to you, but it's like, hey, he'll be fine 2027 and beyond. He's going to be good. But he is not playing next year. Would you pick him?
Yes.
Okay.
I already said that.
If I'm part of...
I already said I'm fine with the weight project because of this whole... You're not that close. I understand the window thing with Dak, but I'm not allowing that to... have me pass on a star. If you're telling me he's going to be fine, yes, I'm taking him and letting him sit.
So you're not looking at this like our window is like what the Rams window is, or maybe a little bit longer, and like we just want to time everything out to when Dak is done, and then we're going to move on and just reset everything.
I should look at it like that. That I understand that, and I should. It just pisses me off to go along with that because then it buys into the hype and it makes I don't want them to think that they're closer than they actually.
But
it irritates me.
Their offense is close, though. You'd agree.
Yeah.
So they're not close on defense, but the question is just like, can they throw enough resources to make the defense close enough?
Defense can.
And here's I guess the question. Let me adjust a little bit on the redshirt thing. I tell you that they've already flipped switches in free agency the month before to where they have a financial window of 3 years now. That's coming regardless. So even if you don't believe in the window, you know financially Pay the Piper is coming in 3 years. Now does that, if you're like, well, they've already put moves here where now I'm taking a full third of the window out basically because I use the highest piece of capital on somebody who's not going to play.
No. I'm still taking him. If he is the truth, like people are saying, the greatest safety prospect since ...
Which there's not. We always have to like repeat this because people in the fan text will freak out if they hear it. He is not supposed to be a redshirt next year. Caleb Downs is supposed to be available to play. This is just strictly a hypothetical of what if you found this out.
All right, Neighborhood Watch is coming up here momentarily, along with an Eagles concert ticket giveaway. Way to hit us up is Franco and Franco injury attorney text line 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. I'm going to throw a curveball question at you based upon the latest. Well, it's not really the latest out of Philadelphia. Everyone's repeating the same thing. Would the Eagles be better off with or without A.J. Brown on their team next year? My immediate instant answer is, yeah, I want A.J. Brown off the team. But I also feel like I have a landmine that I've set in the organization that is not going to magically turn around and turn into a flower pot. It's going to be filled with TNT. It's going to be the powder is dry, and I have it inside the facility. And I view Howie Roseman's ask. Like, the story is, and I don't know how much of this is just public negotiating. Mike Garofalo, whatever the hell his name is.
He knows Philly.
Yes.
That is somebody who he would have a beat on Philly.
He said they want a Quinnen Williams type deal. So they want the balls of this dude to say, I want more now for him than when we gave up to get him in 2022. That Howie Roseman, so on draft day that year, they sent a first-round pick and a third. and Howie wants more for that now with a guy who's 6 years older. So they want a Quinnen Williams type deal. We all know what happened with that.
He's been there 6 years?
No, he was traded like 4 years ago, 4 years ago.
Roseman wants more for Brown in 2026 than he had to give up to acquire Brown from the Titans in 2022.
Okay, so 4 years, yeah.
That's what it says. And I'm like, I think I think it's an addition by subtraction. Oh, you guys answer the question.
So you think he's the fox in the hen house?
Yes. Now, not necessarily, not that he's wrong. He's just not going about it in a healthy way for the rest of their team. Him and Jalen is not getting solved. I believe that's not getting fixed because Jalen Hurts is not, in my opinion, all of a sudden going to turn into this precision pocket passer, and therefore A.J. Brown is not going to be happy. So it's like, dude, you got to get him out of here because we can't get Jalen out of here.
So that's it. It's a little bit on a much lower scale in terms of talent. It's a little bit like the Eberflus question that people were talking about last year. Like, was this all Eberflus's fault? Nope, but I could replace one guy easier than I can 26 on the other side of the ball.
Yeah.
I need, so, sorry, the flexibility to move away from you makes you more expendable. Sorry about that. But also, and I know
I'm kind of viewing this as a win-win for us.
If I was Philly, it seems like Philly does, they don't love the way he handles it, but they're like, yeah, we kind of agree with him. And so I know that they don't think that he's just some irrational malcontent.
Right. He's not crazy.
But the Matthew Berry thing, which we'll get into, I know a little bit later, his notes from the combine, one of the things he had in there is that the reason for the Eagles being like, okay, maybe we could do it is because they think that it'll unlock Devontae Smith more. So yeah, if you're weighing not only do I get rid of some tension and I potentially free up, Devontae Smith to reach another level, like when Amari Cooper left and CeeDee Lamb was allowed to flourish, then yeah, I mean, I understand why they're wanting to do it.
Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on.
Yeah.
Don't you get cold in the wintertime?
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see the Eagles on Saturday, May 16th at Globe Life Field in Arlington. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Thursday, commercial free in the Expressway. By the way, we have another of this same exact giveaway in the 9 o'clock hour this morning and 2 more tomorrow to lead you into your weekend. Let's get local.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
Chop, your hobby is stupid. Stupidly expensive. Let's talk about it here in Neighborhood Watch, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing. Do you know Craig Rosengarten? I do not, but do you know who that is?
I know him very well.
Okay, he has a website, My Avid Golfer, and he had posted on social media something that blew up. I saw everybody tweeting about this the other day, people who golf, people who don't golf, but he took a list of the best of private clubs around DFW, and on that list, he put up a big list of here are the best ones to go. He lists the country club. Then he lists the initiation fee, which is what your one-time fee to join.
So every course is different. Some courses say you better pay this all at once, or some allow you to pay it over a series of years.
But that's what your
initiation. It's a PSL.
Okay.
It's your
PSL.
initiation at the club, and then you got to pay monthly dues on top of that.
The cost of some of these courses
is disgraceful.
So sickening. And I had I was talking with Kristen about it. I was just having her guess. I was like, what's this one called? Vaquero? Is that what that's called?
Yeah, it's in Westlake.
I was like, I want you to guess. I explained the concept to her. I was like, I want you to guess how much it costs to get in there, the initiation fee. She's like, $5,000? Nope. She's like, 10? Nope. 50,000. It just kept going. $325,000 of just all right, we'll let you in.
Is this the adult version of a fraternity?
It can't. I mean, you could say that. I mean, the difference with golf is that people pay money to go play to join these golf courses because you're getting generally you're getting a better caliber golfer. You're going to be if you're going to pay this kind of money to play golf, you're going to be a better golfer than you would get at say a regular municipal. You're also guaranteed the course is going to be in good condition. Some of these courses,
what do I get if I'm a member of a golf club?
Thing?
It's a status thing.
It's a status thing, and I'm amongst the elite.
My dad had one when we lived in New Jersey. When we lived here, he had one too. And for him, because he was in sales, it was basically it wasn't a tax write-off, but he used it for business purposes a lot.
What do you get with a country club membership? If I join,
I think you have to pay for your food and drink on top.
See, that's what there are some. Well, you do. Well,
that's what Krista was complaining about.
The Caro has, I think, where
I'm randomly pointing. Boom. Royal Oaks.
Royal Oaks.
If I join Royal Oaks, what do I get?
Royal Oaks is right over here.
But what would I get with that membership?
You get full access to the golf course. I'm sure they have tennis, swimming pool, fitness center. If you want to use their clubhouse for dining, banquet,
they give me some apartment amenities. Okay?
They give you apartment amenities, and you get to play golf amongst the elites. Now, what do you get at Royal Oaks? Well, I'll tell you what you get. Last October, there was a foursome out there of Scheffler and Spieth and Gary Woodland, and you get PGA players to play there.
So
does that equal, what's the number? $125,000 up front plus $1,000 in monthly dues. Oh. And I'm sure they also say you have to pay $20 every time you play for cart. And I'm sure they also say that you have a $500 to $1,000 minimum food and beverage per month charge that you have to meet regardless of whether you play or not.
This is...
they're getting this.
And they're getting it. And there's a wait list. There's a 10-year wait list at Royal Oaks, a 10-year wait list at Brook Hollow. There's a 10-year wait list at Vaquero.
You take the top 34 courses, because some of these are a little bit like for instance, when I said, I had mentioned once that I grew up over by Brookhaven Country Club. And you're like, yeah, you did that. And I was like, no, it's not like that. And so Brookhaven Country Club, for instance, on this list, which is one of the better courses on this list, $7,500 is your initiation fee. And then monthly after that, it's $875.
And Brookhaven has like 3 courses on property, right?
So, yeah.
2 or 3. So you're not going to be sitting there like at, say Tiburon in South Lake, right? It's 1 course. Crowded. Long rounds. If you got 3 courses, you can spread that out a little bit.
Shady Valley Country Club is the only one on this list that looks like it's sort of a bargain. $2,000 initiation fee, and then it's $383 a month after that. So seems a little bit more reasonable. But I went and looked at this. They had 34 courses listed. How much cumulatively in initiation fees for these 34 courses? If I just said, I'm rich, I'm wealthy, I'm going to just at the start of January, I started the year, I'm going to join all 34 of these. And I know there's a wait list and they wouldn't want me as a member anyway. They'd reject my money. But in theory, I want to join all these courses. How much am I paying in initiation fees for those 34 courses?
$4 million?
2.6 million. And then monthly dues for the first year at all those courses is going to be $418,000. It ends up being a total of you're spending $3 million in just membership.
A lot of these courses, like a public course will tell you that the reason they're not in good condition is they don't have the guaranteed funding to be able to upkeep. So Glen Eagles, right? I know, remember there, $1,500 a month. That's one of the more expensive ones. They're making $1 million a month just on dues as a course. So they're able to keep it in tip-top shape. The problem with some of these is you look at these, Lakewood, Bent Tree, Hurricane Creek, a lot of these courses are undergoing renovations, so they closed the course. Colonial, if you remember Colonial a couple years ago, they closed the course for a full year.
Yeah,
you
stop
couldn't
talking
play,
about it.
But guess what? You still had to pay your dues. But you couldn't play the course.
It's a racket. If I needed to launder money, I would start a golf course. That's what I do.
10 years ago, I joined Trophy Club. It was $1,500 up front, and they waived it because I happened to get married there like 10 years earlier, and it was $300 a month. Now it's $30,000 and $1,000 a month, and good luck getting a tee time.
You can't sell your memberships, right?
Some courses, they're called equity clubs. You sell your membership.
Oh. All right, that's the thing to do.
But an equity
club? We should go around and just buy memberships. You're wanting to buy up all this real estate. Let's just buy golf memberships.
Yeah.
A country club flipper.
But an equity club?
Yeah.
That's an industry.
An equity club is crazy. Like, you'll get a bill at the end of the year. This is what we're over. And then they just split it amongst the members.
Oh, it's like the revenue share suggestion they're doing with Major League Baseball, where it's like, if we didn't get enough revenue, we're taking your salary back. Yeah, that's lovely. Neighborhood Watch here on 105 through the Fan. Let's talk about politics. Let's do it, because there are 2 very prominent individuals related to the elections that were going on around Texas, the primaries. First off, you want Major League Baseball or infomercials?
Oh, I mean, I love baseball.
Major League Baseball. Mark Teixeira now appears on track to be a United States congressman come November after he won the GOP primary in his Texas congressional race. This is District 21. This is Chip Roy's district, which I guess he's retiring. But this is over like near the Austin area. So Mark Teixeira endorsed by Donald Trump, Teixeira secured more than 61% of the vote, avoiding a runoff in the 12-candidate primary. The announcement of Teixeira's campaign came days after Republican state lawmakers approved a redistricting map aimed at strengthening the GOP's position in the 2026 election. Trump endorsed Teixeira. He also had the Club for Growth and others. So Mark Teixeira is about to end up in Congress, ladies and gentlemen, in the Austin area.
Baseball go.
This is I've always stunned by the athletes who go into politics after, whether it's like Heath Schuler or Teixeira doing this, or when Tommy Tuberville's like, I'm going to go run for. Why?
And I always look back and all right, so Teixeira, I was in the clubhouse with Teixeira was here. I don't remember. Did I ever think he had any inclination or idea?
What do you mean? Why?
Yeah, it's
why? You've got your money, but I know, but you've got your money and everything. At that point, I thought you would just want to chill at that point. Why do you want to start a whole other?
Why is Stephen A. doing this? That's real power.
Stephen A's not going to do it. Stephen A. likes talking about it.
I think he's fibbed to us a couple times.
There's a lot of people who do believe. Prominent people are saying that they think he is actually going to run. I'll be honest. I think when Trump started running initially,
he just said it as a joke.
I think it was almost just this will be, and then I think it picked up momentum. He's like, okay, cool, I'll stay in. I think that's honestly how it happened. And now infomercials. The ShamWow guy, he is not happy. He is suing his own party, apparently, the Texas Republican Party, the Texas GOP, over his ballot nickname. So this is over at the Houston Chronicle. It says you can call Texas.
Wanted to be ShamWow on there?
You can call Texas politics a lot of things. Serious is not one of them. And they said that Vince Shlomi, which is his name, on March 3rd when the Texas primary day was on there, he'll be listed on there as Vince Shlomi. He was upset because he wanted to be put on the ballot as Vince ShamWow guy Shlomi.
Oh, yeah.
And the party said no.
You think he looks like Machota a little bit?
No, I do not.
Look at that jawline.
I think he looks a little bit.
This picture right here, Chop, you think he looks like John Machota a tiny bit or no? No?
The jawline is a very Machota-y.
Look up his mugshot.
Oh.
So one of the reasons why Vince Shlomi is not on TV anymore and now he's qualified to run for politics is because he beat up a hooker.
That's
an old Machota.
That's old Machota. I can see that.
He beat up a prostitute 15 years ago and got arrested for it. And so, but he wanted to be known as the ShamWow guy. He wanted the power behind it. Texas GOP said no. He did not win the primary. By the way,
it's the Neighborhood Watch every Thursday at this time. Always send your stories to Bobby Roberto Bell. And speaking of Bobby, Aaron Rodgers is not happy with our Cowboys insider. Next.
Tough.
Let me go ahead and get you set up with Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth.com. Make sure you have the right strategy and team on your side. Is your teammate not being a team player? You don't have to accept that for your money. They have your back. Put the ball in your court and hit up TrajanWealth.com, TRAJAN Wealth.com. They make retirement planning simple, no pressure, no confusing jargon. Just
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hours. We try to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. Entire morning squad back together again. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton Phillip Russell running the Odyssey app. The Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on, checking us out on the video. However, you may be doing it on DFW Sports Station. I cannot wait for Draymond Green trying to defend Nico Harrison coming up at 8:20, and the Luka Doncic attacks continue.
Do we need to even have 9 o'clock tomorrow?
For worst take?
Can we just say it's Draymond?
That's right. So Dak Prescott, let's get a couple of Cowboy notes out of the way. Dak Prescott at a charity event yesterday. A lot of this video and audio courtesy of Joseph Hoyt. Did a great job with Brandon Aubrey. You got John Machota. You got Nick Harris, who came and sat in for me yesterday. Appreciate that. Dak says he's excited for Jerry to spend money this offseason. Feels like they're going to take the jump. No more projects being drafted. Here's Dak's advice to George Pickens going through his franchise tag situation.
Yeah, George loves football. That's the one thing about it. I just want him to know, don't change your love for football. Don't get in the business mind of this. You played last year on a 1 year for not even that much, right? So if you can go 30, whatever it is now, I think it's the same thing I got. So, when I franchise. So, hey, go do it. At the end of the day, bet on yourself. He's a hell of a player. Hopefully we can get him long term and sign that. But if not, I think the way that he plays the game and the person that he is, he'll be just fine.
And, of course, the Cowboys cap compliant yesterday after freeing up around $66 million in space. They were nearly $55 million over the cap before that. The hire of Christian Parker, who Dak Prescott, of course, has faced within the division. What does he think of the Cowboys' new DC?
Yeah, super excited about that hire. Obviously I've met him, talked to him briefly, but excited just for the demeanor, the way he carries himself, and met the whole staff. And not only that, when you go to the Pro Bowl, you get to meet guys, you get to talk to Zach Bond, Cooper DeJean, guys that played under him, and just to hear how much they loved him, how much they love playing for him, how excited our guys are going to be. Super fun.
Well, that was a big takeaway for me, by the way, when we were in San Fran for Super Bowl, and just seeing how much players from other teams are just commingling with each other and stuff. I definitely see how the recruiting and the other, like, hey, what do you think of CP? How good? Like, normally when I hear that, I think, like, okay, like, how much did you really, like, know about Christian Parker versus you're just like, all right, here's standard line. Like, I believe he probably did ask Bond and DeJean and those guys about him out there, and now he's got a pretty good handle on who Christian Parker is.
It also is wild that it seems like offense and defense, like two different companies that just come together to work together on one day a week.
Oh, yeah. No, they are so split, and it dives down even more than that. A lot of times it's position group.
And then the Cowboys on CP's side of the ball tendered Reddy Stewart.
They did, which I thought was, so he was an exclusive rights free agent, which means you have no rights if you're a player. None. This basically is just it's the old Joaquin Phoenix in Gladiator. It's just you put your thumb out and it's thumbs up or thumbs down. You can basically re-sign a player at any amount of money you want. Just decide, like, do I want him on the roster next year? Like, you're not a free agent at all. And if they say no, then all right, you're a free agent. But otherwise, they can re-sign you at the value they want. And so Reddy Stewart was tendered yesterday. He will be back next year.
So they give him the league minimum if they want to?
It's basically like what he made last year or more, and he made the league minimum last year. So you basically have no rights. And this seems like a pretty small move overall, but I thought Reddy Stewart was pretty solid last year. Overall, he was one of the ones who I didn't frequently see just blowing up on a play or screwing something up. I thought he was really solid. He's physical. He's good in the run game. He's shown some good flexibility covering inside. So that does give me some indication of, okay, the things we think about Christian Parker that he wants, the like physicality in the run game, the different things like that, that means that when he's looking at the roster, he's going, yeah, Reddy Stewart checks those boxes. So think of the play style of Reddy Stewart. Those are more along the lines of the skill sets that he's going to want to acquire.
And then finally, Bobby Football Junkie will eat this up, just pour this into his football soul. Dak on what he's trying to individually work on this offseason.
Yeah, just all those little nuances. I think if there's one thing, it's probably just some rhythm in my footwork, and that's something that other people might not even realize or see, but it's just me wanting to, be a perfectionist in the way that we do things. And, I started doing new things last year with Shotty and part of the footwork, and some of them just aren't quite to the standard that we want them to be. And so that's a big part of it, but as you said, the whole game.
Look, I get it's tough. You got to clean up 5 years of damage. At Shoddy Dackett's not going to be done in one offseason.
It's going to be a great segue.
So, I mean, just 1 year. What's important is we see progress. We want to see progress. It's not practice makes perfect. It's practice makes progress, and that's what we're doing here.
Well, we have a battle of the brains. I'd love to see just a nerd off between Hagelin, Bobby Belt, and Aaron Rodgers, just arguing with each other.
I'm ready to get in on this nerd off.
With what? What credentials do you have?
I'll tell you this.
He has the same ones Rodgers does.
I had to help my son with geometry homework the other day. I still got it.
Do you?
Bobby told you how to cheat and do it. Did you do that?
No, I was like,
came back to you.
Yeah, he started looking at tangent and is it not congruent? And I was like, and I started to explain it to him. I'm like, no, this is this. So you got to do this. And he was like, where did this come from? He goes, you've always been an idiot.
That's why you were able to shave my head so nice. You just know about the shapes and the.
Why isn't his mom just handling all this? She's the teacher.
She's a language arts teacher.
Okay, not
English.
the math.
Yeah, math is not the strong suit. I'm the math guy.
Yeah,
I'm the math guy.
All right. Well, the segue has been made to Aaron Rodgers, who hopped back on his buddy's show, Pat McAfee, to talk about being stalked, to talk about the past terrible girlfriends that he's had, and to talk about maybe his next head coach once again, Mike McCarthy.
Yeah, Mike's one of the great guys in the league. Just an absolutely exceptional human being with a huge heart. We had a lot of great years together, a lot of fun. He really cares about the players, but he also holds guys accountable and creates a lot of structure and details in the process. But man, I love my time with Mike over the years. Obviously, there were some times. It's like a big brother where you're sometimes you love him, sometimes you're pissed at him. But deep down, there's so much love for Mike and appreciation for the time we spent together.
I like that he did at least have enough actual
awareness,
character, and where to be like, yeah, I shouldn't make this sound like we had no problems, because we had what was kind of held up as the toxic relationship between quarterback and coach by the end of it.
Like Mike did get let go there with Rodgers as a player
because of him,
right?
Yeah.
And you not. There were a lot of anonymous sources say Aaron Rodgers thinks Mike McCarthy is not smart.
Is that Ty Dunn massage article the number one? Is that their Johnny Walker Blue article in Green Bay? You think that's what he just goes back to in terms of the reporting?
Yeah, I would guess so.
That was an amazing piece.
It was great.
And do you believe it? Does that guy have credibility, Ty Dunn?
Yeah. No, I mean, now, do I believe that he was getting massages instead of being at practice? Yes.
Part two.
I mean, I believe he was absent at practice. I guess I don't know what he was doing, but yeah, he was always absent at practice.
Part two.
Oh, stop it.
Part two towards Bobby and those other ones that were smearing Big Mike's name in the offseason.
So I saw some of the stuff you've written about Mike, and I just think, one, he doesn't give a that. Two,
lie.
That's not true.
He cares. I love Mike. I will defend Mike to the death.
Yeah.
He does care. He does see it.
Yep.
And I don't blame him for being a little not insecure, for being a little sensitive.
It's human. It's human.
It's human.
Don't lie and say he's not, though.
Yeah, it's human.
He pays attention.
It's also like,
so does Aaron.
If you blind resume Mike, I mean, he's like, why am I getting crapped on? And these other guys have the same resume as me, get put in Canton.
Right.
I get it. I'd be upset too.
Yeah. I sat in on 2 years of interviews to tell you he listens. And you could tell by the tone on Friday.
All right, let's go ahead. And he was good with us on Friday.
He was, but there were definitely
you know what? Here's a theory.
There were some weeks where he was clearly not wanting to talk. But specifically was not wanting to answer something I had asked.
Here's a theory though that I have, and you may as well not even respond because it's just there's no way for you to prove anything. If you would have been here with us for Jason, I don't think you would have this amount of McCarthy venom because Jason was so much. Jason was doing the PR front, but Those could be some brutal interviews.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if you guys watched the game or not.
No,
when he dropped I don't know if you guys watched the game.
Mike gave us so much
Mike's
more
a
than
much
even
better.
Jason.
Yeah, Mike's a much better interview. Mike's a much more entertaining interview.
Yeah.
I don't think that. I think Mike is also much more emotional and like, hey, this interview could go a complete. Look, Jason, he was consistent. Same guy every day. That was the whole point.
Let's continue it with the Bobby smear campaign.
So I saw some of the stuff you've written about Mike, and I just think, one, he doesn't give a shit that. Two, it's majority of his bullshit negative thing about Mike. I mean, I don't give a shit about how old he is, how long he's been in the league, or the trend of the new young, play caller who's called, who's been on the staff of one of the Shanahan disciples. Like, it seems like that's kind of the hot thing. I get that. Like, there's a lot of great scheme in there, but there's something to an old school organization, which the Pittsburgh Steelers definitely are, just like the Green Bay Packers were, and bringing in a guy not only who brings accountability and a program that's proven to work at multiple places now, but he's the Yinzer.
Okay.
Then they start going into that.
That's it. That's what it is.
Yeah.
It was a lead up to just go like, hey, he's a Pittsburgh guy, guys. Come on.
If Mike was from Cincinnati, they probably don't hire him. Right? If he was from
probably not
Lexington, Kentucky, they probably don't hire him. Had a lot to do with it.
Look, I think some of the stuff Aaron said about Mike is 100% true. Mike is great at the managing of players' bodies throughout the season and doing different things like that. Let's throttle back big time on he'll hold you accountable as the top line item. That was a massive problem here in Dallas, was the lack of accountability.
Aaron Rodgers, Choppy, you'll be very disappointed. He is apparently moved out of Malibu, the Boo, that we drive through every year on the way to Cowboys training camp. Here's one of the reasons why.
The obsession is f***ing bizarre.
Okay.
That's the only way to put it. The obsession is really bizarre. You guys know, you laughed about this, many times. You showed pictures of it, but we're not living, at the beach anymore. Part of it is I have legitimate stalkers, and I don't say that lightly or flippantly. I've been getting stalked in my house for about a year and a half when I was living there. Not just that, but stalked at the coffee shop I would frequent, the gym at Proactive that I would go to, which was really bizarre. It still is. And then the paparazzi was stalking me for a long time, flying drones over my house, and had I've learned has had a bounty on getting a picture of my wife, which I think is very bizarre as well. I understand the attention that comes with somebody who's accomplished what I've accomplished, and so in no way, am I making this a woe is me? But when it comes to your personal safety, and now it's not just me, it's me and her, it's really f***ing bizarre.
He loves it. This is such a phony thing to be this attention. Maybe with her there now, he definitely does. Maybe there's a change, but this is a dude who has always loved the attention.
Because he said after retirement, he's Kaiser Soze. Poof, gone. You never see me again.
Never see him again.
No broadcasting.
So I thought for when he said stalked, I was like, oh, the paparazzi. That's just living in L.A. Then he added the paparazzi. So somebody who's not paparazzi was stalking.
Right.
That's...
Yeah. I mean, you really getting stalked? Are you getting TMZ stalked?
Right. Because if it's the paparazzi, that's just life in L.A.
Here he is talking about his wife. No one knows who she is still.
Brittany? Is it Brittany?
I think
Bethany?
so. Somehow her identity...
Bethany Frankel?
I think she's across the pond, and here he is destroying some of his celebrity exes.
When we met back in 2017, I knew that there was something crazy special about this, and I wanted to be with her. And she would make funny comments like, I would never live in Green Bay, and I don't want to be a player's wife. She's not a public person. And, then she moved back across the pond. And I got myself into, crazy town. And I was with individuals who called the paparazzi, who leaked, or talked about where I was living, who, coerced me to make, the proverbial, Instagram, social media posts. I never really wanted to live a public life. I mean, if you look at the saga with my family for years, it was one-sided. They were making shots in the media saying bullshit, I never said anything until it got to the point where I'm like, all right, enough is enough.
All right, this is enough information now for me.
You think you can track her?
Hell yeah.
Across the pond is enough?
He said when I met her in 2017. So he's giving me a timeline now. He's giving me a timeline. He's giving me she was over here and then not. So,
if you get this, you know how much you could sell this for?
I'm already looking. July 12th, 2017, he was at the ESPYs. So I'm wondering if he met somebody at the ESPYs who was an athlete from overseas.
See if you can figure it out.
I'm going to find it.
You can sell it to all the tabloids and
if she doesn't like the limelight, she might not be a famous person. So she might not have been.
Yeah, but she could have been a date.
Could have been.
Yeah. I'm going to find it. Don't worry.
Yeah.
We got it.
That would be
his other girl, Danica, just got let go by Formula One.
That's the other thing, by the way. He has always dated famous people.
I like Danica.
That's true. So
he runs in those circles. I think I heard him talk about that one time. That it's hard to date somebody who's not in that life.
Bobby thinks he's already the biggest winner for worst take. Draymond Green says Nico has been proven right about Luka. We'll play the audio. Let you be the judge next. But I've been right about Wild Fork Foods, baby, and they just sent me the updated list of specials. Chuck Roast Choice. This is something that
complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck ride, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Stephen A. Smith just fighting with everybody. Our morning show buddy. It was the New Orleans Pelicans and Zion and always with LeBron James. And now it's back and forth with Draymond Green after Draymond went on his own podcast and said, everyone in the association is killing Luka Doncic. That is the number one topic right now in the NBA. Does anyone have an apology for Nico?
We were all shocked by that. And Nico Harrison continued to give his reasonings on why he believed that was the right thing to do for the Dallas Mavericks organization. Was it the right thing or wrong thing? I'm not a Dallas Maverick. I don't really care if it was the right thing or the wrong thing. But what I do care about is so many people crushed Nico Harrison for the reasons that he gave. And when Nico gave those reasonings, everybody said he's ridiculous, he's crazy. This has nothing to do with Luka, by the way, what I'm saying. But now when I turn on the TV, all I see is everybody in the media who crushed Nico Harrison, who essentially aided in him getting fired, regurgitating the same things that Nico Harrison was saying. And I struggle with that because I haven't seen one person come out and say, hey, Nico, I'm sorry for the things I said about you when you made that move. Because I just said the same thing out of my mouth.
RJ Choppy, does he have a point?
No.
I thought Bobby was going to give the fastest no. That's why I didn't even want to go to Bobby's already predictable opinion.
Everybody knows. Everybody knew that Luka didn't play any defense. Everybody knew that Luka had his issues. Everybody knew that. It was never, at least for me, it was never about the blaspheme of trading him. You could trade anybody. You could trade anybody you want. It was always about, the absolute joke of a return. That's what it was always about for me.
Now, he is borderlining on an untradeable player, though. Like, that's a sports no-no. You don't go there and do that.
Generally, you're going to lose the deal. If you trade a player of his ilk, you're going to lose the deal. But, yeah, let's just say that, and
because Draymond's point is, these were the issues that Nico had with him, and now Los Angeles is seeing it firsthand, and every person with an NBA microphone is yelling it and screaming it as well.
Yeah, and they were
he's trying to allude to the fact that, hey, maybe Nico was right and you were wrong for getting him fired.
Well, I blame Nico and the Mavs. All right, the Lakers aren't going to put up with that. The Lakers are a real organization.
They're going to put up with it. What are they going to do? They ain't going to do nothing either. Well, the Mavs did something. But, like, the video of him and JJ fighting along the sideline and saying...
That is historically an organization that will let you push them around. Kobe was able to dictate anything he wanted there. LeBron's been able to dictate anything he wants there.
Shaq finally went over the line.
But it was with Kobe. It was another player winning out.
Yeah.
It's still somebody is usually able to win
Sure.
They will give power to a player.
Shaq and Kobe and Magic and Kareem and LeBron all got away with murder. They also won. All right. The Lakers will tell you, no, you're not gonna be a guy who doesn't play defense. You're not gonna be that because they're a real organization.
So what do you think? You think he's playing there in 3 years?
I don't know. I think he's playing here in 3 years. In 2028 when he gets become a free agent.
I do
because they're not going to put up with it. And now they may not do anything in terms of shipping him off. They're going to badger him every day. Whereas the Mavs wouldn't. The Mavs would be like, okay, Luka, we don't want you to leave, huh? So we're going to do it. And the fans are the same way.
But who's
going to
do it? But who's going to do it there? You think J.J. Redick and Rob Pelinka are going to wear him out?
The fan base will get on him. Our fan base would never get on him. He was untouchable.
A little bit did, yeah.
Right? Our fan base was never going to get on him.
True.
Our fan base was never...
Our fan base did.
There was
20% maybe.
Yeah, there was a lot of complaining about him.
Not like
it'll be louder.
It'll be louder. just like, for example, when Kevin Pillar said that about the Ranger clubhouse, and we all know who he was talking about, nobody wanted to believe it. Nobody.
Yep.
Right? Because they don't want to hear it.
Yep.
We're a different fan base. It's the way it is. It's not right or wrong. It's just different.
And if he does that here, it's not a national story in a regular season game.
Right.
It is on the Lakers.
Yeah.
So the national media can.
The only one who said it was Windy. That was it.
But it took to the finals.
And the Mavs fans killed Windhorst.
Lost it. But it took to the finals. This can happen a regular season night matchup against the Clippers, and it's national news because they have to talk about the Lakers. What do you think about what Draymond said?
Okay, so he has a point. Like there's a decent point hidden in there of just, it is ironic that the central reason for trading him, which still was not a good enough reason, the central reason for trading him that everybody crushed Nico for, there are a lot of people like Max Kellerman and others who are saying this all the time now. Like, they've just learned that he's having problems with this. That's funny. It's ironic. I agree with Draymond in the sense of, like, isn't this a funny irony? Where it then crosses the line is, where's the apology for Nico? See, Nico was right. That's where it's like, okay, shut up.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know what Draymond... I've never felt like Draymond hates Luka. Every time you've heard him talk about Luka, he's always like, Luka's cold, blah, blah. He must have some sort of super allegiance to Nico that I don't know about.
And that's what Stephen A. and him are going back and forth about. Stephen A. is like, you like Nico Harrison.
He has defended him before.
And he said, we all like Nico. Everybody likes Nico Harrison as an individual.
Mm-hmm.
But Stephen A. does do a good job of separating. You know what I mean? It's not like Adam Schefter, where you know he's doing Drew Rosenhaus's bidding and other agents to
like
where
the way he talks about Jerry. Like the way Stephen A. talks about Jerry, like knowing that he likes him, then
say he's Biden.
Yeah, he'll say
said he has Alzheimer's.
Yeah, so like, I mean, Stephen A. He'll be like, yeah, we're friends, but I'm going to say whatever.
So that's what Stephen A. is saying back to Draymond. Dude, you have an allegiance you're not able to separate. You can't separate it.
Yeah, and
as a media member.
And I agree. Draymond clearly has gone to bat for Nico. This is like the third clip I feel like we've played over the last year of Draymond doing some sort of defense of Nico. But to like say, oh my gosh, there needs to be a call for just like a mass public apology, a class action apology towards Nico Harrison. Shut up, dude.
Yep. Draymond is one of these guys who I've given too much respect to his brain power. Because I'm like, okay, you got to be one of the most intelligent, smartest, brilliant defensive players in the history of the NBA. And then when I hear Draymond sometimes explain basketball, I'm not like blown away, and I don't think it's so above my head like Christian Parker and Broadus talking, where I'm like, is he basketball brilliant? Because he has to be in order to have he has to have Steph and Clay as teammates in order to have his career. All right, I'm fascinated by the next story. The Magic City controversy.
Oh, baby.
This is the Atlanta Hawks, Magic City, maybe the most famous strip club in the entire country. Lemon Pepper Wings, Lou Williams. They're doing a Magic City night.
Yeah, Mondays. They already sold like 2,000 extra tickets. 90% approval rating from the fans, except for Luke Cornett.
And we'll get to that in a second, but this is the clip from Blake Griffin on Prime when Taylor Rooks was explaining this night in front of Dirk and Company.
Hey, you know what? I'm from Georgia. That was my first strip club experience. Okay. Good times.
All right, let's do a demo. Let's run through it.
Let's do a demo.
Blake's going to get himself in trouble. Blake is very funny when you see him do some of these podcasts. And he's going to get himself in trouble at some point.
All right, who's the player who has an issue with it?
So we talked about Luke Cornett a little bit. Was it yesterday? Tuesday. About him having an issue. And he's got local ties to the Liberty Christian. Big issue, said it's objectifying women. That the NBA should not enter into an agreement or a sponsorship or co-sponsorship or whatever you want to say with a gentleman's club. Richard.
And what is the night about?
Well,
what happens when I go to a Hawks game Monday?
See, that's the question. I don't really know, right? Yeah. They have it. It's coming up here in 11 days. I think it's March 16th.
Hawks Tua.
Now, that is probably spring break. Okay, that's probably spring break. Could be a problem. But like, are they going to have Are they going to have the dancers at halftime instead of Red Panda? Like if that's the case, then that might be a little bit too much. Is this just a branding?
That might be too much because why would you sacrifice Red Panda? I know you're
Absolutely.
a big fan.
But like if it's just a sponsorship where they hang banners,
it's not.
And they hand out chicken wings, then that's not a big deal. Like you don't have to explain that to your kids. If you got girls on makeshift poles out there in the middle of the halftime, all right, then you might have to explain it. Richard Jefferson had a little bit of an issue with this.
Magic City. Everybody has the ability to do whatever they choose, spend their money how they choose. I think that the NBA can partner with whoever they choose. But I understand what Luke Cornett is saying, especially at a very delicate time in women's rights. But women's rights is also, the ability to go do that. To look at this and say like, hey, we want to do it. There's going to be kids at the game. If I'm taking my kids, my 9 and 11-year-old kids, that's not what I want to be introducing my kids to. That's just me. That's 1970s basketball. That's old. I think we're above that. I don't think that there's anything wrong with it, but I don't think that it aligns with the brand.
I agree with Richard Jefferson. I'll be the old square in here. To me, this isn't about women's rights and objectifying. They are going to work there, whatever. I got to know, number one, what are they doing in the arena?
So do you want to know that?
Yes.
Okay, so Magic City has responded to this. They talked to TMZ. They said the event will highlight food, music, and Atlanta culture rather than adult entertainment. They said there will be no nudity whatsoever.
Yeah.
There will be no implication nudity. They said that it'll strictly just be wings and music.
Oh, okay.
That's great.
I'm fine with that.
When it's girls is the music.
I just don't want to take my 5-year-old to the game and explain anything about what Magic City is. If that's not going to come up and I'm not going to talk about it, then go ahead.
That sounds like a fun place to a kid, probably. Like, what's Magic City? It's like when my kids heard us talk about baby dolls, and they're like, "Where's the baby dolls?"
Yeah. It's obvious why they did it on Monday night, not Saturday. Monday night, you're probably not getting as many kids at the game as you would on a Saturday.
Right.
You're right. Just look at
cheaper tickets.
Cheaper tickets. It's true. If they're just doing wings and music and culture.
Yeah. There's not going to be girls on the. I'm not saying
if they're dancing in cages here up above.
Yeah.
Like put Ric Flair's manager in NWA.
Yeah, and there's a lot of that at games anyway, where girls look like they're dancers.
Yeah.
But those are the Magic City stripper promotions on the Jumbotron.
She's got a big pair of
I felt like I was in the Twilight Zone with all these players coming back. I'm like, what world am I in? Like these NBA players love strip clubs.
Yeah. What other player said anything?
Well, two. That's all I needed. It's 100%. We have 100% return on this.
I do like that the TMZ story now has us introducing direct quotes and official news stories of comments made by Magic City manager Juju Barney and dancer Yaya in an interview with TMZ.
Which players may have worked their way out of the Cowboys' range at the Combine? That's next in B-Lo, right here on The Fan.
After we get you over to Just Love Coffee, locations in Arlington and Grand Prairie, and it's built off of a great backstory of love, friendship, and you got to get on over to Just Love Coffee. They were up for Roaster of the Year. The coffee's fantastic. The food is next level. The fellowship's great.
Absolutely. Head on over to the Grand Prairie or Arlington location. Shout out to Tolo Oleg, who said listening to The Fan and enjoying my Just Love Coffee with that perfect family atmosphere in the background. Grand Prairie, Arlington, Just Love, the official coffee of 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece at 1:30, we will have...
Instant, turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
Why the Witten family are public enemy #1 for RJ Choppy again. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Window Nation. That's not going to be the primary focus here. We're going to talk about the Cowboys here in just a sec, but I did have to throw this in.
I think it's the #1 enemy of the Belt and Peyton families.
Really? No. Well, no. Him joining the school, fine. But we already know, we've heard some of the rumblings of complaints over here from RJ Choppy in the high school circles. Now, you've got a 5-star recruit that should be a legacy commit.
He's undersized.
To Tennessee. A 5-star commit that should be a legacy commit to Tennessee. And instead of that, well, Pop's got a job over here. So it's like, oh, well, why don't you just come to Oklahoma? Within the conference.
Yeah, I don't really blame Cooper for this.
Cooper Witten, real quick, 5-star linebacker, big-time recruit, and one that I think a lot of people connected the dots. As soon as Jason Witten was hired as the tight end coach at Oklahoma, boom, here you go, Cooper Witten. So Cooper Witten did commit to Oklahoma.
I'm very torn on this, okay? Because
nothing's
there is,
torn.
You know, would you follow your father to his school and, you know, follow in his footsteps, so to speak, and maybe have to be in his shadow or take over and be a better player and then remove your father as the #1 guy?
Right.
Or would you be like, I'm just going to go somewhere else?
Yeah, like Gin Blossoms. I'll follow you down.
Yeah.
Not that
I'll just go somewhere else, right? I remember when he was coming out, Peyton Manning did not want to go to Ole Miss.
Yeah.
Did not want to. Mm-hmm. Didn't want to live in his dad's shadow and didn't want to be better than his dad and have his dad live in it. Didn't want that. So he's like, I'm just going to go my own school. So there's 2 ways of going about that. But I blame Jason on this one. You know, you as a father do have a duty to instill what a legacy is, a VFL, a Vol for Life. Okay? All right? You don't sit there and, there's no such thing as Sooners for life.
So Luka's going to go to Tennessee?
If he wants to play baseball, he's probably not going to be able to.
Yeah.
So, no. Julian is already like, I want to go there.
Track team.
Oh, baby. Yeah.
Who is the top, #1 Vol athlete?
Oh,
who it's like if they had a child and they didn't send that kid to Tennessee, it would turn the because Peyton.
It's Peyton, but that's the problem.
But I
don't
assume
think
they're like Peyton moved out of his own dad's shadow. Maybe the kid does the same. So
right.
I would. But who would it be like? Yeah, who would it be like? You are stabbing this program in the back. You should automatically send your kid here.
Yeah, Peyton would hurt. It's going to happen though. We have to prepare ourselves for that. I don't know. That's a tough one.
You think Jason Witten would be up there, but he's going to Oklahoma, Cooper Witten. All right, so Mel Kiper has a new article out from the Combine.
Tennessee should have hired Jason, so it's their fault.
They
should have. They absolutely should have. The Cowboys should have hired Jason is what it should have been, is what we hear. Mel Kiper has the 13 players that he thinks most improved their draft stock based on the Combine. And before I go into his list, because he's got a lot of players who are going to be guys who improved their standing in the first round, and may have been guys who just improved their standing on day 2, whatever else. I think that there were a couple guys that after talking to people coming out of Indy, it sounds like what I hear is Arvell Reese from Ohio State pretty much did all right, slam dunk, you're going 2 to the Jets now. That's happening. So it sounded like he was really
he's not the
impressive.
favorite in Vegas.
To the Jets?
I have the board. Second overall pick.
Are they, who would Vegas put up there? Because they're going to hedge a little. Are they going to say it's...
Why are you grimacing over here?
I think it's Sonny Styles.
Because this is the same crap. Washington did this when they took Chase Young. Right? Who was in that draft with Chase Young?
Oh, gosh, I can't even remember. This 2020.
Well,
so Lawrence was in it.
He's referring to a quarterback.
Yeah, because I do believe there was a guy named Josh Allen that Washington Pat. Maybe it was Justin Herbert.
So
It was
you're
one of the
getting
two.
on them for not just drafting quarterback.
Just draft a quarterback. It was the Justin Herbert draft. They took Chase Young too, passed on Tua and Herbert.
You think of Justin Herbert as being as good as Chase Young, though?
No, I don't. Like, if you need a quarterback, Arvell Reese is not going to. All Arvell Reese is going to do is get you right back here next year. Now, maybe that's what they want. Maybe they want
to. Clearly, in New York, love defense. That's they hire all these defensive-minded head coaches. They told Aaron Glenn, like, yeah, you don't even hire a defensive play caller. This is all you, buddy. And, I mean, they couldn't get one interception last year. They do need defense.
All right, I'll give you a hint then, Bobby. You will be thrilled with it.
Oh, thrilled.
You would approve.
Like, I would make the pick myself, too? Oh, Caleb Downs?
No.
Who?
Yes.
I have no Sonny Styles.
No.
Why would I make
Who's
the
your
pick?
broadest defensive?
Bailey.
David Bailey, the favorite right now to go second at -125, then Reese at +150, then Bain, Downs, Styles, Tyson.
So we had a talk about this yesterday. Dane Brugler had his new mock draft out. He had David Bailey going 7th to Washington. If Cleveland wants out of 6, and they say, because Cleveland does 1 out of 6, if Cleveland's sitting there, David Bailey's on the board, and they say, send us 12 and 20, I'm like, cool. Here you go.
You?
Yep.
I hate you.
I'm going up there. I'm taking David
All
Bailey.
you're doing is crying about all this team building when it comes to Pickens. But as soon as your little favorite defensive prospects
That's
are
a top
available,
3 player,
whether
man.
Crosby too, you're just punting on the future. But yeah, we got to build. I'm trying to build. Oh, you're kicking. Forget about Pickens. You're kicking Aubrey out of town first.
Yeah, I'm going to get 2
build.
second-round picks there. We're going to have draft picks.
And now you just go throw it all away.
Look, there's a unique circumstance where that one guy, if he were to slide to 6 and be in range where the point totals about match up for you to go up and make the move. In fact, or no, that's not even what it was. It was you could trade 12 and 20 to the Jets for 6 and then 39, and that makes the point totals match up. So you would get Bailey and then have a second-round pick.
Who's this comp for you, Bailey?
I don't know if there's anybody that like pops to mind right away for me with him, but I mean I think he's going to immediately, like we're talking about, like I would guess that by the end of his contract, he's going to be one of these guys pushing at the top of the market for his first contract, that he'll be pushing at the very top. Because I mean, that is a very high IQ, toolsy, really smart pass rusher.
You know what your problem is, Bobby?
What?
You are.
I have a lot of them.
You do.
I don't know which one you're referencing.
We don't have time in the segment. Trust me.
His
or the
comp,
show.
according to NFL Draft Buzz, is Dallas Turner.
No.
Dallas Turner?
Hell no.
That's what it says.
That's why it's NFL Draft Buzz and nobody reads that website. Let's see what
literally
Lance,
it was literally the first.
Let's see
one
what
that
Lance
popped up.
Airline had. Go ahead.
If you're dating, like you're getting set up for the big blind date from your friend, and you need to be speed dating. You need to be in a room with a bunch of 6s, and you're anticipating and building up to like the 8.5. Like this could be it, the one blind date. And you need to be, this Cowboys defense needs to be in a room of 6s with just speed dating and go around the tables and be like, I could get you, I could you've been interested. I didn't check. And you're throwing away too many assets with too many needs.
Sure, but like, does it make it any difference to you that you then pick up the second rounder too? So you still have 2 picks. It's just you're getting a really top person and then like a second rounder.
Okay. A second.
So, like, that's
okay,
a little bit.
So they're giving the second.
Yeah, because to make the point totals match up, 12 and 20 for 6, and I think it's 39.
Yeah,
that about matches up on the point.
Okay, but I guess how I would look at it.
And I'm getting so they'd be pick 6 in the second.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's like 6th or
7.
Yeah. I didn't want to say that, but yeah, 6 or 7.
Okay, yeah, that totally makes me feel a lot better about it.
All right, so
yeah.
But is the drop off between number 6 and number 12?
Mm-hmm.
Because 6 is definitely a blue chip player. 12 not necessarily.
The drop off from 6 to 12
is it greater than the drop off from 20 to 39?
The drop off from 6 to 12 is not a great drop off, but Bailey's not supposed to be there at 6. The drop off from Bailey to whoever's left at 12 is a bigger drop off than 20 to 40. Bailey is one of like the 2 or 3 to me like guys who it's like that could be a star. Like I think he's really, really good. So looking at the guys coming out of the combine,
and we can finish the rest of this at 9:20, so you don't have to rush through it.
Arvell Reese was a guy that I've heard some good chatter about that had an impressive week. But here are some of the names that Mel Kiper's got on his list Go Vols, baby.
That's right.
Chris Brazel is up here. Chris Brazel the second.
I like him.
6'4", 198 pounds. He ended up running a 4.37 at 6'4" as a receiver. It's impressive. That's great. He's going to have to overcome what everybody else has to overcome when you're an offensive player coming out of Tennessee, which is you played for Josh Heupel, and the league does not like that. The league feels like Josh Heupel's offense puts you behind.
Oh.
I mean, like, Shoddy openly talked about it with Joe Milton over the summer. He said he came from a scheme that puts you behind in the NFL.
My Bucks guy said the same. He said, like, it's too...
Your Bucks guy.
My Bucks guy. He said, like, if you're a player, like...
You're going to get someone fired at Tampa who has some strange, random, weird connection to you from New Jersey. They're going to go through the cell phone, and he like responded to one of your tweets, and you're going to get someone fired there.
He said it's very simple, right? It's just putting players. It's not giving players a lot to think about. So they're kind of telling you where to go. Now Brazel is a go up and get it.
Yeah,
I love that kind of player, but.
Tennessee offensive players have struggled at the next level the last few years. They have not generally hit their
O-line's been
potential.
okay.
Yeah, but the skill players. The skill players have not hit the way they need to. We'll finish this up later, so I'll just tease one name right now to know. The next name on this list is the one that Vach Lombardi asked on the draft show the other day, like, hey, who could be enough of a blinking light if they miraculously fell to the fourth that you go, screw defense, I'm picking an offensive player. This wide receiver is one that I'm picking him if he's there in the fourth round, and I don't care what my needs are. So we'll talk about that later.
And Shoddy, did you guys do the Shoddy board segment that you had sent after what he told us in Indy?
No, we didn't.
I had asked Shoddy. I thought he gave a little different answer than Will McClay. I asked Will, there's an 8 offensive player on your board, and there's a 7 defensive player. Who do you take? And he gave a real answer. He's like, yeah. Shoddy kind of quickly said, give me the best player.
Yeah.
Even though you have all the defensive needs.
Right. I mean, and does that, like, there could be a lot of players. This is the whole let's say Carnell Tate, the wide receiver at Ohio State's available at 12. Crazy that he'd be available, but he's not an 8. He's like a 9, right? He's like a 9 player.
Yeah, he's good. He's one of those guys who everybody feels like that's going to be a solid NFL player. I don't know that anybody thinks like that's going to be a top 5 receiver ever.
But like if he's there and you have the pick and you've already lost out on Downs and Styles and Bain, like, do you take him?
I would not. I wouldn't.
Or let's say it's a tackle, right? Like Shoddy's given the impression that okay, we could actually do that.
Is there a new best player on your Texas Rangers? Choppy has it in Diamond Calves on the home of the Rangers. Final hour with an Eagles ticket giveaway next.
Let's get you some savings. basepowercompany.com/thefan. Sean and I both made the switch, saving 15%, 20% a month on our electrical bills because we switched to Base Power, and we're never going to lose power. Why? The built-in backup battery.
I grew up with this, but my pops, he's sitting there talking about spending $20,000. And I was like, no. I just went through a generator saga, and then I saw Base Power. Boom. It automatically...
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about a new best player on your Texas Rangers? That's what has happened
Good
right
hands.
now in Surprise,
Check that out,
Arizona.
Brandon Cooks.
It is Diamond Cabs on Sean and RJ.
I just threw a coffee creamer at Bobby for the fan can. That
He
is
creamed me.
That's what he's referring to.
105. Was it hazelnut?
Yeah.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, I was fist pumping, and then Sean just creamed me.
Wow. MLB top 100 players came out. The NFL does this. They drag this thing out like all off season, right? They do 2 at a time now.
Used to.
2 a day.
Now it's brutal. They ruined the list this offseason.
I like it so much better. 1 a week, 10 names a week or something like that, or 10 names a day. That's what it should be. So ESPN just put out all 100 at the same time, and you got your usual suspects, and your Shohei's at the top. Aaron Judge, Bobby Witt Jr., Tarek Skubal, Juan Soto, Skeens, Raleigh, Crochet. There's your top 8, right? And I was looking at, all right, just what I do in every article that is around Major League Baseball. Command F Rangers. And I have to put the S on there because if I just put Ranger, half the time it's Ranger Suarez. Right? So I even get fooled. So I just wanted to see how many Rangers made the top 100 in Major League Baseball. If you haven't seen, would you care to guess?
Top 100. All right. 3.
3?
I have seen.
All right, PP?
I'll go 4.
4 is correct.
Oh, look at that.
So the breakdown is the Dodgers have 8. Dodgers have 8.
That's it.
The Phillies have 7.
7.
The Red Sox, Mariners, Braves, and Cubs have 6. Blue Jays and Mets have 5. Yankees, Athletics, Reds, Padres, Giants, Rangers have 4. The White Sox, Marlins, Cardinals, and Rockies have 0.
That's why the Cardinals are giving away $29 seats of food.
Yeah, $29 seats with all you can eat. Yeah, you have you can go to the concession stand as many times as you want. You have 3 items max per visit to the concession stand. But you can go up 18 times if you want to.
$29 for a seat and unlimited concessions, basically.
What?
Yeah, and it's like hot dogs, brisket, or bratwurst, ice cream, popcorn.
The lower level?
Cotton candy. It's 200 level. Not bad. Not bad.
Yeah.
Wow. So you could do that. The Angels have 1, and it's not Mike Trout. Right?
It wouldn't.
Neto. But the Rangers do have 4. And player number 1 is not Corey Seager.
That was surprising to me.
Wow. It is not Jacob deGrom. And it is not Nathan Eovaldi. It is Wyatt Langford coming in at number 39, right behind Bo Bichette.
39?
And ahead of Matt Olson.
What's more surprising, that he's over Seager or 39 on the list?
Yes. I'd say probably, I would not have guessed he would be 39. In fact, I'm going to have to, while Choppy's doing this, I'm going to go count through real quick. I got to see what that makes him as a position player, because that means he's probably somewhere around a top 25 position player.
Well, I'll tell you this right now. So I did this here.
Who put this together?
ESPN.
Who voted? Was it like one person?
I'll have to go back and look. 7 of the top 30 are pitchers. So we're not looking at many. But by the way, Matt Olson, his career OPS plus is in the range of Al Kaline and George Brett and Fred McGriff, like guys in Cooperstown. So for Wyatt to be ahead of Matt Olson, who's played in almost 800 straight games, this is the write-up. His second MLB season looked quite like his solid rookie year, participated in precisely 134 games, but 6 more home runs, stole 3 more bags, had a lot more walks and strikeouts. OPS is 775 in 2025, was a 35-point improvement, but still short of expectations. He did not make as much progress as many as hoped, but he's only 24. 3 separate stints on the IL because of oblique strains. They hope durability doesn't hold him back this year.
9 pitchers in the top 39, which means they're saying he's a top 30 position player.
And last year, I think he was ranked number 18 or 19 in baseball in WAR. So he had basically the same WAR as Jose Ramirez and Lindor.
He had a 5.6 WAR.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Seager had a 6.1.
Yep.
Now again, Seager played in 30. Come on, man.
The season prediction from him: let the All-Star seasons commence. One of 24 players to compile both 20 home runs and 20 steals. In 2026, he will eclipse 30 of each. Predicted a 30-30 guy. That's pretty darn good.
I can see that.
I can see it too. I mean, he's not even at his prime yet. He's young enough to where, I mean, he won't hit his prime for the year and a half.
Look, I hope they're right. It's just like next year, I still think Corey Seager's a better player.
He is, because obviously...
Because Seager's not a bum at short.
No.
They don't have anybody down here who's just like outfield, even if you play multiple spots. They're putting you on a certain spot. Wyatt Langford is the top-ranked left fielder on this list.
Wow. Okay.
He was not top on Buster Olney's list.
No, he was like...
sixth or something, I think. Or was he even an honorable mention?
Honorable mention. At number 41, it's Corey Seager. Every Seager season seemingly brings more of the same. Elite contact quality metrics, a torrid second half.
I think you're going to say torn something.
Gosh, yes.
That sounds like a tongue twister. Every Seager season seemingly brings the same.
That's I slipped on that one. But also a trip or 3 to the injured list. Hamstring issues, an appendectomy, prematurely ended his season in August, ended his 3-year streak of 30 homer seasons to begin his Rangers career. Still posted the major's 12th best WAR and 6th best expected weighted on base average of 400, while improving his selectivity. Big injury risk, underrated superstar, one of the best postseason track records among active players. The season prediction, well, it's all about what luck has in store in terms of game plays. Little doubt, 120-plus games of him should mean a batting average around 300 and a return to the 30-homer plateau.
Yeah, because last year was 271.
And he is sandwiched between Matt Olson and Bryce Harper.
I would still right now say Corey Seager's a better baseball player than Wyatt Langford.
Same.
So this feels like it's got to be at least half projection.
Number 64, Jacob deGrom, sandwiched between Byron Buxton and one spot ahead Fromber.
14th ranked pitcher on the list.
Really?
Yep.
Because he was number 10 in Buster's top 10 pitchers. Not the best pitcher in the world anymore, but he is not far off. Made 9 starts in his first 2 seasons with the team. Reestablished among the top hurlers last year. Dialing back his fastball, the velo. He had an ERA less than 3. Made the All-Star team. Finished 8th in Cy Young voting. Most importantly, avoided the injured list. 172-plus innings over 30 starts. He's 38. He's going to attempt to compile at least 30 starts in consecutive seasons for the first time since winning back-to-back Cy Youngs in 18 and 19. Not the otherworldly pitcher he once was, elite when healthy. The season prediction is 3.10 ERA over 140 innings and 25 starts. And then, at number 99, not Aaron Judge, number 99, but it is Nathan Eovaldi, one ahead of Nolan McLean, who he played for, and C.J. Abrams of the Nats. But this is a long write-up for number 99. 3.80 ERA, 111 whip, 29 starts. Solid but unspectacular, befitting expectations for a very fine career. The best full season ERA he had ever achieved was a 3.39 mark in 2013, so he was close to that one. His career ERA with 6 franchises was 4.07 entering last year. Few expected a 1.73 ERA and a .85 whip, but that's what he did. So in 2024, he had that 3.80 ERA with a 1.11 whip, and he was much, much better than that. The prediction, he earns Cy Young votes. He gets a 2.90 ERA, 30 starts, 150 innings plus pitched. I would sign up for that right now.
What's more likely next year? Texas Rangers pitching staff repeat or Cowboys offensive repeat?
Wow.
Cowboys offensive repeat, probably.
There's a lot of, look, you've got to tell me that Jake DeGrom's not going to make 10 starts.
They were very fortunate last year, even when they had guys have to step up in the rotation, guys were pitching well.
Latch pitched really well when he had to.
And I don't know that they're going to consistently get that. Like, I look at Dallas, and if anything else, I'm like, I think their offensive line could probably be better next year.
Yeah, but you got to factor in. You talk about DeGrom health. Like we got lucky with Dak health.
Right, lucky with Dak health.
But if the offensive line is better and it's protecting him a little bit better, that'll increase his odds right there.
My assumption is Evaldi's going to have some kind of arm fatigue around July.
Always happens,
right? And then DeGrom is what's going to happen with him? Is he going to pitch 30 starts? I doubt it. Lighter. Gore, Rocker.
Montgomery has to return back.
What's that?
Montgomery has to return back to Ranger form in the second half when he comes back.
When does Bradford come back?
Yeah, so I was just looking at it. I don't know how Baseball Reference goes about making their projections, but they got their 2026 projections on everybody's page right now. They've got DeGrom pitching more innings than Evaldi this year.
Ooh.
147 to 142.
Wow. I gotta say, there's one major problem here with this, and this is not a Rangers issue. But 4 of the top 16, 7 of the top 30 are pitchers. That's it.
Go down the players.
Evaldi was number 26, by the way, among pitchers.
Among pitchers?
Go 1 through 15. This is the best 100 players in baseball?
Best 100 players in baseball. So number 1 is Shohei. And, I mean, he's a pitcher right? He's a DH and a pitcher. Judge is 2, Bobby Jr. is 3, Skubal is 4. So Skubal's your first real pitcher. Soto 5, Skeen 6, Cal Raleigh 7, Garrett Crochet, another pitcher, 8, Julio Rodriguez 9, Acuna 10. Vlad Jr., Jose Ramirez, Gunnar Henderson, the shortstop at 13, Tatis at 14, Kyle Tucker at 15.
You would say that's high for Tucker, wouldn't you?
I think so.
And what's your problem with the pitchers?
Well, the issue is that, your season ticket holders are going to go to the games. Your walk-up crowd is the one that's like, oh, let's go to the game tonight. And a lot of times for me, it's like, who's playing? I want to know, one, who the other team is. Are they playing the Dodgers, the Cubs, the Yankees? Who are they playing, right? 2, I want to know the other team's slugger. I want to see Shohei. I want to see Aaron Judge. I want to see Mike Trout, Bryce Harper. And then finally, if the starting pitcher matchup, if it's like, oh, I'm going to get Yamamoto, DeGrom, right? I'm going to get Verlander, prime Verlander, DeGrom. I'm going to get Garrett Cole and Nate Evaldi. I'm going to get Crochet, and I'm going to go to that game. And when you only have a handful of starting pitchers that are elite, go down the list of all these. What'd you say Nate was, 29?
26. If you take Ohtani out as a pitcher, then he's 26. There were 27 pitchers on the list.
I mean, but if you go to let's say the 31st best pitcher, best player in the sport, it's Hunter Brown. Baseball fans know who Hunter Brown plays for. The casual fan doesn't have any idea who. Hunter Brown doesn't move the needle.
Right.
He doesn't move the needle at all. And I think that's a problem for the sport. I want to see great pitching matchups.
Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers with spring training coverage with the KNC Masterpiece and G-Bag Nation, brought to you by ASCO Equipment, the on-time expert, Zero Res, and Best Buy Windows and Siding. Why one NFL insider is throwing around $12 million for Brandon Aubrey. Your football fix, the Red Zone, is next. But let me go ahead and get you set up with DFW Security.
when you trade 100. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
This is the Red Zone, your football fix on the official home of the Dallas Cowboys, with the entire morning squad back together again. Sean, Trafe, RJ, Choppy, and Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden. Y'all said not till 10 o'clock?
Well, Aiden's always here early.
So early.
Yeah, if this was Carter, it'd be 10:30.
Did he get the job yet?
I don't know. Did you get the job yet, Aiden? No, he did not.
Oh, man.
Oh,
have you had an interview yet?
The uprising.
He's had a couple.
The uprising that would happen if Aiden did not get whatever job he's applying for would not be good.
I agree.
Would not be good. 940 Crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece from Surprise, Arizona. Adam Schefter is already talking about $12 million a year for Brandon Aubrey. And on his podcast, the NFL Insider said, yeah, this is what I would do if I was a GM for the Cowboy kicker.
Kickers are like insurance. You never know that you need one until you don't have it, and then it's too late. So to me, again, if I were in the front office, I'd be spending more than most people would on Brandon Aubrey. I'm sure that Jerry Jones has said they've made Brandon Aubrey an offer to make him the highest paid kicker in the game. I say make him the highest paid kicker in the game and then some. And whatever then some is worth every penny, because that guy is a difference maker. How many difference makers are there in the NFL? How many difference makers on the offensive side of the foot? Brandon Aubrey is one, and he's worth every penny, whatever he makes. And if he were given a second-round tender, I might be interested in going out and signing him and giving up my second-round draft pick to go get Brandon Aubrey.
Dang.
He is. I don't know if this is just because historically guys in the league who are as tall as Schefter have been kickers, so he's just got a soft spot for him, like the Jim Breaches of the world.
Yep.
But, man, that's an aggressive, I'd pay him what he's worth and then some, just because I love kicker that much. And if I'm another team, I'll pay the 10, 12 million, whatever it is, because he mentioned, how much is that worth? 8, 10, 12? He was going up ridiculous numbers.
Yeah.
He'd pay it, and then he'd say, and I'd give up a second to pay that. It's like, okay, well, your team would struggle, I think. I think that this would be a struggle for your team if that's how you're going to team build.
Someone offers you a second, the tender thing happens, you get a second-round pick, RJ, in or out?
So my options are get a second-round pick and take it, or am I just giving him the
second-round pick and then go find another kicker or match whatever they signed him to?
And they signed him to
8.
Yeah, 8.
Oh man,
It
gets tough.
Does it change anyone else's mind when the draft gets closer? I'm a sucker for that. I'm like, I want to play with a toy.
Yeah, I mean the second-round pick. I mean, do we need it?
I'd take a 5th. I take a 5th.
Oh,
for
you're
it.
crazy.
Just the position. It's just the position. It's literally nothing to do with him. It's the position. I would take a 5th for any kicker.
Schefter views him as
a weapon,
and he is a weapon. If you watch all the Cowboy games on television, you also have it on 105 through the Fan. Every announcer, I wasn't paying attention to the Chargers games or the Jacksonville games as closely, obviously, but every play-by-play man talked about Brandon Aubrey differently. All right. Oh, you're within his range. Oh, there's a chip shot for him. How many times did you hear that last year? So I think that is more stuck in Schefter's mind versus Bobby doing a little bit more kicker homework, which he used to keep Adam Vinatieri out of the Hall of Fame. And he's like, no, he wasn't even the best kicker in the league last year. That would take back your normal NFL fan to hear whatever metrics and stats Bobby's pointing to, you know?
Right. I like Aubrey.
Right now you're having a fantasy draft and you go to 4 bars and everyone's in their back room and you're like, what kicker are you taking first? Everyone's saying Brandon Aubrey for the most part. Now, fantasy people actually may have the numbers down more so. But you go into a random bar and you're like, who's the best kicker in the NFL? Everyone's saying Aubrey.
Hey, so Peyton, we know he's like nutty fantasy person who like studies the waiver wire and stuff, so he always knows somebody. How many kicker names do you think you can drop, Peyton, from your fantasy research?
Just kickers in general?
Yeah, like kickers that are better than Brandon Aubrey.
Give me
who's
your
like
top
really
5.
good.
Give me your top 5 kickers you're drafting in order.
Aubrey's number 1. I mean, he's reliable. So he's number one. Then I go Cam Little. Fairbairn that Bobby's mentioned is up there. Butker, not really. I'm trying to think. Jason Myers, I think his name for Seattle.
So the 8 kickers that were listed on that kicking value added metric that we did, the 8 kickers that were ahead of Brandon Aubrey last year were Kaimi Fairbairn, Will Reichard in Minnesota, Nick Folk with the Jets, Eddie Pinheiro from the 49ers, Cameron Dicker from the Chargers, Riley Patterson from the Dolphins, Jason Myers from the Seahawks, and then Harrison Mevis, however you say it, from the Rams.
So I just looked at kicker salaries, right? And I was trying to see, like, is there a correlation between good teams and paying your kicker? And there really isn't. The top kicker salaries, Kansas City, Philly, Chargers, they all made the playoffs. I'm sorry, except for Kansas City, but Kansas City's been there. Giants, no. Cincinnati and Denver, Houston, Seattle, Green Bay, Buffalo, Pittsburgh. I mean, all those teams, year in and year out, generally are postseason teams, except for, like, the Giants.
I mean, yeah, the best kickers ahead of Aubrey on this list. It's the Rams kicker, it's the Seahawks kicker, it's the 49ers kicker, it's the Chargers kicker, it's the Texans kicker. Those were all like really good playoff teams.
Aubrey's the lowest paid kicker in the NFL?
Probably.
Remember I said it was 30-something?
Yeah, I mean it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. Brandon should be embarrassed that he's that lowly paid. I can't. I love him. I gotta get Shotty's crutch away from him. But I can't do it. I can't get rid of Aubrey for
a second.
Yeah, maybe for 2.
Mr. Positional Value.
I struggle.
And you're not trading a kicker for a second?
I struggle with positional value when it comes to the kicker because they score more than anybody else.
Well, you have to write a lot of that off the opportunity.
You don't want to pay. You never want to pay running backs who score 20 touchdowns because they're given the ball inside the 3.
See, to me, the replacement of a running back is easier than a replacement of a kicker.
I think they're about the same.
You think so?
Yep. They literally found Brandon Aubrey kicking in his backyard as a soccer player who had never played football, and then they went, yeah, now we're going to make you the highest paid. And I know that's a simplification, but it feels like we have a dozen stories like that across the NFL of guys who's like, yeah, I never played football. I just kind of
So what do you think? You think he's just got better PR than anyone else? Cowboys
I think he was definitely at the forefront of this like boom of kicking distance. He started that. This past year, and with the change with the K-balls, like, we don't know how this new difference of you guys being able to, like, manipulate the footballs however you want, and everybody being like, oh, yeah, everybody can kick that way. Like, that may have leveled the playing field enough that's like, yeah, he's not the advantage he once was.
Listen, I will say that I have to freely admit part of my concern here is my college football team couldn't make a kick to save their lives in a big spot.
Yeah, man.
And
We're sitting in a bar watching them miss a kick against Georgia, right?
Against Georgia, what cost us the game. And then, nothing scares me more. There's no worse feeling because then your offense puts you in a position to win the game, and then your idiot kicker can't go out there and make a kick. And I know this guy can.
Trent McDuffie traded to the LA Rams for a lot. A first from Kansas City, a first-round pick, a future third, and you throw in a 5th and a 6th as well. And the Rams are going to have to go ahead and pay McDuffie, who is an All-Pro.
That's legit. F them picks. Now they've got another one.
Yeah.
And the Rams didn't trade their highest one, but that's
the Rams are still at 13.
It's trading a lot of capital to then pay somebody, which I mean. Packers did the same with Mike and different things like that. It's just, I mean, it felt like Kansas City was going to have to walk away. It didn't feel like they had the market by the balls here, and you had to do what they wanted to do. First, third, and that's wild to me. They were able to get that much.
Stephon Diggs released in New England. People think DJ Moore is about to be gone from Chicago. People were trying to say DJ going over to the Patriots. Alec Pierce is officially headed to free agency after the Daniel Jones transition tag. Quay Walker in Green Bay apparently deleted everything Packer-related. Chargers released guard Mekhi Becton and Will Dissly yesterday. And then Drew Dahlman retiring from the Bears.
It's a big deal. And I mean, that was something where he had been one of the best centers in football.
27.
Very quietly when he was with the Falcons previously. But when he ended up with the Bears last offseason, he had another really great year. He helped really stabilize. That was like their first investment, or they may have traded for somebody, but they clearly made an investment on we got to fix the offensive line and protect Caleb. And Dahlman was a huge part of that stabilizing. And we've seen We saw here in Dallas, like, when Travis Frederick left, the instability that caused. Detroit, their offensive line got thrown into a total mess, losing their center. Philly had some problems right after Jason Kelce left. Like, if you lose a good center, that can throw off the dynamic of your whole offensive line.
All right, let's finish up the Mel Kiper winners list after the Combine.
All right, so the player that I had teased ahead, and I said if he fell to the fourth round, which I don't think there is.
The fourth round?
So here's the thing. He's not going to go in the first round, this player that I'm about to name. Vach was trying to ask, all right, we all know the first round pick, and we're like, ooh, could somebody be good enough that you'd pass up defense? You're like, probably not. There's just, the margins are too tight. So when he said, how about the fourth round? It's like, well, the fourth round, that's going to have to be a little more unpredictable. You're going to have to probably pick somebody that I think should have gone in the second that falls for some reason. And so you're having to, like, make a projection of who's a candidate to maybe fall like that, even if you don't think it's likely. And it's one of the Combine winners for Mel Kiper, and that is Zachariah Branch, the wide receiver from Georgia and who had previously been at USC. You remember a couple years ago, maybe like 2-3 years ago, we had the opening game. Caleb played out of his mind against San Jose State. It was like the opening of his Heisman campaign. And that was the same game where they had this freshman stud at USC who, like, ran back a kick, scored 2 long touchdowns from Caleb. That was Zachariah Branch. He is, to me, he has a potential ceiling that's like, that could be a Tyreek Hill type of player. This dude is so ridiculously fast and shifty and is just a total dog. There's some problems. He's got some skeletons in the closet that teams are.
What skeletons?
Just issues with, like, maturity stuff, locker stuff. That exists with Zachariah Branch. He's small. He's 5'9", 177. He's going to be limited. I mean, that's small even compared to Tyreek. Tyreek was 5'10", but Tyreek also looked like he was about 200 pounds. He was just
Turpin?
Yeah, and so, like, you've got a smaller type of player who's got some issues, some history, didn't have the best exit from USC. So these are all things that, all right, teams do. They're looking to go like, yeah, you're a good talent, but, this is a heavy loaded receiver draft. I think Dane Brugler had something like 20 of his top 100 were receivers. But Zachariah Branch, he ran as fast as expected. He turned in a 4.35 40. This is what Mel Kiper said. He said he was explosive as expected. He jumped 38 inches, but it was his work in the gauntlet drill that stood out the most. With his 29 and 3/8 inch arms, he doesn't have the widest catch radius, but he showed really sure hands, plucking the ball from his body. And once the ball's in his hands, he's a dynamic playmaker. 636 of his 811 receiving yards last season came after the catch. Like, this dude is
636
ball in his hand. You can't catch him. So I really like Zachariah Branch. He'll probably go in the second round. But if for some reason he started tumbling a little bit because of a heavy receiver class and because of some of the issues that he's had in his past, if he's sitting there when the Cowboys pick in the fourth round, I'm going, there's no defensive player better take him. I'm taking him, and then I'm figuring out what to do with Turpin.
Bobby Belt with your Draft Insider homework here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. Let's hook you up before cross-talking with KNC in Arizona.
Don't you get cold in the wintertime? All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see the Eagles on Saturday, May 16th at Globe Life Field in Arlington. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
We have breaking news of a major arrest that you probably saw coming.
Tyreek.
Crosstalk with KNC after this. And this is Wild Fork.
Get upgrade your vehicle. Keep the classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
We have so much going on in Crosstalk here with the Kansas City Masterpiece live from Surprise, Arizona. We have a bee issue. We have a rain.
I might start drinking, Sean.
You start drinking?
I said I might start drinking. There's terrifying stuff happening right in front of us.
Okay, because apparently the guys were scarred from yesterday's Crosstalk where they thought you were drinking because you were so erratic and upset and angry. You really scared these guys yesterday.
Yeah, that was
unprofessional.
No, I mean it was, but that was probably carryover from personal things back home. I don't know if I said this on air or not.
No, we didn't talk about it.
Okay, well, my 3-year-old broke his arm, and so I was definitely really rattled. And
how?
So he was at
heading
gym.
Soccer balls.
Yeah, no. He was at the gym or his baby CrossFit, and he definitely has some of my OCD vibes, and he jumped over this thing, and he was like, no, I didn't do it right. And so then he needed to do it again, and his foot got tripped up on the thing he was jumping over, and he braced himself with his arms, so he broke, I think it's the ulna. He broke the front part of his forearm, and so then when I talked to him, he was like, Daddy, I miss you. And I was like, son of a gun. And so that definitely had me like in a pissy mood.
Do you realize that you and your competitive level messed up Crosstalk yesterday, and your son and his competitive level messed up his arm? That's uniting the hate in the family right there. That's a policy. You know he's yours now. We were all kind of questioning it, but now you know.
He definitely does some things that I was like, "Whoa, sorry about that, Jess." But in the meantime, so if you want to know another fun fact about me, I am terrified of bees and wasps.
Okay. Yeah, the first time I learned this, Sean, we were working at the newspaper together, and we're at a game, and a wasp ended up inside the press box, and it was up on the window, and I just saw Kevin quietly close his notebook, that one he always carries around, and gently stand up and leave the room. And then he just shut the door, and you could see him through the window just staring. He did not want to be around it. And I predicted that earlier this week. I said within the next 2 days, we're probably going to need a beekeeper. And here we are.
We'll get to that in just 1 second. I had Peyton play this music because Brittany was arrested in California.
Leave Brittany alone.
Why? I am leaving her alone. Driving under the influence. She was released early Thursday morning. So.
I'm surprised at that. I didn't know that she.
Man, this is sad. It's legit sad, man.
The entertainment industry ruined that woman. They destroyed her life.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she was doing a dancing video. You saw that the other day. I mean, her boob flopping out left and right. And
no. All Magic City in there.
And the Texas Rangers are signing former National League MVP Andrew McCutchen to a minor league deal, according to the Dallas Morning News.
One of the great ambassadors of the sport. Great dude.
I like this move as a platoon DH situation. His OPS against left-handers last year, I think, was about 800 or really close to that. So that is definitely something that you can use on this team. I can't imagine he cost hardly any money. And so, it's a decent option. Look, I'm with Bobby in terms of I wish they would have made more offensive moves, but this feels like the best we're going to get.
Yeah, they made offensive moves instead of offensive moves.
What is going on with the Bees?
Well, for the last few days, we've had multiple bees penetrate the wall. That is
penetrate the wall.
Now, when you say bees, do you mean like
Eric Bell?
Literal bees, or are you talking like? Do you consider wasps, hornets, yellow jackets all part of the bee family?
These are real bees, Chop.
So they're harmless.
Yeah, exactly.
They could still sting you.
That's what I tell Kevin. He doesn't understand. If you just leave them alone, all they're trying to do is pollinate the world. Yeah. That's all they're trying to accomplish.
When they're foraging, man, they don't do nothing.
Bee Movie is an awesome movie for kids, by the way.
It is a good movie. I really like that one. So over the last few days, there's these two pipes right here that are just, you can just see them floating around everywhere. But occasionally one would drift into this room, and Kevin would quietly get up and walk out. And we got here this morning, and because I told you the other day, I was like, I predict that we're going to need a beekeeper. And here we are. We get in this morning, and there's a guy up there, and we said, hey, are we safe? And he said, you're absolutely safe. And Kevin was like, I'm still terrified.
Well, yeah, because then Corey goes, maybe he's not really a beekeeper. Maybe he's just some guy who works at the stadium. And I was like, oh, no.
Working on some of the electronics up there.
Now,
but
look,
nah.
It's a non-poisonous snake.
Right.
I'm still not doing the show from where they are if there's a non-poisonous snake.
I understand what
by.
you're saying.
I'm not
Corey
doing
has
it.
his window open. So if the bees get displaced and they get angry, we're the nearest open window. They're going to come after us like we're Thomas J. and My Girl.
You're wearing a hat. You're wearing a hat. The hat is your swatter. Sean and I know Sean and I have pools. I don't know if you guys have a pool.
Corey does.
You know, how many wasps do you kill on a Saturday at your pool? I kill at least a dozen.
A ton.
And I use some of my hat, and I also have that spray that goes like 30 feet.
No, get an electric tennis racket out there. It's
Yes.
so fun.
Those things are awesome.
An electric
Yeah,
tennis
it's this
racket?
little thing, and you just you're like, oh,
You'll feel like there's a force field around you, Kevin. Now you might smack Corey in the
sound fun.
It might smack Corey in the head.
It taps into something though, when you start taking out wasps and stuff, you're like, there might have been a path where I would have been an awful dictator or something. Because this is fun to take out all these. Things.
I was with Atolo because he was helping me with do some stuff with my pool, and I caught one in my pool net. I caught it, and I was just like, screw this, I'm sinking it right down to the bottom of the water. So I put it all the way down to the bottom of the water and just left the net there and walked off. And came back about 30 minutes later, and I went down and pulled the net up, and he was still alive.
Oh,
and I was like,
no.
how does this happen? And the guy was like, yeah, you're just stomp him out, dude. It's fine.
I think there's a jar of gasoline trick or something that my wife, she's like, just go out there with the gasoline. Well, you have to, number one, just have spare gasoline laying around. Number two,
this economy,
you got to get right next to it. And they just like a vacuum, go into the stupid
fumes,
jar?
Probably the fumes.
So that's the thing, is that if you don't have the racket, and let's say one gets in your house and it's on a window or whatever, that moment of just anxiety of just looking at it, I'm about to try and squash this, and just
How would you know what to do if it's in a house?
Because I've done it before. I said the window. We have windows in the apartment. This isn't our studio, okay? So I actually no. When you're sitting there and just all right, I'm about to make the move. It's just like this. I'm certain no matter how quick I am, it's going to see me coming. It's going to go, and then it's going to take me out.
For sure.
It's going to pick you up and carry you to the hive.
And he's right, because that's the part of the story that Corey didn't tell about the wasp that got killed at the football game, is 3 of its wasp buddies were right outside the window, and they saw their friend get murdered, and they got pissed off, and they started smashing themselves into the glass. And I thought somehow they would find a way in, and they were ready for vengeance.
That's like crows. Crows remember you. If you do something to a crow, it will remember you years later if it sees you, and it'll attack you.
No way.
100%. Look it up.
Choppy, I have a bad history with crows. I don't know
that's
what
why the movie was The Crows.
That's an all-time movie.
That is an all-time movie.
I also love that spray from 15 feet away.
Spectricide or whatever. I love it.
I love it.
Yeah,
I don't stop either.
I buy them in the 2-pack all the time, one a month.
Yes.
One a month.
I hit one in mid-flight once with the spray.
It's the best feeling.
Yeah, it was really cool. Yeah.
What's coming up on the program?
I actually just want to talk more about this now, but I guess we'll talk about it.
We do have Josh Smith joining us at 11 o'clock today, so we'll have I think that's the second baseman for this team, Kevin. I think he's probably locked that thing down yesterday.
So does he.
Yeah, and I'm really happy that he's got a different focus, and he listens to our show.
He does.
That's really cool to know that we learn in that. And then we have Michael Finley joining us at 1:30 today.
Oh, that's good get.
You got a question for Michael Finley?
Yeah, I want you to ask him about the beer.
Yeah.
That will go viral. That will dominate. Yeah. That'll dominate everywhere.
And I say that usually I would say that as a joke, but I know Hagee will find a way to ask that question about the beer. He'll be like, "What did you think with that moment went viral?" Or however you would ask it. You do a good job of asking the uncomfortable
just
question.
journalism school. Dan Patrick, 4 words. What happened with the beer?
That's it.
That's it. 5 words.
Maybe you'll get in the top 20 next year.
What happened with the base? Yeah, you're going to put Kevin in a bad mood again now.
That was the goal.
No!
That was the
He's in
goal.
good
I was just trying to get
spirits
Kevin in a bad mood.
Kevin, what happened with the chicken wing? Did you discuss this on your show, your confessional?
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So, like, every time Broadus reenacts, anytime we've been out to dinner, he has this thing where he's like, he touches all the appetizers. Not true. Not true at all.
Like he puts his finger on all them?
Yeah, like, no, he says that's what I do. Which,
Yeah, Kevin sorts through to find the one he wants.
Which I said is not true. In some instances, what I would do is like pick up a mozzarella stick and then use the mozzarella stick to perhaps move the undesirable appetizers like the onion ring out of the way so it does not impede on my mozzarella stick goodness. But I would never touch it with my hand.
Do you have a plate that has different spots on it, like this
Divider plates.
Divider
I got
plates.
For adults?
Yeah.
I don't, but I would. I'm not against that.
I've
And
got
I
a few for
also-
you. I'll bring them next week. I got a few for you, Hagee.
Yeah.
You eat dinner on divider plates?
That's amazing.
I will when it's like Thanksgiving. The stuff is
That
not
is
mixing. Stuff is not touching.
That is like the meal where the things can all mix.
No. If you get green
whole
beans,
sandwich of
if
it.
you get green bean juice on macaronis, where I will scoop that up, I will like put knives to like divide
Why
it.
do I not
That's
do- why do I
not
not
getting
doubt
eaten.
this?
That's not getting eaten.
Why do I not doubt? This is amazing.
Because you eat like a psycho too.
I do. I don't like to. I don't eat. I don't.
You
like
won't
to,
eat. You have to eat one thing at a time. You have to finish all your steak. You won't. God,
And you eat it like you're out of a trough. You're like,
no.
Yeah, I mean,
And
like,
then
but
you
he
go, that
won't-
steak tastes too steaky.
He won't mix like he won't eat a bite of steak and then a bite of baked potato. Like it's got to be all the baked potato and then
Yeah,
all the
obviously.
steak.
I mean,
no, that makes sense.
it does make sense. You know why? Because when you watch a lion in the jungle, when David Attenborough's out there, you know, and it's like, does the lion have a bite?
Well, you got to talk like it now.
The lion with a bite of the antelope liver, moving over to the heart.
That's good.
Yeah, he wouldn't do that. The lion would finish the liver, then move to the heart, then the intestines. Actually, he'd probably eat the intestines through the butt right to start with.
So you're telling me if I lined up
I've always kind of thought that about you, Chuck.
kidney, liver, butt, and line it up in plates.
Yeah.
You're telling me the lion is sticking with one plate and then going to the next
Yeah.
plate? They're not going to go here.
No.
blah, blah, blah.
Yeah,
There's going to be an order to
There's
it.
going to be an order to
What
it.
about
You
the
gotta-
witch?
And I think you got to start with the liver because that's the most difficult to eat. It's the hardest.
Wardrobe?
I know that because of Fear Factor. It took a while for them to eat the liver.
Yeah.
How much of your life do you base on Fear Factor?
I mean, well, I still really like the host.
He's not the host anymore, is
Not
he?
anymore. No, now it's Johnny Knoxville. Yeah, Johnny Knoxville. No, I love Fear. Fear Factor was great.
Look at that
I based
attempt.
most of it.
Look at that Rogan attempt right there. He tried to shoehorn
Most
in.
of that stuff is that's how I live my life. Quarter mile at a time. Fear Factor.
All right, we're back tomorrow. The fellas are up next. It's the KNC Masterpiece from Surprise, Arizona on the home of the Rangers.
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors. And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. We are live from Texas Rangers spring training, courtesy of ASCO Equipment. And thank you very much to them for making this entire trip happen. How the heck are you guys doing today? How the heck is everybody out there in Radio Land? 877-881-1053, Franklin Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube.
Well, Alec, I need to tell you a little story here, all right?
Ooh.
Yeah, the bees situation looks like it's all squared away. Look at that.
I don't know, man.
We told them to buzz off.
Okay.
And they did.
Those bees didn't really get going until later, though.
No, look, dude, there's not a single one floating around. So because he did his job correctly, it looks like it takes about a 20-foot section of the gutter system that they kind of built their little hive in. And he said, I got this. Don't worry about it. All right, so that's step number one. Number two, I had a moment this morning, Kevin, that I wanted to tell Alec about. You've already heard this story. I went down. I was like, I'm going to grab something to eat real quick from the hotel lobby. And I went through the little buffet line, and I reached in to grab 2 sausage links. Well, I grabbed them, Alec, with the tongs. And sometimes whenever you're doing that and you have a plate in your hand and you're using that hand also to hold up the tray, sometimes things slip, especially oily sausage. And so what happened was those two pressed against each other, and then bloop, we went 2 different directions. I was able to catch one of them. One of them fell on the floor. But I was able to catch one of them with my pelvis up against the countertop.
Oh, dear.
So, Alec, when you look down, you would see my pelvis and a sausage stuck up against the countertop. And an older lady was standing next to me, and she looked down, and she started laughing so hard at the sight of the sausage in my pelvic area, just kind of pressed up against the countertop. So I made a lady's day this morning.
Alec, I know normally you hate these, but given all of the information you just heard, can we please call Corey Pelvis Presley?
I feel like we have to at this point. If it made somebody's day and if other people had to witness that, then yeah, I feel like you got to bear the new nickname.
I missed this, though, Alec. I wasn't there for it. To see that old lady laugh at a sausage being pressed against his belt or whatever.
It was a calamity, dude, because then I tried to grab more, and the lid kept falling down. It was just one of those, I call it the Charlie Chaplin moment, where you just kind of look at the camera and just go, wah, wah.
So I guess then the question becomes, Alec, how are you today?
Again, you love to put me in these situations where there's a lot going on, and now I've got to follow up. So thanks for that. No, I'm doing great now that I've got a sausage story in the bank that I get to reuse and revisit at 1:30 tomorrow. This is going to be great.
You put that Corey sausage story in your bank, did you?
Okay. All right, Kevin. You show me your meat. Stop it. Okay, both of you. What are we doing here, guys? Let's talk some sports here. What about Andrew McCutchen?
All right, let's talk about Andrew McCutchen. Yes, and I see all of your bee puns. Oh, this story is the bee's knees. Thank you very much for everybody that is weighing in about that. So the Rangers sign Andrew McCutchen to a minor league deal. But you've seen this several times when it's essentially like a minor league deal in name only for guarantee, for I think payment purposes essentially. And so he will get a shot and he'll be out here in Surprise sooner rather than later. We'll look for clarification on when he's going to be here a little bit later today when they open up the clubhouse. But he is older. I know a lot of people thought he had already retired or he was retiring with the Pirates. Remember, he talked about like how he didn't really appreciate how they were treating him in this last go-round with the contract. And I realize he's a former NL MVP winner, but this is not the guy that's going to be putting up those kind of numbers. But what he could do, he played exclusively DH last year. I think he could be a good kind of platoon DH because he has solid, if not good, numbers against left-handed pitchers, even as a right-handed DH. And so that feels like something that this team could use.
Well, and that's exactly what Skip told us the other day. You know,
Yes.
he's looking for those compliments for guys like Evan Carter or like Jock, like guys that I can rotate around that can be fungible, if you will, Kevin.
Yes.
I feel like that's a good use of that word
That
today.
is a good use of that word.
So, and by the way, the Beekeeper video is up on Twitter right now at 105.3 The Fan, but also
Don't watch
our video from last night's dinner, Kevin, where we asked who won dinner last night. I still think I'm in the top 3 at least with my coconut popsicle.
Okay, and I do want to...
Don't worry, I just want to let everybody know they're on Twitter right now.
Given the story you told at the beginning of it, who knows? Alec, I want to know, I'm going to let you be the judge, and then we can talk about the World Baseball Classic and stuff. Was Eric, did he let you down in this scenario? So we went to this Mexican food restaurant, which was phenomenal, by the way.
I'm actually a little upset that I didn't, because y'all said it was so good.
Yeah, it really was tremendous. But Eric walks up to the counter, or he's like looking at the menu. Then he goes, man, these prices are crazy because it was really cheap too. And then he looks at like the manager's special, and it's 2 quesadillas and like 10 tacos and 2 tubs of beans and like something else. It's
everything Eric would ever want.
Yeah, so it's a lot of food. And he goes, man, that manager's special sounds kind of good. And it's like, I don't know, $52. So it's above our per diem specifically for dinner. And he goes, man, I wish it was a little cheaper. And I go, I'll tell you what, I will give you cash for whatever the difference is. So like the ceiling for his per diem, and whatever it is over that, I'll do it. He's like, oh, how big are your quesadillas? And then the lady showed him. They're pretty damn big.
Oh, they're nice size.
Yes, they definitely were. And then I thought he might do it, and he chickened out.
Well,
That's what I say, he chickened out. And he came back to the table, and he goes, yeah, that was like without meat. With meat, it would have been $65. And I was like, you want to go up there and change your order? I will pay for that.
Yeah, Kevin was
now.
like, I'm very rich.
Yeah.
I'm a rich man. I will definitely. And you wanted to shower him with all those dollars.
For sure.
For that food.
One at a time.
Yeah.
Alec, are you disappointed in hearing that Eric didn't take the food challenge?
I am, and it sounds like you weren't in Arizona. It sounded like you were in Magic City with the money that was raining around there. Yeah,
Atlanta called us.
Yeah.
Atlanta called us about doing a promotion with them.
Exactly. So everybody that was up in arms about that, no, it was just going to be Kevin, Corey, and Eric. It wasn't going to be any professional dancers. No, I am disappointed. I'm also disappointed in Majors. 1 popsicle? That's it? That's all we're doing?
So I got some nachos here at the stadium yesterday while we were watching the Brazil game, and they were Korean barbecue or brisket nachos. Ooh. They had Korean barbecue brisket on top, pickled onions, jalapenos, queso, some crema. It was fantastic, and it was like a giant size of them. And I was very hungry at the time, so I scarfed them down, and then I just wasn't hungry later in the evening. I had a little heartburn, and so I was like, I'll just go with the popsicle because I just didn't want to chow down on anything else. Didn't know if I needed the calories at that point too. So I was kind of knocking that back. But I appreciate your concern, Alec. But I'm well fed out here. I promise.
Well, I appreciate your level of moderation right there. All right, now, Alec, I get to do the awkward transition. Can you go ahead? Yeah, go ahead and give me cut number 2. There's no commentators on this, but I just want you to listen to this as Josh Smith went yard against Brazil. Now, we're going to have Josh Smith on the show at about 11 o'clock, and we're going to talk more about that Brazil game in Baseball Nuggets. But it was a preview for the World Baseball Classic, and I want to know from you fine gents and for everybody out there listening, are you pumped? Are you excited for the World Baseball Classic? And are you more or less excited since we just came off the Olympics? So patriotism, running wild, winning the gold in women's hockey, winning the gold in men's hockey. The United States baseball team is a pretty good favorite going into the World Baseball Classic that they've only won once in the 5 iterations, with this now being the 6th. Where are you guys at with that?
Well, I want to elaborate. Yesterday, seeing DeGrom give up the home run, seeing Berger hit the home run, and then seeing that from Josh Smith and hearing that.
We'll talk about that some more
song,
later.
Kevin, is my favorite thing. The World Baseball Classic, I'm very pumped about it. Having seen a couple of teams here, I'm hopeful that those communities dive in a little more, though, because I felt like it was a little light from the Brazil group and the Cuba group, and those are the most fun. Like, it's just a party. It's a party during a baseball game, and I love it because you come here for an event, and that's what I want to see. So I'm hoping that we can get a little bit more of that action because I think that livens it up. But yeah, Kevin, after what the U.S. men's and women's hockey teams just did, and seeing them talk about their support for each other, like that kind of we care. We became hearing Otter talk about that, seeing them on SNL do their thing. That's fun, and I'm kind of hopeful that there can be some more support for the U.S. baseball team, and we can all kind of get behind something together. I really do like those things. I know there's a lot going on right now, a whole lot going on with baseball season, our environment that's happening around the world, and this World Baseball Classic. But I think this is something that we can all rally with and hope that the group that we have is very, very good, Kevin. That is a very, very good baseball team, but so is the Dominican Republic. There's some real, and Japan.
So is Japan, yeah.
We have some really good teams in this. It's high-quality baseball.
So I'm going to run you through the lineup that the United States trotted out 2 days ago when they beat the San Francisco Giants 15-1, and then yesterday they beat the Rockies 14-4, which means in their 2 exhibition games they won by a total of 29-5. It goes like this: Bobby Witt Jr. as the leadoff, followed by Bryce Harper, Aaron Judge, Kyle Schwarber, Alex Bregman, Cal Raleigh, Roman Anthony, Byron Buxton, and then Bryce Turing.
Wow.
That is a monster lineup right there.
Yeah, no, this is
and then they also have the 2 best pitchers in the world.
Name one.
Paul Skeens.
Why did you choose him over Scooble?
Because he said he'll pitch twice.
Oh, okay.
And Scooble only pitched once, so that makes Paul Skeens the best.
Okay, I get it. But you understand Scooble's situation right now, right? Like he's like, this whole contract isn't good enough. Skeens is making what, $100 a game or something?
Skeens not making any money either.
Do you think he's making money?
Oh, yeah.
You think like he's...
Well, and if not, his girlfriend makes a crap ton of money. So
at some point, he's going to get a contract significant enough to be more than her, I bet.
Oh, sure. A lot more, yeah.
It's not like the Taylor and Travis situation where his numbers will never meet what she's made.
Correct.
But he's... Skeens will find something. As a pitcher in Major League Baseball that's that dominant, he'll have tons of it.
Yeah, and so, all right, I got a few...
Somebody said they're ready for the Rangers season, dude, and that's where they are right now.
Okay,
so
well...
that's their focus.
The good news is, and I totally get that, but the good news is this will be wrapped up before that, so I think you can do both. Last night, you had Australia versus Chinese Taipei as the official, kickoff to the event and everything, and then the United States will play their first game tomorrow night, but Australia defeated Chinese Taipei 3-0 to kick off this thing. The odds have shifted a little bit, but I wanted to run this down. The top 9 MVP candidates.
Okay.
One is from the Dominican Republic.
Or for the World Baseball
Classic? For the World Baseball Classic.
Gotcha.
One's from Dominican Republic, Vlad Guerrero Jr.
Really?
One is from Japan, Shohei.
Hold on. Juan Soto's on that team, isn't he?
Correct.
Julio Rodriguez is on that team, isn't he?
Vlad's their dude.
Okay. All right.
But the other top 9 are all from America. So it's Aaron Judge first, then Shohei, then Skeens, Harper, Schwarber, Gunnar Henderson. I didn't even mention him in the lineup. Logan Webb, then Vlad Guerrero, then Bobby Witt Jr.
Okay.
So 7 of the 9 are American players.
I got a question. Do you think that has a little bit to do with the convincing people to bet?
This one, I don't think they have to pay the American tax because I think a lot of people would be willing to put down money on like Juan Soto and people like that.
Okay.
And so I don't necessarily think
that they're that much better players. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, dude. This is...
Well, because you just mentioned like Vlad, Juan Soto, Julio Rodriguez, right?
Uh-huh.
All right, so I can take that for America and be like, I'll give you Judge, Harper, Schwarber, and then I'll also add Gunnar Henderson and Bobby Witt Jr., and then I already mentioned we have the 2 best pitchers on the planet.
And go back and look at the last one. Trey Turner was the dude.
Yes,
everybody was
that's
like,
true.
and he just popped up out of no. Like a lot of, we knew Trey Turner,
sure,
but nobody would have expected him to be the dude on that team specifically. That was like, oh yeah, I'm going to be the one that wins games for you in the 9th inning.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, and maybe this is the one where Turing goes wild and ends up being the guy. All right, there have been 5 World Baseball Classics. The United States has won one. They won in 2017. The Dominican Republic has won one. They won in 2013. And the Japan has won the other 3. Japan won the first 2 in 06 and 09, and then they won, obviously, in 2023. We're all very familiar with that game. The win over United States, the Shohei versus Mike Trout showdown.
What a moment.
Yes, it was freaking awesome. But for the tournament, Japan plus 330. So it means you can get about a little bit more than 3-1 on your money if you think Japan's going to take it down. Dominican Republic, they're plus 400. So 4-1 on your money if you think they're going to take it down. The United States is minus 115.
Okay.
And part of the reason for that is this is easily the best pitching that they've ever had because they focused a lot more. Like Aaron Judge went around recruiting people, and they focused a lot more for the first time on getting the best pitchers from their country to compete in that. And I think that is why the odds for a team shifted so much in their favor.
I wonder, and I do also wonder how much the insurance was that big of a deal for everything. But Kevin, do you think agents got involved with this, where Aaron Judge got his agent and was like, "Hey, I know you know this guy," or maybe a lot of these guys are represented by the same guy, and he's just like, "I need you to convince them that this is a good thing for them," or whatever. Because I wonder, a lot of these guys look at the game as such a business. Is this business to them, or is this like a different thing? Where you get selected to your Little League All-Star team, and you get to go play with the best of the best, and that's exciting to you?
Yeah, I'm guessing it's different for different people, because like if you hear Paul Skeens, he is all about, I need to win for America.
Yeah.
Whereas there might be other people that Aaron Judge is like, hey, can you do me a favor? Or like maybe they look at the popularity of Trey Turner coming out of the World Baseball Classic 3 years ago. I'm sure there's a variety of reasons, but that is a great point. By the way, the United States starts at 7 p.m. tomorrow against Brazil, and that is the same Brazil team that got run-ruled by the Rangers yesterday. So
maybe we don't need to worry about watching that one on the airplane?
I'm thinking that United States is going to win.
Going to cruise?
Yeah, I kind of do. We're the KNC.
Nelson Cruz.
Okay. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, our NFL free agent breakdown continues with viable Cowboys targets just 4 days away from the legal tampering period. Next right here on The Fan.
personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
2nd down and 5. End zone picked off. Intercepted by Brisker. Samuel was the target, and Brisker's out near the 35.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan as we are live from Surprise. Thank you very much to the good people at Mercedes-Benz of Plano, the #1 Mercedes dealer in Texas, the on-time experts, AC, heating, and air, and of course, Base Power. Now, we are 4 days away from the start of, you know what, I'm just going to say from the start of NFL free agency. I don't want to say legal tampering every time. You know what it is. I know what it is. It is the start of NFL free agency, Corey, and I believe we've got another list or perhaps a hodgepodge of players that you have broken down.
Yeah, absolutely, man. This is when we were checking out, other positions that we might be able to see. We wanted to. A lot of people have been talking safety. Caleb Downs, obviously, the draft person we like. I think there's a little more. Again, the information we got from medical over the weekend from the combine.
Right.
I want to, because you said that was one, and that was a Chicago Bears doctor.
Yeah.
I want to get information from my guys before I make any decisions there. And at 1 o'clock today, Alec, I will kind of dive a little bit back into that because I got a mock draft that has 3 players that we have to make decisions on. So it's a lot of fun. But this list from Cowboys Wire, and it is our friend KD Drummond. Dude does some fantastic work every time. He puts up some really good stuff. Go ahead.
You know what's crazy about that? I think I've mentioned this before. My sister-in-law's name is Katie Drummond, and so she's randomly texted me and be like, I had people say that you mentioned me on the radio today. And I'm like, I did not. And so I was like, oh, yeah, this is probably what it is. So now, Katie, I did mention you.
There you go. Good job, buddy. Good job. All right, so the list goes like this. Nick Cross. Nick Cross is he was with the Colts. He is at 24 years old and expected average of $8.9 million. All right, Kevin, here's what we need to kind of figure out together. We need to figure out our budget.
Okay.
Because we've kind of been throwing around a lot of players, and I've been putting everybody around $10 to $12 million and saying, yes, sign them. Yes, sign them.
Right.
And I think, with what the Cowboys have done so far, they rolled those the budgets on Tyler and Dak and CD, and that opened up enough to get them around $7 million underneath the cap. You say there's still room to work under that cap, and how much can you get me again? Where do you think you can get me based on where we are, and we're giving George Pickens a long-term deal?
So I think now I can still get you free and clear about $58 million now that I know that they seem pretty intent on keeping Terrence Steele.
Okay.
The original $70 million deal was off of the idea that you were not going to keep Terrence Steele, but that does appear to be their focus. So I'm going to say $58 million, and that's if you get the long-term deal done with George Pickens. But you also have other opportunities if, like, say, you extend Quinnen Williams, and this is without Kenny Clark, so they would have to redo that deal too.
And with Kenny Clark, you say that would open up some more money? Both of those would open up a little bit more money?
I mean, Kenny Clark right there, if you can redo that, you can open, depending, probably up to, I would say, $11 to $13 million, depending on what the structure of that contract looks like. Because whenever people are like, look at a salary cap hit, he has no guaranteed money.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, his salary cap hit, realistically, if you want it to be, is $0.
So we have $58 million. Let's go with that budget right now. We have about $58 million that we're going to open up with, Alec, and that provides us with 4 $10 to $16 million players.
Sure.
Somewhere in that range. We can kind of work within that budget.
And I know people are going to bring up the draft picks. Don't worry. There's a couple of other things I could carve out.
Yeah, you need $14 million to be able to have a training camp.
Okay, no to that.
Stephen told us,
no.
Kevin. All right, so about $10 to $16 million players. And I think the safety world puts us in, okay, we can go ahead and check off one there, and that gives us the $10 million for that player, maybe a little bit less, okay?
Okay.
Nick Cross at $8.9 million, PFF grade 59.8. All right, so that's where we sit with it. He's not my favorite.
That feels low.
Yeah, it is. It is pretty low. Reed Blankenship is a name that a lot of people have asked about,
especially with Christian Parker, and yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. It's a guy that understands Christian Parker's system, plays well within it, and some people keep saying, hey, please don't take Reed Blankenship from us.
Which is what you want to hear
Yes.
from Eagles fans, just like they said, when opposing fans were like, don't take Christian Parker.
Yeah.
That feels like a good thing.
Now, that being said, he has a PFF of 42.6. Kevin, that doesn't matter to me whenever I watched him play.
Okay.
I watched him play, and that grade doesn't feel right to me because he's the kind of player that fits what you're asking of him. Not necessarily. I don't know exactly. This is where the teams get really mad at fake scouts, and I say fake scouts. I'm a fake scout, I guess, because I've never truly been a scout. I'm just watching what I'm watching. But they're like, why are you grading it when you have no clue what his responsibility is? And whenever I watched Blankenship, there were a lot of good things I liked about him, but I still think that if you get him at $7 million, that's his annual average right there.
Okay.
If you get him at $7 million, I don't think that I'm getting the best player, and I feel like I could have used about $3 million more to get another better player.
And by the way, I just want to point this out, and this is, I feel like, particularly relevant. Even if the average value, like if people are saying the average value of his contract will be $7 million, like far more often than not, that is not going to be the salary cap hit that you take in that first year, especially the longer the deal is. Look, we talked about it. Javonte Williams is a great example.
So you do a 3-year, $21 million deal, and you would give, and how would that function? Let's just use that.
Let's be honest. I think that cap hit could be $3.5 million
this year.
Yes, and if you think that's crazy, consider this: Javonte is 3 for 24, so that's $8 million a year. You know what his cap hit is this year? $3.9 million. And
it's almost 4.
Yeah, that's true. And if you're wondering how the Cowboys do it, most NFL teams have gotten a lot into this. Is they create those magical void years, which aren't real, but they just exist for you to spread out the money across more than that. And I know what you're thinking. You're like, well, what the hell happens when you get to the void year and that player's not here and you're still not paying for him? Well, that's what happened with the Dak conversion.
Yeah, we'll worry about that later down the road.
Yeah, in 2028.
Now, this is because, and again, Cowboys fans that might be upset about the Cowboys and the history of and the things that they've done. This is us doing our best job to try and say we're going for it this year and maybe next year too. All right, we're trying to push the chips really in. We're trying to take the Cowboys. Kevin's figured out the monies. He's figured out the financial situation for it, and he has said we're going after this. So we're trying to find the players for him. Jalen Hawkins from New England, 28 years old, 74.9 PFF grade, $9.7 million annual average that you're working with there. So this is a dude that I could definitely see playing in this system. He fits very well, has the speed that I like at the position. This is a guy that I'm perfectly okay with. Darius Washington, Kevin, 27 years old, got an 80.9.
Okay, so
expected annual average is $2.9 million.
Can I play some devil's advocate here? Can we be hyped up about the positive PFF grade if you're telling me don't worry about the low grade on Blankenship?
Alec, I don't know if you've gotten a chance to watch him. He is not my favorite in this bunch, nor is he on I guess he could be 9th on my list.
Okay.
Alec, your thoughts on Darius Washington?
I loved him out of college. I really did. TCU guy, local kid, extremely athletic, and the comeback story is awesome, too. But when I watch him, he's like a heat-seeking missile. He's really fun. He's very aggressive. I would take the chance on him just because I don't know how many other people in the league are going to.
Mm-hmm. When it comes to what he just said about the aggressiveness, Kevin, when I watched Baltimore and watched their defense, there were some times where I felt like that was one of the problems. They were a little too much going aggressively into things, and that's why they got beat, deep a lot of times. Their run defense was atrocious last year. They had a really hard time defensively. I'm not blaming it all on him.
Sure.
He did play well within the system, but there was a little bit of Was that your responsibility? I think here's the thing. I've watched a number of defensive breakdowns this offseason of the Seattle Seahawks, the Vic Fangio defense, and a couple other defenses. And one of the things I'm finding more and more about these is these schemes are built a certain way, but you have to have intelligent, smart, disciplined players within them. If you have players that are headhunting or going out and finding ways to get their stats, the defense won't work. And it's very good. The Mike McDonald defense is brilliant. You take a look that you have, and all of a sudden you drop this into a cover 3 deep. So you're not just saying we're just covering this section of the field. We've pushed everything back 20 yards deep, and we're covering it a different way than the quarterback expected, plus we're getting the push up front. Like, you have all these different ways that these defenses are doing it, but they all have to work and engage together, and their responsibilities, if you are out of place, it screws some things up because of the way that the zones are built. So you have to make sure you don't have dudes that are out on their own mission. Unless the team knows that dude's going to make a play, we have to do our jobs too.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for baseball nuggets. Could the Rangers have won that game a Brazilian to 2? Next right here on The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We've got baseball nuggets coming up in just a second. But first, Adam Schefter is reporting the Chicago Bears are working to finalize a trade that would send DJ Moore to the Bills. Compensation still being discussed, and the trade can't be processed until the new league year begins, which is on Wednesday. But you know how this goes. You'll have an idea. What I really hope is that Mike Florio says that's not what happened, and then Adam Schefter posts a whole bunch of text messages that he says are from GMs across the league to be like, in your face.
I love reporter beef. Kevin,
it's fun.
Yeah, we used to incite a little bit of it when we were at the paper.
Yeah.
The first thing Josh Allen needs to do is sit DJ Moore down and say, "Hey man, do not give up on routes with me. I need you to just keep going because eventually I'll find you." Because there were too many times last year where you just saw, and there were times in games that mattered a lot, where he was like, "I don't want to keep running," and that affected the team. That was probably one of the biggest plays, was him not completing his route. So if that's going to work, because he's a talented receiver, and with Josh Allen, it could be beautiful, but he just needs to make sure that dude is giving him the same effort that he's given them.
And like you said, it just felt like they had hit the expiration date at his current location.
No, it didn't feel like him and Caleb Williams got along too well.
Nope.
And maybe Ben Johnson was expecting a little more out of the player.
All right now, how about, courtesy, of course, of Reliant Air Conditioning, we fire up some baseball nuggets. And let's start with the game. Man, I should always leave some room so we can start with that.
No, I'll just always wait until you start talking, and then I'll do it.
We stuck around for the game yesterday because, I mean, look, it's a World Baseball Classic preview game, and you could absolutely hear confusion, clapping, and even some people laughing from the stands when they announced that the game was over.
Yeah.
Because the PA announcer's like, under the 10-run mercy rule, tonight's game is complete. And at that point, it was 13-2.
But it wasn't nighttime.
That is true.
It was still
so
daytime.
You thought he should have said today's game is complete?
And the game started in the daytime.
Okay.
So I was a little upset about that.
You know, I had not considered the logistics of that, but somebody who loves logistics and semantics, I really see your point.
Thank you.
Now, Brazil had at one point a commanding 1-0 lead after hitting a home run off of Jacob deGrom. But we were in the press conference with Jacob deGrom afterwards, and man, he didn't give two F's about giving up that home run. He goes, now, yeah, the form was in the right spot. The mechanics were good.
And that's all he's worried about right now.
He's worried about.
I just put that ball middle.
Yeah.
And my next question to him would be like, why? Why didn't you try to paint a corner on it? You had just struck out the first dude and made him look foolish and confused. That dude, Kevin, he took a swing, and you said it. You were like, he looked back at Jacob deGrom like, what the hell was that?
Yes, he did.
I said that was on 3 pitches. And I told Kevin, I said, deGrom's throwing 27 pitches today, and then he's leaving out of here with 12 straight outs, 9 straight outs.
Well, instead he threw 29 pitches. I believe it was 29 pitches. But yeah, he wasn't bothered by the home run. He was more bothered by the fact that his form, he said he was coming off a little high a couple of different times. So he's like, look, we're going to look back at that. We're going to break that down. But yeah, he was quick to point out. He was like, hey, good for him. But like, I missed my spot. Mm-hmm. And he goes, that's why. It wasn't anything wrong with it. He said he felt good after the game, that he could have kept going, but then walked through the plan, essentially probably 3 more starts, and you'll see something in the range of 40, 50, 60 pitches
about
in
10
the
more pitches
buildup
every time.
And the idea, just so we're preparing everybody out there, the first few starts, the idea is going to be, and we heard this from him yesterday, is about 5 innings or 75 pitches for those first few regular season starts. And he said one of the reasons was, that I thought was really fascinating, is last year they did it out of necessity, because he was still recovering, and he said he really liked it, and he felt like he was peaking kind of in September, and he said, I felt like if we would have made the playoffs, like I was ready to go. And let's face it, like you have Jacob deGrom because he's awesome, but you want to see him in the playoffs.
Yeah, and it was really. I think it's really fun to listen to Nathan Eovaldi talk about his teammates because he knows the scouting report on them so well. We asked him about Jack Leiter, and he went through his whole repertoire and why a cutter would be good for him. And then we asked about deGrom. He's like 2 pitches. He has 2 pitches, and he's just dominant with those. And this is something that Mike was talking about, right before the last season. And I paid attention to it a lot last year. And deGrom knows he can dial it up to 101 if he wants to. He knows he can get it there if he really wants to crank it up. But they're finding that it's better for him to sit around 97. Yeah. And then, his slider's kind of 90, but 97, 90, kind of in that range. That's the change of pace that you're getting off of his pitches. And then his changeup, this is weird, changeup drops to 89. So it's like one dot off of his slider. Yesterday, Kevin, he was throwing 97, and it was consistent. And I'm just fascinated by watching a dude who, it doesn't look that difficult. He doesn't look like he's working or straining that hard. Which is good. And it's everything that you see is 97 fastball, over and over and over. And then it looks like his slider varies in speed a little more, but that fastball is just stuck at that number. And I don't know how he keeps from going over or coming under a little bit on either one of those. But that's why he's Jacob deGrom with that kind of aura.
And one of the things that Jacob deGrom said was his personal goal for this year, said to us. I suppose there was other people in the room too.
I only saw you and me.
Good. And him. Is that one of his goals was to throw 200-plus innings this season. Obviously, 30 starts, I believe, last year, got close, and he would love to throw 200-plus innings this season. Now, not the only Rangers spring training debut yesterday. We also got Brandon Nimmo. He went 1 for 2 with a walk, and one of the things that he said, same spot as deGrom, out there in the press room over by the clubhouse, he said it was good to get back out there, be able to get back in the field, see pitches, get back into the flow of the game. And kind of like deGrom was talking about, they build up. And you know what? I thought Sean and RJ and Bobby and Broadus always give a good breakdown of things happening at the clubhouse. So I wanted to, no one will ever be as good as Hicksy and Nadell at this, but set the scene for you when we're sitting up in the press box in Surprise Stadium. Essentially, the Royals complex is on the left side, and the Rangers is on the right side. So if you go out in right field, there is essentially a 2-story office building. And when you go in there, front office stuff happens on the second floor, minor league stuff happens to the left of the entrance, and all the major league stuff happens to the right of the entrance, including that's where the clubhouse is.
And it's the quickest access to the batting cages as well.
Yes.
The door opens directly to the cage.
Exactly. So you don't have to, go anywhere else. You just have to take a few steps. But right over there on the walkway up to that main office building, there is the media room where, you probably know what a media room is, but that also doubles as the press conference room. And that's where you'll see, whenever you see the backdrop up there for Skip, or when we were there yesterday with deGrom and Nimmo, that's where they will do their impromptu press conferences as well.
And then if, kind of imagining, again, looking at home plate, heading out to right field, on the right field side, behind the stands is where Kevin was just describing. Just behind all of that is the backfields.
Yes.
And that's where a lot of work gets done and a lot of access to these players.
Because there's a ton of fields back there.
Yeah, there's 5 or 6 fields back there. I think they use like 3 or 4 consistently, and then the minor leaguers use the rest of them a lot. But that's where a lot of the access is, and those players can and again, go directly from the clubhouse and walk straight out onto those backfields.
Okay, man, I'm glad that you brought that up because here is my tie-in to that. You know who's pitching in an intra-squad game yesterday on the backfields? David Davaio. We have seen him out here, one of the Rangers' more heralded prospects. He went through that simulated game, 23-year-old, through 3 perfect innings, and he struck out 6. He threw strikes on 25 of his 37 pitches, and he faced Jose Herrera and Kyle Higashioka, as well as 4 minor leaguers. And so you got 2, well, obviously 1 major leaguer, 1 closer to major league, and 4 minor leaguers out there. And then you can just roll through that if you're wondering, like, that's not a full lineup, but you can run those intra-squad games however you want. Sometimes you see that in spring training games here where they'll be like, hey, do you mind if we go ahead and roll this fella out there to bat first in the next inning so we can get him another bat and get him off the field, even though you're like, dude, he just batted last inning. So if you ever notice that, there are a couple of sometimes quirks here at Surprise Stadium. And so when you're talking about the backfields, Davaio looked really good out there.
That's
yesterday.
nice to hear. Kevin, we did watch Rocker also yesterday.
Yes.
He gave up 7 hits, and it wasn't clean, but it was. I mean, he got his work in, and there was a lot that it seemed like Skip Schumacher was like, look, there were some really good things. And then there were some other moments he'd like to have back. And I think that's how Rocker definitely feels.
Can I tell you something about that, though, that I thought was really positive? You know, we were talking about Kennedy with this, and I can't remember if we discussed this on air or off because we were just having that conversation before and after as well. You know what Kamar Rocker did yesterday that is a super positive? He switched up his pitches.
There we go.
So he threw his slider 16% of the time, 4-seam fastball, not sassball, 20% of the time.
Oh, I like it being the sassball.
The sassball. All right, he threw his sassball 20% of the time, sinker 26% of the time, cutter 25% of the time, and changeup 6% of the time. So that's 5 pitches right there, and that's one of the things the Rangers wanted to see a little bit more from his secondary and tertiary pitches, as opposed to the last start he made. He pretty much threw 2 pitches. Mm-hmm. Well, here you go. Even if you cut out the changeup, which he didn't throw a ton, he threw 4 different pitches and did a pretty good mix of it. So I definitely hear you on the giving up the hits, but I liked that he gave more variety when he was out there pitching against Brazil.
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. For sure.
And then the Texas Rangers, as we said, go on to dominate, run rule 13-2, which is why I have a feeling that Brazil is going to get their heads kicked in tomorrow.
Are you afraid to say it?
No, yeah, I think the United States is going to win by 10 runs
About
tomorrow.
the Rangers. Are you too much of a coward to say that they're going to win the World Series?
100%.
All right. 877-881-1053.
I am too much of a coward to say
After
that.
a few outings, where do you think the Rangers are in this World Series hunt?
Okay, here, you know what? Because I feel like even this wouldn't satisfy you. I'm not saying this, but what if I was like, they're second behind only the Dodgers? Would that be acceptable to you, or even then, would you still call me a
Are you
coward?
saying they can't compete with that team?
Yeah, they can, but they don't have to worry about it until October.
Did you not see what they did in 2023, Kevin?
I did.
Rangers
I
are
did.
back, baby.
By the way, and somebody just asked any update on Church or Teodo. Teodo yesterday, maybe it was 2 days ago, we talked about it on the show. He was optioned down to the minors, and one of the things that we talked about with Skip on Monday was he needs to put himself in a position where it's impossible to keep him out of the bullpen, and he's just kicking that door and he's like, you have to put me in the bullpen. So we're a little bit of a ways away from that.
We'll get there.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan already. So much feedback about that simple comment that you just made.
I appreciate it.
Coming up next, I do not. The Texas Rangers second baseman. We will talk with Josh Smith right here on 105.3 The Fan.
The more time you give, the more. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're talking with Josh Smith. Now, you had 2 home runs today. If for some reason you hadn't showered, I know baseball players are superstitious, or at least a little stitious. Would that have carried over if you had another big game tomorrow? Would you have been like, this is the key?
Yeah, I mean, I never really thought about that, but maybe I should look into it. But I already did shower, so hopefully tomorrow will be a good day too.
Okay, well, hey, that's probably for the best.
What is the superstition we should keep an eye out for on you?
For me, I'm not very superstitious, to be honest with you, at all. So I put my socks on differently every day. Maybe I'm like so not superstitious, it's superstitious.
You can tie. Yeah. You can tie, yeah.
I swear I have baseball questions too, but since you brought up socks, both my wife and myself, we go sock, shoe, because that's the most efficient way to do it.
Okay.
Have you ever thought about that before, or do you think I could be a sociopath?
That's a little crazy. I'm sock, shoe. Yeah.
That's inefficient. You're 1, 2.
Yeah, you're probably right.
2.
That's a good idea because I like being efficient.
See?
And so I'm weird, I guess, because I claim to be 1, and then my wife's like, but you just said you're that, but I just watched you do it the other way. And I'm like, maybe I just do whatever I want. And that's the way I rock with it. Yeah. What sticks with you longer, 2 home run game or that ball that was just out of reach right over the second base? Or did you forget about that already?
I probably forgot. Yeah, I mean, the one I dove for.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forget about that.
It was a heck of an effort.
Because I mean, if I dive for it and I don't get it, I did everything I could. So.
Okay. All right.
Now, you had already talked about like the differences, obviously, in this spring training when you're focused in on specifically one position. Can you walk our audience through like what that looks like, both short and long term for you?
Yeah, for me, it's different. I've never. And the big leagues have never done that, so just trying to kind of master that one position. I think you might have heard me say it, but I think it's harder to do that than to be decent at all of them. And so it's definitely been a more taxing spring for me, I think, this year, just trying to have more focus on that one position.
I've been kind of defending that whole, like, maybe it's a little more taxing in season to play all these multiple positions, though. And I know you're like, hey, I'll do whatever it takes to win and be on this thing. What is that? Is that kind of a tiring thing, though, to have a lot of different things you have to learn on any given night?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely tiring, but I think just playing 162 games at any position, any night is pretty tiring. It might be just a little bit your broader focus, I guess, is just kind of you don't know really where you're going to be that day, so that's the nice part about playing one position is you know you're going to be in that spot. But yeah, I guess just playing everywhere it's definitely tiring, but like I said, I still think it's a lot harder to play just one position.
I'm sure people like even your former teammate Marcus Semien would say you never really master any position, but how do you feel like you've done bringing it along this spring?
He was pretty close to mastering it.
But couldn't you see him be like, no, I got more to do?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, he's a hard worker. But yeah, he played it really well, so it's definitely going to be some big shoes for me to fill. I learned a lot from him and his time here, his work ethic. I mean, he was, in my opinion, one of the best defenders in the big leagues, in my opinion, last year. And so, yeah, for me to have to fill those shoes is going to be tough. But from him, I did learn to work hard. And if I work hard and it works out, great. If not, so what? So I did everything I could.
We'll hear different things from different athletes. Some will say, like, I don't hear outside noise. I'm curious your thought on if you've heard people say, what about second base? Like, do you hear any of that noise when you're like, no, I'm playing second base right now?
I mean, yeah, I'm not dumb. I hear. I'm on social media and stuff, so I see people talking. I wouldn't say it like affects me, but you definitely do see it. I know my process, my work that I do. That's what I can control. You go out and hit 300, somebody's gonna say, "Oh, he should have hit 315." So it's right. Always trying to do something more for people.
Or what was his WAR?
Yeah, something like that. So people always find something. So I don't pay too much attention to it, but they have every right to want someone to do something. So
we were talking with Skip on Monday, and I think one of our criticisms, we were pulling for you in a lot of different forms, but it is that second half. And I asked Skip what he thought there, and he said, "Here's what I'm going to say: is Chase winning." And I don't know if he's had that discussion with you or said that phrase to you. How do you take Chase winning?
That's funny you said that because I actually saw that interview the other day, and I've been trying to figure out how to manage that second half, and that's I saw that and I was like, that's a really good point, because if you're trying to win the game, whatever happens, but you can at least go home at the end of the day and say, hey, I did everything I could. I would always kind of focus on, I had a terrible game, and then just kind of spiral into the next, and so you're chasing feelings and stuff like that. But yeah, if you're chasing winning, I think that's all that matters in this game. So
I'm stealing that, by the way, and using it like every day for every single one of these sports.
A really good quote.
And that was the interview with us, so you're welcome for helping out with that.
And that's what I led that with. We're gonna have tough conversations sometimes. Is he okay with tough questions like that? And that's a tough conversation with you too. But
it's part of the game, getting criticized, and I think in a good way. I think if I were to guess, he probably wants the best for me, and he wants me to figure it out too. So if he's got any advice for that, I'm always open ears. So.
You were just talking about the mental aspect of it. We all know about the physical grind of 162, but the mental aspect, is there anything that you do to try to stop that potential spiraling that you were just talking about? Because I feel like that's relatable to all people.
I mean, the physical part doesn't even compare to the mental part of baseball, in my opinion. It's the mental part it's really hard. But yeah, that's something I'm still trying to figure out. I think, like you said, I've had some conversations with Skip, and chasing winning, finding joy in other teammates and their success is something he kind of preaches, and I think I need to be better at that, and it's something I'll try to focus on this year. So,
is there a particular? Go ahead.
That can be contagious.
Yeah,
that around the clubhouse.
Okay, so that feeds into what I wanted to know. Is there a teammate or two that you have that you can't help but root for them just because they're like? I know Osuna last year was just bouncing around and everyone was excited. Is that just all of your teammates, or do you have a couple that you're like, man, that guy gets so happy, and like you can't help but root for him?
Yeah, well, I think that's the idea of having a good clubhouse, is you want everybody to be pulling for everybody. You don't want to have any bad apples, because, like it or not, usually every team there's somebody that kind of brings people down, and it does make it hard to root for those guys. But I feel like this year in camp, like, we got a pretty good group to where you do find yourself wanting people to do good, and it's not. I think some people might find some jealousy sometimes in people's success. I've never been like that, but I do need to be better at showing my emotion, like, towards my teammates and stuff like that. So
you root for all your teammates with the exception of in the ping pong tournament.
Oh yeah.
Where? How did it go?
I hope they all lose.
But like you were talking about having a good clubhouse, that level of like banter or that level of maybe pettiness at times in a ping pong tournament, that does feel like something that helps bring people close together.
Yeah, definitely some competitiveness in the clubhouse, whether it's cards, ping pong, always brings you guys closer. But yeah, you definitely want to see guys succeed on the field, but in ping pong, you want to see them lose every time. So.
I heard the draw was random, but Seager and DeGrom, was that random?
They're together?
Yeah.
Oh, that's BS.
Nate said the same thing.
Yeah. That's what he was like, I don't know about that random part of the draw.
I was telling Nate earlier, Kevin and I grew up here. We've been Rangers fans our whole lives, and so we're lucky to get to cover this, because we have a different attachment to it. But last year, watching the pitching was the most fun I've ever had watching Rangers pitching. And from your seat, from where you stand on the field, did you get the kind of the same vibe out of those guys? Because it was artwork out there.
Yeah, I mean, they were awesome. Evo, DeGrom, Leiter came along really well at the end. Just Corbin gave us great innings. Just everybody. We felt bad as hitters because, these guys are out there every night giving up 1-2 runs, and we couldn't pull through, and it's frustrating, but also it's like, Jesus, these guys are doing their part, and yeah, hoping it can kind of go into this year too.
That part of how competitive Evaldi is, can you describe that for our fans? Like, is he like that in the clubhouse, or is it just when he gets the mound, it's a different dude?
I'd say in everything he does, it's very detailed, and there's a reason behind it. He's a pro. Like, everything he does, he doesn't do it 50%. It's 100%. So, just for example, if I asked him what my scouting report is, if he has to face me in a live backfield at bat, that doesn't matter at all. He knows exactly how to pitch me, what he's trying to do, this and that, and he knows every pitch I hit, every pitch I don't hit. So he's just always locked in, and he's the ultimate teammate, in my opinion. Just a guy that we're pretty blessed to have here in Texas.
You talked about the jump up from lighter, whether it's lats, whether it's rocker. What have you seen from some of these other younger pitchers that I know we're all hoping takes that lighter-esque jump?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Kumar, he's been great. He's a high draft pick for a reason. He's got a ton of potential. I know that he knows it too. He believes in himself. But this game, it's really hard to come up here and have immediate success. And so I think just for him, just learning on some of his failures and how to grow from that. I'm saying that for him, but I could also take that and for myself as well. But yeah, just having those guys, I think hopefully they'll have good years for us. Lats, he's been great. I thought he was awesome last year in his role, and yeah, hoping he can kind of bring that to this year too.
And then I know you're focused on yourself and the team, but y'all played Team Brazil yesterday here at the stadium. We had Cuba against the Royals. Just what was that experience like? And then are you amped up, like a lot of players, for a World Baseball Classic?
Yeah, it's definitely unique. I've never played Team Brazil, so to do that was pretty cool. Yeah, I'm definitely. I think the Baseball Classic's great for baseball. I love watching it. I feel like it's pretty much postseason baseball in February, March, whatever month we're in. I don't even know, but yeah, it's really fun to watch that. To see your country, some of the best players representing your country is really cool.
And the last thing for me is, it's very difficult to explain for anybody that's never swung the bat or felt that feeling, but you hit 2 home runs today, you're fresh off of those. Can you explain that feeling of when the ball meets the bat, and when just kind of describe it for the humans?
Yeah, it's oh man, it's really good. It's I mean, especially as a baseball player, it's everything you want, and so yeah, to do it twice today is pretty cool. But yeah, I don't know, it's hard to describe. Let's say 3 feelings are pretty good: getting married, having your baby, and hitting a home run. So.
Oh yeah, I saw you pushing the stroller at Sandlot this year. That was pretty nice to see.
You're not going to ask him that other question then, if he thinks it's irresponsible. Here right now, my 3-year-old yesterday, he broke his arm.
Oh man.
Do you think I should? My wife says keep working.
I think you're a terrible person.
No, man. That's what he said. He goes, I'm going to ask every player today if we should be there.
I think if I don't know, man, that's a tough one. I think if he's okay, you're fine. If the wife says you're fine. If the wife says you're fine, you're good.
Okay,
yeah.
She says I'm fine.
You're
but
good.
Okay.
You're good.
All right. I'm going to use this interview. I'll be like, no, Josh Smith said it was fine.
I just want to point out my wife reiterated that it's fine.
Dude, yeah, she did say, hey, listen, man, I've had my both of my older boys, both at separate occasions, one at school, one at the house, broke the same spot. They're rocking along today, and he's going to be just fine, and you're a great father.
I really might use that as evidence, though. I'd be like, Major Leaguer Josh Smith said it was okay.
Dude, he was awesome. I love talking to Josh Smith, man. I really did. He was introspective. He had a lot of things that he wants to grow on, and it didn't sound like being a teammate wasn't one of them. You know, it sounded like he wants to be
He said he needs to be more vocal.
And I'm looking forward to this season for him at second base.
And then how cool was it for you to hear that he is motivated by something that the manager said on our airwaves?
Question that I asked. It was a very tough, critical question.
It is.
But it is awesome that he likes our show.
You ask the tough, critical questions, which is why when we have Michael Finley on, I'm expecting you to ask about taking that beer from Luca.
What happened to the beer?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Of course, all of our interview guests on the Zero Res Hot Seat. Spell it backwards or forward. It spells the same. It's Zero Res. Coming up next. Now, Alec, did you want me to use one of the new names for this segment that we talked about in the break?
No. Stick to the OG.
Oh, okay. Well, it's AM on the FM for now.
Oh, for now is crazy. We got the question of the day plus the party and Patriots next on The Fan. personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, having a great time at spring training, want to say. And luckily, we haven't had to go through this too much so far this week. The injury report is brought to you by Wild Fork. And I know they weren't injured, but it was good to see Nimmo and DeGrom out there yesterday as they continue to ramp up to get ready for the start of the Texas Rangers regular season. And right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. That's right, AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call... Yeah. The pride of Mansfield, Texas. Yeah. 877-881-1053. That
It's the weirdest thing, Alec. There's somebody steamrolling home plate right now.
Do you understand what they're doing, right?
It's very bizarre.
It's flattening it out so that it isn't loose sand down there, because those dudes don't want to be standing in like a loose sandbox. So they're flattening it out and really packing in the dirt so that they have a good place to put their feet.
Looks like he accidentally ran over home plate there once.
I don't think that's allowed. I think you're supposed to touch it with your foot. Don't think you take any vehicular manners to get to home plate. But I kind of like it. It's innovative.
Hey,
I like it.
Just to throw you off even more, right before the last segment, Ross said he thought he saw birds having sex up in the rafters.
I saw that too. Yeah, I didn't hear.
You did?
Yeah, they were right over here. Yeah, I was watching.
Well, since Corey and Ross are the only informed people around here, Kevin, what happens when a mother bird and a father bird love each other very much?
Well, you know what, Alec? Just because of that snarky comment, you get what you deserve right here. No. What kind of bird do you think it was? Do you think it was like a swallow?
Kevin, I got a question for you.
I thought about going into the... Do you think it could have been a woodpecker?
What do you call a mouse that swears?
What do we do?
What?
A cursor. Arizona's done some weird stuff to me.
Huh. Is it Arizona?
That was your fault, Alec. That was your fault.
Was it Arizona or maybe the things you can buy in Arizona? 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. Or you can answer today's question of the day, please. And I'm going to tell you about the partying New England Patriots. They might be in some hot water. We'll get to that here in just a little bit. But today is National Name Tag Day. National Name Tag Day. Which, sidebar, I think is an underused thing. I feel like we should walk around here on the 16th floor with name tags just for fun. I think they're cool.
We did that last week with the clients at the open house.
And I thought it was amazing because then you don't have to do the awkward, so, hey, what's up, dude? How's it going? You know,
it's my guy.
Then you get a jackass like me who puts, George Bush on there, and everybody's like, "You're not George Bush," and I'm like, "Nope, I'm not."
I'm saving that. Thank you.
Sounds like a good bit.
It's National Name Tag Day, so the question of the day, and you can take this any direction you want because I'm going to take it a bit of a different direction for myself.
Said.
Oh, okay.
Stop it. Oh my gosh, dude.
The question of the day is, what is something about you that everybody gets wrong? 877-881-1053. It could be as simple as your name, or it could be as complex as the answer that I'm going to give. We'll get to that here in just a little bit. Again, the question of the day. What is something about you that people always get wrong? I'll let you ponder as I tell you the rest of today's national days. Today is also Multiple Personality Day.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, it's got its own awareness day.
You ever dated a girl with multiple personalities?
Sometimes I feel like it. Yeah.
25 days out of the...
Jeez. Yeah, Kevin knows. Shout out to Taco Bueno and Flower Mound.
Yeah, man. Have you ever done a show with somebody? Never mind.
All right.
I feel like
real life alert here.
That was going to reveal too much business. I'll keep
Real
that
life
quiet.
alert. Hey, everybody that showed up that day knows the story, so they're probably laughing too. It is International Open Data Day, I guess.
Oh.
Today's
Take that
also
for data.
Yeah, take that for data. Shout out David Fizdale. It's also National Cheese Doodle Day.
Ooh.
What is a cheese doodle?
Basically
It's
a Cheeto.
just the curl version
Oh, I
of it.
love Cheetos.
Do you remember when I tried to single-handedly break your love of cheese balls, though?
Yeah, I got the wrong kind. I got the
look at
wrong
the
kind.
cheapo kind.
I got the. It was bad. Like, it made my mouth hurt. It wasn't the good, the blue can of cheese balls.
Yeah.
It wasn't one of those.
He bought the
so good.
$5 tub.
Yeah, I got two. I got the wrong one.
Mistake. The value. They sell you on the value, but the quality. It's not there.
The sodium level on that was just too much.
A lot of salt, man. It's a lot of salt. Not good for you. But what is good for you is the question of the day for National Name Tag Day. What is something about you that people always get wrong? And I feel like we're in a pretty unique position because we work in a medium where 9 times out of 10 people only hear us. They don't really see us as much, if not at all. So a lot of the time, whenever I meet people or they meet me, they always think that I am a much bigger human than I am because of my voice.
Oh, yeah.
So it happened at the very last Taco Bueno Friday football feast that I was at. I think it was the one that we had Athena stop by and everything. I had a Tolo stop me as I walked in, and they were like, I saw you walk in and thought you were a listener because I don't watch the video. But then I heard your voice, and I'm like, that's not what I expected whatsoever. And I was like, yeah, sorry to let you down. I'm 5'7". I weigh about 160 pounds. I am not a big human.
Rocked up muscle.
That's true.
Yes, I used to be a lot lighter. When I started working here, I was probably on a good day, maybe $120.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I was very
That's
light.
a lot of muscle.
Yeah, so I've put on in the past few years about 45 pounds or so. So that helps. But everybody's always like, I expected like some burly 6'3", and I'm like, okay, I get it. I let you down. I get it. Thank you for reminding me.
Yeah, we get that a lot too, for sure. Like, you guys don't look like I thought you would,
right?
And I always hear it's good to be able to see the face now because it helps out. And actually, as a matter of fact, Jared Sandler's brother was like, okay, seeing you talk right now is a little bit different as I'm like face to face with you. I think for me, it's very simple. My last name's ridiculous. I understand that. But the fact that they can't spell my first name correctly, even whenever it's in the email, is something that irritates me. It is in the email. It's in my email name. When you respond back, all you have to do is look at the email name and not put the E in there. So that's one of those. And for a long time, for a long time, we thought that our boss was never going to. And he never did. He never did get it right. And that's why he got replaced.
Wow. Holy moly. Alec, I think for me is people have assumed for a long time that my favorite bird is the robin, when in fact it's the blue-footed booby. So I think that's a big misconception.
What are you doing right now? What kind of bit are you rolling out here?
What? The bird name.
Are you doing bird? You went and looked up bird names, didn't you?
Yeah, man,
He's
did.
on a bird page right now.
100% I am.
He wants to do so many bird puns.
You should be glad I skipped the one that started with a T.
Mm-hmm.
But there is one that...
It's a nervous laugh.
Yeah, that's called the Spangled Drongo. And I know that's not inherently dirty,
It
but
sounds like an American bird.
Yeah.
It does. The Star Spangled Drongo.
Or like an American-Australian mashup bird.
A mashup bird.
Yeah,
The
I don't
concept
know.
of a mashup bird.
I don't know.
It's, it's when you take two birds that are different kinds and mash them up. You just mash them together and then make one bird.
Is that legal?
I mean, if they can have a phrase that says killing two birds with one stone. Also, I want to know if anybody ever actually did that.
Didn't they grow like a sheep nose on a pig once or something like that?
You're losing control of this thing, Al.
I really am. From the 469, staying on topic, they say, I look really pissed off, but I'm really in a decent mood most of the time. So they've got the RBF.
Yeah. I think I'm kind of like that, too. And sometimes I think people assume I'm in a bad mood, and if I'm just like off thinking about something else, and I'm not necessarily. So, yeah, that's a good one.
From the 972, despite what people think, I was not kung fu fighting.
Oh.
I like that.
I wasn't alive at that time, so.
But you've heard the song, right?
Yeah, but I'm just presuming. I mean, I definitely wasn't kung fu fighting.
Those fists were fast
I presume
as
everybody
lightning.
was, though. You know?
Yeah.
I presume
Because
everybody
they
was.
had the Nintendo game Kung Fu, and it was a happening.
Ooh, from the 214, people assume that just because I was a club DJ in my past life that I'm interested in what music you like.
Oh man, yeah, I get
Ooh.
that. From the 469, people often assume I'm Hispanic because of my skin color. Fact is, I'm a tan white guy. As a child, I was always in the sun.
Oh, my God.
And at school, I always, I always got mistaken because I had dark hair, dark skin. They were just like, he's a Hispanic kid.
Did it help you figure out what was in the hearts of certain people?
A little bit.
Oh,
that's too bad.
But I like growing up in my eclectic environment. It set me up for success in the world.
Don't have hate in your heart, people.
Thank you.
Well, chaos is in the heart of the New England Patriots, allegedly. According to NBC Boston, the owner of a upscale restaurant in the New England area, Estella, which describes itself as a Caribbean American modern fusion restaurant located near the south end of Boston Common. After the AFC Championship game, welcomed an unspecified number of Patriots players who were headed there a day after they defeated the Broncos in the AFC Championship game. Police received a noise complaint before arriving at the restaurant around 2:20 a.m. on Tuesday, January 27th, and they were greeted by approximately 30 people at a gathering where they detected the odor of marijuana, spotted, quote, no less than 6 large hookahs, and encountered, quote, remember, this is from a police report, quote, several women who were nude or wearing bikinis in a room where the floor was covered in $1 bills. The restaurant was then cited for operating after legal hours because in Boston, bars must close by 2 a.m. in addition to allowing indoor smoking and, quote, unauthorized entertainment. Now, according to WHDH, its owner initially accepted responsibility but has since decided to pivot the blame to the Patriots players. He asserted he was powerless to control, telling the outlet, quote, there's a sense of entitlement that these players think they can do whatever they want. He also added they left without paying their tabs after the police arrived. That's the least of our concern. Now, their alcohol license, their liquor license, is being placed under review by the state because of these infractions. So they are at risk of losing their liquor license and their ability to sell drinks at the restaurant because of an alleged party that an unspecified amount of Patriots players threw at the restaurant.
Wow. Although it does feel like I don't necessarily think you should lump the nude people in with the bikini people.
Yeah, that's a good point there.
Like that-
They are at
that's
least
true.
covering up. You know?
Yeah, that feels a little bit too far.
Halfway
But
decent.
What a wild edition of AM on the FM. Coming up next, I do believe we're going to try to convince Jared to come on if he has time. If I call him the mensch of the cinch, we'll see if we can get.
He gave you a thumbs up, so we'll
okay,
see.
Jared Sandler next in the booth on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in
upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring to you a man who been kind of lazy. Hadn't really been doing much. Hadn't really seen you around at the ballpark too much. It is the mensch of the cinch. It is Jared Sandler.
Hold on.
Is that acceptable?
No, you used that twice now because you said that Zach also was.
Zach helped me out, but you were
co-menches.
Yeah. Hey, if the Mavericks can have a co-interim general manager, surely there can be co-menches of the cinch.
Well, maybe I'm the interim mensch of the cinch until Zach's healthy. Zach's
good to go again.
Right. So that doesn't really work then if he's back. Yeah, I'll share that title with Zach. He probably knows more about Purim, which is a holiday that allegedly just happened a couple days ago. Wow. And there were some conversations back home questioning why I don't know anything about Purim. It's, I guess, the Jewish Halloween.
Oh, really? Oh, yes, I saw it on the show. What's the show that we watched? Nobody Wants This?
Oh,
they had a little celebration.
That's right.
They got really hammered.
Are you all caught up on that show?
Yes, we exchanged some messages.
My question was just going to be, if you rewatch the first season twice or rewatch the first season and the second season, would you have noticed a difference?
Oh, you're saying it was the exact same show?
I mean, kind of.
That's fair.
I loved the first season. The second season, I was like,
guys, this is definitely
okay.
An
Sorry, that's good.
It's kind of like every sports movie where you know the outcome before the movie starts.
So you know what?
Except for in Little Big League.
I just saw Hoosiers like a year ago for the first time, and I was like, man, there's so many tropes in here. And then I thought, oh yeah, they probably like set a lot of those tropes up.
I'm surprised.
I don't know why I had never seen it, and then Mike was talking about how like that was like his favorite movie or one of his favorite movies, and I was like, you know what? I don't know why. I don't think I've ever seen that movie. So I watch it. It's very good.
Yeah, there's some really cool. I mean, obviously the measuring when they go to Henkel, that's a classic. But then they play it on video boards like in big moments. The clapping, the slow clap, crescendo, and and then just those jerseys and. God, those guys are all so white. And
oh, my God. But also, like, you have the alcoholic dad, the best player that's hesitant to be on your team. That, I mean, from Mighty Ducks to so many other movies, like, you've seen that trope go all through. So
I want to point out two things here. One, I've said the other day, if the kid for Little Big League ever sells the team, maybe Minnesota can get over the hump. We'll see the future of that. But two, look at how having a child has changed Jared. He was always all business, guys. What are we doing here goofing around? Let's get to baseball stuff. And now he's like, let's talk movies, guys.
Do you think he knows how many segments we're going to try to keep him on?
No, he's a very busy man. He's a very busy man today.
I'm happy to make you guys late to break like I do pretty much every segment.
He said that in the speech recently.
There are sometimes, Jared, when I'm like, son of a bitch, you know the break schedule. Like, I need you to wrap it up. All right, so for people who don't know and they love hearing you during the season, why have you not been here?
I was suspended.
You are not. That's not true.
No, my wife and I welcomed our daughter Annie 3 weeks ago today. Today actually was her due date.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I was about to head to the airport to come to Arizona, 3 weeks ago, and Annie had other plans. So
they always do.
Yeah. We are so grateful. We've been trying for several years. I know some people have discussed that at times. You made the comment about how, I'm not busy. I'll be honest. Like, there's been this giant elephant weight that has been lifted off of my mind. I do feel. I don't know. I mean, I know people aren't listening to hear me talk about this, and I know there are people out there.
You'd be surprised, I think.
Well, that's kind. I also know there are people. It's delicate because I know there are people listening who are going through what we went through, right? Which is struggling mightily to just be a parent, have a kid. And so
it's shocking how many people are out there. And I think that's really cool that y'all are open about it because, when we went through ours, so many people came up and like, hey, that happened to me and my wife too. And we just never really talked about it. And it was like, and it's a shame that people feel like this, like you feel bad or there's this stigma on it. And I was like, man, it's happened to a lot of dang people.
Yeah, I had no idea. I'm pretty open. Like, I'm obviously active on social media, but there are parts of my life that I've always tried to separate. Sure. And my wife, like 4 years ago, posted, or she was like, I think I want to post about it. And I was like, no, like let's not. And I was also sensitive to just, I don't want it to come off as a woe is me. Like, you remember when like Facebook statuses were first a thing and it was like Kevin is, Corey, and then like people would type like Kevin is having a bad day, and you just like you're fishing for, oh no, Kevin, I'm sorry. Like,
I don't really want to talk about it.
I don't really want to talk, but I just want you to know so you can ask me and I can I didn't want it to be like one of those things, but she was like, you know what, like I really want to do this, and who am I to tell my wife who, it just, I think it was after our second or third miscarriage, like, no, like I'm gonna muzzle you on this. So she did it, and I was so pleasantly surprised at the support she received, but then also sad and surprised by the amount of people who are like, I've never shared it, but same thing here, same thing with us. And, I will admit, having Annie, like, it's the greatest thing that's ever happened to either of us. There is a little bit of guilt because, there are people out there who are going through that. And I hear people say, like, I went through it too, and now we have kids or whatever. And, like, I love that the ending to that story is happy, but like whether you have had kids after struggling or not, like I hate that anyone has had to spend a day doubting whether or not they'd ever be able to realize that dream. And so we're just so incredibly grateful. And I'm also thankful that the Rangers, I mean, it's the first time in 13 years I haven't been out here for 5 weeks. So,
so just as an aside, how weird is that? Like, I know you're in a delightful place, but how odd is it for you who's like baseball, 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 USC basketball game, gambling stuff, baseball, baseball, baseball,
Yeah, no, it's weird. I've done my best to follow along, but I don't, you guys know this, I don't shut off well.
Yeah.
And this has been a forced, you're going to try shut off, like the lights are flickering. They're not totally off, but so I know what's going on to some degree, but I really also wanted to just, I mean, we've been waiting for this for a while, and I've dreamt for years, even before meeting Emily, of being a dad, and so I've just tried to enjoy singing in my awful singing voice to my daughter and just spending time with her. So it's been really weird. I like being here. Obviously, I'm so grateful to have the job that I love, and so I'm pumped to be here. But it's been weird not, wondering whether or not a guy's going to get a hit in a spring training game.
I need more information about the exit velocity of a double in the seventh inning from a guy who might be in high A.
But we're gonna imagine that he might make the opening day roster because he's 2 for his first 4 in spring training.
Exactly. So I guess that kind of segues into just a general thought. It could be about Osuna last year, Cam Cauley right now. How do you balance, like, holy cow, for this 30 days, this looks like the greatest player on the planet versus there's more that goes into who breaks camp with the team?
Well, I'm proud of myself because last year I fell victim to another spring training trap. One of them is like a guy does great or he struggles and you just think that's what his season's going to be, right? We talk about this every year.
With Rugi a lot, I felt
with Rugi, I mean, Michael Choice one year, Ryan Rua, like there are a lot of traps. The second level to that is, all right, you got a guy who does really well in camp and you think, well, okay, he's not going to make the team, but he'll be up soon.
Yeah.
But then you forget that, well, he's then got to go and keep doing it or he's got to stay healthy. So like last year, Emiliano Teodo, I can't tell you how many times I probably said on this station, including you guys, well, he probably won't make the team, but like we'll see him really soon. We didn't see him at all, right? So, same with Robbie Ahlstrom.
Yeah.
And so with Cam Cauley, I'll say the exact same thing, but now I'll add the caution that it's got to continue once spring training ends. If he makes the team out of camp, that means that there have been a number of injuries. So it's not a good thing. That's not a knock on Cam Cauley. He needs to go to AAA for the first time. if he continues to hit well and play well and stays healthy, he will be up.
How much of a psychological thing do you think that is for a guy that had a spring? They're like, I should have impressed him enough, and now I got to go to and do this, and they don't think about what they have to do there now.
So it's a great question, and there's a part of that, Corey, I think that you just can't control like what is in between a guy's ears. I also think there's a part of that from an organizational standpoint where you communicate and you let him know, hey, Cam, we're just going to be honest with you. We're never going to say never, but like your focus should be on just getting reps and being ready to start the season in AAA Round Rock because we've got these X guys that are in front of you. But hey, this is a great opportunity for you to get experience and to show the major league staff on a daily basis what you can do. And you do it in AAA to begin the year, you're up. And then
you just showed yourself you could do it too.
Yeah.
You just showed yourself that you can compete at this level.
And I think every guy's different. Like I say that, maybe you had that conversation with Cam Cauley because he can handle that. But maybe there's a guy that you tell him that he's going to be dejected.
Yeah.
So you leave that carrot dangling. And then at the end you say, hey, you did everything that we wanted. You're going to start the season in AAA, for this reason, that reason, whatever. But you keep doing this, dude. You're going to be a big leaguer in no time. So I think that's why all sports so mental. There's so many different variables. But yeah, I do think that's tough. You have a great spring training and you come up just short, and it's like, well, now you're doing the real thing. Guys are pitching against you with a scouting report, and now you might put some pressure on yourself to go 4 for 5 so you can get called up the next day.
Can we temporarily ask that you stick around for another segment, knowing that you might have to book it at any? Okay, so we'll dive more into baseball with Jared Sandler next, live from Surprise Stadium on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you very much to ASCO Equipment for being our presenting sponsor and making this happen today. Corey, can I give a quick NFL update?
Yeah, I got a quick Stars update whenever you're done with that.
Compensation. DJ Moore at a 2026 fifth-round pick to the Bills, and the Bears get a second-round pick, which, if you look at the money they're carrying over to the Bills and the production of DJ Moore and giving up a second-round pick, it does feel like a little bit of a desperation move, but maybe they're like, we got to do something, man.
I saw somebody say Bean is not okay. So that might be, he might be right there. According to Brian Ray and Leah Asimakopoulos, Gullickson's been paying attention a lot to this Colorado game coming up, Kevin. So he said 50-50 on Myers making his Texas hockey debut tomorrow night. A couple things. Wants to see what time he gets in tonight and find out how much ice he's seen while sitting out games. Also mentioned wanting to put him in a good position to succeed. Maybe your first time out with against Colorado, not the optimal opportunity.
That's why the Celtics are 50-50 about bringing Tatum back against the Mavs. They're like, hey, that team's not good. Just a reminder, we'll have Michael Finley on the show at 1:30. Now, earlier today, we will. So
professional transition.
Earlier today, we had Josh Smith on the show. We actually talked to him yesterday after the Brazil game.
It's so bizarre to hear.
It is. And so your thoughts, because I think Josh Smith gave some really well thought out answers, but it's still, we're all in the talk phase. Let's see how it goes. But your thoughts about his ability to be the mostly everyday second baseman and avoid the August and September swoon, as we're talking with Jared Sandler here on The Fan.
Well, can I ask, did you ask him about that?
Yes.
I'm just curious, what did he say about that?
It actually is a really interesting chain here. When we had Skip Schumacher on Monday, he talked about chasing winning instead of looking at your stats. And Josh Smith goes, I just heard this interview, and he mentioned it. We were like, that was our interview. And he goes, I think he makes a really good point, because there's been some days where, maybe I didn't have the best stats, and I was like, I need to make sure I don't spiral. And so he talked about chasing wins, and then the stats fall where they may, versus I really need to go 2 for 4 tonight, or whatever the case might be.
Yeah, and if you can get guys to buy into that, and that's, again, a part of the skill of a leader to buy into something like that, that's huge, right? Because, like Brad Miller talked about it last year in the pregame, when you're winning because good things are happening. And, if good things are happening, chances are if you're playing, you're a part of it. And,
right.
And sometimes, that's a no-brainer statement, but he said, people value, why do players chase stats? Well, maybe it's because they want to be in the Hall of Fame or make an All-Star game, but a lot of times because they want to make sure they get their money's worth, right?
Yep.
And he also talked about how winning is a stat, and teams, front offices value winning players, and
as long as it's not pitcher wins,
as long as, exactly. And I think that's an interesting thing. And I've had players actually tell me that one reason they love the playoffs, other than it's the playoffs, is that it's the closest thing to playing when you were in 6th and 7th grade, when you just want to win, because you that really is it doesn't matter that you're hitting 212 in the postseason. You're just trying to win every single pitch. With Josh, I wonder, he's always said playing multiple positions doesn't drag him down at all, but it is a very tough thing. He's a guy who plays his tail off. It seems like once a week you're seeing him diving or falling into the stands.
He did that in the Brazil game.
Yeah, I saw that. And, that wears on you a little bit. I'm not saying you don't play hard, but I'm just saying, I think he's played through a lot of stuff. So do you rather not play through things and maintain your stats, or play through you're going to get criticized either way. Can he do it? I think he absolutely can. I just think, to me, plate discipline is such a big part of a player's floor, and he's got good plate discipline. But obviously, a lot of people saying that he can do it and actually doing it, that there can be a big gap between that. But they're going to need him. Josh Young's already hurt, and hopefully he'll be ready for opening day. But, it's just a reminder, not a Josh Young thing, but a reminder, all our plans, we spend all this time, opening day lineup. 2 days in, someone gets hurt, and now plans change. Josh Smith is going to be an everyday player, and it does seem like right now at one position. I'm curious how that helps him.
Would you prefer him stay there and then if Josh is going to be out for a time, they find somebody else to fill that role?
If we're in May and Josh Smith is playing well and he and Corey are doing really well defensively, because I don't want to discount like that part of it. Corey and Marcus were a very good
special
tandem up the middle defensively.
Yeah.
And
we saw it in the World Series. Right?
Yeah. And like I do think this lineup is going to be better than what people think, because they're obviously coming off 2 down years offensively. I think some of these guys are going to be a little bit better than having career low type seasons.
Well, Berger led off his with a home run yesterday.
There you go.
Looking like he's a little more comfortable this year
if
already.
Bassick saw that, then Bassick would have called me and said MVP. So I think, but like it's still a pitching first team, it seems like, and so defense is important. And so if he's doing well, I don't know that I'd want to disrupt that. What if Cam Cauley's doing well in AAA? Like, what are your I think you got to look at the picture. I think there's so many variables. I would be open to saying, Josh, you're just going to be a second baseman, but like right now, if there are cards that need to be shuffled, then I think this is a good time to maybe change your path if an injury necessitates that.
You had a question this morning, very, very similar to stuff we discuss all the time, but it was who's the most important Ranger this year. We had the discussion earlier this week of who do you need to be healthy? Who do you want to be healthy all year long? And I said Evan Carter. But when I saw your question, I was like, Wyatt Langford. And I'm curious what you saw in return on that question and where you guys are there, because importance, I feel like Wyatt Langford has this opportunity to take another step and another rise.
Yeah, and there's so many, it's kind of like the MVP. There's so many ways to interpret it, and so I got so many different answers, right? Your reasoning for Wyatt Langford is this guy's got a ceiling that can carry a team.
Yes.
Your reasoning for Evan Carter is maybe not that he has that type of a ceiling, but he's the type of guy that totally changes the identity of a lineup. And gosh, if you can keep him in there against lefties and righties or keep him healthy, what could that mean? With Corey Seager, again, kind of the similar to the Wyatt Langford thing, Corey Seager has shown he can be one of the 5 best hitters in baseball, or he is. You just got to, he can stay healthy. To me, I think about a guy like a Jake Berger, Josh Young, Jock Peterson category, because I want to believe that I'm going to get a step forward from Wyatt. I want to believe that I'm going to get what I'm going to get from Corey, because he's just so damn good. But what if you get 90% of 2024 Jock Peterson? What if you get all-star Josh Young?
So the number I've been using is 85 to 90% of Jock Peterson, who, by the way, looks physically and mentally better off.
Good.
This start,
right?
He blew off the nosebleeds and said, "Hey, we'll see if I have time for your nonsense."
Okay.
He said it a lot. He said it a lot nicer than that, but you get the idea.
He's locked in.
Yeah,
He's ready to go.
So you were talking about the defense and the defensive thoughts about Brandon Nimmo, because after a very mediocre defensive 2024, I thought Adolis Garcia was back in a pretty big way last year. What are the defensive thoughts about Nimmo?
Yeah, listen, Adolis, I thought got robbed as a Gold Glover last year. I mean, he was for all of his offensive shortcomings, and it was not a good year for him offensively. Adolis was outstanding defensively. That is not Brandon Nimmo's game. He is not a guy who you expect to be a Gold Glove finalist. Now, he is a really good athlete, and there's no reason why a really good athlete can't get the job done defensively. So I don't think that Brandon Nimmo is like a liability defensively, but if you're comparing him to Adolis, then you can't expect that same level of production. Now, the trade-off is you hope you get a lot more offensively than, unfortunately, what you've gotten from Adolis the last couple of years. So, is this ball club, no Marcus, no Adolis, 2 really good defensive players. But, this is where you hope that the guys around, who's in center field? Is it Evan? Is it
That
Wyatt?
was going to be my question. Yeah. Do you not feel like it kind of feels like, man, it's trending towards healthy Wyatt's in center and healthy Evan Carter's in left.
Yeah.
And there it's interesting, do you feel like Wyatt or Evan in left keeps him healthier? I don't know. Long term, push comes to shove, I think I'd rather Wyatt be in a corner, because his best asset is his bat and his athleticism. And if if in any way, shape, or form center field, cuts into that over time, that's fine. But now's the time with Wyatt. I mean, he's not even 25. He's 23, right. 24. Like, this is the time. Run him out in center field if you feel like it. And I'd be curious what that looks like on a regular basis. But that's where, all right, you need this coaching, analytics, and game prep and all that stuff helps a guy like Brandon Nimmo. Okay, and then who's in center field? That can make a difference too. It's not like he played with a bunch of great. The Mets over his time were not consistently great defensively.
And then your thoughts about him as the presumptive leadoff man.
I guess my question is, what does it look like against lefties? Because I love Corey Seager batting second. And if you want to go lefty-lefty against a lefty starter, and you can with those two, because neither guy is a liability against lefties. Both guys are maybe better against righties than they are against lefties, but neither guy is a platoon type of hitter. That's cool, but if you're going to go with Brandon Nimmo against lefties, what does it look like behind him? Are you going Nimmo Seager, or are you going to then maybe have Langford bat second and Seager bat third? Is there value in having the same leadoff guy no matter what? I think it depends on the player. I think there's some players who, listen, just like Marcus Semien was very routine-oriented. Hey, play me at second, hit me wherever.
I think you're being wrapped up. I think you're being wrapped up, Jared.
Well, there you go.
All right, great
Evan Carter. We're going to go talk to Evan Carter right now.
Oh, there you
go.
Thanks,
Jared
man.
is going to remember to take his headset off, and then he is going to talk to Evan Carter. Thank you very much, good sir. I just didn't want those to be that cartoon thing where you walk away and then fall up.
That's what new dads do. They forget things.
Yeah.
It happens all the time. I got a headset on. I'm walking. Yeah, he falls back because the headset's so tight. Hold on. That's never happened. I've never had a headset pull me down. I've just pulled the headset out of the plug. It's just funnier and more Chevy Chase if you fall backwards because of the headset.
I just want to say we just had some sweet-ass teamwork with the Rangers, with Rangers Sports Network right there.
They gave you the wrap-up?
No, she pointed and she waved and she was like, pointed and kind of was like, we need Jared. And then I saw the camera guy spring into action. And so here's the deal. And I don't know if Jared said this exactly, but legitimately he's here for a day and a half.
Yeah.
And he has to cram a lot of stuff in that time.
I think he's going to take ground balls with some minor leaguers tomorrow.
Yes.
So he's got a very busy schedule here. But you could hear it. He's ready for baseball season to be back. He's already breaking down top of the order, trying to figure out exactly what we're doing there. And that's what we're doing. We're here watching because we want to see what the plan is. And so far, it does look like the plan kind of does constitute a little bit of mixture in that top three on whether or not they want Wyatt at 2 or Corey there. This is the get-to-know Skip phase a little bit.
Sure.
And with Bochy, we kind of felt like we already had a foundation built. It's like championship success is what is expected. With Skip, chasing winning, getting back to something is what he's hoping to get a lot of these guys to. And that's his whole – he has a whole – every team you kind of have to go in knowing they have something that I need to kind of fix. They moved on from a lot of staff so that a lot of these players could have clean slates with everybody. So there wasn't a coach that was like, I don't like this guy because, or whatever, because biases happen. Well, now it's like everybody gets this chance to prove to me what they can do, and then I get to balance it from there. So there's a lot of fun that this season's going to give us.
And, man, he was just hitting on something that I was curious if you would then maybe consider putting McCutchen part-time
with Evan
in the 9-hole, because he's doing better against lefties. If you're facing a lefty and then you're still going Nimmo Seager, we didn't get to talk about the pitch mix of Rocker or Davaio.
I'm sure we'll talk with Jared more down the road.
And I know we talked about it, but that just shows how much fun it is to talk with him right there.
Kevin,
tell me.
Somebody texted it in. And it is true, I went and looked. I have no clue what it means because the eyeballs always mean something, right? Lane Johnson has tweeted the eyeballs at Max Crosby. So I know they're...
I'm going to throw it out there. They have architected some sort of shockingly complex trade that includes Max Crosby for A.J. Brown?
Oh, dude, that would be very interesting. I did see...
That is based on no inside information.
Jane said this on Max Crosby and the Cowboys being at play. Here's what she's being told. Quote, Raiders are talking to a lot of people, but we would not give up 2 first-rounders. That's the situation. Will that change? She doesn't know, but she checked for those that were asking.
Yeah, look, it just depends on how close the Cowboys think they are, right? If they're like, oh, man, things are going to come back together, we're going to be this and we're going to be that, then you give up pick 12 and eat $30 million in salary for a player that you think could absolutely be dominant, then, I mean, maybe that's what you do. Personally, I still don't think the Cowboys are close enough to do a move like that. But you know what? There's been plenty of times I've had thoughts that Jerry has disagreed with, and I know you feel the same way.
Kevin, Pickens is better than DJ Moore, correct?
A lot better.
DJ Moore just went for a 2.
Man,
Pickens should go for 7 ones.
And yeah, it does look. Yeah, maybe that non-exclusive franchise tag. If somebody sees that, they're like, "Get the hell out of here! Are you kidding me? A 2 for somebody who can't get 1,000 yards receiving, might give up on certain plays." But like the Bears were desperate. Man, I hope we made a call to the Bears. I mean, not the Bears, the Bills. I hope we made a call to the Bills and we're like, I'm just saying.
Y'all have 7 ones.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe we could make that work. All right. So we have options here, Corey. I'm going to let you decide. I'm going to let Alec decide. I am going to let the people decide. We could fire in to Gridiron Gravy, or we could kick off the expressway with, do you know the top 10 players in baseball right now and how many Rangers made the top 100? We also got the possibility of My Buddy's an Idiot, and we'll give away Mumford & Sons tickets. So much content, so little time. Next on The Fan.
experts.
May over the middle. He's got Diggs. Stephon Diggs at the 5. Diggs, stiff arm, diving for the pylon. Touchdown!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Here's what we're going to try to do. We're going to try to cram 3 segments into this segment and do the Mumford & Son ticket giveaway whenever Corey deems necessary. Let's try to get some bonus nuggets out there, gridiron gravy, and then maybe even some My Buddy's an Idiot. But right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic, Corey, there's a lot of football news happening. So it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it, don't lip it.
Now, this was a question that you were just asking. We were talking about this in the break. 8-time Pro Bowler Cam Jordan, who has been with New Orleans for the last 15 years. He had 10.5 sacks last year. He will not have a new deal in place with New Orleans by next week. He's going to hit free agency for the first time in his career. So he will be playing season number 16. And word per Schefter is he is prepared, or at least open, to leaving New Orleans.
He, in his career, Kevin, has been a tackle for loss machine also. He's one of those guys that he wreaks havoc in the backfield.
I feel like that should be a more marquee stat at times. I know people care about it, but I feel like they should care about it more.
Quarterback hits, been a big deal. This is weird to me. So I'm going to go back to 17 and work my way. 13, 12, 15.5 sacks.
Okay.
7.5 sacks. 12.5 sacks. All right, so we've gone from double digits back up to double digits.
Yeah.
Then 8.5, 2, 4, 10.5. Was last year an anomaly to his age because he is 36 years old, going to be 37. And his tackles for loss, everything took hits for a couple of years, even though he was in those games. And I'm just kind of curious if that was because the defenses for New Orleans, while the team wasn't that good, the defenses were still relatively decent.
Yeah, and I wonder if this is a thing where he's like, I'll take 10 to 12 million. If that is what you're maybe even 8 to 12, if that's what you're going for, or is he like, no, I still think I'm a $20 million guy, and then you'd be like, thank you for your time.
I think he fits in the Christian Parker defense. I don't know what his number would be, but I think he definitely fits in the defense for what they want, and he still has the ability to play.
And I think there'll be more of a, maybe kind of a rush for him once, if there really is a Max Crosby trade, then other teams will be like, dang, if we missed out on that. And if you missed the news, Slater said she talked, or not the news even.
No. It's the amount of people that are attributing her but getting what she said wrong.
Yeah.
Because somebody said apparently the asking price for Crosby is too high for the Cowboys front office. And somebody from Raiders lead or whatever said the asking price for Max Crosby is 2 first-round picks. Jane said that when she talked to them, the idea has been floated around that it would cost 2.
Yep.
Nobody's confirmed that. It's just been floated by the world. And the Cowboys said, well, they're not giving up 2 first-round picks.
Just
so
them specifically.
That didn't mean the Raiders asked for it, and that doesn't mean that it's too high, that 2 first-round picks, the asking price is too high. It's just that the Cowboys will not give up 2 first-round picks for this player.
Correct.
Sorry, I just wanted to confirm all this stuff.
No, that's some darn good confirmation that you did right there. All right.
I'll talk to you later, Kevin.
No, you got stuff to do.
I'm exhausted from that.
But let's go to Dak Prescott. He knows. He's been listening. Well, he might not be listening to this show, but hopefully he's.
Why? What happened?
Oh, you know. Hopefully he listens to this.
I wasn't there that day.
To this station, man. I'm going to put that on your tombstone if for some reason I outlive you. Is he was talking about, getting new players in here that can play straight away, whether free agency or draft. And he goes, heck yeah, most definitely, especially no red shirts. And then he added, we've got a coach in Shoddy in his second year. We've had some ups and downs and shines, some good moments last year. This is the year that you make a big jump, and getting big-time players who can help immediately is a part of that. So love.
This is the year you put it all together.
I mean, look,
Dak's saying.
I love that Dak is coming out and being like, oh, yeah.
Here's the plan. Here's the plan.
It's a good plan.
We've goofed around long enough. Everybody in here's had enough. Let's go. If we want to really do this, let's stop acting like we're going to do it and really go do it. And they're putting everything out there for it. And I know he wants Pickens to be signed, and he's like, he's like, I played. This is the thing, Kevin. Jerry got a little frustrated with what Micah was doing.
Yes.
And he was like, he's even made the comment of, you won't see any laying around on the sideline, stuff like that.
Man, he was so mad about it.
But these players know that a tactic in negotiation is a hold-in or a hold-out.
Yeah.
And so comparing it to Dak all the time, who can't get hit, you can't hit Dak in these preseason games while he's waiting for this contract.
Right.
You can't, there's a lot of things that Dak doesn't experience that George Pickens would. Injury, an Achilles or an ACL while running a route would kill anything that for a long-term deal. But I understand what Dak's saying. He wants this dude to be out there because he knows how much of a weapon he is. Cowboys have to see that and say we can justify it.
Now, Alec, I decided to save the most important gridiron story for Corey right now.
Ooh.
You've seen how, Tom Brady and Logan Paul were getting into it and all this blibbity-blabbity.
That's right.
Logos, specialty merchandise, and different branding have been worked on in some departments in the WWE with phrases such as T-Bone Tom and the untouchable Tom Brady, in case there is a scenario in which he gets into the wrestling ring. Would you like to see Tom Brady in a wrestling ring?
I don't. Are you asking Alec?
No, I'm asking you. Alec, I'm assuming is
I don't
a yes.
want oversaturation with Tom. I don't need him everywhere. Quite honestly, I was hoping once he retired that he would go away and we could just be like, he was a great player. Like, that was my hope. But here we are with more Tom Brady. So, no, I don't necessarily. But I also don't know. You guys know, like, y'all see true fit better than most when it comes to wrestling. He's not a dude you're putting in there to take on Brock Lesnar.
No,
but he's a dude that you want him on the mic a little bit. You want some. He's going to be wearing a suit, right? Like, that's what you want from Tom Brady.
And they've done a good job of having these ridiculous tag team matches with actual wrestlers, and then you can slide Jelly Roll in there, and you're like, hey, we got other.
And then Bad Bunny's like, watch this, guys.
Yeah, yes.
I'm going to be hitting you with all sorts of chairs.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, let's go from that to. It's been a tough run for Stephon Diggs. Stephon Diggs has been released after one season with the Patriots. So he lost the Super Bowl, or his team lost the Super Bowl. Now his team doesn't want him back, and I don't know. I've heard maybe there's a breakup, but I don't actually know if that's factually accurate. How tough, Corey, has this last month or so been for Stephon Diggs?
It's not easy, man. You lose the Super Bowl, Cardi B breaks up with you.
Is that for real?
I don't know. I feel like they, kind of were hinting at it in the world. But, Alec, you have a confirmation on Cardi B's connection with Diggs right now?
There's no, concrete answer, but all the signs point towards they're done.
Yeah.
Are they a breakup couple, or not really?
That's a good question.
Not really.
Okay,
that I know.
I honestly don't know.
Feel like that couple that's always there's just chaos always around them. They're kind of that, where you just never really know exactly where they stand on things, because one day they'll be arguing, but then 5 minutes later they're making up in the best ways.
Yes.
But yeah, for Diggs, this has been tough, man. He's been a good receiver over his career, and that's where we can hand it to him on that.
Yeah, good job.
Unfortunately, he's missed that one big prize.
Now, the Steelers are going to release Jonnu Smith, and then for the Seahawks, the report is that Seattle and Rashid Shaheed are not close on an extension ahead of free agency. So just some more things to look at there. For the Cowboys, they will not tender or did not tender Brock Hoffman. Look.
Oh, no.
And that doesn't mean, and again, that does not necessarily mean that player is out the door, but it is not a great sign in terms of potentially compensation or locking in that number that he will be back. So we will see about that. And I know Shotty said he would love to have those guys back, but he realized for depth purposes, they might think, hey, we're starters, and so that might not work out. Now, let's talk about another player who got released. Jonathan Allen.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I think this is important. Nick Harris reporting. Texas Tech head coach Joey McGuire, who we know and love so well, told reporters today that Brian Schottenheimer will be in attendance at the team's pro day on March 26th. I think that is important because there are a number of Texas Tech players that we've been watching that we have a lot of interest in. So I'm just letting you know, Tech is a place, whether it's Jacob Rodriguez, David Bailey, or any of these other dudes.
Man, they can't get
the
David
head coach
Bailey.
wants to be there to watch them in person.
The Vikings are moving on from Jonathan Allen. The Vikings are already $40+ million over the cap, so they needed to make some moves. And then I love, and I didn't think about this yesterday when this was all going down. Do you love that the Rams have continued to be true to themselves by trading away their first-round picks? They have made one first-round pick in the last 10 drafts.
Yeah, but they get good veterans.
No, absolutely.
It's definitely, again, this is both teams' philosophies that it worked perfectly with. The way that Kansas City makes those trades, they do this all the time, and the way that they found the perfect partner for what they wanted to accomplish. Both teams stayed true to themselves.
Yeah, and the one pick that they made was in 2024 where they took Jared Verse. But, 9 out of the other 10 years they've traded their first-round pick. And we talk about this all the time. If you're going to trade a draft pick, now's the time to trade it because they're more valuable than, the next month and a half, they're more valuable than they are at any other point in the year. You mentioned Brian Schottenheimer being at that Lubbock, Texas Tech Pro Day. He is currently 8th in the betting odds for NFL Coach of the Year. Leading the way right now, it's John Harbaugh, followed by Jesse Minter, Joe Brady, Robert Saleh, and then Kellen Moore, Kevin Stefanski, Mike McCarthy, and Brian Schottenheimer. Brian Schottenheimer, 16-1 on the betting odds.
I keep seeing people reporting, and I care less about this. I could care less.
That means you do care.
I could not care less. The Aaron Rodgers saying, I'm still not sure if I'm coming back, even though McCarthy's with Pittsburgh. And I'm like, that's one of the reasons he doesn't want to go back. It seems he's like, oh, crap, they hired that guy? Oh, man. And hopefully we don't have to see Aaron Rodgers another year. It's okay to go ahead and turn it off, bro.
Yeah.
It's okay to say, I had a great run, a really good run.
Yeah, Hall of Fame.
And won one Super Bowl, and that's perfectly okay. I'm a Hall of Famer. He's at a point now where he's kind of doing it because he can. He wants to, but he's not great at it. But he still is like, but I want to be out there. And he's just good enough for people to be like, okay, we'll take a shot at it. But he takes control in a bad way. Anyway, I'm sorry. That was regarding McCarthy more than anything else.
And I was going to say, you have to at least, going back to Rodgers specifically, you have to at least kind of blame Pat McAfee for that. Because when he has him on all the time, feels like that always makes news. All right, we got that. Do you want to transition into a little bit more of a mini baseball nuggets?
I'm all about it.
All right, I love it. I'm so happy that you said that because the story that I thought you would like, it has continued. Do you remember when I brought up the prospect Vance Honeycutt? He is the
Yes, I do.
He got 3 at-bats and hit 3 home runs. He got at bat number 4 in the bottom of the 8th inning. Boom! Home run number 4. 4 at-bats, 4 home runs.
What did his manager say this time?
Ooh, I didn't get a quote from him.
He didn't go, hey, 4 at-bats, 4 home runs.
He goes, you got to like that. So I hope this time he's like, are you kidding me? I effing love it. We might even put him in earlier in a game.
Dude, is he better than Connor Griffin already?
I think Connor still only has 3 home runs. So
there you go.
There's that. Now, the new head of the Major League Baseball Players Association, he has said that he actually thinks a lot of fans would not like the salary cap. So you remember we went over the athletic poll with the fans and everything, and they were like, yeah, we're in favor of a cap and a floor. And he said there are a lot of fans who think their owners should sell their teams, and for some reason they don't want to do that because he said they're in favor of the floor. And he's like, well, guess what? Those owners aren't spending that money. And he goes, we're very cognizant of the fans. And I actually think a salary cap system is worse for the fans because it basically prevents them that want to make their team better from doing so. It is basically an ultimate restriction on competition and the ability of teams to do what they think is best to build the best teams for the fans. That is a fascinating way to break that down, I would probably argue against that, because doesn't that give other teams a better chance to be in that $80 million window instead of the Dodgers just buying up everybody?
Oh, yeah.
But I realize he didn't get put at the front of the Players Association because he was like, yeah, salary cap's a great idea.
It was nice to not hear Artie Moreno speak in that situation there. So that's nice that he was up there going, hey, the fans don't care. They don't care about anything. Let's not worry about them.
But I already appreciate that, like, he's coming out pretty heated. Now, you talked about what you wanted to see from Jacob deGrom yesterday. Didn't quite get 3 full innings with 27 pitches, all of them being strikes. But Peyton Tolley, he came kind of close to that. He is a prospect with the Red Sox. He's number 19 overall in Major League Baseball. He had a fastball that got up to 100.4 miles per hour. But in his 3-inning relief appearance, he gave up 1 hit, 1 walk, and struck out 7. 5 of those were in a row. But, yeah, in 3 innings, struck out 7 batters. I know, not quite the perfection we're hoping for, but we're getting there.
Is that the strikeout 7? You know, we were discussing some guys are working on things. There's another crop of guys that have to prove things.
If I was being fair, he did come in relief of Garrett Crochet.
Okay.
So it is possible you definitely saw a mix of the minor leaguers in there.
And I wonder how much that messes with people's heads, too, knowing that they're judged on different scales when they're here.
Sure.
And again, it kind of goes back to that Collie conversation of you did everything, but you were also in a different compartment whenever this all started. So no matter how good you did, you were never really going to be this. You just showed us you could do it. And now you have to keep that level of up so that we can be sure that you're this product right now. So that's what I'm asking about that is I wonder in those areas how that goes. But I like that. That's good for him.
Okay, now,
yes.
You know, we said we were going to try to do 3 segments. We gave you some gridiron already. We gave you some baseball nuggets already. We're going to get to My Buddy's an Idiot in just a minute, but I feel like there was one other thing.
Let's give something away!
Oh, that's it. 877-881-1053. Caller number 10.
Currently.
Will win a pair of tickets to go see Mumford & Sons when they are at the Dickies Arena in Fort Worth on Monday, June the 8th. You can go buy tickets from LiveNation.com, or you can win them for free right now. 877-881-1053. And right now, let's fire up some My Buddy's an Idiot.
My buddy, my buddy, my buddy, my buddy. Wherever I go, he goes.
Yeah, I'm going to start with this. And I just want to see if you think this is problematic.
I don't know why I ever doubt these guys.
Oh, the grass people?
Yeah, I keep looking. I was like, man, he's going to mess up these lines, and these lines are just perfect. These lines are perfect, dude.
They really are.
Gosh, they're good.
They're artists.
Yeah, they are.
Is it problematic that Myles Garrett got a speeding ticket?
For whomst?
For himself and the team.
For his fiance.
Is it problematic that this is his 9th speeding ticket?
Oh gosh, yeah.
Since 2017.
Yeah, you got a problem, dude. Stop speeding. I would.
Right.
He shouldn't be allowed to have 9.
That is a lot.
I feel like at a certain number,
at least
the court
suspend your license for a minute.
Yeah, has to say, hey, take some Ubers for a while, bro.
Yeah, you can afford it.
Yeah, absolutely. And the league pays for car services anyway, anytime you need them. So I feel like the court system really needs to do something about this.
Yeah.
Seriously, dude.
Yeah.
9 speeding tickets? First off, you're not good at speeding.
He was driving 94 and a 70.
Keep getting caught.
Yeah.
I think you got to be good at speeding by not getting caught. You know, you're the one that you're like, you can understand, oh, police officer nearby. This is one of those areas. You know the areas that I'm talking about where there's no cops ever here,
yes.
or this is a cop-heavy area.
Yeah.
I should not speed here. You'd have to have better judgment on that.
Man, maybe this is a question for another day, but do you think the navigation systems who sometimes post up there's a cop in the area have cut down on overall speeding tickets? Because it gives people maybe a heads up.
Yeah.
I don't know if people pay attention to that or not.
Well, you got a good point. Like I talk about that school zone that everybody speeds through in my neighborhood all the time. That I'm like, no matter what, there's signs blinking, there's all sorts of stuff, and people just do not care. But I do think that it's very important. If you're in a neighborhood, there should be some signs that say, slow down, your neighbors.
I like that. Kind of tug at the heartstrings.
Slow down your neighbors.
All right. Let's go to a couple of college basketball, potentially idiots. The NCAA for looking to still expand the NCAA tournament. The gold standard.
You hate this?
No, I very much hate this.
I want 150 teams.
And you know who else does the gold standard of college basketball coaching, no matter what Jared thinks? Coach K. He said there are fewer teams capable right now than ever before, and there's many have-nots, and it's not their fault when he talked about not expanding the tournament. He goes, I don't think you mess with something that's gold. It's gold. I think the thing you should mess with is getting a leadership group and having them study and see what happens with that group. So, man, he's like, yeah, I do think we should do a study on you. And you're like, oh, dip. And then let's go back to Bruce Pearl. Remember Bruce Pearl said, Miami of Ohio, I don't give a crap, undefeated, they suck. And, like, he's like, they shouldn't be in the tournament. And so, you know, the AD for Miami of Ohio came out and said, you're flat out wrong about Miami of Ohio when you said we would finish last in the Big East. The disrespect is awful, and you should not be near a TV studio covering the sport when we look at your true colors. Wow! And then he also added that some squads have refused to add Miami of Ohio. They are the Red Hawks to their schedule because they're afraid of an upset.
Oh, man. I like that.
Are there bees up there? Is that what you're looking at?
So it does appear, Kevin, that the bees have either woken up or made a comeback. Like maybe they sent out a platoon. This platoon went out to go, pick up some pollen. And it came back, and it's like, hey, guys, we're home. And all their neighbors are asleep. And they're like, guys, what's going on? So it does look like we have an array of about 12 bees right now that are making their way around trying to figure out what happened today. Now, here's the thing. If they find out that that crew up there is no longer with us, will they be mad and make their way into this booth?
Yes.
And that's where I probably
am
going to be able to say this.
That you are reacting accordingly. By the way, going back to Miles Garrett from the 940, the state of Texas will take away your license if you have 4 in a year or 7 in 2 years. Trust me. So,
but 9 in 9 years, that's 1 a year. They're like, yeah, it's fine. And he's like, you know what, Kevin?
But
I have told you.
That happened to that guy, right?
Every 3 years I have to pay my fee.
Sure.
My fee to speed is every 3 years.
Okay.
I get caught.
But think about it, Corey.
And I'm like, all right.
That means in 9 years you would have 3 tickets. Mm-hmm. He has 9.
Yeah, his distance of time for his fees are different. So
somebody goes, bro, somebody get him a radar detector
for real
sake. Yeah. So there's some updates about that. All right.
We're fine. Those bees aren't doing jack.
Don't antagonize them. Did you already make that decision?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Well, it's also warm. I want it to be nice in here.
Do you want to go with the enhanced games or a fight in women's college basketball or the World Cup?
World Cup.
Okay. Man, the World Cup's been lying to some people.
Can I tell you something real quick?
Sure.
We, my family and I were looking to go back to the place in Galveston that we went to last year.
Okay.
And we were kind of selecting dates, and I was like, man, all of them are booked, and the 1 week that it's not booked, the prices have doubled, almost tripled.
It's World Cup time.
And I looked at the Houston schedule, and it's in Galveston, and I was like, oh, this makes so much sense because all the Airbnbs are offering all these different things. And I was like, oh, okay, so we're still trying to figure out the schedule there, but congratulations, World Cup.
Well, see, here's the thing. By the way, Houston has the cheapest parking for World Cup matches at $99.
It's true.
Is there some hidden, maybe lack of demand for some of these tickets? All right? I know everyone's like, oh, my God, everyone in the world wants World Cup tickets, and I get that in the United States. So the president of FIFA, who no president of FIFA would ever lie, said that every 2026 World Cup match is already sold out. All right? Sold out. However, earlier this week, they emailed fans and said that there was now an additional chance to purchase World Cup tickets, although Availability, extremely limited. It's only available for 64 of their 104 matches. And by the way, the qualifiers in Mexico to determine 2 of the final World Cup berths, you could buy those tickets right now for $17.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and now that's not the actual World Cup, but it's the qualifiers to determine that. But all our matches are sold out except for now the 60% of these that we now have extra tickets for.
Yeah, this is Kevin, this is classic supply and demand, and you control the market.
Charter style.
You tell people, you make people convinced that there's no way they can buy these tickets. And then the price gets a little lower so that you can be like, all right, now, because you want them to pay the max price, right? The max price possible. When in actuality, you're going to get that price by convincing people that the price is even more than that. And so now then you start to trickle it down. You've gotten your nut off of what they by giving up the big prices.
Yeah.
Now can you get the rest of it? Can you get those tickets accumulated and sold at a lower price because people think it's a steal of a deal?
Alec, can you give me cut number 8? And real quick, I want to set up the context to this because I don't necessarily think it's just the people who are fighting that are idiots. I think it's these announcers. Keep in mind, this is a fight that led to 7 players getting ejected and a ref getting knocked down, and for a second looking like they might have been knocked out. This is how the announcers described it.
Of not allowing any free passes.
We've got some swinging down in the paint now, and tempers have flared between Houston and Cordeja Harris. They're having to separate the players and bring them back to the bench, and now that will probably end up being technical fouls and problems. We see an official down on the floor in the paint.
Oh.
That announcer sounded like they could not have cared less.
Kevin.
It was a massive fight.
I saw it. It was a lot more than that. That is no Kevin Harlan right there.
No kidding.
Kevin Harlan
would have given that ref was out.
Kevin Harlan would have given you fantastic play-by-play on that to really describe the picture, just like you did this morning when you described the lay of the land at the stadium.
Oh, yeah.
And you really, Eric Nadel, that was probably one of your best Eric Nadel impressions, not because of the sound. This is very similar with Broadus. You're like, it's not necessarily the sound.
Content.
It's what I said.
Okay.
And that was, I think you're right, man. That was weak stuff right there. I didn't really get a good picture of what was going on.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
Ty Simpson is on a visit with the Browns, per source, Kevin.
Hell yeah. Right after they said Deshaun Watson needs to be in the mix at quarterback, my dream of them getting all the quarterbacks is coming closer to reality. Next up, C-Block starring Corey Majors.
And I have to ask you this. Why are there so many Jalens in the NBA? Next in The Fan.
What?
One of the greatest rock acts of all time is coming to D.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Second game of the World Baseball Classic officially in the books as Korea defeats Czechia 11-4. The United States will play Brazil tomorrow at 7 p.m. to kick off their World Baseball Classic. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate it. I just have to say that shopping centers are really boring. Once you've seen one, you've seen them all.
Ah.
Alec, how are you doing?
I get it.
Alec is ignoring me now. Probably a smart decision on his part.
Yep.
Well, let's go ahead and dive in head first on this one, guys. The audio I didn't get to play yesterday that I really wanted to play for you so that you could understand how to be inspired to go be an amazing baseball player.
Okay, I've now heard about this from you and Zach and Eric, but I have still not heard this myself.
Okay, and you asked, could it be worse than
it's a game that's happening today?
And I think Wolchuk goes, no, actually it is. And I was like, oh,
no.
exactly, because the delivery on this. So here's Aaron Judge giving his pre-whatever speech to Team USA as they're all in their uniforms.
Sacrifice for your family at home, you're sacrificing for your country, and you're sacrificing for the brothers in the trenches with you every single day. And that's one thing I want us to do, fellas. We're down, we're beat up a little bit, man. Lean into each other, man. We're going to lay it all on the line. If we do that, we're bringing the goal home, man. I'm telling you.
That was it. That was Aaron Judge's speech of sacrifice for your brothers, and even though we're down, put it all on the line.
He kind of went the opposite direction, too, that you would think in terms of inflection, where he peaked like kind of in the middle and then let the rest of it peter out.
Yes. You want to finish with, and then we'll fly off into the sun or something like that. You know?
Like in Braveheart, he didn't like peak in the middle and then go, so they're they're never gonna, they may take our lives, but they'll never take our freedom.
Yeah, you want to finish with, and guys, if we do something like that, we're all coming home with gold. And then everybody gets their bats and starts clacking their bats together, and they run out on the field and just, you know what I mean?
Yes, I do. That is disappointing that we didn't get that.
You know what, though, Kevin?
Do we need a new captain?
I think that's just Aaron Judge.
Does the fact that he recruited all those players mean that you're like, I don't need you to talk?
That's a good question. I think, he did get a bunch of really good, talented players.
Yes.
Some of the hardest throwers in all of baseball.
Yeah, I don't need you to be a great orator.
Yeah, real professionals. It's not, you talk about Evaldi being a professional. Man, Evaldi sounded salty yesterday that he wasn't competing. Just a little bit.
Man.
Just a little bit.
He did. He was like, I would love to do that.
Because the dude just likes to compete.
Sure.
He's like, please put me on a mound. Let me go take somebody down.
Right.
And I think, you know what? That's one of the most fun things in the world to watch is Nathan Evaldi with somebody else he gets to take down. It is a lot of fun for me. The other thing, Kevin, that I wanted to dive in on real quick was this clip of audio that my wife sent me last night. And I was like, huh? And I heard it and I laughed about it. And then all of a sudden, I saw that it went viral around the world, and it is a little song made by Rainy Ovale, and he's a TikTok guy.
I was going to say, I don't know. I'm sorry.
And he asks one of the greatest and most significant questions of our time: why are there so many Jaylens in the NBA?
Why so many Jaylens in the NBA? I think it's way too many Jaylens in the NBA. Went to sleep and it was 10 Jaylens in the NBA. Woke up and now it's 30 Jaylens in the NBA. We got Jalen Smith on the Bulls, and Jalen with a Y playing for the Timberwolves. Think it's a joke, but I'm actually earnest. Tell the truth, that ain't even really scratching the surface. Cause there's 607 players on the court playing. The 16 teams got a player named Jalen, and it's really 2 Jalens on 3 teams. That's gotta be like 50% of the league. In the crib trying to figure what it all really means. I know they mama raised them like my son is my king, and I could probably recognize recognize them all by facial. And I wouldn't be surprised if they was all biracial. Look, why so many Jalen's in the NBA?
So that is Radio Vale's song, Why Are There So Many Jalen's in the NBA?
That song is catchy.
And so, yeah, and it's dead on, too. And then he goes on to name a few more of the Jalen's. But he did point out, and he had a little graphic to go with it, there's 3 teams with 2 Jalen's. How often does something like that happen? So
are there really 16 teams with a Jalen?
Well, okay, so I did a little research. I saw 14 teams 14 Jalen's in the NBA. So there are currently 14 Jalen's. But then I started thinking about the NFL, too. Jalen Hurts and all these Jalen's. They were talking about Jalen Rose in the song. And, like, was he the first Jalen? And so it's, why did that name, like, what? If anybody can help me. Because think about this. There was a time period around when Avery was born. Aiden, Caden, and Jaden became like the top 3 names very quickly. If your kid's name didn't end with "in," then you just didn't. What were you even doing? And so, like, that was why is there, Kevin, so many Jalen's in the NBA?
I think you kind of hit on it, and it's the versatility of the way in which you can spell it, and so it doesn't feel like a copycat name.
Okay,
because you could be like, no, but your kid is Jalen, mine is Jaylen, or mine's Jaylon, or maybe Jalin. So, like, I think it's the variety of the spellings that you're like, it's not the same. It's different.
And I know there's a Tolo out there. His wife, I used to work with her. Her name was Jolin. And she's amazing, by the way. I was always confused. I was like, is that Jalen? No, it's Jolin.
Yeah. Does she play in the NBA? Then it's not Jalen. Man, I've never thought about this.
I bet she could, is what I'll say.
Okay, I have honestly never thought about there's a lot of Jalen's in the NBA.
Let's keep track of how many are coming up in the draft that we might be needing to keep an eye on.
Okay.
Because that would just add more Jalen's to the NBA.
All right. I mean, this new information's kind of rocking my brain right here. I really didn't realize, like, I know Brown and Brunson, and now that you mention it, okay, there are a lot of Jalen's.
Okay, one of the things we're seeing around the Twitter world right now, and Kevin, we're getting very close to legal tampering.
Starts at 11 o'clock on Monday.
And so, like, this is the perfect time. Thursday, start the process of getting feelers out there for, hey, we need to finalize some trades up before we start this free agency period.
Yeah, because I don't care that they were like, no, we created this extra 2 days for tampering. You're going to see deals straight away that you're like, how did that happen?
Or maybe there is a genius marketing mind that sits next to Jerry and is like, Jerry, should we go ahead and start floating Max Crosby deals out there, like, just to keep the cycle going? And Jerry's like, that's a good one. Not necessarily for the Cowboys, but for the NFL overall. They're just like, what stories can we use? And Jerry's like, that Max Crosby story, I like it. But that being said, one of the other things that kind of keeps getting input into these conversations is, where's George Pickens? And how would a Max Crosby deal affect the rest of the things? How would George Pickens signing a deal affect the rest of the things for these other players? And so I saw a list on CBS Sports, and they've had this out for a while, and they have the wide receivers, free agents ranked, the top free agent wide receivers, and they have Alec Pierce at top right now.
Makes sense.
Right behind him is Romeo Doubs, then Wan'Dale Robinson from the Giants, who we saw a couple times just eat our lunch. Then Mike Evans down there, and Juwan Jennings, Rashid Shaheed, and Tyreek Hill. My question to you is, with all those are some names. Like, those are some significant names, as a matter of fact. Rashid Shaheed, a lot of people went nuts over him, thinking that dude could be the Super Bowl MVP.
Yeah.
And when it comes to Tyreek Hill, I know there's a lot of question marks on what he is going to be because of that injury. But with this free agency period, this offseason, how might a George Pickens deal or no deal, he plays on franchise tag, affect the rest of the wide receiver market? Do you think it would have that big of an impact?
So I think it's a big deal that he is franchised right now, because, so I'll go 2 different ways with this. Because if he wasn't, right, then don't you feel like maybe your Pierces and your Jennings and your Shaheeds might have to sit around and wait, which feels like that's what happens in baseball free agency all the freaking time.
So that's what I think, though, is I know he's under the tag.
Yeah.
But a lot of people are probably still waiting for that deal with their players. So they can go, well, let's wait till Pickens goes and then we'll move.
Okay,
right?
So that's part two then, right? If there are separate negotiations going on, I'm not saying this is going to be the case, but what if you find out that Pierce wants $25 million a year? All of a sudden, are you like, what the hell? Mm-hmm. And then you go back around and you're like, maybe this Pickens thing is a good idea. And maybe it's supposed to be 2 first-round picks, but keep in mind, the Cowboys are also, they have the leisure of negotiating the draft capital if they want. So, I mean, I know they want to keep George Pickens, but if for whatever reason, the Bills, or if you want to say the 49ers, they or the Chiefs, excuse me, they came out and they're like, hey, what if we could give you a 1 and a 2 this year? Or a 1 and a 3 this year, and we want George Pickens because they've seen the prices of some of the things, or maybe that's why they picked up their extra first-round pick in the McDuffie deal. You're allowed to negotiate if you want for the Cowboys, or they can just give you the 2 first-round picks. I kind of think what some of those receivers say could impact people's desire to maybe make a run at Pickens, even though I still think it's unlikely that he'll move.
This is Alec Pierce's first 1,000-yard season.
And that's the danger of it, right?
500, 500, 800, 1,003, by the way. It's not like it was a 1,200-yard season.
Yeah.
He's had 2, 2, 7, and 6 touchdowns with a career catch percentage of 53%.
I mean,
he's not a $30 million receiver.
Yeah, and but that's the thing, right? Is the prices go crazy when there's not a lot of options. Maybe people love Wan'Dale Robinson or Juwan Jennings, Rashid Shaheed. But if you think all of those people are just guys, with the exception of maybe Shaheed's return ability, if you think they're all just guys, couldn't you see how somebody would be like, no, I know he's just got 1, but you pay for what's going to happen, not what has happened, and he's about to take off.
Yeah,
that's how you fall into that trap because, look, we've all done that, right? In your life, there's been a thing that you really want to do, and you come up with the explanation to fit what you already want to do. So there's probably 4 teams out there that really want Alec Pierce, and then they're going to, reverse engineer it to make it make sense instead of being like, I don't know, man. He should be an $18 million guy.
Yeah. And then lastly,
I think you're right.
Tom Fornelli did a mock draft on CBS Sports. Arvell Reese goes to the Jets because now David Bailey is third to the Cardinals. But Alec, here's where our whole world gets screwed up. Pick 7, Reuben Bain to Washington. Fine with that.
What about his short arms?
The Chiefs trade with the Cowboys. Cowboys move up to 9.
Oh.
Cowboys take Sonny Styles. Right behind Sonny Styles goes Caleb Downs. Right behind Caleb Downs goes Mansour Delane. And I think we've kind of gone over this. Basically at 12 with the Chiefs, they take Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end, who we just think that, and he replaces Travis Kelce, and life goes on. But the Cowboys would have their pick of all 3 at pick 9. And Alec, I just don't know. I think I've talked myself into going with Styles at that point, even though Caleb Downs would be available.
Ooh, this is tough. It's a good problem to have in that scenario. So
sure.
I feel like there's really no wrong decision, but I've been saying it for weeks now.
But you know there probably is, right?
Yes, there eventually will be years down the road, but I've been telling myself and you guys for weeks now that I think Caleb Downs might be the 3rd or even 2nd best player in this draft. So it would be tough for me to pass on that.
And then right there, Dylan Thieneman goes to 18 to the Vikings, and the Cowboys at 20, right after Falk is picked, they pick up Akeem Mesidor. But the trade-up scenario presents a very interesting conversation in that room where, is that the guy we really want? Because if it is, we got to go get that one. There it is. That's C-Block, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that is really interesting. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I got some more Rangers news of the day for you. Plus, we will talk with former Dallas Mavericks All-Star turned co-interim general manager Michael Finley. All of that next right here on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on.
There's Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The pitch. Cauley whacks it into right center field with some carry. Montgomery back to the warning track. He's looking at the fence, and it hits off the middle of the fence. Snyder up to third. He gets the stop sign. Cam Cauley bangs it off the wall in right field. A double puts runners at second and third for the Rangers.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. We're going to have Dallas Mavericks co-interim GM Michael Finley in just a few minutes. But we've got more Rangers news of the day for you. Now, in seasons past, and we've even been here at least 1 or 2 years for these spring breakout games, it's essentially Major League Baseball puts together a 4-day exhibition event showcasing the best prospects on each team. There has been discussion about maybe next year turning it into a tournament, which I think would be really, really cool. So the third one is going to get going March 19th through March the 22nd. I believe on March the 20th, the Texas Rangers prospects team is going to play against the Kansas City Royals prospect team. And I actually think they are moving it to a tournament next year. But I just wanted to run down, like, the Rangers have a big pool of potential players, and a lot of them, I think, for our diehard Rangers fans, are people that you're familiar with. Gavin Collier is on the list. We talked about him earlier in spring training, getting out to a hot start. David Davalillo, we just talked about him earlier today, has having a really stout intra-squad game. I believe that was yesterday. Emiliano Teodo is on the list, even though, you know, he got sent down a little bit earlier from the big league camp than I might have thought. And I know he won't be on there, but because they had already turned the list in, Sebastian Walcott is also on their list of eligible players, even though that is not going to happen. And then Malcolm Moore, the catcher, first-round pick from a couple years ago, he is on the list as well, as is Caden Scarborough, who, that's a pitching prospect that there's a lot of fanfare behind for the Rangers.
Kevin, how many times every time we're out here do we see them repaint the letters? Because I'm watching the guy right now paint the KC for Kansas City, or for the KNC Masterpiece. And then the Rangers logo looks like it needs a little touch-up work done. And I just wonder, how many times per training camp or spring training do they actually need to go touch that, or go repaint the whole thing, or touch it up or whatever? Because we've seen them out here many times.
Yeah.
Every year we're out here, they do it at least once.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So at least once a week, maybe twice. And it does kind of look like, man, let's be honest, I wouldn't have thought this until just a second ago, but it does kind of look like that that T is in a state of a little bit of disheveledness.
Dude, the K seed wasn't very good either.
Okay.
And he had just finished the white filling, and now he's working on the blue trim, and it's really starting to make that thing pop. But, yeah, you're right. That T looks like it is starting to blend in with the dirt in the infield.
Did you ever want to see him mess it up just a little bit, like the commercial where they put chefs instead of chiefs in the end zone? I realize it's more limited right there.
I remember, though, last year Mike and I were watching them do the batter's boxes. They were trying to lay the chalk down, and Mike and I were like, I think they're about an inch off on each side. And then we were looking at it, and they brought a whole team out and looked at it, and eventually they just brushed it all away and redid it. And we were like, yes, we did it.
Huh, interesting. Right now, we bring to you former Dallas Maverick All-Star turned co-interim general manager. It is Michael Finley. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys. How are you doing?
Man, we're doing great, and I'm going to be even doing greater, if that's a sentence, if you can tell me that Cooper Flagg is going to play tonight.
That's the plan right now. I think it's still a game-time decision, but he looked good in his workouts yesterday. He looked good in earlier today, so we're keeping our fingers crossed that he could come back and give us some minutes tonight.
Michael, I have a huge love for you as one of my favorite Mavericks of all time. Kevin, you have to understand his affinity for Cooper Flagg. Kevin is a very big Duke fan.
That's true.
So he's always concerned and wants to know more about how Cooper Flagg's doing.
Well, welcome to the club. I mean, I can see why someone would be excited to be on that guy's bandwagon because, like you guys know, Cooper's a great guy, great kid, a great talent. So to be a fan of his is I'm not mad at you.
Now, I did see Max Christie recently say that the ceiling for Flag is non-existent. Can you, wow. I feel like every player has a ceiling, but is there just kind of every time y'all think, oh, there's a way to cap this guy, he takes it to another place?
Well, I can see what Max Christie is saying there because when you come across a talent like Cooper, you don't want to put a ceiling on him because, his greatness can be what he makes it. And by that, I mean the guy has a work ethic like none like I've ever seen. And on top of that work ethic, he is an unbelievable talent. So if he keeps combining those two things year after year, the sky's the limit. And in years to come, we don't know what that ceiling looks like, but he's a very unique talent, very good kid, and I'm just glad to be witnessing this.
How cool is it when some of the luminaries and, architects of this franchise and this organization are saying the same thing? We had Rolando Blackman on before his bobblehead night, and that was the first thing he said without even being asked about it. He goes, Cooper Flag is legit. So how cool is it to hear, the greats of this franchise being really excited for this kid as well?
Well, it's a good thing. It's a testament to the kid. It's a testament to his parents. It's everything that, you heard about from afar when he was, playing at Duke and when he had his successes against the USA team as a collegiate or even in high school. To see it firsthand, he was like, yeah, this kid's the real deal. Some of the guys in the past don't live up to the hype or it's just a minute of success. But with this kid, you see it. And the kid is humble. He likes to work, and all the guys around him likes him. So that's a good combination. So, to hear guys like Roe and Derek Harper and Dirk and those guys talk about the essence and the potential of this guy to be one of the greats, it's a good thing.
Michael Finley joining us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. We always love team building and trying to make sure we're putting the right pieces together. And when unfortunately, this team is kind of moving in a position where they might be able to get another young college player to pair up with him. When you look at how to build around a player like Cooper Flag, what do you envision as a necessity or the right player to put next to him for the future?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think for us in the front office, it's a lot of people that ask us what are the pieces that you put around Cooper. I think from our vision, we're trying to put the right pieces with Cooper. Not just people to be around him and give him the ball and Cooper go be great and make us great. No, we have to put the right pieces around him that complement his game as well. I think it's our responsibility in the front office to, identify a core group of young players that we believe in and help build the right system, the right culture, and all those things that you look for in a championship team. And if we can do that, we can continue to make Cooper great and continue to hopefully make the Mavericks team a championship contender.
Well, with that answer in mind, what have you thought about the progression of Max Christie this season? Because when you describe that player, I know you were talking about potentially the draft too, but when you describe that player, man, that sure does sound like Max Christie.
Yeah, I think from my experience in playing in NBA, and I tell the guys this, in order to make a team better, the individuals have to get better themselves, and that usually happens over the summer. Well, I've witnessed it firsthand. I saw Dirk make a tremendous jump in his game, but it was because of his summer development. And watching Max Christie from last year to this year and then coming into training camp, I saw it. I saw that he improved his body, he improved his game. And all that happened over the summer. So when you have those type of people on your roster, those type of players, it's a great thing to have. It helps build the culture of winning. It helps build the culture of having a player that you could depend on. And Max Christie has done that from last year to this year, and I'm just proud of the kid.
When you saw Dirk do that, was that another motivation for you, too, to add to your game?
Yeah, I mean, when I saw Dirk from when he was the last man on the bench, like Nelly didn't start him some games, to the Hall of Famer that a lot of people are seeing now. But I always saw the drive and the determination that he had to be great. Like, he had this determination, like, I have to continue to work hard. Okay, coach is not playing me as much as I want. Okay, I'm gonna work even harder. And I saw it, and it was very evident when he came back the following summer that his confidence had grown. He had more belief in what he can bring to the game. And when you can see that in the great ones, I mean, it's a tremendous thing. And yes, it challenges. It not only challenged me as a teammate, but it challenged everybody around him. Because if the best on your team is willing to put in the effort to be better, then hey, we gotta get it in gear if we want to be a winner. And that's what happened with me and Dirk and that team.
And that, Kevin, that sounds like Cooper's the try-hardest also, as well as, as talented as he is. When it comes to, we are fans, we're big fans of Ryan Nembhard. What is it that you like about Nembhard so much?
Well, I'm a fan of the underdog, right? I'm a fan of the guys who have to make it to the NBA the untraditional way. And Ryan is a firm example of that. Went undrafted, didn't hang his head, but said, hey, if I got to, get a two-way or play some minutes in the G League in order to make a name for myself, I'm going to do that. And Ryan has done that. He's in the gym. He's working on his game. He's had spot minutes with us early with the Mavericks, but then he took advantage of those minutes. And you have to tip your hat to a guy like that who's, when given the opportunity, he made the most of it. And because of that, we want to keep Ryan around. We like guys like that, guys who are willing to work hard, put the team first. So that's why we were able to assign him to be around a little bit more, and hopefully he can continue to grow into the player that we think he's capable of being.
We have had Ryan Nembhard and both Max Christie on the show this year, and now you. The only person we haven't had is Cooper Flagg, though. If you want to put in a good word for us, we would really appreciate that.
You know what? When I see him tonight, I'm going to say, Cooper, I got the perfect guys for you to talk to.
Hell yeah.
You have for one, you have one of the biggest Duke fans, and hey, I got you guys. Look, let me talk to him tonight when I see him.
And I can provide the evidence. My wife and I flew up to New Jersey to go to the East Regionals last year. All right, so I'm not kidding about that. Now we've talked about a lot of younger players, but an older player, Chris Middleton, he's talked about how being with the Mavs gives him a good opportunity, sets him up nicely for free agency. Could you see a scenario, because you can't have just young players, where Middleton stays in Dallas and continues to contribute beyond this season?
Yeah, I think if you look at the championship teams of the past, or the contenders at least, even though your better players may be the young guns on the team, you've always had that solid vet. That vet where he came to work every day. He didn't complain about whether he played 5 minutes, 10 minutes, no minutes, 40 minutes, but he was the consummate pro. And I think in going forward with our roster, we need guys like that. And Chris, definitely fits that mold. And I think we would love to have him back. I know it's a decision that he will have to decide with him and his family, because I think he'll have a lot of options out there. But yeah, we would love to have a guy like Chris back, because he's that consummate pro, a guy who's been an all-star, who's won on the big stage, and who knows what it takes. And you need those type of guys so our young guys can lean on for veteran leadership on and off the court. And Chris definitely fits that mindset that we're looking for in veteran leadership.
You know, there's been a lot of discussion this year about tanking, and I know the idea that is, I'm sure these franchises would say they're trying to win, but right now the bottom 10 teams in the NBA have lost 44 games in a row. Do you think the idea of tanking, intentionally losing, however you want to put it, is in fact a systematic NBA problem? And if so, what can be done about that?
Yeah, I think tanking is a big problem. I think a lot of these teams try to outthink the system, so to speak. But I think in the future, I think Mr. Silver, the commissioner, is going to start punishing teams that he thinks is tanking, and I think because of that, hopefully teams will stop. But if you look historically, the teams that had the worst the worst record hasn't gotten the first pick, so it doesn't really work if you're looking at it like that. But the fact that some of these teams are losing on purpose, it's as a former player, it's just tough to watch. And as a fan, I get it that you can be disappointed in seeing that, but hopefully we can change this or change that narrative in the near future.
Well, and you're just talking about that narrative and some of the struggles that the Mavericks have had, particularly since like the last week of January. What would you like to see from the team, not just tonight, but, tomorrow? Looks like maybe Jason Tatum is going to be back for that Celtics game. But what would you like to see from the team during this road trip to hopefully show you some more of that progression once again?
Well, I think you've seen it. I mean, we're just trying to compete each and every night, give ourselves the best chance to win those ball games. And the guys are out there, they're playing their butts off. Unfortunately, we've had the injury bug longer than expected, so our roster has been limited. But the guys that we're putting out there, we're trying to win. I mean, I think we have the most clutch games in the league right now. That's just a testament to Coach Kidd and what he's trying to get through to these kids that, we have to win these ball games. We want to win. Although we're coming up short, winning is a mindset. Even though we're losing these games, we don't want our players or this culture to get comfortable with losing. So each and every game we're going out there and we're trying to win. So hopefully down the stretch we can continue to put ourselves in the best position to win these ball games, stay competitive, and just have fun out there. And at the end of the day, when it's our time to shine and be on top, we can look back at these dog days and appreciate them even more. So I'm looking forward to the good days.
And us too. Like, that's really what we're excited about too. We've been Mavericks fans our entire lives, so it's all we really know, and that's all we're looking forward to. That part of the vision of the team and the look, because people talk about how the game's changed so much. What do you want this team to look like? Do you want it to be a bunch of 3-point shooters? Do you want it to be a bunch of dogs? Like, what exactly is your ideal version of this group?
In a dream scenario, if I was a chemist or a scientist, I would mix all those things you just said and put them in a bowl and have every player be like that. Have every player be an ultimate 3-point shooter, a great defender. But we can't control those things. What we can control is players that play hard, players that love to play the game, players that are dependable night in and night out. And I think that's the type of roster where we're trying to put together. Yeah, we want talented players too. We would love to have, more 3-point shooting. Yeah, exactly. We would love to have, even more better defenders. Yes. But at the end of the day, if we can get that on top of guys who love to play the game, who, as a fan, you can see that each and every night these guys are trying to win. These guys are competitive. That's what drives the excitement, not only as a fan, but as management, because at the end of the day, if you keep putting in the effort, keep putting in that type of work, success will come. It might not come as early or as soon as some would want it, But at the end of the day, it will come. Just have to be a little bit patient. But I'm a firm believer that it will come.
Man, I would love to talk with you any day about this upcoming draft, but I know you're focused on the season, and I don't want to get you into trouble giving away any potential secrets right there. So I'll stay away from that for now.
Well, that conversation, we can have that soon. But right now, like you said, I really can't comment on those guys. But I'll just say this draft will be exciting, not only for the Mavericks, but for the NBA as a whole. And I'm looking forward to diving into it and hopefully getting a guy that can fit the mold that I just described previously.
Now, I know we've built up some goodwill throughout this interview, and hopefully it continues to go that way.
You're not about to cost me Cooper Flag, are you, Corey?
I know it's been a while, Mr. Finley, but inquiring minds still want to know what happened to the beer.
Okay, I'm glad you asked that question because inquiring minds want to know. But this is the God honest truth about the beer situation with our former player. So after the game in Minnesota, we win the Western Conference Championship. We're on the way to the finals. I leave the court. I see number 77 standing over there having a beer. And I say, congratulations, young fella. You definitely deserve that beer. And he's like, thanks, fan, thanks. I leave him. I go in the locker room. I celebrate with the rest of the team. We're having a great time. Champagne's being popped. Pictures are being taken. And we're having a jolly old time. And I come out of the locker room, and our social media department is frozen. I'm like, what's going on, guys? What's wrong? They said, we want to take a picture of Luka and his dad. I said, well, take the picture. What are you guys are great at it. Take the picture. They said, but Luka's holding a beer. He's drinking a beer. I said, well, go take the beer from him. They said, what? We can't do that. I said, okay, I'll do it. So when you watch the video, I take the beer, I hug Luka again, and that's why Luka looked like, man, what are you doing? We just talked about this, and you said it was cool. I take the beer. He looks at me in an odd way. They take the picture. 2 minutes later, he comes back, and I give him the beer. And we continue to celebrate our win. A lot of people want to make more of it than it was.
Like you're the fun police.
Yeah, that's not me. I want that. Listen, winning in this league is hard.
Yes.
Winning not only in the regular season, but in the playoffs is hard. I've been there. I've done that. And I don't take it for granted. And when a guy like Luka, what he had done for the team that season, that series, he deserved a chance to celebrate. And I didn't want to take that from him. But our department wanted to celebrate him as well by publicizing him on our social media outlets without the beer. So I was like, hey, let's do this. And I gave the beer back. We celebrated in the locker room. We had a great night, great trip, and went on to the finals. And yeah, that's the story, and that's the whole truth and nothing but the truth, as they say.
What an outstanding way
I told you Michael Finley was my favorite.
end the interview. Yeah, my co-host was so excited to talk to you. We love you, Michael Finley. Thank you very much for jumping on with the show today and giving us all that information.
Well, guys, look, I really enjoy this, and let's do it again. I mean, I like for the fans and yourself to get a chance to see what we're thinking or our mindset on some of the stuff that, you know, people might like or don't like, but to hear from the horse's mouth, so to speak, I think it does wonders for not only for the organization, but the fans of Dallas. So, hey, let's do it again. Just let me know when.
Yes, sir.
There we go. Michael Finley right here on 105.3 The Fan. And I would not wager during this program, but if I were a betting person, I would be willing to wager that you will hear the voice of Corey Majors across the nation in the next 24 hours.
Oh, no, man, that was a great story, though, and I appreciate him being open and honest with that, man.
Coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up...
Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our super quick chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you?
I am feeling great, and I'm sure Sean is even happier that we asked that question for his show in the morning. I want to know your breakdown, though. Is it going to be weird today doing the show without baseball right in front of you? Because usually when y'all's shows have started, the games have been starting like bam right then. But now the game for the Rangers doesn't start until tonight.
Field prep is really more important here. Field prep. I love field prep. Matter of fact, I interviewed the gentleman who runs the complex on the way out. Dawson gave me this look like, you're not going to do this, are you, bro?
You're holding this up now.
You're not going to do this, bro, are you?
10-minute comment.
You're
really jamming me up, bro.
What's our commercial? Is it Progressive? That the one where you're acting like your parents? Mm-hmm. Dawson had that moment with me. He's the gentleman like, no, Brian, please, Brian. We don't ask questions about how many gallons of water we put on the field today. 250.
Oh, did you find out how often they repaint the letter?
No, but let me tell you what. I think the Kansas City stencil is harder than the Texas Ranger stencil.
That makes sense.
I've watched the gentleman do both. The Kansas City one, you have to have a little curvature to get around the C and the K and all that. Yeah, Texas is just a straight shot.
Man. I realized a couple of years ago we had to watch them re-chalk the lines because they remeasured it, and the guy's like, you did not do that right. And felt like he was training, and he was like, go do it again, and he had to redo the entire
Mound prep is fascinating work.
Oh, yeah. Do you love the grass work too, then?
Oh, my gosh, the way they mow and the way they walk straight. I'd be all over the place.
And I don't know how many games broadcast you guys see at the end of it, but it's not just mound prep, it's mound post. Because right after the game, they kind of have to go out there and rake it.
Oh, no, they redo the whole thing. Matter of fact, we're doing batter's box refurbishing right now. So, yeah, we're into
it. Is really cool, though, to answer your question, Hagee, and Brian's dead ball is on. It's been fascinating post-game to watch how they repair stuff. But up to this point, we have not been able to see the pregame portion of the work they got to put in.
Yeah. Oh, so you're getting the whole experience. Okay.
Yeah,
I
actually,
like that.
Today, I was watching them do these lines out to the outfield, and I was like, they're not going to get these right. And I don't even know why I doubted them.
They've got incredible mowers that do these things. I'm fascinated. Attention to detail. I learned this. The biggest culprit for a groundskeeper is sunflower seeds.
Oh,
they do not like sunflower seeds.
They got
I'm sorry if Major League Baseball is listening right now. Groundskeeper guy hates the sunflower seed.
They got these special shovels that are they're the flat style shovel, but they got holes in them that are just big enough for the dirt to go through, but to catch the sunflower seeds. And they throw the sunflower seeds out. It's pretty cool to watch them do it.
Call the Dirt Nerds. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. Broadus just booked us Trey Wingo for 5 o'clock.
He's got thoughts.
Yeah, he does. What he knows about Max Crosby, that's coming up at 5 o'clock. We'll give you the updated reports about Max here right out of the gates, and CY's going to join us at 6:20.
Ooh, that is a jam-packed show today. Yeah. Roll home. You better roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. We'll be back with you tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
It's a big show here today. The G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan, live in Surprise. General at your service. At ease. There's Brian Broaddus, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion with you. Krusty's Corners coming up at 3:40. Lucius Alexander's back home in the Pimp Cup at 75 and 635. The Lakeside Studios. He's going to have you taken care of for the next 5 hours. Got the G-Bag today and LA Live coming up at 5:30 and 5:40, respectively. The Nosebleed Brothers, Wolchuk and Chiafalo. They're currently in the Rangers clubhouse harvesting a content gold mine, having these uncomfortable clubhouse conversations, working their sources. Of course, Wolchuk doing some serious baseball journalism in there. Chiafalo, for the most part, asking the players hilarious questions.
Yeah. There's nobody that asks more hilarious questions than the Chief.
Yeah.
He just doesn't, and it quick with the response, too.
Yeah.
No thought, just quick. Doesn't even worry about it.
So we'll have Cam Cauley coming up with the guys coming up at 4:40 today. Very full show, very robust show here, including a couple of guests. Our spring training coverage brought to you by Asco Equipment. Alrighty, and what we have here is C-Wise coming up at 6:20. Trey Wingo at 5 o'clock. Jared Sandler is on campus. And he's going to be joining us here coming up in a couple hours. We'll talk Rangers offseason and spring training with him. And it's a night game tonight, Rangers-Royals. Is that at 6 o'clock local time? So right as we go
6
off air?
o'clock, yeah. Be right at, I think it's at 6:05. And, it's funny that in our hotel, a lot of Kansas City Royal fans.
Yeah,
a lot of Royals fans. So we might be outnumbered tonight a little bit.
It'll be interesting.
Yeah,
these stands have been absolutely packed with Rangers and Royals fans over the years after their World Series seasons. It's lively. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe Kansas City has the leg up right now.
Sure,
just because they're having a little bit more success. But Rangers fans, you've been called out. It's time to hold your own tonight here at Surprise Stadium. I'll tell you what, if you're on your way to Surprise as a bucket list spring training trip and you see within a half mile of Surprise Stadium this barbecue spot called Mission Barbecue.
I drove by it last night.
It's all right.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Yep.
So I walked in last night.
What did you have? Did you do something like, I had the barbecue chicken, and I had some turkey, and I had a couple of sides. Did you have barbecue, or did you eat like something that wasn't barbecue?
Barbecue adjacent?
Yeah.
Like Arizona barbecue?
Exactly.
No,
did you have a brisket sando and something else?
Well, I did not have a brisket sando, but my mom's friend did. Okay, my mom and her friends and my dad and his friend, they just happened to be having a spring training trip right on our week that we're here, so we got to go.
It was cool to meet your folks, by the way.
Yeah, well, thanks for being cool with them. Yeah, they really enjoyed it. Okay, so I had sliced brisket.
Okay.
I had jalapeno cheddar sausage.
Okay.
I had some pulled chicken.
Okay.
Okay. And then Dad got a rack of baby back ribs. And I'll tell you what, everything was spot on. The seasoning, the tenderness of the meat, the bark, the smoke ring. I was like, holy cow. And when I walked in, it smelled right. I was like, man, this is a good sign.
You felt like you're at home?
So, you right as you're getting towards the front door within 10 feet or so, if the smoke notes hit perfect, you're like, okay, this is a really good sign. And then the line was pretty long. It was like 10, 15 people long for the entire time we were in there, dude. So, and I would say the only thing that they did not connect on was like that perfect hard smoke. If you want that smoky brisket flavor, where you're like, wow, they came up right to the point of max smoke exposure without making it bitter, and this is just the perfect flavor combination, like you get at a Pecan Lodge or a Hutchins. That's the only thing they didn't do, or Hurtado.
But they got the crust right. I mean, they got the bark.
Yes,
the bark right.
Yeah, I was shocked. I was like, dude, and they're cooking with oak.
Oh, wow.
I was like, wow, these guys, they really had it going on. So, yeah, you can go ahead and go to it. I think I ignored it last year, and then we had a conversation about it earlier this week. I was like, there's no way this is good. Right? But parents were there, and I was like, it's really close. Let's go check this out. And I'm glad that I did now, because now I can add. I got Tokyo Joe's for the teriyaki, for the bento bowls or whatever they call that, and now there's a decent barbecue spot as Wolchuk and Chiafalo, the Nosebleed guys, sit down with us now. How was the clubhouse, guys?
It was good. We were going to try and grab Brandon Nimmo, and he was wearing like an "I just hope Danny Jansen has fun" shirt. sleeveless. And we got Danny Jansen on today, so we're like, this is going to be perfect. But he was like, if you guys want to wait just a couple of minutes, I'm in the first game today. And we're like, we kind of got to get back to the show, so maybe we'll circle back tomorrow.
Right on. Yeah, looking forward to having Danny Jansen coming up about 4:30 or so. Very interesting story on Danny Jansen, the only big league player to play for two different teams in the same game. Had a rain delay back in 24, got traded in the middle of the rain delay, goes out there and plays for the other team.
That's amazing.
Pretty cool. So Danny Jansen's coming up at about 4:30 here with you on the Fan. Okay, the big sports story of the afternoon, the Max Crosby update. Trey Wingo says the Cowboys thought they had a deal done for Max last night. Then other teams jumped in and might be offering 2 first-rounders. Trey says now they're going to pursue Trey Hendrickson. So I guess the Cowboys are out on Max Crosby now is the update. It's cool to know they're serious about plugging their holes with all pro level players. Let me just say that. Salute to the Jones boys. They're in the big fight now. They're in the real game, and I like that. Jane Slater said, on Max and the Cowboys being in play here, here's what I'm being told from a team source. Raiders are talking to a lot of people, but we would not give up 2 first-rounders. She says that's the situation right now. Will that change? I don't know, but I checked for those of you interested. Did the Cowboys do the right thing here, not giving up 2 firsts?
I think so. Now, look, maybe they decide.
Take your drafting hat off.
Yes.
Take your drafting hat off that you've seen 100 some odd players,
right?
And you're neck deep into this thing.
Mm-hmm. Which makes it obviously harder.
But you keep your team building hat on.
But I don't think at this stage, and I would give up 12.
As much as you cheer for Dak.
I would give up 12. I would go as high as that.
Okay.
But I don't think I can go 12 and 20. Would I be open to saying, okay, I'll give you a 1 and I'll give you next year's 2? Yes, I would do that.
Give me a combination, since you studied the draft as well as you do, and you're really good at it. That's going to sound like Dawson there for a minute.
You're not the line people.
I was kind of like Dawson there. We'll kind of butter you up a little bit.
I appreciate that.
Give me 2 players at 12 and 20 that you would take combo platter better than Max Crosby.
Ooh.
And I know I put you on the spot there.
Yeah, I mean, Downs at 12, if you were to fall there.
That's fair.
And then at 20, Jacob Rodriguez.
Okay.
Yeah, and I look at it like also in free agency, it's not like you don't have to get somebody that's still a really good edge player. You could go get the Trey Hendrickson. You could go get the Jalen Phillips.
Yeah.
You know, you could get a handful. There's a handful of these guys that you can still get a quality player there without giving up the assets. If I'm giving up the 2 1s, I'm going to need a second-round pick in return. I'm going to need, hey, if I'm giving you 2 1s, Vegas, I'm getting your second-round pick.
That'd be a very early 2.
And I'd go with I exactly, which is why I'd probably pivot and go with a 3 because I don't see the value there for Vegas if they're going to do that. But I wonder how serious other teams are going to be about giving up 2 2s or 2 1s. And I think that, and I'm being asked this a lot, and Brian, you might have a better understanding of this, because the Cowboys have already agreed to give up the 1 next year.
Right.
And it's the higher of the 2 picks.
Right.
So could they say, you know what, screw it, we want Crosby, we'll give you 12, and we'll give you the lower of the 1s next year? Are they allowed to do that, or can they not move the pick next year?
No, I don't think
they're frozen.
They're frozen.
See,
yeah.
that's a pickle that they're in then.
Yeah.
Right? So, I mean, I do want Max Crosby. And I'd go as high as 12, and I don't think another team in this race other than the Rams at 13 can offer you. None of the teams ahead of you, the top 11 teams, are not in on this, in my opinion. So I think 12
Could
is
Philadelphia
the
offer them
their
pick and players?
Sure.
Could they give up their wide receiver and a pick?
Yeah.
For this one?
And I thought Chicago was going to do that. I thought Chicago was going to offer a 1 DJ Moore as part of a package. Now, they just traded DJ Moore to Buffalo. But maybe Philly does. Maybe Philly jumps in here and says, we're going to give you a 1, we're going to give you A.J. Brown, and they value A.J. Brown as a 1 and a 2.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know if the rest of the league does. To me, it's crazy that Howie Roseman thinks we're going to get more for A.J. Brown now, 4 years older, than what they gave up to get him from Tennessee, which was just a first-round pick. That's wild, but that's Howie, and I get it. So, I mean,
doesn't really want to trade him.
It's exactly. It's tough for me to move both
because it makes him look bad
at this point.
Yeah, and I think the Raiders want to look good by getting 2-1s. Like, they don't want to be the guys that moved their fan favorite, and Max Crosby doesn't want to be the guy that's asking out. I don't know. The way Trey's report read to me was that some teams are now willing to give up 2-1s. Are you calling BS on Trey Wingo with us live at 5?
No, I'm not calling BS on Trey. I think Trey knows, and I think he's spot on, because I didn't get it confirmed from anybody that I trust, but I had people reaching out saying the Cowboys are pushing really hard right now for Crosby.
It was exciting last night.
This thing's going to heat up in the next week. And, Jane went ahead and echoed that, and now Trey did. So I think that Trey's saying they almost had a deal done. If they're going to pivot, maybe they did. Maybe they did get a call. But if that's the case, then why isn't the deal done, with that other team that was going to offer 2-1s? So I don't know.
Yeah, maybe they're trying to stretch the bidding war out and see if they
wait and see if they get another call.
Because I bet right now a team in those 20s is saying, like, yeah, we'd love to get Max Crosby. Maybe it's Seattle and they're offering 32 and next year's 1. I mean, if you're the Raiders, would you take that right now? I want to see if that gets better, and we really got to have a conversation. Like, if the Cowboys are offering 12, would you rather have 12 or the Seahawks 1 this year and their 1 next year? Or the Bears? The Bears are picking at 25, 26, and their first rounder next year could be even worse than that. I think you could say that 2-1s looks better in headlines, but 12's the better value, isn't it?
That's what I think. And that's why I still think the Cowboys, unless it's 13 with the Rams, and the Rams are going to say, we'll give you 13 and we'll give you our 1 next year, which they would do. I mean, Les Snead is FM Picks guy. They're super aggressive. I thought this whole time it was Cowboys versus Rams, and I would probably bet on the Rams to get the deal done because they've proven to be the more aggressive of the two teams.
Yeah, I love this meme that's going around to this graphic where over the last 10 years, their first-round picks, they've only picked one of them, and it was Jared Verse. They know what to do. They know what to do with those first-round picks. A lot of different ways to skin the cat. I'm envious of how Les Snead goes about his business, but it's cool, like, so the next thing is keep your first rounders and get Trey Hendrickson, which is apparently
you
what
said
Trey
that
Wingo
a while
says.
back.
Yeah.
I remember you were talking about that a while ago.
Yeah, and I'm excited about either. I mean, you sign a Trey Hendrickson and you draft a Reuben Bain now at 12, and you still have 20. This thing, it might have higher upside than moving even one of your picks for Max Crosby, even though he's better and never comes off the field and plays the run equally well, and he's a better player. But Trey's still one of those guys that could go out there and get you 15 sacks next year, totally flip your dynamics in your favor. Okay.
And I would even throw out Jalen Phillips, too. I mean, I know he's younger and maybe he gets more money.
Yeah.
And he's got the injury history, but he's got familiarity now in the Fangio Parker kind of scheme, playing in Philadelphia for the second half of last year. He's younger. He's a better run defender than Trey Hendrickson. And despite the injury history, he's still a freak athlete. Still has great explosiveness and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So, those are options that are out there on the table. Parker obviously has great familiarity now with Phillips, so I'd be interested to know, how he feels about him. But Phillips would be a great addition, too.
And the Cowboys are seriously considering allocating 30 APY on an edge. Anything's possible right now.
Yeah, exactly.
It's been a long time since you got to tune into sports radio and hear legitimate conversations about the Cowboys acquiring the top players available in the league. CY's coming up on the show a little bit later on at 6:20. Rangers made a move for the former NL MVP Andrew McCutchen. So that's pretty cool. He is 39 years old, spent the last 3 seasons with the Pirates where he began his career. He played 135 games last year and had 13 home runs, hit 239. He's a right-handed hitter with a 799 OPS against left-handed starters last year, so I could see this guy being a pretty good platoon guy there with Jock Peterson. He's your DH, and it's great to have greatness in the building. And McCutchen's 39 years old. Obviously, he's not the player that he was, but he's one of those guys. All right, we got the champ on the other side. Then Wolchuk's top 10 at 220, buddy. Where are you taking us?
All right, 877-881-1053. Which would you prefer? We've got the top 10 most skilled baseball players of all time or the most unbreakable records in MLB history. That's next in the nation.
But, fellas, you're losing your hair, and you need a simple solution that works. You want the best modern technology with top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work, and that's why, fellas, you need Advanced Hair. They've completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results, whether you have a receding hairline, a bald spot, or just
G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're on Max Crosby Watch. Trey Wingo updating that Cowboys were close last night, but maybe teams are coming and offering more now to beat the Cowboys offer, and they are pivoting to Trey Hendrickson. We will have Trey Wingo joining you at 5 o'clock here on The Fan. It's a big guest day. Danny Jansen, the Rangers catcher, is going to join us, and also CY is going to join us in the 6 o'clock hour tonight. Our spring training coverage brought to you by Asco Equipment. All right, it's time for the Champ and Wolchuk's Top 10. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Back into the Pimp Cup. Wait, we go. Here's Lucius with the Champ. It's vacated, right?
Big vacated title energy going on right here in the Pimp Cup. Big vacated title energy. Broadus and Sean Sharif went 5 times yesterday. On a vote off. On a vote off, so the fans voted for that one. Back to you, General.
Thank you, sir. Fresh batch once again. Is this back?
Good report. It was a great live report.
Yeah. Man, a few words there today, huh?
Yeah.
That was a good stand-up.
Back to you, sir.
We'll have a fresh batch of candidates coming up at 5:30 right before we get to LA Live. It's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20. Here's Zach with Nate.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to hit the Unbreakable records. That is what the Tolos wanted, and the Tolos will get what they wanted. So we'll go 877-881-1053. What do you think are the top 10 most unbreakable records in all of Major League Baseball as we get ready for Rangers and Royals tonight? Now, some other news around the sports world. Do you guys see the Golden Man who went ahead and clinched gold for Team USA? Jack Hughes. He's dating pop star Tate McRae. It's official.
Wow, dude.
They made it official.
So he takes down Canada, and then he steals their girl.
Yeah.
Because she's Canadian, right?
She's Canadian.
And he did this all through the DMs?
I guess so. I guess the report was that he went ahead and slid into the DMs.
Hey, you strike while the iron's hot, man.
Yeah, might as well. And they've been seeing each other for a little while now and have just officially made it official. It's officially official. As Tate McRae, quote, she thinks he is a really cool guy, and they've been having a lot of fun together. She's been so supportive of his career and has been loving going to the games and cheering him on. So shout out to Jack Hughes, man. Proper legend.
What a New Jersey Devil, huh?
She's some kind of devil, I'll tell you that.
He's a New Jersey Devil. I like what you did there,
Yeah,
Brian.
I got that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she kind of, would you say, now I don't know, I don't want to put this on her in terms of, what Britney's turned into, unfortunately, but would she be the Britney Spears of her era right now? For those that listen to her.
Is she a poor man's Britney Spears?
Way too high a praise.
Is that too much?
Maybe
Way
more
too
Christina
high a praise.
Aguilera is what I'm seeing.
Christina?
Yeah, but I don't know. This is the first I've heard of Tate McRae, to be honest
exactly.
with you.
That's a good indication. Like
Yeah.
Britney Spears was a household name, even amongst people that didn't even know her music. It's like, I know who that is. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like maybe in time, if she,
What's the comp? Tolos, 877-881-1053. If you
What's
want
her genre?
2000s pop. She's a pop star.
Her what?
Genre. Did I say it right?
Genre?
You nailed it, dude. I'm just impressed with the pronunciation. One more time.
If I nail it, don't look at me. No, I'm not.
No.
I just want to hear
Don't
you
look
say
at me like I said it wrong if I say it right.
Okay, what's your favorite
I didn't hear what you
genre?
said.
What's your favorite movie genre?
Probably war.
War. Okay. Yeah, you loved that Monday edition of LA Live the other day.
I love war.
I know you do.
I mean, I love war movies.
Right, more war movies.
Patton is my favorite
Okay,
movie
what's
of
your
all
favorite?
time.
What's your favorite book genre?
Biographies. Autobiographies.
Autobiographies. Okay, you want the guy to spin it like I'm the man.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't want any. You wanted it to be a puff piece.
I don't want a puff piece.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right.
But seriously,
There it
don't
is.
look at me like I said it wrong. You glanced at me like, "Whoa,
No, that was
bro!"
on me.
You just
No.
totally
Her genre is pop.
Yeah, no, that's my bad.
That is her wheelhouse. She is a pop star. We've got the
I'm already
817.
leaking confidence as is.
Her comp is
You
Shakira.
shouldn't be, dude. You need to get to the podium and talk about genres.
I mean, Lucius, you're our
Genres.
music connoisseur. Tate McRae.
I've never heard her music, but yeah, she's beautiful, bro. She's
Okay.
beautiful.
Sound boy.
Shout out to that man that scooped her up. Because I would be hurt if she left me. What's that dude's name? James Pierce Jr.?
Oh, yeah.
I have a James Pierce Jr. situation.
Crash out.
Yeah, answer my phone. Answer my calls.
Yeah.
Oh no,
That'd be tough. That would be.
so she bounced
You
from the
left
sky
me on red.
No, she bounced from Kid Leroy, who's another singer They broke up, and now
she's baddie, bro.
She's with Jack Hughes, but I think she has dated
Leroy?
Kid Leroy was another fellow Canadian, I believe, based on my limited research here. And I do think she has a history.
It's Loa.
Loa?
Yeah.
Loa.
There's something sleepy going on in her eyes, though, bro. Something sleepy's going on in her eyes.
There is something going on.
Yeah.
Maybe some pharmaceuticals.
A little touch of something going on.
Maybe, yeah. And some of these pictures are just a little homely. You know, just a little.
Homely, okay.
Don't get a drunk and mad with them eyes. Something's going on. She might, physically harm you.
Mm-hmm. Dawson, what's your RAS score?
Beautiful girl, though.
7.8.
All right.
You think you could frame Mogger?
7? That's a 7?
7.8.
7, okay, 0.8.
Still got her, late second round.
7 where? Where are we talking about? If this girl was walking around Dallas, she's a 9, bro.
Yeah, she's a 9.
7 maybe in L.A.
Yeah, she's gorgeous. Tate McRae equals Christina Aguilera / Jessica Simpson from the 817.
What would she be in Vegas or Miami, Lucius?
I'd say her face shape. She's kind of got a plate face.
Yeah. Face.
It's oval.
Okay.
She's 6 in Miami for sure.
She's 6 in Miami.
She's 6 and strong. A strong 6.5 in Miami. I say that respectfully because I'm probably a 4 in Miami, but I'm just telling you right now, she's 6.5 maybe. Vegas, it's everywhere in Vegas. You can't tell what it is because you're drunk.
All right, so we got, a lot of Jessica Simpson comps coming in.
I call this Trailer Park Hot here, Chief.
God.
This is Trailer Park Hot.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
It's the eyes, right?
I think so.
Yeah, it's the eyes.
We're saying she's sleepy?
Tate McTrailer Park.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Yeah. Can you take me to rehab? Jeez. Got to get off the junk.
I have a feeling Wolchuk is not buying any of this conversation right now. I'm not feeling it.
No.
Well, he loves her genre of music.
I love her genre. I'm a big fan of the genre. I sure am. Kid LaCroix.
Try to use a word.
Leroy, Australian. All right, thank you, 469. 817 wants to just get to the damn list. I got you, buddy. Don't worry.
Sorry.
All right, honorable mentions
Okay,
here.
Spittle, we'll get on it.
That's Frisco. That's Zach in Frisco.
Yeah, it probably is. Zach's like, come on. I want my top 10 baseball list.
Here's why I respect Zach in Frisco. He puts his damn name on it.
He does.
You know what I'm saying?
I do appreciate that.
Does he complain a lot? Is he complaining?
He does both. Like he will criticize, and then he will also,
but he
respect to him, he praises. When he likes something, he's like, do that more.
Whereas there's another 817 that just he just trolls every show. So you suck. You're not funny. Nobody needs you. Why are you on the radio? You know, and some people just like that. It gets the rocks off. But this 817, very complimentary, but also will give you constructive criticism, and I appreciate that. All right, Oral Hershiser's Oral. Don't you come to me when
I was
Mr.
curious what you were going.
You thinking jaundice over there?
Yeah.
59 consecutive innings.
Is that when you're yellow, by the way?
Yeah.
Jaundice?
Yeah, actually, the blue lights, when babies are born, we had to deal with that for both of ours.
Blue. I just hold mine up to the sun like
Simba?
Like Simba.
Nothing better than that chant, by the way.
I heard that means...
Yes.
Okay, did you see this? We need to play this.
We need to play that
We need to
clip.
play it. So I'm going to save this so we can come back and play this.
The meaning behind that.
It's hilarious.
Is that
amazing.
from Godfrey's podcast?
Yes.
Yeah, I got that locked in here. I got it too.
Okay, thank you. I'm so happy you're going to play this, Lucius, because I was like, what? There's no way this is true, and I forgot all about it. So, Lucius, you're on this. Cy Young's 749 complete games is on here.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, that's not ever getting touched.
Especially now.
Who's second?
Oh, that's not numbered.
Who's the active list?
I don't know. I don't have that. Go ahead, Googles.
I know. I was just wondering how many.
It's got to be a big gap, don't you think?
Huge.
Will White's 75 complete games in 1879. That's one season.
75?
75 complete games.
I think they were bending the rules back then.
I think so, too. In 1879, we weren't even keeping track of that. Let's be real.
They just threw 80. You know, he probably pitched 2 or 3 days in a row.
That's true.
He was very durable and didn't throw that hard, so he didn't traumatize his arm.
Okay, here we go, boys. At number 2.
Number 2.
The all-time MLB leaders in complete games, we have Pud Galvin.
Pud Galvin? He could have made it on that names list yesterday.
Yeah, dude, I didn't know.
Pud?
We made Puds at one point in American history.
Pud. I just had to learn all about this mud and the PID. You know, for the home buying experience.
That's a great name.
So it's over 100 games is the difference between Cy Young at 1 and our new friend Pud.
Pud was
2.
getting it done.
And then smoking on that Tim Keefe at 3.
Okay.
When Tim Keefe pitched.
554 games complete.
Well done, Timmy. Number 10, Carl Yastrzemski and Brooks Robinson's 23 seasons with one team. That's probably never getting broken.
Say it again.
Carl Yastrzemski and Brooks Robinson,
Played
23 seasons with one single team.
Ooh.
Probably never getting touched. I thought maybe
just playing
Andrew McCutcheon, newest Ranger, thought maybe with Pittsburgh.
Even just playing 23 seasons.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. Hank Aaron's 25 All-Star Game appearances, number 9 on the list, most unbreakable records in Major League Baseball history.
This is such a good list, dude. Like, these are not getting
getting touched. Ty Cobb's 366 career batting average. That's lethal. Although now they're kind of phasing out of the batting average and more OPS.
Yeah, at least this one's feasible. Like it could happen. 75 complete games is never happening again.
Look at my grounds crew guy.
You would get sued by the agent.
Is that the guy you were talking to yesterday? No, that's one of his employees.
He's using his hand to smooth out the batter's box.
It really
handmade diamond down
guy,
there.
I wish people cut my hair like this.
I love what they're doing. Joe DiMaggio's 56-game hit streak.
I think that might have a chance.
You think
I think
so?
somebody will
Chase
get on.
Utley had a nice stretch.
Somebody with speed and somebody that can bunt. When you need that hit.
Pete Rose, 4,256 career hits.
Okay, who's second? Ask again.
Yeah, we need if you can hit the Googles there, we need to get the
Tony
career hits
Gwynn
list.
It's Tony Gwynn.
Joe DiMaggio. I don't know.
Career hits. Pull up MLB career hits leaders. Okay. 5 Ricky Henderson's 130 stolen bases in 1982. Now this is going to get broken.
We steal a lot of bases nowadays, don't we?
Why it's going to get this done? Is that wishful thinking, you think?
I think you
can call me a homer for that one.
I think you're being very positive.
4.
My man's using the rate to measure stuff.
We're looking at
Ty Cobb's number 2.
Ty Cobb, yeah.
He got close.
4,189.
I guess Pete Rose would beat Ty Cobb. And then you've got Hank Aaron there at 3.
He's the Grand Wizard.
Musial at 4. And Trish Speaker?
Trish.
Yeah. Hack Wilson's, and his name is Hack. 191
That's
RBIs.
Yeah, Hack!
191 ribbies in 1930. That's outstanding. Top 3 Major League Baseball.
What you're telling me is baseball, you can't break any records, right?
I mean, you just had guys that just put this thing so far ahead to where it's like, good luck. Nolan Ryan, 5,714 career strikeouts. Number 3. Unbelievable. Number 2. Cal Ripken Jr.'s 2,632 consecutive games.
In a row. Yep.
Talk about an Iron Man.
That could get broken.
That guy was playing with broken heart. Though,
I mean, Simeon.
Oh no, he was a dog, right? Wait, was it his? What's the backstory there? Ripken and the lady.
No.
Oh. Remember, there was one of those deals.
Yes, there was.
Yeah, he left for his game. Yeah.
He left for his game, and then see, so he was playing. He had like a chip on his shoulder.
Yeah, he did,
and his heart.
But number 1. Had to eat a burp there. I'm sorry.
Got schlonged.
Thank you, Lucius. Number 1, the most unbreakable
I love how that starts.
record in Major League Baseball history. Cy Young's 511 career wins. And that definitely is not getting broken. Because now they're trying to skew pitching wins. That's not even on the pitchers. That's not even a pitching stat anymore. And they're right about it, but 511 career wins. Congratulations to Cy Young, the most unbreakable record in Major League Baseball history.
I think they're all unbreakable.
Yeah, they all sound pretty darn.
And they're all number 1.
Unbelievable.
And we'll talk with Cy Young coming up at 6:20. The Rangers' very own president of baseball operations.
We sure will. We should ask him what his favorite genre of movies are.
That's a terrific idea.
I'm going to mark that down.
Chief.
Yeah, what genre he likes the most?
Here we go.
Before we get there, though, we got a news bag coming up. Little news bag nation. What's in store?
Yeah, we have a lot to get to here, including when we might be seeing Cooper Flagg playing a Mavs uniform next here in the nation. But if you're looking for that brand new car this weekend, especially my good friends in Fort Worth,
Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here live in Surprise at Ranger Spring Training. The coverage brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Plano, the #1 Mercedes dealer in Texas. On-time experts, AC, heating, and air conditioning, and by Base Power. If you missed it earlier, Trey Wingo has the news. The Cowboys were close to Max Crosby last night. Other teams jumped in and started offering multiple ones, which caused the Cowboys to back out. They're pivoting to pursuing Trey Hendrickson. So we'll have more discussion on that a little bit later on in the show. Here's the Chief with your Newsbag Nation.
The most surprising NFL hire of the offseason, plus Cooper Flagg and his return right after this.
You're rolling with the Newsbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Okay, a lot of hot stories here at the news desk. We have Mark Stein saying that Cooper Flagg is a game-time decision tonight in Orlando, after Flagg has missed the past 8 games with a left midfoot sprain. Okay, so hopefully they've just been kind of milking that thing, getting very just cautious about it, not trying to rush him back, but it looks like we might get the Flagg return tonight. What'd you guys?
That's huge right there, because Con Knippel has taken over the lead for the Rookie of the Year competition. His points, assists, rebounds are just like one under Cooper Flagg, and now he's set the damn rookie record for threes. He's about to run away and hide with it. And I think it's actually an interesting conversation, like which one you'd rather have, because Knippel's that good.
Yeah, Knippel is really dang good. I still think the ceiling of Cooper Flagg as a two-way player is larger, but Knippel has been
a couple years younger.
He's been really dang good, and clearly he is going to be a guy that is going to be a force in this league for a long time. So tip of the cap to him as well, but look forward to seeing Cooper Flagg make his potential return tonight. It looks like the Mavericks will be seeing Jason Tatum tomorrow in Boston. I think Jason Tatum's going to make his Celtic return off the Achilles. Yeah,
that's impressive.
It is. So we'll see how he looks and how much he actually plays, but it looks like he might be making his season debut tomorrow night for the Celtics against the Mavericks. What do you guys think about Michael Finley telling the KNC Masterpiece the taking of Luka's beer was just for a second, just needed to take a picture, and then I gave it right back to him. It was much to do about nothing. Is he spinning this thing?
He had just told him you earned that beer.
Right.
So I find it to be fascinating, a backstory. There was a little bit of maybe animosity detected, as he wasn't saying Luka's name early in that answer. The first half of the answer, he was just referring to him as 77, and we had a former player in this, that, and the other thing. I don't know. I think there is still some animosity there, but at least for this portion of the Luka story arc, we've leveled up our understanding of what the situation was.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, I'll take Finley at his word.
Absolutely,
here, you know?
Yeah.
And he was clearly excited to get a chance to actually speak on that whole situation.
Yeah,
and it all makes sense. That's why it can be tough. We read into stuff, but that was a pretty interesting backstory and response there. So shout out to the KNC Masterpiece. I know that Bobby and Sean and RJ this morning were trying to make sure that they asked the beer question, and they came through. So the cap, boys.
It was terrific journalism, team journalism, if you will.
Absolutely, man. That's what we do here at the Fan. Live at the news desk, we have the Niners hiring Matt Eberflus.
Yeah, man, he needed to take a year off. This is wild.
That's assistant head coach of defense. What does that mean? Assistant head coach.
I think he's
of defense.
He's taking the Gus Bradley's job.
Is he the what not to do coach on staff? Like everything this guy says, you do the opposite. I mean, that's worth
he's
a couple
the guy
of
that serves as a bad example. Is that what you're saying?
Like we're gonna have Eberflus come in here and tell you guys a bunch of stuff, nod along, act like you're into it, and then just you do exactly the opposite of everything he tells you to do. Okay.
Yeah.
No matter what
that's
it
the
is.
value there. I think Eberflus is going to learn how the Niners go about their process of game planning and evolving. It's probably the best thing that could possibly happen to Eberflus and for the Niners. As long as they're not listening to his ideas, and maybe there's some value in there for them.
We're going to hear some of that. You got to give Matt a lot of credit. He came in here, has helped us a ton. They're going to talk him up, kind of a thing.
Yeah, that's what you have to do, because you can't let the what not to do coach know that he's the what not to do coach. That's the secret amongst all 53 and the rest of the staff. So the whole time you're just peppering him with compliments and letting him know how good of a job he's doing. Meanwhile, you're just it's opposite day every time he steps in the room.
Listen, this guy has value. It's just not the value he thinks when he is coming up with those words.
Exactly. Which, again, still valuable.
We want to know how the most boring, unimaginative defenses in football think.
Right.
We got to get ready for at least 8 or 9 of these.
And the Cowboys, as Tommy Yarish notes, will host the Niners at AT&T Stadium in 2026. So we'll get the Eberflus return, the Eberflus revenge game, Walter. You know that excites you. Okay, elsewhere here in the news, we got to point out this gentleman that we were kicking around last night in Crosstalk, Arkansas Razorback, true freshman point guard, Darius Acuff Jr.
Oh, yeah, Hagee was looking to chat with you about that actually in Crosstalk. He was like, where's Chief? And I was like, I don't know. And he's like, is he in the clubhouse? I was like, yes, you're right about that. He is.
We were just clubbing is what we were doing with Rangers. But, yeah, this is pretty interesting. So Texas Longhorns head coach Sean Miller, after the game, listen to what he said about Darius Acuff. He says, in my time of 34 years, I've never seen a point guard better. Okay, so this is the opposing team talking about the guy that just took his team to the woodshed. He's a generational player. This number 1 pick thing, I don't know why people aren't talking about him more. I can't imagine anybody better. Okay, so that's what they're saying about Darius Acuff. In a lot of these mock drafts, you're seeing him fall to the Mavericks at 7. Sometimes you see him fall at 8. I don't think that's going to happen for him because he's just clearly getting better and better. Wait till I give you some of the numbers of him, but watch him play. Yeah. I mean, even just outside of the numbers, just watch him play, and you will fall in love with this guy. So I don't think if the Mavs are picking at 7 or 8 in the lottery, I don't think they would have a chance at him, even though right now you could mock him there at 7. I think this is going to be a guy that ends up going in the top 5. So we cross our fingers for everybody in Mavs land that wants a point guard that you end up at least in that top 5.
So, I mean, I guess there's 4 point guards in the top 7 or 8.
Great point.
One of them is Peterson.
It's good luxury for the Mavericks.
I've been ahead on A-Cup for a long time, man. I think he's been maybe underrated for generations.
Well, Darius,
I like the shape of him.
I like the shape of him. So it's Cuff.
Cup, yeah.
It sounded like they were saying cup.
Yeah. No, I was a bad joke.
Okay.
No, but last night I thought it was a cup. By the way,
you thought it was
they
a
were
cup?
pronouncing it, and I was thinking the same thing in my head. I was going to make a joke about it, but it's cuff and not cup.
So what are we looking at here? About 6'3", 6'4"?
Yeah.
He's got good length and everything?
6'3" point guard. I don't know about the wingspan, but I do know that he's number 1 in college basketball on catch and shoot 3-point percentage at 49.5%.
That's dirty.
With a minimum of 85 attempts, so the sample size is still pretty respectable. Last night, 28 points, 8 of 15 from the field, 4 of 6 from downtown, 13 assists.
Okay, that's what I was wondering about.
He's got the, I mean, they looked at him coming in as more of like a scoring kind of player, but you've seen the progression of his assists going up, his passing, like he looks like a professional passer.
Yeah.
He does at this point. He's got the sleeveless cutoff underneath the jersey, which I think is a nice touch. But over his last 5 games, 27 points, 4 boards, 7 assists. 45% from the field, 46.5% from downtown. He's a really good free throw shooter, true shooting percentage at 60%. And so far this season, he's put up 20-plus points per game, 5-plus assists per game, 40% from the three-point line, and assist-to-turnover ratio at 3. No other D1 player of any class has ever done that in a season.
Well, John Calipari, he's got a history with these point guards that he coaches in college going on.
So he's a playmaker, dude.
So he's a shooter. He's maybe a Damian Lillard-style point guard?
I think he's, I mean, that could be a fair comp. Because he really can score at every level. Like, when you watch him play, it's like, okay, he's got the 3-ball. He can attack the rim and finish in multitude of different ways. He's got some of the mid-range stuff. Yeah, so he's got a lot of quality to his game. Darius Acuff, you are the apple of my Mavs eye right now.
Well, that's exciting, man. I think when you look at college players who are scorers, if they're like under 3 assists or even under 4 assists per game, you're like, okay, I see what's going on here. This is a scorer. But when you have outburst games where you're getting 13 assists and you're over 5 assists per game, that tells me you're seeing the floor well and you get the scoring. Now, if I could check that defense box, in today's game, if you have a blinking red light on defense, you have a hard time winning playoff series, and now nobody else on your team can be a poor defender, right? right? If you're getting that from your point guard, 6'3" is definitely big enough. But point guard should be one of your guys with lateral mobility and a low center of gravity, and if he's got length, should be able to defend at a high level. But a lot of these guys can't. And I think you're handcuffing your team in today's game when there's so many great wings and 3-and-D guys. If you can't switch on stuff from the point guard perspective, I mean, you're already in a little bit of trouble. And now your center, if he can't move on the perimeter, now you're kind of cooked already.
Yeah. I don't want to handcuff the team, but I do want to A-cuff the team.
You want to A-cuff the team. I love that.
Yeah.
Okay. We got 1 down and 4 to go here in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Live in surprise coverage brought to you by Asco Equipment. And speaking of baseball, Wolchuk, what's coming up next?
Yeah, let's do a little Around the Bases featuring our new intro. Grade the intro next in the nation.
Okay, let's chat Frankels before we get there, though, because...
then by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Shoot, yeah, it's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up in 20 minutes, we'll get you the C-Note Cowboys news of the evening. Is the world judging Dak too harshly? We'll get you the very latest on Max Crosby as well coming up. And I was watching some guards. I like your guys, Aggies, or I like your guy. Aggies is what I meant to say. I like multiple Aggies, but I especially like the guard. We'll maybe talk about him coming up in the C-Note 320. Maybe we'll do a big board report a little bit later on. Big show, though. We got Trey Wingo coming up at 5 o'clock and CY at 6:20. And here's Wolchuk.
Yeah, I need I'm getting a lot of buzz right now that it's the Bears. The Bears are the team that are offering 2-1s.
Yeah, I mean, they just got that second-round pick back for DJ Moore. Like, they cleaned up in that trade with Buffalo.
They added an extra 2.
They saved some money that way. They're going to save more money when they probably cut Tremaine Edmonds, their center retiring is going to get some money back for them. Mm-hmm. So they've opened up the cap space. You get that extra second-round pick. You could make that work.
Yeah, I think the Bears right now are the team that is.
Do they have 2-1s this year, or do they got to do a one from next year?
I think
it would have to be next year.
It would be next year.
Yeah, it would be one this year and one next year. But now
I think 12's better.
Too.
I think 12's better than their 2-1s.
Yeah, I mean the Cowboys, they might pivot and look at Trey Hendrickson as Trey talked about, but I think right now the Bears are the team that have kind of shifted and are the leader in the Crosby sweepstakes.
Well, that's a risky move.
Somebody else wants to jump in there. I mean, hey, they were this close to being in the NFC Championship game if it wasn't for that Caleb Williams interception.
Yeah, you got the quarterback on the rookie contract, man.
They think they're close.
Get aggressive.
Yep, and you just went ahead and moved DJ Moore, cleared that contract as he's going to Buffalo. You've got the 2 young wide receivers on rookie deals as well in Luther Burden and Roma Dunze. You got the tight end on a rookie deal as well in Colston Loveland. This is kind of the time to strike if you're Chicago. So that is what I'm hearing right now. The Bears.
There's holes on that team.
The Bears are the team going for Crosby.
I mean, Washington was in the NFC title game in 2024.
The Bears roster, I would say, better, though.
Just because you won games and pulled off some miracles.
They did.
3 or 4 miracles.
They did.
You know, I would not be thinking we're a Max Crosby away and we can punt on our next 2 first-round picks. I would think we need to continue to build. But, hey, you go get one Super Bowl. You know,
it could be worth it if it works for them.
You get back in the playoffs if you're the Bears. I mean, that's been a fairly starved organization.
I know we got some Bears fans in the audience, so you might want to get excited. You might, but we'll see. Maybe the Raiders get some sense and they realize, hey, pick 12. That's a better deal there. But we'll monitor the situation. We'll talk with Trey coming up a little bit later. But that's the latest buzz that I'm getting here is the Bears offering the 2-1s for Crosby. And who knows? Howie Roseman and the Eagles, you can't count them out. Les Snead and the Rams. Those are all the teams right now that seem to be trying to compete for the services of one Max Crosby. Let's do it. Let's go around the bases. And shout out to Jacob Ray. We've got a fresh new intro for bases that we're going to debut right here, right now. 877-881-1053. Grade the intro. Take it away.
You don't know how to play first base. Scott? That's right. It's not that hard, Scott. Tell him, Wash.
It's incredibly hard.
There's no crying in baseball! You play ball like a girl!
Hey, for those that don't know, life-changing, the Tommy John underwear.
Could tie it with one swing.
Yeah, baby. Around the bases here in the G-Bag Nation. 105.3 The Fan. Does that get you going?
That gets me going.
You liked it?
I think it gets the people going.
You liked it? You feeling like, oh, Hicksy's in the building. Let's go.
Yes.
Let's go, Hicksy.
He's got no idea his voice is on the new intro, shouting out the Tommy John undies. He's a big proponent of the Tommy John undies. When he's not free balling, he's Tommy John.
Boom, boom. That's right, baby. Let's go. All right, MLB.com has put out their tiers. They've ranked all 30 teams by tiers 1 through 9. Okay, now where are the Rangers in their tier ranking? Tier 1, history, insight. Well, there's only one team that can even vie for that. That would be the Dodgers of L.A. They're going for the three-peat, baby. Not 1, not 2, but yes, 3 straight World Series championships.
All right, thank you.
Nauseating.
Tier 2, World Series ring or bust. Could the Rangers be in this tier?
No.
No. You don't think so? No, you're right. You're right. They're not. Blue Jays, Cubs, Mariners, Phillies, Red Sox, Tigers, and the Yankees are in Tier 2, according to MLB.com. World Series ring or bust.
I'm sure CY feels that way.
Yeah.
You know?
And every team should.
He's locked on. Eyes on the prize.
Tier 3. Non-playoff teams most likely to get there in 2026. These teams with playoff odds right now, their playoff odds are north of 50% at Fangraphs. Are the Rangers in Tier 3?
No, sir.
No.
My gut was telling me when this started Tier 4, but now that we're on the doorstep of Tier 4, I don't know if they can get there.
Tier 3 is Braves, Mets, and the O's. The Orioles did a great job finally going ahead and bolstering that starting rotation. They might finally have a chance this year. Tier 4, the we always underrate you and always look bad duo. Every single year, these teams are underrated, and they end up proving people wrong that doubted them.
Dang. We're below the underrated teams, Wolchuk, is what I just heard.
Yep, that's the Brew Crew and the Cleveland Guardians. And those two teams, I mean, last year, Milwaukee, what a season it was for the Brew Crew. All right, Tier 5. Maybe this is it. The 500 zone.
Yep.
Oh, that's us.
And you don't want to be living in
ding,
the 500
ding,
zone.
Ding, ding.
That's us.
If you have a really strong feeling on how good these teams will be, you're ahead of us. It's the Astros. It's the D-backs. It's the Giants. It's the Padres. It's the Rays. It's the Reds. And it's your Texas Rangers.
Oh, no.
Yep, let's get the elephant in the room right out of the way.
That's our zone?
You're shocked at the Stros, a team that hasn't had a losing record since 2014 or merely in the 500 zone. TierRightsMLB.com. Hell no, I'm not. They stink. Screw Houston.
The 500 zone is my least favorite genre of
This
of
isn't
zones.
where you want to be.
My girlfriend called me Michelle.
Mm-hmm.
I said it wrong.
What?
Wait, what'd you say wrong?
What'd you say wrong?
The word.
Oh.
It's
genre?
It's
what is it?
It's okay, here's the phonetics.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know.
Okay.
What does it say?
What's the phonetics?
Genre.
No, Zondra. It's like Zondra.
Yeah. That's what it is.
It's Zondra.
Yeah, it's no D. Jondra. So
Oh, Zondra.
It's like Zondra.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, that makes more
There's
sense.
no D, though, right?
She's got DR period in front of her name, so she's a doctor.
Yeah, she knows.
She knows. Yeah, she says I'm listening to your show, and you and Eric just completely butchered that word.
Mm-hmm.
I knew it. I
She's
was
lumping me in now.
you were like, you're rough with the English, too.
Yeah.
But see, I was leaking confidence, and like you,
Bathing.
by looking at me, you were right. Did you know?
Yeah.
Did you know?
It's Zondra?
We knew.
It's Zondra?
It's genre. We all say genre.
It's
genre.
It's genre.
What's your favorite genre? There's no
it's a
D
genre.
in there anywhere.
I know, but she said I said it with a
G-E-N-R-E.
D.
You did. You said it with a D.
Okay, I was leaking confidence, and I knew it.
Yeah,
It's like
you
the
knew
soy
it.
sauce.
You knew.
Yeah, well.
On the orange juice. It
all
happens.
right.
It's okay.
Educational moment.
Thanks, Michelle. I appreciate you.
No, we appreciate you. A lot of people were texting like, what the hell, guys?
I'm gonna keep saying genre though. I like that.
I think you created a new word, and I'm digging it, man. Okay, so
a lot of people were texting in.
Some people were texting. Yeah,
it was. All
well, like
people were.
Everybody knew we were screwing with you.
100%.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks for the joy.
I hate you.
We appreciate you so much.
We love you.
giving.
Hate you. And I love
I actually have info of like another team that's in on this thing.
Is it Philly?
Not going to say it.
No, come on.
Wait,
No,
team info is
nope,
my favorite genre
nope,
of info.
nope,
Please
not
give it
gonna
to
say
me.
it, not gonna say it.
Don't lump me in with this.
Nope, not going to
You
say
know
it.
what you're doing now? You're hurting.
All right, I'll take my headphones off. You tell Dawson and Walter.
You know what? I'm
going to
go on the morning show. Those guys appreciate like my work.
Oh, stop.
Okay.
Do they
Don't
really?
say
Yeah.
No,
You
we
guys-
appreciate your work. You just
guys
gave us
are-
great content for an hour.
You guys are about to get choppy. Get ready.
And
I heard those morning guys let you bust on them all the time.
Yeah.
If only you knew, Brian.
That's their favorite genre of co-host.
Philly is the other team.
It is Philly.
Philly's the other team.
Gosh, dang it, Howie.
Philly's gonna do it.
Can you,
Philly's the other
Brian?
team.
Can you follow up? How the hell can they afford him?
Two very late ones. Mark Davis getting owned right now. Oh, yeah, I'm getting 2 1s for Crosby.
All right, you know what? 12 and 20. If Philly's in on this,
no.
See, I said that.
No, we're
See,
going. F
a
this.
mistake.
Boris Labardi and I had
want
this
to win some damn
conversation
games
today.
down.
Crosby might already be in the decline.
Oh, it's just you.
Don't even
You
want
read
it.
a stat. You think he's on the decline?
Well, actually, Chief read the stats.
Yeah, get out of
That's
here.
great.
He's on the decline. My rear.
I do have the
old.
stats. We'll get to them later.
I don't care about you. You shoved those stats right up your candy
I got the counting numbers and the advanced metrics.
What? They're both a bunch of baloney. You know what counts? The eye test. And anybody who watches that guy play and says he's not a top 3 defensive player in football, you need to get LASIK eye surgery.
Man, I love this.
I would love
the Kachuk's coming out. Here
it
we
is.
go.
It's the 315 Wolchuk rant. Let's do this.
12
and 20.
Is it the same time?
It's a new daily staple.
Yeah.
You had some music for
It's my
this?
favorite genre of radio.
All right,
Here it is. Wolchuk's rant.
Let's get back to the squishy middle class here, where the Rangers are in on Tier 5. Winning percentages, we know it's roughly 500, between 485 to 522 over the last 2 seasons. All 5 of these clubs, Rangers, Arizona, Cincinnati, San Fran, Tampa, all their playoff odds between 20 and 35%. 79 to 82 wins. You guys going over?
Over, so I guess we have to go over 82.
If you don't say yes,
I'm going to say Wolchuk with my mouth right now on air.
You say no.
Okay.
Say no. I know how you feel.
Do I got to back this with money?
Yeah, we're putting bets on it.
I'm going to say yes. I'll put a 5 ski on it.
We're putting
There
our
you go.
scalps on it.
Well,
Scalps.
yikes.
Wow. Man, we're going to get beheaded if we're wrong?
Yeah.
We got to
I
see
like
why
my
coming up in
scalps.
3 hours. I'm saying yes.
All right.
100%.
We got 2 yeses.
I'm going to go yes because I'm a homer.
Thank you.
Crap,
I appreciate
we got 3
that.
yeses.
I'm a Ranger homer guy.
All right, I'll say no then. All right, 5 bold predictions for the 2026
You
World
said no?
Baseball Classic. I don't know what I said, Brian. Don't worry about what I'm doing. Worry about you.
Don't
over
live in
there.
the past over there, Broadus.
You got enough there to keep you busy. All right, the Dominican Republic.
Like trying to confirm your stories.
I need it. I got my
Nobody
confirmed.
helping me with the English language.
It's all right, man. You're a football guy.
Yeah, you're
Okay, so if this happens,
I'm about to quit.
if this,
Hey, long snapper
Seriously,
CTE
they
is
tried to
real.
sign me up for a couple more years. I'm out. I am so out right now.
He's hanging them up.
Good run, buddy.
I've had a good run. You know, Dawson, you carried me for 6 years. I've had enough.
will you at least be a guest?
No, hell no.
You won't?
Not on this lousy-ass program.
Dang, dude.
Lucius asked me to do something. I might because he's a good dude. The rest of you guys suck.
What about the stack? Are we still doing that?
No, you're out on that.
Damn it.
You're so out.
dude.
Are you kidding me?
I got rid of Belt. I'll get rid of you, too.
Everybody's losing their jobs.
This is unbelievable.
He swings a big stick, man. He can make
does.
that
It's a
call.
mercenary thing going on here.
Is Fish in there too?
Fish?
Yeah.
I haven't talked to Fish since.
That's one of my favorite genres of food.
Sticks?
Oh,
do
I know
like the
Gavin's
sticks.
not on board with that one. The Dominican Republic will be the biggest threat to Team USA, is the biggest bold prediction according to Sports Illustrated. Now, let me read you this
Did they get
Dominican
beat
lineup.
by Australia?
Did they? I don't
Australia
think
can
Who
play
did
some ball.
Australia
I'd be
beat? Oh, I
pretty
think Australia
stunned.
beat
I'd be
Czechia or
stunned if
something like
Australia beat this squad.
No, I don't even think they're.
Australia won their first game.
You're leading off
Down
with
under.
Fernando Tatis Jr. in right field. Ketel Marte, second
You
base.
struggling with these?
No, it was a pregnant pause. That's
Juan
good broadcasting.
Soto, left field. Thank you. Somebody gets it.
He's checking the names to make sure he can pronounce it.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. You think I got an issue pronouncing these names at first base?
I
Manny
admit it.
Machado at third base, Junior Caminero DH, Julio Rodriguez center field, Austin Wells catching, and Geraldo Perdomo shortstop.
Okay, turn that over to Broadus.
I'm
Let
not- no,
Broadus
no,
read off that. I want
no.
Broadus
Yeah,
to
you
read the
go for
lineup.
it. You go
Broadus,
for it.
read
You
the
read the
lineup.
lineup.
Team
You read
USA.
it. You read
Do
it
it for your country,
in your
Broadus.
best Hicksy. I want the Hicksy. I want the gusto.
No, I don't have to do this. I don't have to.
Come on.
No, you did a great job.
Thank you.
Seriously. But I thought you were pausing because there's one you got stuck on.
I really have been extremely gassy, I'm going to be honest with you, and I am trying to fight burping so badly right
Oh, I thought
now.
that was a burp pause.
Yeah, and it's both.
A fart pause?
Yeah, I don't know if there's like gas. I'm revealing too much. This is disgusting.
oh,
Take
imagine that. We do that for 5
Take
hours
us to
every
break,
day.
please. I got to stop.
There he goes, Zach Wolchuk with his proper round tripper live from spring training on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. We got the C note and tell you what we can more about Max Crosby. How about the world coming after Dak Prescott a little bit? Have the audio there for you as well. We'll let you judge for yourself if they should be coming after him or laying off our guy, number 4. Okay, we got the C note coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
But
Casino. Cowboys news of the evening. And yes, I did watch the Aggies guard last night. I'm looking forward to getting Wolchuk and Broadus' thoughts on that to see if I can verify and validate my work. Every time I turn around, they're telling me I'm wrong about a player. So we'll see if I'm wrong again or if this particular Aggie I got dialed in on. Okay, segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Franklin Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. We're getting set here at Surprise for Rangers baseball tonight. They're going to take on the Royals, and Eric and Matt are in town, and Sandler is here, and the guys are going to be on the audio broadcast of it. Looking forward to that tonight because we get to watch the game right as we get off air. Our spring training coverage is brought to you by ASCO Equipment. Still hoping to watch Mackenzie Gore. Do we have an update on that? When are we going to see Mackenzie Gore?
That will be tonight.
Okay.
I looked. I got a peek. Now they got two different games going. They got a backfield game. One of them, you do have Mackenzie Gore pitching.
Okay. Very much looking forward to that. Trey Wingo, just to reset you on the Max Crosby update that happened just moments before we took the air this afternoon. Things are moving fast regarding Crosby. Last night, Dallas thought they were going to close the deal, but since then, other teams have raised the ante and potentially are offering the Raiders 2 first-round picks. Expected Dallas to now shift their focus to Trey Hendrickson. Jane Slater has an update on that as well, with the Cowboys source saying we were not willing to go to 2 seconds. In the last segment, you heard Wolchuk and Broadus sharing what their sources are telling them, that you have a couple of teams, the Cowboys and the Eagles. The Bird Turds might swoop in here and get Max Crosby and go on another Super Bowl run. I mean, they really have not been able to replace their edge rushers to the extent that they were so effective in 2024. And if the Eagles do that, maybe they take control of this division. You know, right now I'm thinking Cowboys probably win this division in 2025. I think the Eagles' era is pointing sternly down. But, dude, if they get Max Crosby, then maybe you got to rethink what you thought you were seeing last year with the Eagles' momentum in the wrong direction. All right, so that's where we are right now with Max Crosby. The division rival Eagles might be coming in. Swoop them. Okay, the world is going after Dak Prescott pretty good for his answer to what advice can you give to George Pickens, considering you were a franchise tag guy. Here's how Dak answered it yesterday.
Yeah, George loves football. That's the one thing about it. I just want him to know, don't change your love for football. Don't get in the business mind of this. You played last year on a 1 year for not even that much, right? So if you can go 30, whatever it is now, I think it's the same thing I got. So, when I franchise, so, hey, go do it. At the end of the day, bet on yourself. He's a hell of a player. Hopefully we can get him long term and sign that. But if not, I think the way that he plays the game and the person that he is, it'll be just fun.
I don't know if the front end and the back end, like the love that Dak gave GP, was reflected in the reactions. But TJ Houshmandzadeh was going after him today, basically saying you're kind of speaking out of turn. There is a code. I think it's different for me and Dak because he is a team leader. He's got the guys' backs. He has an incredible relationship. Like, this is just a random guy talking about another random guy's, contract situation in the clubhouse. This is Dak, and he's been through the tag situation, so it's kind of like he's being asked, from your experience, what advice would you give? Like, how did it go so smoothly for you? Mm-hmm. And I just think Dak's being honest. And ultimately giving good advice. What do you think? Was he at a turn here?
I mean, we read the quote yesterday, and it didn't strike me as, ooh, he crossed the line.
Yeah.
And I still don't feel that way. Now, I get, like, players' perspectives are clearly different. So if the entire locker room is in disagreement, then I can't really push back on that. But when it landed on my ears yesterday, and even hearing him say that right there, it doesn't strike me as something that would rub me wrong if I was George or any other player in that locker room.
Yeah. I had the same thought, like, on first pass, and then I get home last night, I'm looking through social media, I'm seeing it again this morning, I'm like, man, they're really coming after our guy Dak, and I was like, maybe I just have a pro-Dak bias that I filter all content through, and I know Dak's not going to say anything disrespectful, but at the same time, he doesn't have a 100% perfect record. Nobody does. There's been at least one or two moments where you're like, maybe Dak would have taken that one back. You think he wants it back?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the player's perspective is basically like they don't want you to say anything other than, no, we need to get this dude signed long-term, and I want him to make all the money he can, and I respect any decision he makes until he gets that money.
They're calling him pocket watching? Is that what they're saying?
Basically. You know, I mean, so I don't know. I didn't really get that from him there.
I think that's
because he even says in it, like, hopefully we can get him to a long-term deal. Yeah. But as somebody who's been tagged before and played on the tag before, you know, it's still something that you can take advantage of.
Yeah, I think there's nothing wrong with what Dak said at all.
Yeah, I think maybe some people are interpreting it as you're selfish, you just want the player, you're not looking out for his best interest. But I actually think Dak is looking out for his best interest. Like, if you're betting on yourself, you're going to get paid. Right. The franchise tag is a ton of money. And you can only, like, Lou Holtz had this great quote. You know, he passed away yesterday, RIP and everything to the great Lou Holtz. But one of the pieces of audio going around in the quotes from him was this interview that he did where the reporter asked him, you know, why are you always in such a good mood? He said, well, I learned a long time ago, there's things that can make you sad and there's things that can make you happy. I choose happy. You know, so I think Dak is reflecting that with his advice. If you choose to get entangled with day-to-day contract negotiations, don't be surprised if your experience is more stressed out. You know, Money gets all of us. Money stresses the hell out of us.
Yeah, it's like you can only control so much, and so you still need to be able to go out there and perform and not let this totally eat you up. Yeah. Because it can. If you're just thinking about it every single day, you will build animosity towards your team, your organization, the certain individuals that sort of have control over whether or not you're getting paid. Yeah. And it can definitely eat you up and piss you off.
It's a lot of time.
Yeah.
It's going to drag on for months.
Right. Yeah. It's
exhausting.
Like, exactly. It's kind of like, hey, control what you can control, and you're still going to cash out big this year. Yeah. And if you don't get injured and you have anywhere close to the season you just had, you're going to look back and appreciate it. So, I don't know. It's tough. It's tough, but I think it's just the locker room and the clubhouse just want you to say, no, I want my guys to get paid, hold out, do whatever you have to do, get all the money you can. That's the player perspective.
So I watched Chase Basantis last night, guys. Aggies left guard. He was their right guard and right tackle as a freshman. He debuted. He was on the All-SEC freshman team. He was on the All-American freshman team as a right guard and right tackle. And, you know, I think for me, I don't see a better left guard. I know all the talk has been about Awani. I know Oregon's Pregnone. Is that how I say it?
Yeah,
he's up there.
Emmanuel Pregnone.
He's up there on a lot of people's boards as well. I don't know. I mean, obviously, it does not make sense for the Cowboys to be thinking about this. I was actually jumping into it because the Steelers lost their left guard, Sayamalu, and I do a Steelers podcast with my buddy up there in Pittsburgh a couple times a week. So I wanted to just get an understanding of it. But we're like 2 months into draft evals, and I hadn't looked at left guard because obviously the Cowboys have Tyler Smith. So finally, I jump into it last night. I'm like, dude, this guy is a hooper. And if the Cowboys were like, we're wiped out, and here we are at pick 20, there's no good defensive players, we're going to take Basantis and put Tyler Smith at left tackle. It probably wouldn't be the best use of your resources, your draft resources, or Tyler Smith. But their offensive line to be really dang good next year on that side.
Well, he's played all over the line. So he started 12 games at right tackle. Bowl game, he had to play right guard. He started 10 games at left guard in 2024, was the top recruit coming out of New Jersey. I think he's got a ton of versatility. I love him in pass protection. I think he does an excellent job of being able to counter, readjust, good footwork. I think he's a better pass protector than he is a run blocker, which kind of makes it surprising because I think you like the guys that are going to kind of blow you off the football. And I don't know that he's that kind of guy. But
he's going to beat you with speed, and then he's going to get to the second level.
Yeah, he's really good at his zone blocking scheme.
Okay.
He'd be phenomenal in his zone blocking scheme to me. So I like the way that he does. He will give up leverage, but I think he does a good job using his hands and then being able to reset and turn defenders wide or inside based on what direction they want to try and run the football. But he's super athletic. I liked him a lot as well. I've got him in the second round, right behind the top two other guards. He's the number 3 guard for me.
Man, I saw this guy opposite as you guys. I really did. I think the longer he had the block, the more problems that he had. And, you can see the push and stuff, the power as a run blocker, but the lateral movement, the tendency to reach for defenders instead of punching with his hands, quick movements were giving him some problems. I was watching the Texas and the Miami games, and, Miami will give you some trouble with the way that they play their front. But I saw kind of a little bit of a top-heavy, off-balance guy when executing blocks. I got him in the third round myself.
Right on. Well, I mean, that is encouraging because we just got to get him down one more round to be available for the Cowboys. But I thought his athleticism showed up on tape a lot, and I think I watched a lot of Auburn, and maybe the matchup wasn't good. Maybe I need to go watch the Miami.
Oh, no, Auburn's got defensive linemen. I mean, Auburn's got 2 edge rushers. So, any SEC game you watch these guys play, they're going to have to deal with defensive tackles, edges, linebackers. So, I mean, I just saw him a little bit different than you guys. You two seem to be more
look,
in lockstep.
If you watch Cassius Howell play in the 2 games that you're naming, you're not saying Cassius Howell's a first-rounder.
He's not.
Right? So I watched Notre Dame, LSU, and Auburn, and he looked good in those games. You're right. He did not look good against Miami and Texas. But if you pick an A&M player, and if you watch just those 2 isolated, you're probably going to be knocking them down.
I was trying to find, I was trying to do things. And I know you guys are doing the same thing, but we're all kind of a little bit of mercy of the tape we get.
Sure.
Yeah.
But you're always trying to find the right matchup. Give me the matchups where they're dealing with guys that, like this guy has to block that, block Hill, the linebacker, or Burke or one of those guys. And now you can kind of see. But like I say, Miami is the litmus test for me. If you're blocking Miami's front, I'm thinking, okay, well, this guy is.
Yeah.
Because that's the kind of guys he's going to have to face. But I just, like I said, I didn't see a guy that played with great balance. And that, but the height and weight I was working with, 6'5", 315 pounds. What was he at the combine? Is he bigger than that?
Let me pull him up.
Yeah, I wasn't. I need to go through and change when I get my combine sheets, I'm going to change all these heights and weights to get an idea what that really was, what I was working with.
All right, appreciate you guys' feedback on that as I continue my first year journey, my rookie year of looking at these college players. I'm about 75 guys in and having an absolute blast talking draft with these 2 dudes. Cowboys have tendered both exclusive right free agents to Josh Butler at 107. That's interesting because they didn't even want to activate him last year. Josh Butler had a good 2024. Maybe they were just letting him recover from ACL. I don't know.
Yeah.
But they also tendered Reddy Stewart. So they're under contract with the Cowboys and cannot sign with any other team. The team is still working through final decisions on RFAs. Aubrey, Hoffman, Bass, Thomas. That was the report from Todd Archer. Although I'm pretty sure we got the news on Hoffman and Bass. But the Aubrey thing is quite fascinating. All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live in Surprise. Our coverage brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Plano, the #1 Mercedes dealer in Texas, On-Time Experts, AC Heating and Air Conditioning, and by Base Power. And Krusty's Corner is coming up next, buddy. Where are you taking it?
Yeah, I took a peek at some of these pro free agents. I got one for you to talk about. We'll do that next.
Let's chat.
One Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in that all prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Here's the king.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Rodgers.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Always appreciate you playing that. Thank you to Greystone for helping us as well with that sponsorship stuff. It means a lot. Guys, I forgot to tell you, if we go down like a couple of booths to our left, they got like chocolate-covered almonds in there.
Oh,
you guys
do they
fans,
really?
You
I
guys
love that.
You fans of those things?
Big time. Is it like the almond itself is chocolate, or is it actually like
it's
doused?
Wrapped in
It's
chocolate.
wrapped.
It's
I love
wrapped
that.
in chocolate, and they got some of those peanut butter pretzel bite things. I don't know if you guys are interested
Sounds
in those
wonderful.
kind of things, but
I'm pretty hungry.
I kind of moseyed down there, and you know me, I'm just kind of like walk into rooms, the doors open, I see the almonds sitting there. They're part of the. Probably going to get in trouble for saying this, right? For going into the suite and maybe grabbing a can.
Oh, it wasn't the press. It wasn't the big press box. It was a suite.
No, it was a suite.
Oh, that's a personal. That's a personal thing you just did.
Yeah.
You went into with a personal stash like you do at the
You
office.
think I'm going to get in trouble for that?
Well, no. You just between us, we're not going to tell.
I just tried a couple because I love the chocolate covered almonds.
They're great.
I don't blame you.
I mean, I was just kind of like, you know, we're helping people. We're pulling television cable. You know, we're kind of doing a lot of things here, right?
Yeah, I think
I earned the right to maybe have a couple of.
You put the work in.
Are the almond, or are they number one in terms of the chocolate covered nuts?
I mean,
I'm kind of like the.
No, there's the. Is it
Peanut?
the walnut?
Ooh,
the walnut is
nut.
so soft. I think the walnut might be the. It just depends. Do you like the super crunch? The almond brings the super crunch.
Yeah.
The walnut sort of just everything kind
How
of
about
melts.
those yogurt ones? The yogurt
pretzel things.
Yeah. How do you, what do you think about
Those
that?
They'll
Those are
hurt
good.
my tummy a little bit if I overdo it.
Yes, they do have a tendency to do that because the girls love them.
Yeah.
They love those as nice little snacks.
Well, I appreciate the booth to our far left. They had an open.
I think that's a suite. I think that's the friends and family suite.
Oh.
Yeah,
You just dipped into
CY
that's
coming out of there.
That's CY.
Oh, so you think I was in CY suite?
Probably.
Oh, jeez. All right. Well, here we go. You know, it was nice broadcasting with you guys. I said earlier I was trying to quit. I might just get fired for doing this.
The new persona non grata around
Yeah.
the Texas Rangers.
Yeah.
And the G-Bag Nation, Brian brought us.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Appreciate that.
I think he's still 1B, Dawson.
Fair.
Yeah, I haven't got that.
Trying to pawn that off on somebody else.
By the way, did you guys see the? I sent you guys a little clip from Mexico baseball.
Osuna.
Did you see Rowdy?
Yes.
Did you see Rowdy scoring from
Hustling.
He was hustling there. Dawson, did you get to see that? Or
I'm just now
drive you
seeing
on
this.
block?
We motivated him a little bit.
Oh my, that's not Rowdy. That's the catcher. Wow.
Yeah, that was
But
Alejandro Kirk.
wait who comes behind you.
Ooh.
It's a good slide, too.
It was a good slide.
Earthquake in the house.
Good slide there.
Stadium shook a little bit.
But hats off to our guys there. All right.
Now I see why he's so sensitive. The internet's really tearing him up for his midsection.
Are they really?
Are they really? I was sending it to you just to show that he was playing.
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't trying to tear him up.
That's a highlight.
Yeah.
That was a highlight.
That's good. Yeah. Rags wasn't somebody. They got a real third base coach over there, right?
I think
sending the big heavyweight.
Remains to be seen.
I think
for our guys.
I was just kidding about.
Rags holding him up yesterday, I think, because they didn't want to mercy rule him too quick.
Yeah.
They wanted their guys to get at bats.
Yeah, I mean they were just.
Yeah.
It was a no con. They knew.
Smitty messed it up with his.
We'll
laser
reevaluate regular season. If we see that
Yeah.
again, then I think it's fair to critique Rag.
There's nothing worse than me texting Jared during a game explaining something that I think's wrong. Do you guys find yourself doing that? Like something happens in a game.
There's been times I've gotten angry, especially like an 8th, 9th inning.
And you text Jared and like, what are we doing?
He's usually pretty darn good about getting back, too.
No, he is.
Because he's on his computer.
He is on his computer.
He texts on his laptop.
It pops right up. And so when something happens, like, what's Bees doing? You know, that kind of, remember that kind of thing? And so He's really good about answering back and saying, well, think of this way, Brian.
It wasn't his strength.
Talks me off the ledge every time.
He's great at it.
All right.
He stands like a flak jacket for the organization, though. You know, if anything is out there that could be wrong, Sandler will be like, no, it's fine.
I kind of feel like that he always kind of leads me to the right way because, he's living with the team, basically. So if I have a complaint, I'm like, hey, Jared. He's like, well, think of it this way. He's kind of the voice of reason. I get all mad. I don't know why I get mad at the Rangers, but I do.
You got heart.
Well, we're passionate about it.
I'm not mad at the Mavs. I'm mad at the Rangers. How about that? Does that make sense?
No.
Anyway, okay. I told you a little bit about Jalen Thompson yesterday. My
Cardinal safety.
And I was talking to everybody about this a little bit. That we're talking around, asking my gang of sevens and things like that, and what's this guy? How is this a player? Is he a good guy, bad guy, all that stuff. Everything was really, really positive about Jalen Thompson, and I kind of got into it a little bit yesterday. Kind of feel like he could play the positions you need him to. He could play as that. He could play, two guys on the hash. He could play the single high stuff. I think he's more of a free safety than he is a strong safety. He'll come down. He'll make tackles. He's physical. You see him in coverage. The ball goes to the outside. He's downhill. He's making plays. I was pretty impressed by what he was able to do. Well, I watched another safety today, and these are names that we were getting from Bobby Belt.
Yeah, Bobby
says, guys. Bobby will text us because Bobby listens to the show. And Bobby says, hey, I was listening back to the 5 o'clock hour, and Jalen Thompson, very
Check.
Interested. What's that?
Check.
Yeah, interested there. Legit. And then Nakobe Dean was a guy. So we all kind of know Nakobe Dean is a player. I'll still take a peek at him, watch him against Dallas. I don't think he played the first time against Dallas, but the second time I think he was, because he was injured in week 1. I don't think he played, but you got to go back and watch. But I did watch PJ, and am I saying this right, Wolchuk? PJ Locke?
Yes.
Okay, there's an E on the end of Locke, so I didn't know if I was saying it right.
Man, Jandra has you shaking in your boots.
I'm terrible with words. I'm terrible with math. I don't even know why I'm doing this.
Well, you scout these dudes. You're about to give us the report.
But that's what I'm saying. I watch them play, and you can kind of get an idea of how they're playing for their team and what they potentially could do for you, And with Locke, PJ Locke, he's initially you have to get through all like the special team stuff. Like he was a backup guy. Like I didn't see him as a starting guy. So he was playing like some of these games like late. All the film I was watching early was all special team stuff. Did I miss something there, Wolchuk, with him?
No, you're right. No, he definitely was a rotational safety for them.
That's what I was saying. I was like, okay, I was thinking I was going to initially look at a starter.
He was not a full-time starter.
But late in the year, you could see him starting and stuff like that. So here's another guy, kind of that cover 2 stuff. You got the guys on the hash. You got him playing like down. Don't know how much I want him playing single high back.
Okay.
I think everything in front of him is really, really good. Like when you could see sometimes he'll be like kind of lurking in that position, like he's like a kind of spying a little bit, but maybe just kind of hanging out in the middle of the field waiting for something, and then you'll see him walk over and he'll take a tight end, and all of a sudden the tight end runs flat.
Okay.
And then the ball goes to him, and boom, he's reacting on that.
But if it goes over his head,
I didn't see anything that led me to believe. I'm like, I don't know, man. This guy, look, he's a big body guy, too. Thick.
Very much so.
Very muscular type of a player.
I think Halsey's probably still a little thicker.
Right.
The safety from
LSU. Right.
But, yeah, you're right.
I was impressed with this guy's, the physical makeup of him, but I was also impressed with the way that he was able to react. And what you could do is, and this is one of those things that kind of gets you in trouble, like you start talking about the communication with the guys. You see him always pointing, moving, adjusting.
Directing traffic.
Okay, here's this new coordinator. Oh, give me these guys that can...
Brain work.
Yeah, brain work guy. And this seems like to me, now I don't want to ask Sean about this guy. I think Sean.
Sean Payton?
Yeah.
Why not? You asked him about Javonte.
Well,
And he ended up giving you a good report.
He gave us a really good
if
report.
He signs,
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If he circled back, I don't want to do it a deal. Right now he might be trying to. Like, I'm not going to tell you anything.
You don't want to do the cart and horse thing.
No. I've been known to do that. And I don't want to do that.
Look at you, man. You
I'm trying to turn
mature.
over new leaf.
I know. You're not boozing this week.
I'm
proud
amazing.
of you, man.
But I do like this guy. But I like him as a guy that's kind of a forward player.
Specific, strong safety, boxy guy.
I don't see I'm the hybrid guy. I'm going to play free. I'm going to play strong. I'm going to play line. He could probably play the strong and the linebacker.
Right.
But I don't know how much coverage I really, really want to put him in unless it's in a position where he can see it and drive it.
Right.
I don't know if I'm real interested in having him lock up, guys like on a receiver, maybe on the tight end stuff, but I'm not sure about putting him in any outside coverage.
Yeah. Okay. So there's use for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he seemed like he did a good job when you're mentioning him playing, too high.
Right.
And he could kind of pick his side and then make a play on the ball.
Right.
Those were the interceptions I saw from him.
Yeah, that's with the Buffalo game.
Right.
Yeah.
He had 2 against Josh Allen.
Yeah.
It seems like he's got Allen's number.
See, that's where I'm kind of like thinking that maybe that the guy sees it and he reacts.
Sure.
But the size, I think, limits his ability to, if it has to carry deep or come off the hash and carry, or like adjust to a ball going down the field. I don't know about. I'm not too sure about that one. But everything in front of him, I think is a really good player. Whereas Thompson with Arizona, I kind of feel like that he can turn and go backwards if you're looking for that kind of thing.
I totally forgot. P.J. Locke did play at Texas. He's a Longhorn. Beaumont, Texas' own. P.J. Locke III.
Yep, that's it. That's the couple guys that I watched, and I'm gonna get in on like I said, Nakobe Dean and see how he played.
I'd love your breakdown on Dean.
See if his size, the lack of height, limits him with some of the blockers.
And how bad is he in coverage? My mind thinks like he's not a cover guy.
He's a blitzer.
Yeah. Well, like I say, I'll get a scouting report on for tomorrow, and we'll have that for Krusty's Corner.
Sounds good. Krusty's Corner brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. We have Jared Sandler joining us next here in the booth in Surprise Stadium for the very latest on your Rangers. They get set to take on the Royals. Coverage brought to you by Asco Equipment, and we're back with Sands here on The Fan.
If you're in the market for a truck, East Dallas Diesel, the only place that you need to look. Here's why. Every single truck on their lot, it is custom. I'm talking wheels, tires, trim. There are no cookie-cutter rides when you're going with East Dallas Diesel, and they got every brand you can think of. Ford, Chevy, GMC, Ram, Toyota, you name it, okay? Whether your budget, $30,000 or $70K, they got a truck that looks like $1 million for you. So if you want a truck that turns heads, doesn't look like every other one on the road in the Metroplex, go to East Dallas Diesel, where custom comes standard. When it comes to financing, East Dallas Diesel, they're going to work with you to find the best deal possible. And my guy, Tony Alberti, he's the best in the business, okay? He's the best in the car and truck game. Why? He's got the eye. He's personally handpicking every truck that you see on that lot. He's putting it through inspection so you know you are getting quality. He's been in the game for over 30 years. He's working there with Dad. It's a family-run business. Go ahead. Get yourself that dream ride you've always wanted. If you're looking at EastDallasDiesel.com, you see what you like, but it's not exactly what you want. Give him a call. Hit up my guy, Tony. Ask him. Tell him what you're looking for. They're going to customize it for you, okay? So check him out right now. EastDallasDiesel.com. That's EastDallasDiesel.com. East Dallas Diesel, where custom is the standard.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by TaxSlayer. Start filing for free today at TaxSlayer.com. With Stephon Diggs out in New England, the Patriots need another wide receiver for quarterback Drake May. Everyone automatically assumes the team will trade for A.J. Brown, but that may not be the best option. Alec Pierce is a free agent and put up similar numbers, and while Mike Evans is coming off an injury, he has proven to be reliable, and that's exactly what a young QB needs. I'm Adam Abdallah.
The most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And TaxSlayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention TaxSlayer even has support from real U.S.-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Mercedes-Benz of Plano, we're proud to be the #1 Mercedes-Benz dealer in Texas with the largest inventory in the nation, the most sold, the most trusted. We are the star of Texas. Dallas North Tollway at Spring Creek Parkway and online at mbplano.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach your friendly live agent. Donation's super easy and your car can be picked up by tomorrow. Call now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
With Green Mountain Energy, making a positive impact for the planet is as easy as flipping your light switch. Call 1-866-GREEN-TX to power your home with renewable electricity. That's 1-866-GREEN-TX. Green Mountain Energy, PUCT 10009.
Want consistent color for every job? Milo's Pro Rewards members get a 20% paint discount on future purchases after paint annual qualifying spend reaches $3,000. Plus, order eligible in-stock paint and paint supplies by 2 p.m. for free same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Improving is easy at Lowe's. Excludes spray paint and mist tints. More exclusions, terms, and conditions apply. Subject to change. Details at Lowe's.com/terms. Same-day delivery valid in select zip codes. Subject to driver availability. Details at Lowe's.com/same-day delivery.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Feeling a chill? Those cold spots mean leaking windows, and that's money literally flying out the windows every month on your energy bills. At Best Buy Windows and Siding, we've got the solution. 10 single-hung, energy-efficient windows for just $59.50. Stop wasting money on high electricity bills and start saving today. We offer transparent pricing, no gimmicks, and a lifetime warranty on every single window. Call 469-WINDOWS or visit BestBuyWindowsAndSiding.com now to keep the cold out and your money in your pocket.
Best Buy Windows and Siding. For years, Gone South has been a podcast about crime in the American South. But for our new season, we're widening the lens. Through deeply reported, narrative-driven stories, we're digging into the myths, scandals, and power structures that still shape the South, and, in a lot of ways, the country itself. Follow and listen to Gone South Season 5, an Odyssey podcast. Available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your show.
Hey, Tello, Sean, and RJ here with the official coffee of the morning show. It is Just Love Coffee, not built for the rush-in, rush-out kind of day. It's built for you to slow down. You walk in, you grab a bite to eat, you have your favorite cup of coffee, hang out with your friends at Just Love Coffee.
The Marlin family really believe that space changes how people interact. When a place feels warm and comfortable, conversations happen naturally. That is what Just Love is all about. The amazing coffee, the scratch-made food. Tell them Sean and RJ sent you to Just Love Coffee in Grand Prairie and Arlington.
It's a Thirsty Thursday, proudly being sponsored by our friends at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Our spring training coverage continues live in Surprise. It's brought to you by ASCO Equipment. It's also brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Plano, the #1 Mercedes dealer in Texas. On-time experts, AC heating and air conditioning, and by Base Power as Jared Sandler joins us now here in the booth. Surprise, the G-Bag Nation, buddy. How you doing?
What's up, guys?
Well, it's great to see you. Okay, great to talk to you as always, Jared. He's a must-follow for Rangers fans everywhere. But we had a surprise waiting for us this morning on the internet there with the signing of Andrew McCutchen, former NL MVP, buddy.
Yeah.
So I suppose he's waiting for you. You can meet him down there or something here pretty soon. But what do you think the plan is here? This is like a right-handed DH platoon?
Yeah, I think so. The real Andrew McCutchen expert, Eric Chiafalo, nailed his OPS against lefties last year.
743.
There you go, and that's better than league average by a decent amount. Gets on base against lefties about 35% of the time, at least he did last year. So, if you're looking for a right-handed bat to hit lefties, like you mentioned, Gavin, part of a platoon, maybe not a bad fit. You're not, those numbers aren't blowing anyone away, but you're also not building a lineup around Andrew McCutchen, right? You're just asking him to play a role if he makes this team. And important to note, it's a minor league deal, so it's not there are any guarantees here. And the two other things I really like about the acquisition is one thing is plate discipline, right? You continue to add guys who demonstrate good plate discipline onto a team that the last 2 years has not consistently demonstrated that. And we've talked about the lineup kind of changing its identity in that regard. Well, even last year, Andrew McCutchen, a guy that near the top of the league in terms of chase rate and walk rate, stuff like that. And then the final part of it is, another guy who's got skins on the wall. He is highly, respected, regarded. There's a reason why at 39 years old he's getting a chance to play, why, Pittsburgh wanted him back, why teams have, wanted to give him chances as his plays maybe not, been at the level of, his MVP All-Star type seasons. And that's because he's a positive presence. And, for this group, adding another position player who can add to, that part of the dynamic, I think could be a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, played 134 games last year. He hit 234. This is still a very serviceable player. I think he's good enough to be on an opening day roster. Do you expect him to be on the Rangers?
Yeah, I think if you're bringing him here, he kind of fits into that genre of player that, you're not going to bring him here, if you don't feel like there's a real path or role for him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and what does this mean about how they feel about other options? A guy like Mark Canha, who's, I guess in that same genre of player, a veteran trying to, get some at-bats against lefties. I don't know. Is this an indication that they feel like they need a competition? Is this an indication that they aren't pumped about what they're seeing? Is this just, hey, you know what, we didn't realize this guy was going to be available? I don't know. Like, was Andrew McCutchen holding out for something else and it didn't come to fruition? Like, why now? I don't know. But, yeah, I do feel like as long as he's healthy, this move is one that is made, because they feel like this is a spot. There is a spot for him so long as, he passes some basic checks along the way.
When it comes to the offense, Jared, like, what do you think are going to be maybe more priorities, like principles from Schumacher? Is it the bag stealing, different things like that? Like, what are you saying? Why is that funny? Is that funny?
I don't know. It's just
bag stealing is funny. Is bag stealing funny?
It's just the way. No,
snatch that purse.
Hey, you are Eric. You don't know this, but you are exactly what baseball needs. You just
thank you.
You approach it your own way. And I love it, and I really am bummed that you didn't ask Skip Schumacher a question earlier, because that would have been the highlight of camp for a lot of people.
I'm sorry.
Is that what Rich was trying to tee him up for?
Rich loves Fitz.
In my mind, I was going to go with the McCutchen thing. I was going to ask like a legit question and maybe let Skip know that, hey, I'm dialed. I'm locked in. I'm a seam head too.
I'm on Twitter.
And then I was going to ask him about is he a bro split guy? Like, is he a full body guy? Like, how does he approach the weight room? Because he's intact.
Yeah.
I think he's
Skip.
when you start power ranking like the most fit guys in the clubhouse,
he is.
I think Skip's on the short list.
Yeah.
No, and Nimmo too. We saw Nimmo, in his skivvies. He's well built.
Yeah, a lot of
A lot of muscle.
A lot of good bodies in there.
Yeah.
Right? You like
a lot of talent in those bodies.
A lot of talent in those bodies.
No, the issue was until the moves is made official.
Yeah,
and
it's still, I guess, technically not official. So we're
that's why you dressed in a beautiful hypothetical, but still want to know part of it.
Yeah, he wasn't taking the bait.
Would that be the first time a guy in a fan giveaway jersey asked a manager a question?
I love Eric here.
It's back-to-back days.
You know what?
You're crushing the luck.
I do. When you would wear the Napoli giveaway jersey, I feel like that was when you sat on the couch in your Napoli.
Yes, it was.
And what did we do? We springboard into a World Series championship.
Yeah.
You know,
it is your fault.
It's kind of it's my thing. But yeah, that would have been hilarious.
Yeah, you had a chance to be a hero today by sitting on the couch and you didn't. Rangers fans.
We still have tomorrow.
It's an every other year thing.
I almost plopped it down next to
not every other year.
The last year didn't work, so this year.
Because I did it last year.
Yeah.
Josh Smith was sitting there today. I almost plopped down next to him. Had that have been Nathaniel Lowe. How to rent
or Barlow.
or Barlow or something. Or Tyler Alexander at this point.
Yeah.
I know Cam Colley's a rookie. He can't sit on the couch, but if it was him, I would have.
Yeah.
So back to the nitty-gritty. Okay,
yeah,
I think principles.
I just love the idea of the Rangers.
Good reset.
The Rangers running the bag-stealing offense, like the wishbone.
Let's go.
Airing it out with the
bag-steal offense, boys. Go.
Let's revolutionize the sport. Okay, if we're going to be here, let's make history.
Get the bag steal on.
Can you tomorrow?
Yes.
Do you guys have CY coming up?
Yeah. Should I ask him about
I would love for
bag
you
stealing
with a straight face to ask him, CY, are you guys thinking of running the bag stealing offense?
What do you think his reaction would be?
Or for you to show up. Can you ask CY or Skip tomorrow? Like one of the two. I'll let you choose your own adventure.
I'll ask CY. Do you expect this offense to be more of a bag-stealing offense? I'm not going to break character.
Yeah, and you can't add in some words to you just straight face, as if you're talking football terms.
Yeah.
Are you do you feel like that you guys have the personnel to run the back stealing offense?
I like that.
I don't know why I think this is the funniest thing I've ever
stealing offense.
I do. So I do think that they'll be aggressive on the bases. They're guys like Corey Seager and Danny Jansen and Kyle Higashioka. They're probably not going to be stealing a lot of bags. They might be running a different offense.
Yeah.
But like Wyatt Langford, to whatever extent Brandon Nimmo, he's a guy who in previous years the speed and the base stealing didn't line up, but he's started to show a little more desire to do that. Josh Smith is a guy that can steal bags. Evan Carter, absolutely. So, I think unless this offense shows that they can be, an offense that slugs more than what we've seen the last couple of years, I think you got to look for ways like that.
Is Corey Seager the only guy that you absolutely unequivocally trust to challenge with the ABS system at the plate? Who are the guys?
I trust Wyatt.
I would too, and Wyatt got screwed the most than anybody.
Yeah, I think guys who get hosed are guys that I think a lot of the players said that they think Josh Smith would have the lowest success rate. I don't know, because he's a guy that's got decent play discipline.
Yeah. Berger said 0% chance. Unless it's
he's not challenged.
He's 8th, 9th inning.
He's such an aggressive swinger. He's not going to have many opportunities.
Yeah, he's just unless it's a 9th inning kind of big moment. Yeah, he's not just going to mess with it.
I am curious, and I think we've talked about this a little bit. Maybe last year when they were rolling this out on a trial basis in spring training, but how different managers approach having the conversations with players hey, dude, you're a 206 hitter, you're not challenging unless it's the 9th inning.
Right.
Whereas hey, but hey, your teammate, he can do whatever he wants. Because there's certain guys Austin Hedges knows he's not here, he's not with the Rangers. He's not on the Guardians because of his bat. Mm-hmm. So you can tell Austin Hedges, hey buddy, you're not challenging. He's I know, I'm not.
Yeah.
But then there are players who they think they're something, but maybe they haven't been that guy for a few years. There's that gray area, right? Mm-hmm. They're the studs. They're the guys who know it, and then there are guys in between. No, I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about him. And to be honest, he's a guy who I think actually might do pretty well with the challenge system.
Okay, good eye.
But I am curious how different managers approach that strategically. I think it's going to be something interesting to follow early on this year.
We're seeing the Mackenzie Gore era open tonight.
Yes.
What are we looking for from him? What are we going to see that we don't see in other guys?
Yeah, this is going to be the first time. I'm trying to think. I maybe caught one of his starts just as an opposing pitcher. He's Gavin. I don't know how much you're going to be able to tell just tonight, but unique delivery, high leg kick, something he's able to do because of his athleticism. There are people that will tell you that Mackenzie Gore has been the best defensive center fielder on teams he's played on in the past.
Wow.
Like, he's that type of athlete. And you don't usually think of, like, repeating mechanics as a high form of athleticism, but in baseball and probably in other sports it is. It's not speed, it's not explosion, but the ability to repeat mechanics is important. And I think that that's something that he can maybe lean on to help improve the consistency I know we talked about the other day. So, I don't know how much you're going to be able to detect tonight, but, you're talking about one of the more uniquely gifted athletes on the mound, and it seems like the talent is starting to catch up from a mechanical and consistency standpoint.
Just knowing the scouting report of some of the options they have right now in the bullpen, how do you think the order of operations is going to end up shaking out? I think the way Skip was having a tough time with that today as well. But just like if you had to project, like how do you think ideally these guys fit with their roles?
Yeah, I mean, I think going into the year, Robert Garcia is the closer, and I think maybe it helps that in theory, pitching for Mexico, he's going to be pitching in meaningful games. So maybe that gives a guy like that a little bit of like a mental advantage just to be already kind of geared up, dialed up. Chris Martin's a guy who he gets guys out, but you want to see him pitch and be healthy. And here's the thing: I unless you want multiple closers, you want a guy who can pitch back-to-back games. And I don't know how much they want to do that with Chris Martin. So Robert Garcia is an interesting guy for me. I don't know. Zach's laughing. Did I?
No, it's not your thing.
I think Nadell had a little plumber's crack. Look good.
I hope we got that on the fan cam.
What sounds better to you, a Jacob's DeGrom and noodles or McKenzie's Goreo ice cream?
Well, I'm gonna say something that's gonna get me in some hot water.
Oh.
I think Oreos are kind of overrated.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So I think
Oreos.
Yeah, I think Oreos.
Are you dunking them in milk?
Oh, man.
I know, but if you double, I like the double stuff.
Okay, it's got to be double stuff.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Mackenzie's Goreos are double stuff.
Oh, okay.
I didn't specify that, but
clearly there's no other option.
Okay, all right. I mean, I do like the vanilla Oreos.
I haven't tried them.
Oh, those yellow ones are good.
Yeah.
The golden ones, they're called. Yeah.
The golden.
So the Mackenzie's Goreos.
Yeah, or you can get Mackenzie Doritos Locos Tacos.
No, I like the other Mackenzie Gore. Yeah, I think I'd go with the Mackenzie Gore. Repeat the Mackenzie Goreo Supreme.
Double stuffed Goreo ice cream.
Double stuffed Goreo. Okay, yeah. As long as I can get some whipped cream on it, I'm in.
Brandon Nim oatmeal cream pies.
Do you like the cream pies?
100%. Me and Nick Saban go toe to toe.
Okay.
I got one in my pocket right now. I'm not going to show you.
What? You haven't been sharing?
No.
Do I have another option, or is it just do I like it or not?
Danny Jan's enchiladas.
I like those.
Yeah, I kind of like those.
That's got some good flavor.
Yeah.
All right. What do you think about that statue they just put back up?
Yeah. I like the Oreos. I don't. The Oreos are good for me. No, hey, I understand that people have opinions about it, and I'm sensitive to.
I don't know.
By the way,
I'm not.
I appreciate that question. It's my favorite question. Don't we have to go to break?
Goreos, by the way.
Goreos.
There's cultural sensitivities when you start talking about Oreos in these parts.
Exactly.
I get it.
Yeah, I really didn't want to offend people by the regular Oreos versus the golden
100%.
Oreos. I didn't mean to start a.
So are you part of the broadcast here tonight, or?
I am not. No, they're not letting me.
Dang.
Blue Malnati's.
Let's go.
Blue Malnati's.
Let's get pizza. Let's get nasty tonight with the sauce.
Sausage.
There
I
he
just hope we're
goes.
getting the dances on the can.
He's Jared Sandler on Twitter, a must-follow for Rangers fans everywhere. We do have Danny Jansen coming up here in the next 15 to 45 minutes, somewhere in there, but a football fix is scheduled, Wolchuk. Where are you taking us?
Oh, perfect, man. We've got so many headlines. I'm going to get to all of them, plus some audio gold coming up on the next side. But I'll tell you what else is just absolutely gold. That's Trajan Wealth, okay? We love Trajan Wealth, Eric and I do. We are clients. We want you to be as well. Make sure you've got the right strategy and team on your side. Give our friends at Trajan Wealth a call today. The number to call, 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. You can check them out in Frisco. Say what's up to my guy, Steve. They're also in Arlington, Fort Worth, McKinney, and in Southlake, Eric.
Yeah, that's my spot. Shout out to Trajan Wealth. Get me taken care of at the highest level. Now, I, too, have the confidence and peace of mind that retirement is actually a possibility for me, and I would encourage you to go ahead and schedule that free, no-obligation consultation, because at Trajan Wealth, your needs come first. They're a fiduciary firm, so they're going to be prioritizing your financial well-being above all else. And the more money you make, the more money they make. So trust me, they want to see you win, and they are in this with you, just like Jared Sandler is in it with you this Rangers season. Trajan Wealth is family-owned. They're veteran-led. They've brought decades of experience to the table, and their team of advisors actually specialize in helping individuals in or nearing retirement. I mean, my goodness, trying to navigate the complexities of today's financial landscape, we all know that can be extremely challenging, but great news for all of us, Trajan Wealth is here to help. 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
This is Ryan Watson, owner of Alliance Hyundai. During the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, we have over 600 vehicles in stock, like the all-new 2025 Hyundai.
afternoon as they're getting ready to play baseball here coming up at the end of our show. Rangers are going to take on the Royals. We'll have Chris Young on the broadcast in the final hour coming up at about 6:20. We're standing by for Danny Jansen, the new Rangers catcher, longtime Blue Jay. And we look forward to talking with Danny here in the next 30 minutes or so. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here is Wolchuk with a mix.
All right, let's hit our football fix right after this.
You think football is still fun? Yes. Sir.
Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side! I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
Oh, the Crosby rumors are swirling right now. We're going to talk with Trey Wingo coming up at 5 o'clock. He was reporting that the Cowboys thought they were close to a deal. Then there's a team that's going to swoop in and offer multiple ones. I've got some buzz that that's the Bears. Brian's also throwing in the Eagles. So we got a bidding war on our hands for Max Crosby. And I understand it if the Cowboys are going to say, you know what? We're not doing 2 ones. We'll give you 12. But we're not doing 12 and 20. And I like the idea that you threw out, Eric. Like, okay, if we're going to do 12 and 20, you got to kick us back your second rounder. I'd do that in a heartbeat. If I'm the Raiders, look, the Raiders are a stupid organization, let's just say it, so maybe they would be willing to do it.
What are you talking about, Wolchuk?
Your organization's
talking about your son, Al.
Oh, why would you talk about Mark like that? He's okay, he's a little dumb. He's not the smartest guy, but, yeah. Okay, go ahead. What do you got, Wolchuk? Go ahead.
If you're looking at 36, what would that be? Pick 36 is what their second rounder is? The 36 to 20 gap.
That'd be true.
It's like, we talked about that in the mock draft here. You're getting the same type of player. Like the gap from 36 to 20, that's really not doing much for me.
You can have 20 and next year's 3. 20 and next year's 1. You're not getting 12. I mean, right now, if they're being offered the Eagles stuff, that's a pick in the 25 and 25 range. 12 is a massive overpay in this scenario.
12 is?
Yeah. So you want to come up with another first-round pick's value that's in the 20s.
Why is 12 an overpay?
Because no other team is offering that.
If a team's offering 2 ones,
right?
The Cowboys have the highest.
It's Chicago and Philadelphia's.
Well, so if the Rams say they're going to offer 13.
Okay, well, yes.
Which is something else that's floating out there.
Okay, if the Rams are offering 13 and that's the top offer and that's genuine, then yes, you would have to consider giving up 12. But you don't want to be those teams right now, man. That's way too much for Max Crosby at 29 years old. What do you have prime years left in him? No player aged 29 or older has ever been traded for 2 first-round picks.
No,
I don't think Max Crosby is the first one to do it.
But if you're giving up 20 to give up 12. To me, it's like, if you're not willing to give 20 then.
How else are we getting good players if you give up both of your first-round picks, right? So you're getting Max Crosby. You've given up the majority of your free agent dollars you have to spend and all of your first-round picks. You have no 2s and no 3s. So you've gotten Max Crosby, and now it comes down to what else can you do with $10 million or $15 million, what's left of your free agent money? I mean, that's tough, dude. That's all you're getting.
It's just 12.
Just 12?
Yeah, I'd go up to 12. I'd say I'll give you 12.
I'm willing to do that. I'm with you on that.
We agree. I don't want to do both ones. I don't want to do it for Max Crosby. And I don't think the Cowboys do either right now, which is why you're starting to hear these other teams. And we'll see if maybe the landscape changes between now and when we talk to Trey. But the Crosby stuff is fascinating, and it seems like it's heating up in a big way.
Holy crap, can you guys smell that popcorn?
That popcorn smells delightful.
Lord.
It smells so good.
They're popping that right over here.
The big trade that did go down, and this is how you know the Bears are they're in for business today. They're wheeling and dealing. They did already make the move, DJ Moore, and supposedly the Raiders weren't interested in DJ Moore. So they pivot, and they send DJ Moore to the Bills, and nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills.
Buffalo Bills.
Bills needed a wide receiver. They get one. They get DJ Moore and a 2026 fifth-round pick, and they're sending back to the Bears a 2026 second round pick. And as part of that trade, Buffalo will be guaranteeing $15.5 million of DJ Moore's 2028 base salary, according to his agent.
Wow.
Drew Rosenhaus. Yeah, baby.
Man, DJ Moore makes out beautifully here, and so do the Bears. Like, oh my gosh, this is how old is he? Is he 29 years old?
He is around that age.
A 29-year-old wide receiver.
He was 20 when he was drafted.
Golly.
Yeah. And, he is a guy that had one of his best years with Joe Brady in Carolina, so Joe Brady knows what he's getting, the head coach there in Buffalo. And I think it is a little a gamble. If you look at the playoffs, who is the wide receiver that did anything for the Bears? It's DJ Moore.
So really? Because throughout the season, it was Luther Burden was their best player.
Rams game, DJ Moore with
DJ Moore came up big.
Yep, Packers game, DJ Moore. So, yeah, Luther Burden and Rome Odunze, I'm banking on their futures, too, and I get it. I think he's 28 years old. I think it is a good deal for Chicago, but I understand the value there still with DJ Moore.
If I was guessing this on the front end, you tell me Buffalo's trading for him, I would have said at most a third-round pick.
Which is basically what they're giving up, their second. It's the end of the second round.
Yeah, but guaranteeing him that money through 2028.
Yeah, that's a lot.
I don't know why they're doing that.
That's a lot. Going ahead and looking at the future there. The agent certainly jumped in. All right, let's go to Bus.
Hey, can I ask you a question real quick? Yeah, circle back on this Max Crosby thing. Are we not interested in trying to get players to help Dak now? And I mean, help Dak.
I very much am. That's why I'm open to doing this deal.
I know. I'm just saying though. Are we? Shouldn't that be our number one thought right now? And I get it, getting young players, cheaper players. Hell, they haven't drafted great here lately. I mean, I've studied 140 guys already, that kind of thing. I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, God, I'd like to have this guy or have that guy. But if you tell me I could have Max Crosby for one of my ones, then because the thing about it is you're trying to. The whole thing now is about Dak in 3 years, right?
Yes.
The one thing I learned about Donovan Ezeraku, who I thought was one, and this is where I could be really, really, really wrong. You start to talk about these pass rushers and coming in and being rookies and helping and stuff like that. I know Max Crosby comes in right now and makes my defense immediately better. So that's why I'm more open to doing what I have to do to maybe get the Max Crosby thing done, because I don't know if they're going to draft a guy at 12 or a guy at 20. It's going to be worth the damn.
I think it's fair.
I just don't want to.
I know what Max Crosby is.
Yeah, but we also know there's other good edge rushers in free agency that you don't have to trade for. Couldn't you just sign Hendrickson or Phillips or a couple of the other guys to get in a Owe, Odafe or whatever the heck, and then get a Boye Mafe, and have two first-round picks?
Why not try and go get the best one, right? When you start to talk about going and getting the best pass rushers, how about best defensive players in the National Football League? The best defensive players, not Hendrickson or Mafe or any of these guys. Those Phillips.
How much do you think those guys are going to get a year?
Seriously, Eric, you sat there when we talked about Phillips, and I'm not yelling at you about this. Oh, often injured. I don't know about this guy. He flashes at times. I heard the whole thing about, you kind of had a little hesitation there.
Yeah, for the Cowboys, who were going to pay a third-round pick for a guy that's not taking them to the playoffs.
Yeah. Well, I know this.
And then you were gonna. Then he was gonna be a free agent. I'm gonna send a pick for a rental player who does have the injury history, but now he's played the full season being healthy.
Well, that's a first, right? Is that a first?
Maybe a second, but yeah.
No, a first season? Is this one?
No, I know, that's what I'm saying. My first or second. Yeah. I don't know that he's been hurt every single season, but when he's been hurt, they've been season enders.
You have a chance to get one of the top 5 defensive players in the National Football League.
Does it worry you that he had 55 pressures last year? And he used to be a 100 pressure guy, 119 pressure guy. Last year, he's 55 pressures.
I kind of blame
28 tackles for a loss.
Right. That was great. You're out. You're out completely.
For 2 first-round picks? Yes.
Listen, this thing's not going to get done for 2 first-round picks. I'm just telling you, it's not. It's going to be a 1 and something else. I don't think anybody is going to give 2 first-round picks. But I am saying, though, Dallas should be in on this thing. Dallas should be one of the teams that's absolutely in on this because of their quarterback.
I agree.
That's why. I mean, to me, I'm sitting. Yeah, we could talk about Bain and Howe and anybody else. Good players, but man, I learned my lesson. I learned my lesson about with Donovan Ezeraku. Dak Prescott they need defensive players now.
Immediate impact. I get it.
They need immediate impact.
Well, and his salary, just $32.5 million is what he's going to get this year. How much do you think Hendrickson and Jalen Phillips are going to sign for APY?
I would guess between 20 and 25.
I think that, Hendrickson wanted, 30 plus last year?
And he got it.
And Jalen, yeah, right. So why is he going to take less than 30 this year on the market?
Well, because he's coming off a season where he barely played.
You don't think a team's going to give him $30 million?
I personally don't.
Okay, was Crosby better than him?
Crosby is better than Trey Hendrickson.
So 32.5 for him, $28 million for Hendrickson.
Yeah, but again, you're also factoring in the picks. I'm not trading for Hendrickson.
Which I think is worth it.
Yeah, and I'm not saying it's not worth it to give up one of your picks. I thought we were dancing around a studio that was talking about multiple first-round picks.
The only reason I would start to get into that is to block Philly from getting him. That's where now all of a sudden my competitive juices are like, I'm not having him in the division.
The fact that
screw you, Philly.
The fact that
I don't want
Philly
you
with their defense is even getting into this ought to send just shockwaves through
right, because I do there is an element to me when people want to push back on the text like, I don't want to go get. You got to give up to get. And we can't sit here and look at the Eagles and praise what they do every offseason and want the Cowboys to be aggressive, and then they're finally talking about making a move for a Max Crosby, and now we're whining about giving up pick 12 or 20. You can't have it both ways.
Wouldn't Trey Hendrickson and Dylan Thieneman and Jermon McCoy, if you did 12 and 20 like that, isn't that better than just Max?
I don't know. Jermon McCoy could never play. There's a huge question mark. Have you seen him work out?
No.
Right. So I have no idea. Can he run?
No, let's not kill those kids in the draft because we do feel like they're first-round players.
And let's not forget,
we don't know if they're going to be any good.
Crosby's off an injury as well. We can't act like he's just a clean bill of health.
It's a meniscus that he came off of, which I think we're pretty 90% confident. We've seen plenty of guys come and be fine from meniscus. It's a different story. We just saw with the Revel. And look, you're an extra year removed, but we have not seen this guy work out yet. So if we're just using McCoy, I don't know. That's a massive wild. All these guys in the draft, as much as I love the draft, and there are players that I fall in love with, it's still just a huge risk. You know what you're getting in a Max Crosby.
The value of possibly hitting on a guy who's cost controlled for 4 years and then a 5th-year option at somewhere between 15 and 50% of market value. When you hit on these first-round picks, that's what can catapult you. And in 2 years, Max Crosby could be totally washed up.
Yeah, well, whoever was in the room when they were taking, all those Michigan guys and Tristan Hill and everybody, they need to step out of the room if we're going to pick players.
Absolutely. I'm with you on that. And
Taco Charlton, whoever was in the room talking about defensive players, and Dawson, I'm not going at you here. I'm just saying.
I was a TJ Watt guy.
Yeah, this is where I'm at. This is where I'm totally at right now. I am like, listen, if you're going to tell me that they're going to potentially make more bad decisions about evaluating defensive players. The reason why we're even talking about Max Crosby and people like that is because they've effed up the defensive side of the draft so much, So and now and listen.
That's fair. That's fair. They can't. They haven't proven to evaluate.
They put themselves in this position.
Whoever was cheerleading for Tristan Hill and all these other ones that they've had these with Junior Fajokos, Boss Man Fats, whoever was in the room that day, please exit to the right. We will see you in a later date.
Oh, we got a Stars trade.
Said. Oh, we got another Stars trade. Let's freaking go.
Michael Bunting coming over from the Preds. He's a winger. And the Stars are going to be sending back a third-round pick. So now they've got themselves another top 6 forward.
Do we have any picks left
to add to the mix? I don't know where they're getting the picks from, Brian.
Yeah,
but no, they are mortgaging the future. They are going all in. He's got 31 points in 61 games. He will be. It is a rental. He's going to be an undrafted. He's going to be a free agent coming up after the season. But Michael Bunting in Nashville's been selling. They traded their center over yesterday to Minnesota. So Michael Bunting, that'll fill a void that you lost from Tyler Seguin. getting hurt.
Okay, we got a lot on the table here. We got Trey Wingo scheduled for 5 o'clock. We got Danny Jansen, Rangers catcher, scheduled to join us from the clubhouse, and an uncomfortable clubhouse conversation in the queue as well with Cam Cauley with the Nosebleed Boys. So we got sports coming up. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up on the next K&C Masterpiece, it's our final day in surprise for Texas Rangers spring training. So we're going to bring you another interview, perhaps 2, perhaps 3, or more. Join the show, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on The Fan.
If you're looking to buy a home, this is a call out to you to call TexasLending.com for your home purchase. Mortgage rates have fallen. It's a great deal right now with the number of homes that are for sale, and TexasLending.com has a free call, free application, free pre-approval letter. Get a free quote right now at TexasLending.com when you call 972-387-4600. It's TexasLending.com.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Bully back with you, and hey, if you're looking to get something special for that special person in your life, whether it is an engagement ring, maybe you found the one, or it's just, I got a birthday and anniversary, special occasion, no matter what it is. Heck, we got graduation season going to be right around the corner. Go ahead, check out my family store, RS Diamond Broker. Look at that website, rsdiamondbroker.com. Robert, that's the R, that's my dad. The S, my Uncle Seymour. They've been in DFW for over 40 years. You can go check out the website. The whole family story, starting with my grandmother in South Africa, is on there. Just go on into RS Diamond Broker. Let them know what you want, whether it's a gorgeous pendant, maybe it's a bracelet, earring, some beautiful necklaces, whatever it might be. They're going to get it taken care of for you at RS Diamond Broker, and they're not going to be pushing you to any type of thing that you don't want, and they're not going to be trying to get you to spend the most money possible. Every day's a sale at RS Diamond Broker. Best prices for lab-grown diamonds, natural mined diamonds, engagement rings, and fine jewelry. Let my family take care of you, Tolos. I love you, and I want you to be taken care of at the highest level. That's in my family store, RS Diamond Broker. Just ask around. Someone you know has done business with us.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Coming up tonight in college hoops, Michigan, a 9.5-point road favorite at Iowa. Total in the game, 145.5. Michigan's been on an absolute run, won the Big Ten regular season title on Friday night. Iowa coming off an upset loss to Penn State. I'd like to go the other way here. Give me Iowa to cover. Iowa plus 9.5. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The Eagles present The Long Goodbye, Act 3, live in concert in Arlington. With special guest Tedeschi Trucks Band. Globe Life Field, Saturday, May 16th. Get tickets Friday, March 6th at 10 a.m. at livenation.com. The Eagles, The Long Goodbye, Act 3. For more, visit eagles.com.
Ready to slim, smooth, and tighten all at once? At Souza Clinic, discover our new all-in-one transformation package combining skin tightening, cellulite reduction, our all-natural weight loss program, and laser that targets stubborn visceral fat, that deep belly fat around your organs. No surgery, just real visible results. Normally valued at $1,900 a month. Now get the complete transformation for just $350 per month. Call Souza Clinic at 972-479-5187 for your free consultation today. Souza Clinic, weightlossfortexas.com.
Good news. Frontier is joining Verizon. That's right. America's best mobile network and Frontier's lightning-fast fiber internet are coming together. So whether at home, on the go, or running a business, you'll have the connection you can count on to get more done. And for a limited time, switch and bundle both plans to get our best offer. Frontier and Verizon. Better together. Visit Verizon.com/Welcome Frontier to learn more. Based on Root Metrics US Root Score Report second half 2025. Not an endorsement. All rights reserved. The results may vary. Service availability varies. Terms apply.
Saturday.
Driver, start your engine!
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series screams into action only on the CW.
Let's go!
It's pure raw racing where chaos strikes without warning.
Look out! Big crash!
And where nothing is promised, not even next week.
We don't have a lot of chances to win. That's what's frustrating.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
From Phoenix, this Saturday at 5:30 p.m. on CW33.
DART will have community meetings throughout February and March to provide information on potential service changes. The agency will hold a public hearing on March 24th. Find out where you can attend a community meeting at dart.org/public hearing.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Texas knows tradition, and this March a new one hits the streets. You've seen touchdowns and home runs, but nothing like IndyCar speed ripping through Arlington, Texas. Fearless drivers, crowds loud enough to match 700 horsepower. It's an action-packed weekend filled with concerts, entertainment, and racing. Kids 12 and under get in free, so bring the whole crew. The first ever Java House Grand Prix of Arlington is coming. This isn't our first rodeo, just our fastest. Get your tickets at gparlington.com.
Follow here, Tolos, and I am a proud CertaPro Painters customer because they really are the best in the business. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. And you can ask about their spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. And now's the time to complete that painting project you've been putting off. CertaPro Painters provides a free estimate quickly and at the right price. CertaPro Painters knows how important your home is to you, and now is the time to capitalize. Schedule your free estimate online, CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Amazon Hub Delivery.
Hey, business owners, it's Tiki Barber. Are you looking to earn extra money? Of course you are. When your business partners with Amazon Hub Delivery, you simply drop off packages to Amazon customers in your neighborhood. Get started at Amazon.com/Hub Delivery.
One of the greatest rock acts of all time is coming to DFW, and Sean and RJ want you to see them. Heck, you want to see them. We want to see them. We all want to see them. And that's why we've got your tickets. Listen all this week in the 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. hour for your chance to see the Eagles at Globe Life Field. Just one of the many reasons to turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back, #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their own price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Here's what we've done. We got Trey Wingo coming up at 5 o'clock. He was tweeting about Max Crosby stuff earlier today. He's joining us coming up here in 11 minutes. And we got Danny Jansen, Rangers catcher, at 5:20. We're going to move that uncomfortable clubhouse conversation to tomorrow with Cam Colley, just because it's long and it's gold. And we want to make sure we give it an appropriate amount of time and still get to Trey Wingo here, who's coming up in about 10 minutes. It's we got a Stars trade to react to as well before we get to a little football's finest, Wolchuk.
Yeah, the Stars have traded for Michael Bunting, who is a winger from the Nashville Predators, and Frank Saravalli, who is the first to report this, has said that now with Bunting and Tyler Myers, who they added yesterday, the defenseman. He does not think the Stars are going to be big players over the next 20 hours until the trade deadline. So he thinks they seem happy with what they've got right now, and they're on the 10-game heater. So he does not expect another big move for the Stars during the deadline, but this is probably going to be close to a done deal. Our friend Leah Simakopoulos echoing the same sentiments. Those were the two key needs. They got a right-handed defenseman, and now they got depth scoring with the addition of Michael Bunting, the winger from Nashville. So all in all, Jim Nill's feeling pretty happy about his haul here that he's got to set this team up for the Stanley Cup push.
And Sean Shapiro in his D-Magazine article the other day, like previewing the trade deadline, was getting some quotes from scouts. And one of the scouts says that trading for Michael Bunting, who has been moved at each of the past two deadlines, the quote from the scout says that feels like a Jim Nill trade to me. He's a good 200-foot guy. You can probably put him on one of those top two lines to open up some other things. Let's go.
Great. I mean, top six forward for you.
Jim's done it again. Right on. Okay, with that, let's get some football's finest in here, Chief.
Yeah, I mean, we got a little bit of, the Kyler Murray stuff, I think, is pretty interesting right now. And we'll see where he ends up. There's been no talk about a return to baseball. But yeah, the A's owner has come out and says Kyler is an elite NFL quarterback, and I'm sure there are plenty of opportunities for him to continue his football career. That said, he and his baseball representatives know that we're always open to him exploring a return to baseball with the A's if that time ever comes. In his final baseball season at Oklahoma, Murray hit $296 with 10 homers, 47 ribbies in 51 games for the Sooners.
Dang, that's a hell of a season.
Yeah. Ahead of the Heisman ceremony back in 2018, he says he would love to play both. So I don't know. I mean, just from like an entertainment value standpoint, like, because he's making big money this year already from the Cardinals. Like, he's only going to make $1.3 million from whatever team he signs with in the NFL this year. Yeah. So he could do the thing in theory. Like, hey,
that would be amazing.
Go mess around baseball for a year and see how you feel. You're still collecting the big check from Arizona. I'm sure teams in the NFL will still be interested in him this time next year in the offseason, or even late in the regular season next year. You could just slow play it, and if baseball's not working out for you or the season didn't go your way, then you could still jump into the NFL season.
Man,
quarterback gets hurt or something, and now you jump on a ready-made team late in the season. I mean, wouldn't that be awesome?
Well, it would be amazing, but I mean, that's a lot of bus rides. You know, you're jumping into minor league baseball. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could get Wi-Fi hooked up and be in your own little video game cocoon back there.
Yeah, that's true.
Or travel by yourself.
It put a dent in his COD time.
Yeah,
that's a lifestyle thing. You would have to really, really love baseball, I think, at this point, and maybe he does. You know, maybe that sounds like a great way to spend his summer. But I don't think he's good enough to just jump into a big league team.
Right. There's no question about that.
He might the A's.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, man. I mean, aren't the A's getting some things together a little bit?
They are.
You're asking like that, like you're really not sure the A's are getting it together.
They got a great first baseman.
Broadus. You know that.
Yeah. Who is that?
Mr. Kuntz.
Are they still the pride of Sacramento?
It's Kuntzman.
Still the pride.
They are still the pride. Yes, they are.
Yeah, man. God, that's such a bad place to play.
Okay.
By the way, we have the official update. Cooper Flagg is going to be playing tonight for the first time in 9 games.
Boom. There it is. Get your prize picks in.
Jason Kidd told reporters in Orlando that Cooper Flagg will play 20 to 25 minutes. So, and then they're hopeful that he could still turn around and play versus Boston in Boston tomorrow night, the return of Jason Tatum for the Celtics, and that's the team that he grew up being a fan of, right?
Oh, he's from Maine.
So he was a Larry Birdsman. I mean, he's young, but
maybe a Paul Pierceman.
Wait a minute,
still Larry Birdsman.
Whoa.
He's a historian, basketball historian.
This guy's like 19 years old and a fan of Larry Bird. Are we watching YouTube clips there? What are we doing?
I mean, he's got the same YouTube as I do.
Yeah,
you know how much Larry Bird I watch.
Did you throw that out there just to kind of like
I did.
acted like that you were really Yeah,
I did.
Yeah, I knew you did.
I mean, what's crazy is he's so young. Like the Paul Pierce.
You got me. You got me.
I'm just curious.
I should have gone Pierce. I should have gone Garnett.
Even then, he's 8 years old.
Yeah.
You know, he might just be a
Maybe
Tatum
I should have
Brown
gone
guy.
Tatum.
Larry Bird's like my
Big
era,
Shea-
you know? I
Shea
mean,
fan.
Yeah, he probably enjoyed Bird on YouTube.
yeah, I was about to say, it's like I was trying to explain to Bennett about Freddie Mercury, you know? Like Queen.
Are you going to put him on Dick Allen now?
No.
Is Bennett a baseball guy?
Bennett likes, he pulls for the White Sox because his mom's a Cubs fan.
Oh, wow. Okay.
He does that. He's
he
one of
doesn't do
those-
that with the Eagles with you, does
No,
he?
he just trolls. He just he trolls his mom about that baseball.
We got to run because we got Trey Wingo, Mr. Max Crosby, breaking news man, joins us next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat with you about my friends at Window Nation before we do anything else, though, because they have an amazing deal going on right now. Window Nation, save up to 50%. The more you buy, the more you save. WindowNation.com is the website, and be sure to ask about Window Nation's financing options, including $0 down and payments as low as $199 a month. Yes, you do want to replace those old or builder-grade windows with custom-built, high-quality windows from Window Nation. They're going to look great in your home. Plus, they'll save you hundreds, if not thousands, every year on your energy bills. Window Nation's amazing. I mean, when I had them out to the house, they're exuding professionalism and customer service, attention to detail, the kind of folks you want at the house when it comes to a significant upgrade to your number one investment, which is your home. Window Nation, these guys are the best. Get windows that protect and beautify your home, and you can choose from over 1,500 styles and colors. Install crew leaders averaging over a decade of experience. You can trust the Window Nation guys to get it done right the first time. We're talking about an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau as well. WindowNation.com. Your new windows can be installed in a day or less with a 96% customer satisfaction rating. You're going to see why everybody loves them. 45,000 5-star reviews online. Go to windownation.com. Save up to 50% off all your new windows. And yes, the financing options, $0 down, payments as low as $199 a month. You can put new windows in your home. Save big time on your energy bills at windownation.com. Salute.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on the Fan," keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Rams showed yesterday that it's 2026 or bust for Matthew Stafford and Sean McVay when they traded a first-round pick and more for cornerback Trent McDuffie. The Rams know they may only have 1 year left of the Hall of Fame QB and maybe McVay, and they were only a few points away from a trip to the Super Bowl. But don't worry, the Rams still have the 13th overall pick from a trade made during last year's draft because, well, the Falcons are good at this. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really. Free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Ends March 9. Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey Tolos, it's Corey Majors here, and let's talk retirement. If you're like most folks, you're worried about paying too much in taxes in your golden years. My good friend David Dustin, founder of the MoneyWorks Group, can help you keep more of what you've earned with guarantees. David's helped tons of folks right here in North Texas create efficient, safety-first retirement strategies, and he's giving away a free copy of his Safe Money book to help you do the same. Visit MoneyWorksGroup.com for your copy. David Dustin with MoneyWorks Group. Reinvent your tomorrow with retirement guarantees for life.
The word trust can mean different things to different people, but the security that comes with having a partner you truly trust has always been a constant. At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, We understand that no matter who you are, where you are, or what kind of support you need, having the right people by your side makes a world of difference and lets you face all the ups and downs with more strength, more confidence, and a whole lot more well-being. At Blue Cross, we are committed to ensuring you and the ones who put their trust in you the widest access to the best care at the best value, where you need it, when you need it. So as you move forward on your health and wellness journey, count on a bond that forever keeps us at the center of trust. Blue Cross and you, together, through it all.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
Before Orchard, selling your home meant one thing: waiting. Waiting for it to sell. Waiting to move forward. But with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, you can buy your new home first and sell the old one later on your timeline. No showings, no double moves. And your local Orchard agent handles smart repairs to attract stronger offers, so your home sells fast. Don't get stuck waiting. Buy before you sell and get top dollar with Orchard. Get a free home valuation at orchard.com. That's orchard.com.
Jim, follow here, Tolos, and like you, my home has become my happy place. But I started noticing scuffs, faded colors, and peeling paint that needed attention, and that's when I reached out to CertaPro Painters and CertaPro.com. You can ask about their spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. And here's the deal. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. So whether inside or out, you can protect your home with quality paint and a worry-free process. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com.
It's a Thirsty Thursday, proudly being sponsored by our friends at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Joining us now, a man who's been at the center of the Max Crosby trade rumors, Trey Wingo, joining you now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. Thanks for joining us. How the heck are you?
Doing well, man. How are you?
Doing awesome. I want to thank you for your reporting on this, going back to the trade deadline, and then today. How are you liking being the world's number one Max Crosby insider?
It's just, I don't know, just trying to pass along what I hear, and we'll see how it all plays out.
So is it looking like right now the Cowboys are out of this?
I think that the Cowboys thought they were in a much better position last night. Look, the Raiders can ask for whatever they want, but if somebody's not going to give them what they want, then they may have to reconsider what they're asking. So I wouldn't say they're completely out of it, but I certainly think that the Cowboys' position, or they felt their position, was much stronger last night than it is this afternoon.
Do you think the Raiders are going to get 2 number ones for them?
Well, there's the report that Chicago was thinking about it. There's also, I've heard that the Philadelphia Eagles might dipping in the waters here. And God knows Howie Roseman knows how to do this better than anybody. And so if there was a team that would do it, it wouldn't surprise me if it was Philadelphia, because Howie keeps figuring out ways to find picks and money where no one else seems to be able to get it done. So I look. Again, you're worth what someone's willing to pay you, right? The Raiders say he's worth this much, and if somebody reaches that threshold, great. But if they don't, then they may have to lower what their threshold is. I do feel one way or the other, Max Crosby will be playing for somebody else next year or this season.
Trey, how much say do you think Max has? I mean, I know he doesn't have a no-trade clause, but do you think that the organization would try and do right by him and send him to a preferred destination?
I would say that you're asking me inside the mind of the Raiders organization now, and that is the only scarier place to be is inside the mind of the general manager and owner of the Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones. So I have no idea. I mean, I guess they should try and do that, but the bottom line is they've been so tragically bad for so long, they have to figure out a way to make themselves better. And if they can use Max to do that, I think that they're going to do whatever they can to try and put themselves in the best position to be remotely relevant again. Because the league is better when the Raiders are relevant. It's a better league.
Do you think the Tom Brady, Alex Guerrero stuff is part of the reason why Crosby's frustrated?
I think Crosby's frustrated because they didn't let him play. I mean, when they shut him down for the season last year to avoid injury and they said he was hurt, what did he do immediately? He posted video of him playing basketball. That's him saying, I'm hurt, I'm not hurt, I'm fine. And if you go look statistically, no defensive lineman, let alone defensive end, plays more snaps historically than Max Crosby. Dude wants to play. And I think whatever possibilities they had of a reunion were severed at that point when they basically said, we're shutting you down. And he was like, but I don't want to be shut down. Now, the Guerrero thing, look, this would be team 2 that has an issue with what Alex Guerrero is doing in a locker room, because it's the same thing played out in New England. I'm sure it's not helping, but to me, the much bigger fissure between the Raiders and Max Crosby was when they shut him down last year.
Trey, you're in a situation where you broke news earlier about this and took a lot of heat for that. And I was just curious. You just keep firing shots at this thing. And I know when you like to say, hey, I tell the truth here. Mm-hmm. You feel like that absolutely, that people were coming after you. I remember this. People coming after you about initially reporting about this particular player. But it looks like that you're absolutely right about this.
Well, weren't you guys part of that, if I'm not mistaken?
A little bit.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Look, it's fine. I mean, look, at the end of the day, I knew that it was right, and I knew that my sources were good. And you're right, some people did take some shots, and then Jay Glazer went on Fox and said, absolutely, the Cowboys called. No matter, look, of course the Cowboys aren't going to tell you they called because they don't want to be embarrassed by getting turned down. They absolutely called. It's the same thing when people doubted me about Aaron Rodgers going to the Jets. Hey, man, I'm just going about doing my business, listening to the people that I trust.
Yeah, I thought we've had your back pretty good,
Yeah.
When it came to that. There might be other people at the station, but,
thank you.
I figured there was no reason for you to go making stuff up about it.
No, not at all.
Yeah. And to be clear, I don't swim in Adam Schefter waters a lot. When the whole Aaron thing was going down, and I was waiting for him to go on the Pat McAfee show and basically say what confirmed what I'd been saying. I was like, dude, I don't know how you do this every day. Like, I don't know how Adam does, like, the whole Andrew Luck thing when he announced his retirement and all that kind of stuff. I mean, so I don't swim in these waters very often. But when I do, I think my record's pretty good.
So part of that trade deadline report that was that Max would love to be on the Cowboys, and I guess there was a different insider a couple of days ago reporting that maybe the Bears would be his destination. Is from Max Crosby's perspective, would he still like to play with the Cowboys?
I think he would. I mean, didn't he go to Colleyville? Isn't that where he's from?
Yeah,
he's from this area, right?
Spent some time.
Yeah. Look, look. It's funny because money changes everything, right? In the same offseason, Myles Garrett said, I don't want to go from Cleveland to Canton. I need to win. And Max said, I just want to win. And then they both signed big deals to stay with teams that don't win, in Cleveland and the Raiders. But I think at this point, Max wants to win. He's a maximum effort guy all the time. We talked about the number of snaps he plays are remarkable. Dude just wants to win. And I think that bottom line, he wants to be in a situation that is better than the situation he's currently in, and that would be a lot of teams that would put them in a better situation. The Cowboys make a lot of sense. I mean, they were in the bottom 8 in terms of sacks. They were in the bottom 8 in terms of run defense, even though you guys had 3 $20 million defensive tackles this year. Still couldn't fix the running game, and that was the whole point of the Micah Parsons deal last time I checked, according to Jerry. So
sure was.
Look, the Cowboys are interesting, but they've got to figure out a way to keep a defense together. They overpaid at corner for a couple guys. They've clearly had too much money invested on the defensive tackle position. They've got to rework that. But they've got to get someone that can attack the pass rush because, look, run stopping is great. But at the end of the day, a pass rusher to me is better than a cornerback because a cornerback locks down one player. A pass rush locks down all of them. If you can get the quarterback off a spot, if you can make him hurry, if you can sack, get him to the ground, nobody's open. And that's why, to me, pass rushers like Max are the things to get in the NFL these days.
How much of a drop-off is there to Trey Hendrickson if that's where the Cowboys are pivoting now?
I don't know that there is. I mean, the guy, look, obviously he's a little older than Max, but this is a guy, whenever he's been out there, like 2 years ago, every time I watched a Bengals game, he was the best player on the field, like by a wide margin at his position. And I was just like, this guy is unbelievable. And I still think he has that in him. You know, I find it interesting when we talk about organizational issues. Look at what the Chiefs did by trading Trent McDuffie, and they get a slew of picks in return. And they're like, we weren't going to sign him, so we need to get something in return. Well, what did the Bengals do last year? The Bengals, were holdout, couldn't get a long-term deal done, signed him to a one-year deal. The defense was historically bad again, and Joe Burrow got hurt, and the Bengals have another lost season. And now they're letting him go for nothing. This is why the Chiefs, outside of last year, are always in the playoffs, and the Bengals are nicknamed the Bungles. They don't get it. They're just letting one of their best players walk away. They should have traded him a year ago, and they would have gotten something in return. Now, after another lost season, and not really to Trey's fault, they're getting zero in return, and that's why they're the team that they are.
So I was trying to do the math, and let's say the Cowboys are going to free up around $50 million of cap space. Max Crosby, Trey Hendrickson, that represents 30 of it. And then, you got a lot of other holes on this defense. I like your point about how the edge can impact everybody, make everybody better. But the question I want to ask is, how much more of an appetite would the Cowboys have for spending and maybe even going to extremes to create the kind of flexibility to build out the rest of the defense?
How much does Jerry and how much does Will McClay and how much does Steven want to win? I was shocked a couple of years ago when Steven said the quiet part out loud, which was, hey, man, we've had 3 straight 12-win regular seasons. I was like, cool, let me know when that was the end game. Last time I checked, it was Lombardi trophies, and there's only one team that hasn't even had a chance to play for a Lombardi trophy in 30 years, and that's the Dallas Cowboys in the NFC. Every other team over the last 3 decades has at least made an appearance in the NFC title game to have a shot at winning another one, and the only one that hasn't has been the Dallas Cowboys. And that's just absurd.
With that being said, do you think it would be worth it to go ahead and say, all right, we're going to give you pick 12 and 20 to get Max Crosby if that's what it takes?
No, I wouldn't. I mean, I love Max, and I think he's a great player. 2 number ones to me is a lot. It's a lot. And I would try and avoid that if I could. Again, going back to the thing with the Chiefs, they're trying to do now what they did in 2022. When Devontae Adams' deal with the Raiders was announced, it blew away what they were offering Tyreek Hill. And they're like, well, we're not going to do that. So they traded Tyreek, got a bevy of picks. And if you go look at that 2022 draft from the Chiefs, they got McDuffie and George Karlaftis in the first round. Sky Moore was a disaster. But they got Leo Chenal in the 3rd round. They got Isaiah Pacheco in the 7th round. They got Joshua Williams, Brian Cook, and Jalen Williams, Watson and Williams, whatever. One's Joshua, one's Jalen. They got all those players in the 6th and 7th round. And having that amount of talent on cheap first-year rookie contracts enabled them to sign Chris Jones, enabled them to bring Travis back on that 2-year deal, enabled them to pay Mahomes. That set them up for success. And I think, to me, I would rather hang on to some of those draft picks and try and build, because when you got the money that the Cowboys have invested across the board, you're going to have to find ways to get talent cheaper, and the best way to do that is the draft.
Trey, appreciate your time, man. We'll be standing by your Twitter account waiting for the latest. Buddy,
you got it, man.
Thank you so much for your time.
Always a pleasure with you guys. Take care.
Cheers.
Keep him away from Philly if you can, Trey.
The great Trey Wingo here with you on 105 through the Fan, a man whose name was synonymous with ESPN's NFL coverage for several years now. I believe he's enjoying the good life on vacation and nice enough to
he lives
drop
in Hawaii.
He lives in Hawaii.
He lives in Hawaii, yeah.
Baller. Man, that is awesome.
That's amazing.
Yeah, the report earlier today that the Cowboys thought they were close last night to getting Max Crosby done. Wolchuk heard on his phone that the Cowboys were making a strong push for him, and we thought maybe it was going to happen. But apparently other teams have said, well, if that's what you're going to do, then suddenly we got better offers.
Yeah,
so that
I appreciate the Cowboys holding strong and saying, like, look, we're down to give you one of the ones. We're not going to give you 2. if it's the Eagles, that's where it like starts to, because I don't want to give up both ones, and I don't think it's really smart to do so. But damn it, I don't want the Eagles to have them. You know, that's where like that layer of it makes me a little bit more eager to be overly aggressive. And that also is playing with emotion, in which that is not smart to do. But I still wonder, it's like if you are the Raiders and Chicago's offering you a 1, and okay, maybe it's their 1 next year. Same with Philly. Like, would you rather not just have pick 1 and pick 12 if that's what the Cowboys are offering to you?
I think so. I think the Cowboys likely had the best offer, but, you know, it's probably wise for the Raiders, if they've waited this long, to see what might materialize in the next 4 or 5 days before free agency gets underway. And I imagine we're going to have resolution by the time we get to Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening, somewhere in there. It's going to be amazing one way or another, because we know from this story now the Cowboys are in the game. The Cowboys are pursuing top-line players to plug their holes. And, you know, whether it's Max Crosby or Trey Hendrickson or Grenard, like something's going to happen to bring an edge in here that's going to be way better than the players that they had last year. And depending on what resources you have left, maybe they'll go out and get the safety Brian's been telling you about. Yeah. One of the 2 different safeties that he really likes.
Thompson,
watched tape on already. Yeah. So, you know, this is going to happen, Cowboys fans. One way or another, we're going to have big moves to talk about in the coming probably days. We're probably by the time we get to next Wednesday going to have some stuff to sink our teeth into and get excited about with your Dallas Cowboys. We got Danny Jansen, the Rangers' new catcher, sitting down with us live in the clubhouse coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation, the fan.
But Toles, let's talk about your hair. If you're losing it and desire to have it back, then Advanced Hair Restoration has the easiest guaranteed solution for you. It is a very simple one-day treatment, and it offers life-changing results. I've seen it with my own eyes. It feels sort of magical the way they put hair where you need it most, and then bam, it begins to grow. Advanced Hair has it all. Top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So go ahead and schedule your free consultation right now at 469-599-HAIR. And just for being a Tolo, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives. And they're the team that I personally recommend. They're absolutely fantastic. Totally unprecedented stuff is what Advanced Hair Restoration is doing for you. So do not wait. Check out the before and afters online for yourself. 469-599-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Hey, Tolo, Sean and RJ here with Base Power. You know, in Dallas-Fort Worth, spring doesn't just mean warmer weather and baseball. It means storm season, power outages. That hits fast, leaves neighborhoods in the dark every single year. Storms knock out power across DFW, and the time to repair is now.
Base Power includes whole home battery backup with your electricity plan, so when the grid goes down, your home stays on. And it's a fraction of the cost of generators. When you switch with the fan offer, they'll cover your termination fee up to $250. See if your home qualifies at basepowercompany.com/thefan.
When it's time to replace the roof on your home or business, call Blue Nail Roofing. They'll find the damage that other roofers and the insurance companies often miss, which means you'll get a complete repair of your property and a larger claim check, too. BlueNailRoofing.com. BlueNailRoofing.com. Wind or hail, call Blue Nail.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Championship, truly the stuff of legends, to let the world know who's the baddest mother.
That's a real warrior. That's a BMF.
Saturday, March 7th on Paramount Plus.
Here we go.
Two legends.
Two of the most exciting men to ever fight will meet again. I'm right here. Let's go.
One legacy.
The famed BMF belt is on the line. Legends never die.
Max Holloway, Charles Oliveira.
Welcome to the history books.
For the BMF title, Saturday, March 7th at 9 on Paramount Plus.
That sound? Yeah, that's not a good sign.
Hey, it's Drew Brees. And when your car starts making noises like that, a big repair bill might be coming right at you. But with CarShield, you don't have to fear unexpected breakdowns. CarShield helps protect you from expensive auto repairs. I spent my career making tough calls, but this one is simple.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
A KFC tale in the pursuit of flavor. The greatest insult the Colonel ever suffered was being served a wrap that was just a snack by a friend. So he took 2 crispy tenders, lettuce, tomatoes, and pepper mayo, and wrapped them in a soft tortilla. It wasn't a snack, it was a meal. He called it a twister, and never called that friend again. The Colonel lived, so we could chicken. The Twister, now back at KFC, classic or with bacon. Also try it spicy. It's finger-licking good.
Prices and participation may vary.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
You follow here, Tolos, and I love CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. And you can ask about their spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. And you can trust them to get the job done right. That's why I love them, because they take pride in what they do. The process is worry-free, starting with your free estimate. When you choose CertaPro Painters, you're not just hiring a service, you're partnering with trusted local professionals with over 70,000 5-star reviews to make your house feel like a home. Do what I did. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com.
This segment of The Fed is brought to you by Wild Fork Foods.
Brackets by bus, but your watch party won't. Score wild savings on Brazilian beef tenderloin at Wild Fork. It's championship flavor at an unbeatable price. Visit any of our 9 DFW locations or wildforkfoods.com for free delivery. Wild Fork, your home for all meat and seafood selections.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the Rangers, 105 through the fan. We are at spring training in Surprise Stadium up here in the press box and about to talk with the Rangers' new catcher. All right. The segment's brought to you by the On-Time Experts, and it's Danny Jansen on the Zero Res hot seat. Zero Res, spell it backward or forward. It spells the same, Zero Res. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for having me. Doing well.
Right on. Yeah, how'd the game go today? You were playing on the backfields. We didn't get to watch. How'd it go?
Yeah, it went well. Everybody, getting some at-bats. We're at the point of spring. We're trying to get, kind of as many as you can get, So, it was a lot of fun to get out there, compete, and continuing on, doing that.
First time talking to you, but you sound like you might be home at Texas in the great state of Texas. What made you choose the Rangers?
Yeah, you know what? It's definitely one of my favorite places as a visitor. Love the stadium, love the city, and yeah, man, it's just there's a lot of excitement built around this team, and just excited to come in here and meet a bunch of the guys and compete with them, and just always enjoyed playing there, and always a competitive team, so definitely intriguing, and I'm excited to be here.
Probably doesn't hurt that you get so many awesome starting pitchers to work with, huh? What do you think?
Yeah, no doubt, dude. Yeah, these guys they're definitely animals, so it's been fun to get to know them and work with them, and definitely a nice part of that too.
So that dynamic obviously is very special, working with certain pitchers. I know some have certain catchers they like to work with more. So how do you go about developing that relationship and kind of learning in situations what they like to throw and vice versa?
Yeah, it's one of my favorite parts, the communication of it, getting to know each guy, getting to, get that trust built, and then just get right into the fire with them. The games are great in spring when, even if you hadn't caught a guy, there's been a couple times, right, where it's, you catch a pen or nothing, and you're just in there in the fire, and, you get all the feedback you need right there, instant feedback, and then you just continue communicating and building off of it. So, I always enjoy it.
Do you learn these pitchers so well that you can go from one to the other without any sort of adjustment as far as how their different pitches move and whatnot?
Yeah, I think, it's maybe it gets a little easier as my career goes on, but, I think everybody's obviously different human beings and different ways they think, and can talk with different guys differently, right? But yeah, these guys are professionals, especially the staff, that we have here. Got a mix of young guys, but obviously some, super veterans and guys that have been around, done that. So for me, I'm just trying to get on the same page as fast as I can, and comes with some extra talk, right? And then it's just as many reps as possible. So everybody's a little different, right? But the more you talk and more reps you get, easier it gets.
Okay, on everybody being different, who's the wildest pitcher that you've ever had to catch where you're back there like, oh, my God, I don't know where this next one's going?
The wildest?
Yeah.
Oh, man. I don't know. Probably somebody with a splitter. Probably somebody with one of the splitters that goes all over the place. I don't know. I'm not sure we even have any of those guys here that are so wild that I'm on the defensive mode. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hey, but Danny, I was going to ask you about, we've seen a lot of catchers now in Major League Baseball have gone down to, catching on one knee. I'm way old. I'm 60 years old, and we had to, always stay in a crouch and all that catching. But talk about that. Is that something that, is it the benefit or the thing that you might don't like about it? Where do you kind of stand on that?
Yeah, dude, for sure. I was probably one of the last catchers to go to a knee. I had so much pride beforehand of staying in the squad, and I was thinking that, for me, I was thinking, I didn't want to give up. They want to give up like blocking, you know what I mean? And I thought that I would if I was on a knee, but or throwing. But I think it's a little bit of the opposite, where I feel like I've done better in both those categories. I think for throwing, for me, it helps me stay a little slower and more in line, and that's everything for me. When I was in a squat a little bit, I get a little squirrely, start going left, arm will go right, and then it, be a little chaos. And then with blocking, I think that if you got that mentality, I think you can be in any position, and so I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed going to a knee. I'm pretty fresh to it still, and I'm willing to learn. I'm open book, trying different things always, and kind of seeing whatever sticks and how comfortable I can get. So it's been a really fun process, actually. Kind of so long in a crouch and then going to a knee and kind of learning again and getting better.
How about the umpire that likes to put his hand in the middle of your back? Is that like, do you go up before? I mean, you probably know all these umpires, and you probably like, okay, this guy's going to put his hand on me the whole game. Do you say something? Do they know that, like, hey, listen, man, I'd really appreciate if you don't put your hand on my back tonight? Or do you just naturally let him do it because that's how they call the game?
A little bit of both, maybe. I think at the point now where it's like, if I know this guy does it, give him the benefit of the doubt and see if he doesn't do it to start the game. But I'd always keep a professional conversation. Be like, hey, if you don't mind, just kind of limits me a little bit and all that. But I feel like it's less of it. Maybe when I was in a crouch, I feel like I was tall, so some guys would have to so it's maybe even less of it now that I'm on a knee. But yeah, it's not too picky about it. But yeah, if I have to, I'll say something for sure.
Rangers catcher Danny Jansen with us here on the Fan. Is the recovery time much easier being on a knee instead of being down in the squat?
Yeah, I really think that my whole body's benefited from it for sure. Lower back, legs. As the older I get, though, the more recovery I'm still doing, right? But I think it's definitely helped me. And that's another thing that when I started doing it, that's people are talking about that being, that's a huge thing to be able to stay on the field, and if this is going to help me do that, I'm all for it as well.
How much time is Danny Jansen spending in an ice bath each week?
Oh, man, ice bath, dude. I honestly, I wish I was more in it, to be honest. A little bit here and there.
Really?
Yeah, I got to get more in there. I'm going to challenge myself. But a lot of other things like the needles, like the cups, whether it's the soft tissue stuff, lower back, always getting some work. So, yeah, the older I get, the more I'm doing. But I'm going to add some ice bath. I'm going to try to challenge myself getting there every day.
Let's go.
Do they have a deal, Danny, where you guys say, all right, today we're practicing blocking balls? And, I mean, like they have a designated day for that where you're kind of doing that? And have they gotten better at it than not just throwing balls in the dirt and having them bounce all over you like that?
Yeah, we have work days for sure. I think we like to touch on a lot of. We'll have a couple different stations and just rotating. And another thing nowadays is like they have some different balls too. But for blocking, it's always nice with baseballs. You get a feel of. You don't have to crank the machine and all that stuff. But You can keep it in a controlled environment. And so it's a little bit of everything. It hasn't really been a day where it's like only blocking and crushing yourself. It's been a lot of, receiving at the bottom, the top, and then doing a blocking on the side over there, and then a little mix thing. Mix is always something I like to do, but
sure.
Yeah, it's a little bit of everything.
I think I would skip those days. I would fake injury, I think, if I had to do that. If they said on the, I saw on the board, the whiteboard, blocking day.
Blocking,
I think I'd have like wisdom tooth problems or something like that. I really wouldn't be interested in doing all that.
Hey, those are my favorite days. I'm not gonna lie to you.
We were just talking when you said you're not in the ice bath, I thought, my gosh, he's blocking. Hey, I'm blocking for you today, Brian. Don't worry about it. You can, you're taking everybody's reps, right?
I'm a contusion king.
There you go. Danny Jansen with us on the Fan. We were just talking about Kyler Murray and how the A's are open to possibly still trying to bring him back to play baseball from football. And then we mentioned how, like, well, dude, I don't know about all those bus rides in the minor leagues. So how bad is that, Danny? Like, now that you've gotten several years in the big leagues, when you go back and you reflect on the minor league experience, like, how big of an adjustment difference is that?
Yeah, it's definitely nicer to fly, without a doubt, right? But I don't know, I got some good memories too on the buses, with the boys, and I played in the International League and some other leagues, and it wasn't like the crazy long travel, but definitely some 6+ hour ones and stuff like that. They get grindy for sure, but at that time, that's all you know what I mean, right? And and you could have some good times on it, and a little bit of definitely grindy.
What's going to be the strategy with the new ABS system?
I don't know. We definitely got some strategy, though, for sure. You don't want to burn it. I've been having, like, in the games I've been catching and stuff, where it's like you can have a little bit of a, wow, like instant, right? Like instantly I'm like, wow, I think that's a strike. And that's like the gut reaction that I'm trying to train myself, where it's like I'm not thinking about that twice. Like, and pull the trigger on it. But also, if you're thinking about it a little bit too much, it's like, I don't really know. Then unless the situation calls for it late in the game, like, it's not really the time to push it. I don't think so. Still trying to train myself. We're doing a lot of that too, and it's tough to. It's nice to train for it, but it's also tough to a little bit, without like an umpire and all that stuff.
Yeah.
You get the feedback in the games, but it's interesting. Let me tell you, it's interesting. But yeah, you can definitely see there's going to be some strategy behind it for sure.
Yeah, are you waiting for the first time to go, I told you that. I mean, like the guy.
Just one up the umpire.
Listen, you put your hand in my back, but I've told you about that. But now I'm going to tell you that was, you missed that one. I told you so.
Is this going to ruin some relationships with umpires? I don't know.
Right, yeah. This could be. You guys are like super friendly. I see the umpires, like, we're watching the games, and like you guys turn around and you kind of cordially shake hands or whatever. I kind of feel like you guys got a good rapport with those guys.
Yeah, I think so. And I think that's going to help. I mean, they're getting used to it too. They've been doing it for forever without it, and especially in the spring training games, which is the only times we used it so far, right? It's just like we're kind of communicating with that, and I mean, I kind of hope that stays, right? Like, you don't want anybody to get emotional and all that stuff when we're playing the game hard, playing the game to win, competing, and they're doing everything they can to get adjusted to it as well. So it's interesting, but it's here, and looking to try to take as much advantage as we can.
Do you have a funny mound visit story, like one that you could share that made you just crack up, that you just like, I can't believe somebody said that, or it's just something funny when you guys walk out there and talk to each other?
It depends, and I like to keep it light, but I'm also pretty serious. But it depends on the guy on the mound. So I'm sure at times I've said something, but like do I look fat, like walking away or something like that? Like, I don't know, just to try to lighten it up. But everybody's different, It's like different personalities. Sometimes you can yell at somebody, sometimes you can't, and that's part of the job. That's kind of fun too, is learning about people, right? So, and how they compete. So I mean, I'm sure I said some dumb things, but maybe it's the heart was in it, trying to lighten it up,
Yeah, the LBs can catch up with you on the other side of 30. Take it from somebody who knows from experience.
Yeah, man. About to be 31 pretty soon here.
Especially in Texas, man. Those brisket sandals will get you.
Oh, it's on the visiting side, it's some of the best food in the league for sure. So that's right. Watch out. It's going to be dangerous.
Well, thanks, Danny. Welcome to Texas. Give them hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
You got it, man. There he goes. Danny Jansen, brought to you by Zero Res. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res, our spring training coverage continues, and we're now about 45 minutes away from chatting with Chris Young. We'll get the Rangers president of baseball operations up here, talk some baseball with CY coming up. But it's time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pink Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
Young! Yo, I thought you was going to hit him with some more Brisket Sando questions.
I knew it. I thought it was coming. I did.
Saving those for CY.
All right, man. G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday, 5:30, unless we have something fire going on right there. Hey, my name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. Clean sweep from Mr. Broadus and Sean Sharif yesterday. So,
yes, sir.
We got brand new nominees lined up right here. Brand new nominees. Let's get right to it. Yesterday, Wooly Bully goes off on the fan text.
Oh, yeah.
He was defending the Canuck brothers.
Kachuk.
They were Canuck brothers. All right, anyway.
Jandra.
Yeah, Jandra. He was talking about the Dallas Stars. He got sidetracked by the fan text and went off.
You just want another Chuck in town.
I just want to get into the Stanley Cup final and have a chance to win. And anybody who doesn't look at Brady Tkachuk and say that dude is somebody that can come in and take my team over the top, when you still have a ton of skill around him, you're keeping Wyatt Johnston. If Ottawa's able to do that trade, I'd be in to do it.
Yeah, dude. And the Stars are keeping this conversation open by not giving Robo the deal.
Right.
You know, like if he got the deal, then okay, they're telling you we're committing to this guy. They haven't done that yet.
It is a fair concern. Well, you're losing a lot of offense, and I understand that. But oftentimes the score shrinks when you get into the Stanley Cup playoffs. And I'm here to play more of a physical game of hockey.
Dirty, nasty.
And you want to go ahead and the Tkachuks are dirty players. That would destroy. You are a schmuck 469. You know who are the favorites of Team USA? It's the Tkachuk brothers. You know who the ones that are lighting in the room are the ones that are joking around with everybody and become best buddies with everybody in the Olympic Village? It's Brady, not Matthew. It's Brady Tkachuk.
El Capitan.
Get educated before you text in a bunch of bull bleep rubbish 469. That ain't true. It's a lie.
He is back, baby.
Wow.
The official breakthrough from the sickness.
He was.
All it took was a Tkachuk to bring it out of him.
I just want to win the Stanley Cup, boys. Bring it home.
Bring it home.
That's great, man.
Yeah, let's go win the cup.
Yeah.
When he starts lasting out, going schmuck on you,
Yeah.
you know he's fired up.
He's fired
Blood
up.
is a boiling.
Yep.
And he says it with a smile on his face somehow.
Yeah, he does.
Envious of
I
that.
still love you, 469, but gosh, you're an idiot.
Dang, did I bleep this?
Oh.
Yeah, play it.
No, play it.
Let's play.
Play it. Come on,
Bleep
Lucius.
roulette.
Come on, Lucius. Play it.
Okay, I mean, listen, you guys didn't catch it in the moment last night anyway. Let's go to Crosstalk. Fan After Dark, G-Bag Nation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I thought I was tripping.
Yeah, these fan phenoms need to look up the FCC rules. They just need to look them up, man. Fan phenom Eric was talking about the Mavs last night, and whoa, bro.
Nobody. You have no shot creators right now. Brandon Williams can get himself a bucket, but can't get anybody else one. Max Christie is kind of the opposite. He's helping everybody do the little things, but he can't get himself. No one can get him a bucket, if you will.
He had a rough night last night, too. That one air ball that hit the top of the backboard was rough. So he's been struggling.
Are you kidding me, bro?
Thank you. I thought I was like, nobody flinched. So I started looking around, and I'm like, okay, maybe I misheard that, and I just kept it moving.
I just thought he said shaky.
No, man. That is amazing.
Wow, dude. These kids.
That is so funny.
How can we reach these kids?
Did he not say rough shooting?
Look, it could have been that too. I listened to it so many times where
I thought
it
he said
sounded
rough
like
shooting.
Listen, bro, hold on.
He had a rough night last night, too. That one air.
He had a real, or what?
He had a rough night last night, too.
I don't know, man. And I listened to it without the bleep so many times, bro.
In real time, Lucius, it perked me up. So I think you nailed it.
Yeah, look,
I don't think you would say he had a real shooting night.
Right. Like,
it's got to be crap.
Yeah,
unless you go shoddy. You know, sometimes you'll say shoddy in a moment like that. I've heard that, but I don't think Eric's a shoddy guy.
He had a rough night last night too. That one air ball that hit the top of the backboard was rough.
Might not know. Kids coming from podcast land.
Oh, it's so good, man.
Podcast land.
Yeah.
What? What you mean I
Don't know
can't
the
say
rules.
that? What do you mean?
Yeah.
Let me say it again just to make sure.
He's working with the champion of that. Yeah.
Okay, let's see what else we got right here. Now, I do tell you on G-Bag of the Day, I will play audio from anywhere, even from another radio station. So this is what I'm about to do. It's from Australia, an Australian rock station, K-Rock 95.5.
Good eye, mate.
Good eye, mate. Yeah, how would you say it? K-Rock 94.5. I don't know, man. Anyway, they
too
play
loud. It's too old.
Climbing. Criminy. Get to rocking with K995.
That's good. That is good.
They play a game called a 30-second game. They just ask you a bunch of questions. They want the right answer in 30 seconds. You know, the pressure's on and whatnot.
I like it.
This dude got all the questions wrong.
The 30 seconds starts now. What's the capital of Egypt?
Pyramids.
During what month of pregnancy does a woman begin to look pregnant?
August.
Name a celebrity whose first name begins with the letter Q.
Q.
Yeah.
Your man, Wolverine, there, Hugh Jackman.
What? Hugh Jackman. It's Hugh Jackman.
Q, as in quality.
Oh, sorry.
Shy.
That's awesome.
August is great.
Yeah.
It's huge. I think the only country that can out-idiot us is Australia.
They're funny.
They're the goats.
Let's see what else we got right here. This is one. This is not one. This is not one. Do not vote for it.
Winner.
But while I was doing my behind-the-scenes job over here, I heard the G-Bags got distracted by Eric Nadell's onion booty.
You want a guy who can pitch back-to-back games, and I don't know how much they want to do that with Chris Martin. Robert Garcia is an interesting guy for me. I don't know. Zach's laughing. Did I?
No, it's not your thing.
I think Nadell had a little plumber's crack.
That's a Hall of Fame plumber's crack right
That's
there.
a Hall of Fame crack.
A lot of respect.
Ooh, didn't see that there.
Just a bit outside.
That's actually his bust in the Hall of Fame is his plumber's crack.
Make sure you get that crack in there for me, too.
Yeah, baby.
Rangers fans, you're not dreaming.
Shut up. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Oh, by the way, hey, check this out. Who am I?
Brian.
Okay.
Brian Broaddus.
That was not me breathing. That was not me.
Maybe struggling to breathe.
That is not me.
Eric just hit that gas.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm telling you what, I wondered. I was hearing in my own headphones. I'm thinking, who was breathing? That was not me.
I don't know.
Because I held my breath. I held my breath just to make a point.
Oh, okay. I do that sometimes, too.
I would say because
I just turned the mic off to make
I
sure.
am guilty. I am guilty of that. I am guilty. But this time I said, okay, who's breathing? And I held my breath, and it wasn't me. Thank you very much.
Take your word for it.
I did. I heard it myself.
The fan text is saying that fan phenom Eric was probably saying, what is he saying, rough shooting night, possibly? Let's see.
That's
rough.
what I thought.
Yeah, let's hear.
Yeah, that might be it.
He had a rough night last night too. That one air ball that hit the top.
Okay.
Yeah,
Rough shooting night.
He had a rough night last night too. That one air ball.
Okay.
I think we're doing the right thing by bleeping it still, though.
Man, I listened to it so many times.
Let's just hear the real one. It was rough shooting. Let's just hear it real, man.
No.
Well,
you wouldn't dare.
Just one time.
See if I can undo Can I undo it? Nope. Dang. I already saved it. If I could undo it, I would, so you just hear it over and over and over again. Because it definitely says that in your mind. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Whatever you want it to be, it probably sounds like.
Yeah. Yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. Hey. We got a pastor right here that got stumped by a question.
Or do you think that someone can have more than one assignment or many assignments at one time, or their assignment can change depending upon the season that they're in?
What that got to do with my message?
Well,
you always come with these crazy questions. Sister Kaylee, don't let me about what I'm preaching on. Never, but I'll answer. Ain't never about what I'm preaching on, Pastor Kelly. I guess the quick answer to that question is I guess the answer to that question is yes.
Very confident.
He thought he gave himself enough time to come up with an answer.
He tried, bro.
He lost it. I know the feeling.
Didn't get this course in seminary class.
Yeah, he tried, bro. All right, that's it.
Those off-topic questions, though. Okay, is it the pastor frustrated? Is it Sandler got plumber's crack bombed? Is it Australia radio playing the 30-second game? Is it the crosstalk fan phenom Eric saying something about a shooting night?
He had a roast night last night.
Yeah, thank you. Or Wolchok going off on the fan text. I'm going to go with those crazy Aussies.
Aussie.
Golly. Give me the bully, man. Give me the bully.
We're tied at 1, Bully.
I'm going to take the Aussies, too.
Okay, Lucius?
Fan phenom Eric, because I'm going to play the raw version if he wins.
Yes.
Oh.
Brian?
Eric.
Okay, we are tied at 2 then. The fan phenom against Australian radio. Jump onto @GBagNation's Twitter account, @GBagNation. We'll create an Insta poll. Follow us all when you get there, by the way. All of our handles are in the bio. We could remember to announce the winner towards the end of LA Live. And speaking of that, here's Lucius.
Eric. The fan text says Barnes look like he's sitting on the toilet back there in that little photo. Yeah, there you go. Hey, Eric.
Imagine how CY is going to feel back there when he joins us.
Yeah,
that's going to be awkward.
Yeah, we're back here. The Rangers decided to broadcast today, so we lost our booth over here.
Oh, yeah, that's great though. It's all gravy, baby.
I'm going back. See ya.
Yeah. All right, let's get into a Thirsty Thursday ladies' night edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, squares, it's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get hot.
And the thing with baseball versus like football, they're wearing a lot of gear. You can't see what they look like. It's very fast. Basketball as well. But baseball, it's like it's such a chill pace.
Yeah, because they're also wearing a baseball hat, which is what guys wear out in the wild.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like when you see like someone wearing a football jersey or a basketball jersey in the wild, you're like, ugh. Yeah. What is...
He thinks he's on the team.
Wow.
Yeah.
Weirdo.
Yeah.
Right?
Totally.
And like, unless you're going to the game, but if you're just going to the grocery store, you're a wacko. You know what I mean? Yeah. And like, or you're just like super chubby and like, this is how you cover your body. I used to always say that jerseys are just sweatpants for the torso.
It's true.
Yeah. But
It's
a
true.
baseball hat is hot. Like, everybody wears a baseball hat.
I wear a baseball hat.
Me too.
Yeah.
Men, women. Like, I fell in love with my boyfriend because he was wearing a baseball hat.
Y'all hear that, fellas? Y'all hear that? They call it hat handsome. He is hat handsome. But when he takes that hat off, he looks crazy. And the
Like
jersey.
Choppy. He looks like Choppy.
Oh, my God. Oh, God, don't do that. Hey, this is LA Live for Thursday, March 5th, 2026. It is a Thirsty Thursday ladies' night edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks. We're busting out. Shout out to all the Tolo ladies that listen to this here station, especially if you choose to do this on your own.
Yeah.
You're not a passenger princess or anything like that. You are actually setting that dial, or you are going to the Twitch or the YouTube or the app. You are actually doing that. You are a special kind and you are appreciated. I'll tell you that right now. You are. You are. Hey, Britney Spears. You see Britney Spears was arrested in California for suspicion of DUI, excuse me.
Oh, yeah. I did not see that.
Britney Spears,
I'm not
bro.
surprised.
Yeah, but who's letting her drive?
Britney alone. Has she become boozy?
Even when she's sober, it seems like she's messed up.
Yeah, well, she's dancing in front of the mirrors with katanas on and her panties.
Knives.
My God, what's going on?
Still rocks, though.
That was really bizarre.
Yeah, that was really wild, man. Yeah, she was out there solo. Who let Britney drive solo? Come on, fam.
I'm good. Don't worry about it.
I'll be back.
I mean, she's probably so obnoxious that you're just like, I can't deal with this anymore, you know?
Just let her go.
Yeah. Who's watching Britney? I don't know. It was my shift.
Yeah.
But man, she's annoying.
Pretty
she said
soon,
she's going to the ladies' room. Yeah, we'll let her go.
pretty soon they're going to hit Shia LaBeouf with the same thing they gave Britney Spears and Wendy Williams. What is that called? A conservativeship? Yeah. Pretty soon they're going to hit Shia LaBeouf with that, bro, if you don't stop talking. Just stop talking, fam. And I love Shia, too. He needs to stop talking. Hey, new research suggests that more women may be psychopaths than previously believed.
Oh, no kidding?
Oh, come on, bro.
Is it over 100%? yeah. The previous number was 99%.
This challenging the long-standing assumption that psychopathy is predominantly a male condition. Who said that? That's pretty rude.
A female?
Yeah, clearly female doctor right there. Experts say that psychopathy in women tends to express itself more through social and psychological channels than through outright aggression. Traits such as emotional coldness, nuanced manipulation, and calculated social conduct.
Yep.
Yeah. I know all about that nuanced manipulation. I catch my girl. I can tell, too, because she gets to singing to me sometimes when she asks for things. Hey, so I was thinking maybe. I was like, why is she singing?
The subtle voice changes.
What is that, bro?
Yeah, after decades on the job, you can pick it up pretty easily and you can like consciously make adjustments to it. It's tough as a young man trying to cross those bosses, you know?
Oh, yeah, you really think she's liking you like that. But really, she's playing the hell out of you. Yeah, more research right there.